is slight at this sort of level, but it's enough to kick off the difference between being in a galaxy and being not in a galaxy at the very start of the universe. And so that very small variation, incredibly tiny scales, then caused that random difference, which then led to a different distribution of matter in different places.
You see, that's not really an explanation, is it? I mean, it's just...
Well, it is. And what way it isn't? What way does that fail as an explanation? I mean, what you're saying, is there any proof for it? I think what you're asking, saying, okay, that explanation works as to why we end up with galaxies in one place and not another. But you're saying, well, what justification have I got for it? I think is what you're really asking. Is that why? Is that story I've given you?
It's possible.
If I say what was true, you can see that it does end up with galaxies being in one place and not another. Therefore, you have concentrations of mass, which is what your question was. How do you end up with mass in one place and not another? Well, I've given you an explanation. Now you can say, well, is that valid or not? Is there this quantum mechanical thing? Did it start off a variation at start? Was there a Big Bang? You could ask all those questions. But the explanation
the explanation you've given me is basically that, well, quantum mechanical voodoo basically is what you've told me, because you haven't said anything specific, any specific effect. You gave examples of how quantum mechanics does random things, like we see in the quantum eraser and double slit experiments. These things start to go into the weird quantum.
That's different. The quantum eraser
stuff.
Don't get confused about quantum eraser stuff. That's a different issue. The point is, there is random variation at the tiny, tiny level. We believe the universe started off at a time. Except you have to accept these premises that I'm putting in. So you have to accept, for my explanation to work, that the universe started off as a very, very small thing. At the very, very small level, you have these random variations. Now, if you're prepared to accept that, then as the thing, and then you have to also accept there's this inflation phase of the universe where there's this inflaton force, which caused it to expand very quickly, which preserved this semi-uniformity. It was only different in the Heisenberg uncertainty variation. So if you accept the principles of the Heisenberg uncertainty variation, quantum mechanics, the universe starting off very small and expanding, then you will end up with an uneven distribution of mass. Now, you can question those things I've given you, but the explanation as a whole, if you accept the premises I've put in, leads to what we've got now. But you can then say it's voodoo and you don't accept the premise of that random. But that's why I brought in the subject of how your chip works, because I thought you might say dismiss it. And then I was saying, we understand that this voodoo-ness that you were talking about actually occurs because we use it inside computers. We understand we can mathematically model this sort of variation and use it in a computer to build something you're familiar with. So it's not just voodoo, it's what your computer is based on. That's why I brought up the subject of the computers, to link you into something that's real that you can identify with. And we use the way
modern quantum computers work that way. I understand what you're getting at there.
Right. So there you are. So
that's
not voodoo, is it? So hold on, it's not voodoo then, is it? This is the principles I've been describing, and not just made up convenient things someone thought up in their bedroom one night. These are principles that are used in your computer. And then if you map those back to the start,
there's no specific
what specific thing do you want?
There's no specific thing that... Just give me a second. There's no specific... When you said... Because I'm trying to understand if the universe comes into existence and a whole bunch of stuff comes into existence as well, right? And it starts expanding out from a center point.
Yes.
Right. Now, why wouldn't it just distribute evenly?
Right, well, we've been through this. Right, let's go through this.
I think I may have an analogy that might work quite nicely. So Rams, if I multiply the number 2 by 1.1 or 1.10001, there's pretty much fuck all difference between the two numbers, yeah?
Yeah.
Now, imagine that we keep increasing that number 2, so that goes to 3, to 4, to 8, to 16, to 32, to 64, etc. That little tiny difference that I'm multiplying by becomes a bigger and bigger and bigger difference as we increase that number.
Okay.
Now, imagine that number is time. So as we go through time, the level of difference that we're seeing becomes larger and larger and larger, or the potentiality is what we're talking about here. So that's why when you look at that singularity, yeah, you're right. It could have just spread out as a homogeneous mass, and there would be no variation in it. It's not what we observe. What we observe is the fact that mass isn't just homogeneously spread across our universal piece of bread.
Hang on. That seems like backwards engineering. It's like saying, well, we've got this world where we've got planets and mass distributed unevenly. So then if there was a big bang, then there must have been some sort of randomness built in that would have led to what we have today.
Yeah, you're kind of right. Apart from the fact that we observe some of this randomness in the real world, and you can look at quantum mechanics as an example of that. So they've applied that kind of said, well, what if we apply this variation, does it seem to reflect what we see now? So we've made our observation, the way the universe is today, and then we've then formed our hypothesis.
Rumpus, you think you could draw me a diagram of an explosion from one, or just things spreading out from one point and also crossing paths?
Yep, that's been done. There's a project called.
Can you show me that?
I don't need to draw a diagram because there are universities that have been doing this and saying, how would we get, how would our universe appear if the conditions I just described at the very start 13.8 billion years ago existed? And these models, there are several of them, and I can't remember what it's called now. There's a specific project to model what the universe would be like if we just started off with a singularity and then this quantum variation. And then guess what? They ended up with a universe that's very similar to the one that we have got.
I was just wondering if you could diagram that. Something.
Okay, I can give you a link. I can give you
one point.
Yeah, exactly.
I just wanted to tell you that if you do explode from one point outward, then nothing could possibly cross paths. If there's nothing out there to change direction. If it's exploding into nothing and there's nothing to affect it out there, it can't possibly cross paths. Think about it. If it's emanating from one point, exploding outward, then it can't possibly cross paths. And the further it goes, the least likely. It's already zero likely. It's not even possible.
It is. There are
projects. It's going to spread and keep spreading.
There are very expensive computer modelling of this very thing. There are universities that have done exactly this, and I can.
I've just thrown it in the chat, you rumpus.
Thank you, Just actually saved me.
I'm a bastard, but I'm generally a nice bastard.
You are, yeah, good one. So here we are. So Just has very kindly used the MIT, some of the MIT site there. There is a scientist developed a detailed model of the early universe, and there they used a computer simulation doing exactly what I described. And guess what? They end up with all the phases of the universe, including the cosmic microwave background thing that we see. So it matches the. Remember, we've got a picture of what the universe looked like 300,000 years after it was created in the sky. We can actually see that. We've got a picture of the universe as it was when it was only 300,000 years old. And guess what?
Let me ask you a question to this, man. Can photons leaving the sun, can they cross paths of each other?
Well, from different points on it, yes.
Is that right?
Obviously, if you've got one point, it's going to radiate out in a sphere. So if you have one point on the sun, obviously, once they've launched in a direction, they're not going to cross. But if you have one point, say at I'm going to call it the north pole of the sun, the south pole of the sun, those two.
But from a single point, it's hard to imagine, though. But yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, but that's not a problem. But that's not a problem. I mean, remember, it's not as though this explosion, the whole of space expands uniformly. So we're expanding as way from. It's like being on a mat and just stretching the mat, and everything is moving away from everything else. So there's no.
With this Big Bang idea, did the space and the stuff come into existence at the same time?
Yeah.
So that's the whole problem. You get back to a point in the rapid expansion
theory. Does gas expand? Sorry, man.
That's okay. Which is called Planck time. So before Planck time, we really don't know what the fuck went on. Let's be direct and honest about that. So we can only really work off. Sorry,
for a long time, in my opinion.
It's kind of interesting as well that if you have a universe that just comes out of nowhere, basically, that you have all of these intricate laws and everything else that seem to perfectly bring everything into place.
It's an ad hoc miracle. But hey, does gas in a vacuum does it coalesce or does it expand?
Brian, are you a Christian?
Yeah, because it's described.
Man, I'm neutral, but yeah, I mean, I'd have to say that, yeah, I'm a Christian, but I'm not like any kind of fundamental.
Yeah, you don't take everything literally, like Genesis, the 6 days of creation.
I don't know about all that, man. I'm pretty open.
No, that's cool. I don't want to straw man you. That's why I'm asking the question. Because I mean, to me, that's ad hoc creation. That's proof mechanics.
Yeah,
I believe. I believe in Jesus. I believe Jesus Christ died for us. I have questions in my own head about is God and Jesus like one person? I don't think about that too much, man, to be honest.
Yeah, let's not go down a rabbit hole. It was just really to create an analogy
you're right. Wait, before I forget, if we're in outer space and there's nothing and it explodes into something, okay, I'll give you that. Does it coalesce or does it expand?
If there's not enough,
gather together or does it expand? That's my question.
Right, no, it won't coalesce if there's not. There has to be a certain density for it to start doing that. That's what I was describing earlier about you. Even if you have something, say, of sand size, that won't necessarily coalesce due to gravity. But if you have enough of the stuff in one place, enough gas, has to be a lot of it, and reasonably densely, then it will start to attract itself. But as I say, even
so in your mind,
go ahead.
Yes, that seems to be like a chicken and the egg.
But in your mind, would you say that it was like balls? Like when it exploded, it was already balls? Like a ball of gas?
We missed the first start. We missed the start of your sentence, Brian.
Yeah, sorry, I interrupted.
In your mind, when the bang first happened, do you think it was like initial balls of gas, like kind of already grouped together? Right.
Well, remember, it was going out, separating far. We believe in current theory that it was going out faster than the speed of light. So the gravity wasn't important at the start. It was the explosion, if you want to call it that. The expansion was so fast that it was overcoming the gravitational forces by quite some margin. And in fact, until recently,
power of the vacuum. Consequence of that seems like the power of the vacuum.
Until recently, we thought that the effect was like an explosion. The gravity forces were slowing the expansion in the universe down until eventually it then go back to a big crunch and fall back in on itself, like throwing a ball up. If you throw a ball up very quickly, ultimately it will come back down. But it'll get very, very high, and then eventually it'll come back. That was the initial theory of the universe, and then of course we discovered
as it's expanding, the vacuum's getting stronger and stronger, right?
The vacuum's getting stronger. What on earth do you mean by that?
No, I mean, Brian, probably got there. So just very quickly on that. So at the beginning, you had to wait for stuff to cool down enough to allow things like gases. At the early part, this is the thing. What the theory says at the early part, everything was so fucking hot and so energetic that it couldn't actually combine to create matter as we understand it.
Right, it didn't even have atoms.
Yeah.
Yeah, but as it expanded, the vacuum itself was strengthening, right?
No,
the more volume.
We don't.
Vacuum is an absence of something, not a it's just an absence of something.
You can't have a stronger vacuum than a vacuum.
Let me sum up my question a little bit. So it boils down to this: do you think in deep space there are like patches of gas?
Yes. And if you're in deep space, there's an average density of one hydrogen molecule per. Hold on. 1 hydrogen molecule per cubic meter. That's the average density of gas in deep space.
If there's a patch of oxygen out there, and you can see it in a cloud form. Could you breathe it?
It's not. No, absolutely not. No, it wouldn't be that dense.
So it doesn't equalize. It doesn't expand.
You have to have something like the Earth or something. Just a patch of oxygen just sitting around would not be of sufficient density. It might be slightly more than it was elsewhere, but you need something like the Earth, a nice big rocky body to pull it all together, or something the size of the sun.
Would it know the name of the image I just posted and why it's funny?
Foolish, that's a pretty interesting
right?
photo, but if you look at those photos, of all that gas and stuff, it doesn't go into a ball.
But it does. That's what the sun is. If you have enough gas close together, it will then start coalescing.
So is that not gas right there though? Look at that.
That's gases there. And do you know what that nebula is called? I chose it for a very specific reason.
Don't they call it like the pillars of heaven or some shit?
The pillars of creation.
Yeah, it's close.
Yeah, that's my bad. Sorry.
That's all right. I mean, as I say, it was my joke.
You did better than I thought you did.
Thank you. Oh yeah.
Well, yeah. It's just like if you look at how much like gas and shit in there. I don't know how big that's supposed to be, but it looks like that should be at the point where it probably turns into a ball if you got all this other shit around.
I mean, it's big, but it's big across a big area. So if you think walking down to your local shops is a long way, you've got no idea what big is.
That's bigger. I think that's bigger than the solar system. I think those things are bigger than the solar system.
Oh, way bigger.
Those little bright dots.
Like
stars.
So those things in there, the big old like, what do you call the orange shit in there, the shit that makes up the actual pillars? That's a bunch of gas, right? Or what is that?
It's dust, actually. I don't think it is actually gas. I think it's dust.
It's mainly dust. But the point is, as Blue just pointed out, the little dots in there is star formation.
Those are entire damn stars, size of our sun.
And yet none of this dust becomes a ball?
Yeah, it will.
Those little dots are stars forming.
So instead of expanding
inside the nebula,
the universe expands and the vacuum grows stronger due to expansion, due to bigger volume.
No, we've already said we don't agree with that, Brian.
You got to stop and think for a minute, though, man, that everything about y'all's model is totally contradictory to reality. I mean, it's such a grass, dude.
What point?
I mean, I guess it's an explanation. It's an explanation, but man,
point out
so
contradiction, Brian.
Contradictory, man. When you
tell us tell us a single contradiction.
Yeah. What's contradictory?
Everything you just said, man.
Single. What's like one? Just one. What is contradictory about anything we
coalesce? Said? Okay, expanding from blasting out from a single point, but then gathering together. Okay, you can't cross points if you're expanding out from a single point.
Hold on, if two things,
unless you have an expensive model, I get it.
If I fire two things out from for instance, if I were to fire two things out of a gun at the same velocity and they were going along next to one another, like two cars going along a motorway at the same speed, they'd be close to one another, and eventually they'd come together. They can still coalesce and
from a single point.
Wait.
Yes. Well, hold on. I want to make this analogy first. You were claiming that because something. Hold on. He's making a claim you can't have two things coming together because they're moving quickly. No, you can. Just like if you had two cars going 70 miles an hour on a motorway, they can be going quickly and all come from the same point, but they can still be close enough together to then attract one another. Just because they're going quickly doesn't mean
that means one of them would have to change the direction. One of them would have to change their direction.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, if you the bullet example to me at least was horrible, because if you have a 2-barrel gun and you shoot 2 bullets at the same time out of the gun, those bullets will always shoot parallel to each other. They will not come together at some point. That is dumb.
And then use a double-barreled shotgun and do the same fucking experiment.
I mean, even a double-barrel shotgun, you only shoot out one fucking shot at the
Yep. Well,
if you use two barrels, those barrels will cross.
Sorry,
even if you've got a full choke on.
Keep in mind that singularity was not just a big ball, not just a little point of compressed matter. There was no matter involved in it. It was pure energy.
You're saying that 2 bullets wouldn't attract one? No, they wouldn't, because they're bullets. They're not big enough. Whereas if you had two, let me finish my point. If you had 2 black holes, if you fired out 2 black holes from your shotgun, 2 tiny mini black holes, then they would very definitely, as they were going along, attract one another.
No, you were the one that said if you shot out 2 shots, that eventually they would come together. When? When does that ever happen?
No, I wasn't referring to something the size of a bullet. I was thinking of matter on a grand scale. I wasn't referring
how do you have a black hole if you don't even have matter yet?
I was just making the point. You could, in theory, demonstrate with a gunshot. If you managed to have two black holes in your gun and fire those, they would come together. They wouldn't just go along in parallel. We're not doing that scenario. I wasn't describing the size of a bloody gun matter. No, that's not going to attract one another. I was putting on a big scale where you've got huge things, the sizes of galaxies moving along next to one another, or vast amounts of gas where the gravitational affection would cause it to attract.
Okay, that's fair. I thought when you said you were shooting shit out, I was like, and you said like a bullet. I'm pretty sure.
I was just referring to the speed. The fact I was just trying to give you an impression that these things are shooting off very quickly away from the point from which they originated. But the only thing that matters is their relative velocity. So if the two things we're talking about don't have much relative velocity, like you're going along the motorway and both doing 70 miles an hour, 200 miles an hour, the only thing that matters is how close they are, is their relative velocity. So it doesn't matter how fast they came out; it's the relative velocity that the match is the important thing.
Let me give you a different example.
And that can be very similar.
Let me give him a different example real quick, because that was probably a bad example, but I was just trying to get you to diagram it because it doesn't work on paper. But look, here's a better example, Rumpus. Here's a better example. Okay, so in your model, okay, as the space is today, let's say, okay, so if Earth, the universe, deep space is a huge vacuum that's expanding. To me, it's getting stronger by volume, but if it's expanding, then if you have gas in it, okay, if you have gas in that vacuum, then shouldn't it be expanding?
I think what you mean by getting stronger, Jim, is what you mean by getting stronger. I think is what you mean is that it's becoming less dense. In other words, if you have 5 particles per cubic meter, and then you double the size.
Gas expands in a vacuum. Period.
Yeah. So in other words, I think what you mean is that there's the amount of particles per unit space is going to get less as the universe gets bigger, and you're actually correct in that. The average density of the universe is getting less. If that's what you're trying to say, Brian.
It's funny.
Yeah,
the funny thing of what you said, Brian, was that
nothing would ever coalesce. Everything would always just spread further and further apart from the very beginning. Like it just, nothing would ever gather together. Two gas particles passing by one another somewhere in the universe, they're not going to be attracted to one another. Unless
2 gas particles wouldn't. No, 2
and
gas particles would not. But if you had a billion trillion gas particles, and then the force of gravity,
but this is where it becomes a chicken and the egg type thing with gravity, where they say you can't have this gravitational force until there's all this stuff there. But how do you get all the stuff there if there's no gravity? It's a chicken and the egg type thing. Like,
hold on. You're asking where does all the stuff come from in the Big Bang? Is basically your question.
No. How does all the stuff coalesce into single blobs of mass rather than just forever expanding out in all directions?
And it's
a bit like my analogy with the cars going along motorways. What's important is the relative velocity. You can have 2 cars going along at 3,000 miles an hour away from one point, but their relative velocity is 0. They're just sitting next to one another, in effect. And so if that's the case in the universe, then if those two things are very big big galaxies, great lumps of matter the size of the sun, then they will attract one another. The fact they started off very quickly, they're both going very quickly relative to somewhere else, is not relevant. It's the relative velocity.
No. I'm not seeing how those masses became masses to begin with. You start off with tiny little particles of stuff, be it dust or gases or whatever. Now they're flying and flowing around all over the place. Now, what would cause them to actually come together and coalesce?
And didn't you say that they were... Sorry, didn't you say that they were also shooting off at the speed of light?
They did initially. The initial phase of the universe, we believe there was an expansion in which they were going faster than the speed of the space expanded faster than the speed of light, and then it slowed down.
Okay, space did. Okay, well, that's a good distinction. Go on. Sorry, my bad. Go on.
and then it slowed down to the point where, and then when we thought, in fact, we do believe that the expansion of the universe slowed down until about 5 billion years ago, and then it started speeding up again, because this, you may be aware that we now believe the rate of universe expansion is increasing now. So there was a point where it got to a minimum speed about 5 billion years ago, and then this dark energy effect takes over. So we believe that when space is created, it actually has a sort of negative energy. This dark energy actually repels.
When you say increasing, do you mean the actual volume of the universe is increasing, or the amount of stuff?
No,
that is matter.
The amount of stuff is constant, in theory. It's the rate of increase. All the models except the Big Crunch say that the universe is going to carry on increasing in size, but the latest models say the rate of increase is actually getting more. So in other words, if you think of a sort of series of cars emanating from a spot and they're initially doing 60 miles an hour. Well, we believe they were gradually slowing down to, say, 30. But now, in the last decade or so, we've now discovered that, in fact, all these cars are now they're actually increasing in speed from one another due to repulsive forces between them, or repulsive force of space, where when you create space now, we believe dark energy is a repelling force. And that means that matter in space and space itself is actually increasing in size more quickly than it was before. So it went really fast.
Is that just referring to the stuff in the universe is spreading out faster or slower, or is the actual volume of the entire universe? I mean, you couldn't answer this question really anyway, but I'm just thinking it.
The space is increasing, and therefore the space between things is increasing as well, because everything lives in a bit of space. And so in other words, you have point A and point B, and you have two objects at point A and point B, where point A and point B are now separating more quickly than they were, say, yesterday. They're now separating faster than they were. Well, they were, and the date.
Yeah, but how can you say or be sure that it's the universe's actual volume that has increased, and that's what's caused that distance to become greater? Or maybe it's just that those two objects are moving in, separate, opposite directions, and that's what's causing the. You know what I'm getting at? I guess you can't ever really know or say or show that the universe is bigger or smaller than it.
Well, the things the things we measure are the things in it. That's the only things we can measure are the objects in it, and we can see that they're getting further apart more quickly than they were before. They were already getting further apart before. We believe, as I say, there was a minimum point about 5 billion years ago. They were still going apart from one another, but they weren't going apart as quickly as they are now. So we believe the objects, that's the only way we can measure them, but we believe they're expanding into space. Otherwise there's no container here, in other words, for them. If they kept on expanding, but the coordinate system didn't increase, then obviously they'd hit some sort of boundary, and they're not doing that. So the amount of space they can move into, they're creating their own space, in effect, these objects in them. So as well as them expanding, they are creating the space to be in as well. And obviously, but as I say, we only measure things by the objects. We can only measure the objects. We can't measure what a bit of space is doing. We can only measure what an object in space is doing, and so we measure.
Yeah, of course.
So we only measure the things on space, but we believe that space is expanding to accommodate the increase in size. It's not as though there's an infinite size of space and the things are just expanding into it. We believe, general relativity suggests, our theories suggest, that space is expanding with the objects in it.
Like a balloon, just getting bigger and bigger.
And the objects inside it are increasing the distance between them. Exactly.
What do we believe it's expanding into, Rumpus? What do you think?
Well, it's creating its space. It's a bit odd, I know. This is all a bit, as someone there says, a bit voodoo-like. But yes, it's creating its own space. When remember, this is not at our human scale. When you're dealing with the very small or the very large, you can't use your own sort of intuition about what's going on. And we believe we have got some good reasons. All the modelling we do suggests that space is being created, and as it's doing so, it creates dark energy, which actually causes it to repel one another, which actually means that the increase in space size has actually, and there is also this observable, I mean, we can only see so far, and in fact we believe that the objects that we see at the far distant side of the universe is now moving faster away from us than the speed of light. because this rate of expansion has increased. The things that we can see
how
now.
could we possibly see it then?
Wait,
well, because we're seeing what hold on now. So in other words, we're seeing them now when they're not moving. But remember, these things are the edge of the universe is 13.8 billion light years away. Those objects now, if we could see them as they are today, they would be moving faster away from us than the speed of light. But when they were 13.8 billion years ago, they weren't. So in the time that we've from 13.8, because we're seeing them 13.8 billion years in the past. So you're seeing something that's as it was 13.8 billion years ago. In that 13.8 billion years since we've seen them, they've gone faster and faster and further away from us at the speed greater than the speed of light. So in fact, and if this carries on, the sky will eventually become black, and the only thing you'll be able to see is the Milky Way, and all the other stars and galaxies we can see in the sky will all disappear from our vision.
Yeah, so you can I ask you to clarify on something here? So did you say that space was creating itself basically?
Yes.
So it's creation.
Yes, space is being created by the process of the expansion of space. Yes, it creates its own space as it gets bigger. Yes, I know it's a rather difficult concept to get your head around, but if you want to look at a general relativity book on general relativity, you'll find some very complicated explanations as to why this is happening.
So it's an expanding vacuum, basically.
Yes,
so even vacuums contract, it's an expanding one.
Yes, I mean the idea was originally that there was this big crunch. We thought until the last couple of decades that like throwing a ball up into the air, it would get up to a certain size, the universe would get to a certain size, and then it would start falling back on itself due to gravity. But now we don't think that anymore. We think, we think the universe.
So yeah, who is we? And you keep saying we believe. Like, do you not have any facts?
In our scientism religion, we believe that this is happening now.
Let's slow down here. Let's not
I'm talking about
talk over each other here. But
I'm talking about the scientific literature. When I say we,
I think we know what he's talking about.
The people who are experts in this field, the people who we believe have a handle on this subject, believe these things, and all that. They all don't all agree with the details, but the overall, the consensus, say 95% of cosmologists, I believe, I think, believe what I've just been describing. There's obviously the other people like to speculate about other things. I mean, there's some cosmologists believe we're all inside a black hole. This universe is one element inside a black hole. So there are lots of theories, but the orthodoxy at the moment is that it's expanding, and the expansion is increasing and expanding into space, and we're going to be we're only going to be able to see the Milky Way in about, I don't know, is it 10 billion years or something? We'll only be able to see our local galaxy because all the other galaxies will have disappeared at a greater velocity from us, and we won't be able to see them anymore.
I heard that I saw a video on space, and obviously this could be fucking wrong, and I'm not gonna make any claims here, but it basically said that the quote unquote collision of the Andromeda galaxy and the Milky Way galaxy has already begun, apparently. So
I thought that was a couple of billion years away. I thought
that's I know that's what they said, but apparently this guy was saying, oh yeah, they've looked into this, and they actually say, oh, it's actually happening right now. So I don't fucking know, man. I don't know anything about this bullshit.
Okay.
Well, it's kind of like the atmosphere.
It's kind of like how you guys go from a theory of the Big Bang to everything's in a fucking black hole. Like, I don't know how the cosmic background radiation fits into that. If everything's in like a black hole.
Well, okay, so you don't know. I'll accept you don't know.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not going to claim to, but.
Look, okay. So you're just saying you're ignorant of what these theories are. Fine, okay, that's perfectly a reasonable position. But the people who understand these issues and who make predictions and say, for instance, the cosmic microwave background radiation, the patterns that we were talking about earlier, the variations in the patterns of the cosmic microwave background radiation, we have models there were several model predictions as to how the universe started, including this inflationary theory. And the inflationary theory said there'd be a certain pattern to this cosmic microwave background radiation.
Sorry, I'm not.
Can I please finish this point? Can I please finish this point? So the inflationary theory said that you'd see certain sizes, certain temperature variations, certain distributions of matter, and then when we go and look at the distributed matter, it matches the inflation theory, which means that's why another theory has predicted different patterns, and they've now been chucked in the bin, and we're now left with this inflation theory, which seems to agree with what we observed. Go ahead, finished.
Okay, so I was just gonna say, like, you can check out the video for yourselves there if you want. And this guy is basically saying that, like, it's already happening, and he's talking. He like basically shows his telescope collection, and apparently says that it's already happening or some shit like that. So yeah, I don't know anything about that, but I just thought I should post the link there for you guys who wanted to check it out and see what he's saying.
It could be these galaxies are absolutely huge, and you could argue what is the part of the Andromeda Galaxy. I mean, given the fact these things are I think the Milky Way is 100,000 light years across. Now, if it's twice as that size, and the Andromeda Galaxy is 3 times that size, you could argue, well, there's one little star on the edge, or perhaps it means gravitation. I mean, it could mean they mean just gravitation. It could mean that because with the mass of those two galaxies are so big, that the gravitational effects are perhaps affecting one another, or there could be some, rogue star in that galaxy interacting with a rogue star of our galaxy, and then you could argue it's a collision.
Yeah, I'm not trying to argue with you on anything, but you can watch the video yourself, see what the guy says, and make your own opinions on it. It's literally like 53 seconds, I think. Jay Doherty reposted it in chat, so you should be able to watch it through Discord.
Yeah, I mean, I say it could be the gravity. You could argue. I mean, that we, for instance, the Milky Way is circulating around a local cluster of galaxies that are all rotating around one another. Now, you could argue you could claim that's almost a collision. Gravitationally, there's a collision there, almost. So perhaps he's making that case. I don't know whether he's actually arguing. I'm obviously haven't seen the video.
Well, I don't know what this guy's fucking claiming, because I haven't seen the video for a while. I just remember the guy saying like, "Oh, it's already happening" or something like that. But it seems like a lot of the stuff that people say are like, very much like they have scientific consensus on is not like as much like ultimately decided on as people would say, because it sounds like they do have like a bunch of different type of theories and shit floating around, I guess within the same theory. So I don't know.
I mean, it's a bit like saying, for instance, there was this thing a couple of years ago about part of the Earth's atmosphere being on the moon, and some people saying, "Oh, look, the Earth's atmosphere extends out to the moon." Well, all that means is there's a rogue atom. How many rogue atoms of the Earth's atmosphere have made it to the moon? Well, and then you can then argue, well, is the moon therefore an atmosphere? It's just a tiny amount. So there could be some tiny little star that's vaguely connected to the Milky Way that's interacting with some very distant star from Andromeda that's coming together, and you could argue that's a collision. It's subjective as to whether or not. Where we end, the Earth's atmosphere ends is a subjective matter. We've arbitrarily said at 100 kilometers up, or 60 Kármán line, that's where we're going to say the Earth's atmosphere. But there's still parts of the Earth's atmosphere that's connected to the Earth above that. But it's just so thin that in fact, we say that's not the atmosphere anymore. We say that's space after that point, even though it's still clearly bits of the Earth atmosphere. So a lot of this is subjective. What do you call a collision between a multi-particle body and another multi-particle body that's got some rogue bits kicking around the outside of it? You can decide, well, I'm going to call that one a collision if some one star from the Milky Way, which is sort of vaguely connected to the Milky Way, could be right on the very edge of it, with another star that's right on the very edge of the Andromeda Galaxy. That's entirely subjective. You could make a good case for that being collision or not. What you want to. Just like we have a subjective idea about what constitutes space. You've got to say, well, how near close to a vacuum does it have to be? Or the Kármán line is based upon you having to be at the orbital speed. A plane would not have any lift. You'd have to be going around at the orbital speed to maintain that altitude.
Do you want to further clarify that when they say they don't have space well defined? Because if they didn't, you could say oh well, if they don't have this well defined, then how the fuck are they going anywhere near to space?
Well, it's arbitrary. What density? Okay, you tell me. What would you like to define as space? How many molecules per cubic meter would you like to define?
Well, no, I'm not saying that I'm defining space. I'm saying that they don't have.
Got to, then.
No, just don't interrupt me, okay? I'm saying that they don't have space well defined, and if they don't have it, just wait.
They have. You're making a statement.
Let me finish my point. You said they don't have a well-defined.
It's arbitrary, but they've agreed on a value. It's 100 kilometers. That's the definition, but the definition was arbitrary.
So it's arbitrary, but they all agree on when it fucking starts, basically.
No, they all agree on the distribution of the density of molecules of the atmosphere, but then someone comes up to say, when does space start? And they go say, well, what? They've got to come up with a number. What? Because it's a nice gentle curve. What point on this curve do you want to say space starts? And they've all agreed there's an arbitrary way. Well, we're going to say it's 100 kilometers above the surface of the Earth. That's when space starts. And other people, I must admit, things like Virgin Galactic, I think they got a different definition to get them, because I think they didn't quite get to the Kármán line or something. So they had a different definition. But it doesn't change the physics. It doesn't change. It just affects what we tell people like you who don't understand what the hell's going on. But the maths and the modelling doesn't care what label we call space or not. The modelling of the atmosphere has a number there. And the question is, when you get to a number, say, I don't know, 100 million molecules per cubic meter of gas, we're going to say that's space. And if you have 1,000,001, it's not space. So we try and give labels in English to these different things. But the number doesn't change the physics, the cosmology, or the maths, or the research, or any validity of it. It's just so we can talk to people and use terms to say, well, at this point, we're going to just call that space, and below that's not space. That's all. It's not scientifically of any value.
It's just a convention.
Yeah. You could pick on, if you wanted to, you could advocate you can make a scientific case for saying that you wanted 100 million molecules per cubic meter as being space or not, and you can say, look, this is the reason why, and you never know. You might be able to get some Richard Branson or or perhaps the body that determines these things.
Do any of these
determines these things, and this is where I have the problem with it.
But it's not. It's only the labeling of a word. It's only a dictionary definition. It's not changing the maths or the number of molecules. It's just changing when we use the word space or not, which is something that they don't care about in science. It's just for you to understand. It's just for the consumption of people who don't understand what the hell's going on. We call that space, and this other thing not space. It's a bit arbitrary.
And can I ask this question?
It is very arbitrary.
What sort of theories are out there regarding, like, say you went out into space with a little ship or something, and you started moving in one direction, and you went all the way in that direction until you got to the edge of the universe. Now, are there any theories for, like, what that edge of the universe actually is or looks like?
Well, there is no edge. Well, no,
you know what I mean?
No, I don't know what I mean, because the edge
because it can't be infinite. Like, it literally can't be infinite.
Well, it can be.
So is it constantly expanding, or is it infinite?
If it was created in the beginning from, say, a Big Bang, it started from a point and started expanding, then the leading edge of that expansion, like a leading edge of a wave on the ocean or something, is that edge, that barrier, I guess, that I'm talking about. And
they say it goes at the speed of light.
What theories are there about, what that is? And because if I was to go out there and start moving at, say, the speed of light times 1,000,000 in any specific direction, then aren't I going to eventually get to the barrier of physical reality?
Well, it's actually moving faster than the speed of light, we believe, the boundary of the universe at the moment. As I say, because we're only looking at something that's 13.
Theoretically, right? In these, is that one of what the theories are, that it's expanding faster than even the speed of light?
Correct. That's the current theory. Yes.
Oh, it's even faster. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, even faster. Yes.
How much faster? Do they theorize on that too?
Yes, they do. I can't remember what the actual value is, but it's faster than
that's mind-bogglingly huge expansion every millisecond. That's
yes. I mean, the reality.
Like it may or may not be true. I don't know, but it's one of those things we can only contemplate and think about, but none of us will ever know for sure.
Well, you never know.
I think that's the case with a lot of things in science, and I think that's why a lot of people that are skeptical that
do you believe
about
in atoms?
Science.
Do you believe in atoms?
Because of things like that.
Do you believe in atoms?
Believe in atoms.
Yeah,
I believe that atoms are a convention that human beings use to study physics and stuff. But I don't know if that's what they actually look like and are. Right, I know for a fact they are a convention to describe something that people study.
So you think it's we're not quite sure what an atom is then, basically. In reality,
have you ever seen a picture?
Well, it's not sure. It's a convention that is ongoing as far as it's.
Do you think this is? Do you think we can have a different convention?
There may be a different convention that explains things better.
Do you think it's ambiguous what an atom is and what size they are and how they behave?
No.
I'm utterly confused. So you do believe in atoms then, as described by science?
I believe that's what science believes.
No, I'm not interested. I'm asking what you believe.
Whether it is an actual.
What do you accept what science says about atoms as being real?
Define real. You mean true?
In other words, yes, true. Okay, true if you like. Do you believe it's true how science has defined the atom? Or has described the atom? Sorry.
No, I'm not sure.
Right, well, okay, now we're getting somewhere. So this is why you've got a problem with cosmology. You don't even accept science's description of the atom.
No, I accept it as a description.
Right, but you don't accept it as a true description.
Well,
how could you prove it?
Whether it's true or not, like that's
yeah. As far as you're concerned,
that's
it might
what
not be true.
Forever working on, I guess, isn't it?
Yes. So you say there's a possibility it's not true.
Well, no, there's a possibility that there's a much better, more accurate way of thinking about physics and physical things than the convention of atoms.
That's different from saying...
do you believe in yellow or do you believe in blue? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
We know there's colors. We know there's colors,
Ryan,
and we know we call them something, and we know that it works.
Yeah, but that's a human-defined thing. The size of an atom, the behavior of atoms.
There's an atom.
No, it's not.
It's like asking, do I believe in the size of a millimeter or the size of a centimeter? It's not about belief. It's a convention, and that's that.
Right, but no, it's not. It's not some arbitrary. It's not something we've made up and saying, well, we'll make this stuff up. It's based around
how we categorize.
It is. It's your current working theory that everybody is striving to validate even further. That's why there's no comprehensive theory of everything yet. That's the ultimate thing that we're working on in terms of knowledge.
That's worrying about what the components inside things like the nucleus, what makes up a proton. That's a bit different. That's going a bit deeper. I'm talking about the atom. Do you believe that our model of the atom is true? Now, if you were doing
I believe
I've never seen an atom.
It's shot in the dark, and I believe it works.
So you haven't seen an atom, therefore you think it's ambiguous. It's not
a convention.
He said he didn't.
It's not just a convention. It's not just a convention. A convention we can make anything up and then say this is our convention. These model of our atom is based on observation and experimentation. It's not something we can just decide to be something else.
So do you think that they could not come up with a better model of what an atom is, or is the one that we have? Wait! Stop interrupting everybody, okay? So do you think that there is no better possible model, or what do you call it? Yeah, I guess you could just call it a model, right? Like the way that we see it. There's nothing better that could show us off like how any of this shit works. You don't think so?
You could argue string theory. You could say, does string theory have a better explanation of how things work at the subatomic level? Okay, that's possible. But I'm talking about the atomic level. I'm not going inside the nucleus here. I'm just talking about atoms. If we have a slightly different model, okay, it's like saying you.
Can you show me an atom?
Well, actually, we do have pictures of atoms. Yes.
Let's see them.
No, it's got pictures of energy highlighted.
Yeah, so we do have
different frequencies and shit. It's a good convention, man.
Not a convention. It's not a convention. A convention could be anything.
Look, Rumpus, remember
is something you could decide.
Just because I'm saying it's a convention, I'm not saying that the thing that it's trying to describe is not real, because of course that is real. But whether atoms is and the way the convention is used is an accurate representation of reality.
Right,
that's where I'm differing.
No, if they can't isolate it, then they can't prove it, Rumpus. It's that simple.
How is anybody supposed to know if it's a 100% fucking accurate description? Would you even claim that with all your science shit?
Okay, let's suppose is it good enough to be 99.99% accurate? Would that you accept that as being an accurate description?
Well, Rumpus, can I ask you a question quickly? You asked that guy, Rams, was it? If he believes there's a possibility that it's not true, right? Do you believe there's a possibility it's not true, or is there no possibility that it's not true? It's 100% true.
Okay, we could all be living in a computer simulation. So if you're prepared to accept that what we see is reality, we are living in a real world.
There's other possibilities too.
Well, hold on. So if you're prepared to accept that, well, for instance, the size. Let's go with something rock solid, like the size of an atom.
There's an infinite amount of possibilities, Robert.
No, there aren't. We know there are definite values for the size of an atom. We've got very definite ideas about how big atoms are. So and we know that to an accuracy of I don't know, whatever it is, it's fractions of a percent. So let's go with something the size of an atom. That is something we know to within certain fractions of a percent.
Rumpus, it can all be one fucking. It can all be. Listen, there's a million things it could be, Rumpus. It can all be one fucking flexible mold.
So hold on, you think we might have got the sizes of atoms wrong? Is that correct?
No, I'm telling you that there's an infinite amount of possibilities, bro. It's a convention that works. The atom.
Do you think we got the size of atoms wrong, right or wrong?
May I answer? May I answer without you repeating that same question?
Yeah, but you won't answer my question.
I believe that it's a convention that works, but no. I believe that as far as saying we know for a fact that here's my answer. It could be a million gajillion different things. It could be a blank canvas. There could be one little molecule or atom. We call it an Eve, and it's all a blank canvas. And depending on what effects you put it to, it molds itself into a particular element.
Okay, let's talk about the size of a hydrogen atom in a vacuum. Do you believe we know the size of a hydrogen atom in a vacuum?
Well, how about this? How about this? I'm open-minded, so do your best to prove it to me.
Well, we've measured it.
Don't just say science has proven it. If you want me to believe it, do your best to prove it.
Within the atomic convention, yes, of course.
Right, so you do agree that we've got the size of an atom sorted. We know that for a fact.
Within the convention of atoms, within the convention of the thought of atoms, yeah.
Because someone else could have a different convention. It could be the Chinese could have a different.
You're reifying an atom, man.
No, I'm not. It is the size of an atom. We have measured the size of an atom.
It's the size, right?
It's not open to debate. It's not open to debate. We've measured.
It's a size. It's like a millimeter.
What's a millimeter?
Yeah, and a millimeter is a millimeter.
Well,
it's a centimeter is 10 millimeters.
It's like arguing if yellow is real. Like I said, Rumpus,
No,
we know that there's yellow and blue, and we all agree that it
got confused. We could decide that a particular frequency of light is yellow, but the idea of a psychological. Yes. So we could decide.
I'm just saying,
yellow.
It's something we defined, and we we
have measured
it's a great model. I couldn't come up with one better. But there's so many different possibilities, like your brain in a vat.
I mentioned that. Yeah, I mentioned that. Yes, I mentioned that. The fact that if we win a computer simulation or brain in the vat, I mentioned that. I was assuming. I said earlier, about 2 minutes ago, assuming that what we see in the real world is actual. So we're forgetting all. Therefore, we're dismissing all the brain in the vat, being in a computer simulation, all that stuff, and that what we see is an accurate representation. Our sensors are giving us an accurate representation of the real world. We have measured the size of an atom, and it's not a convention. It's because someone else can have a different convention. It is based upon physical reality. There's no convention about it at all.
Show me the measurement, and maybe I'll believe it. Maybe you can't.
You asking me whether I believe in an atom would be similar to me asking you whether you believe in the Bible.
No, it's not.
Now,
we can go
the Bible exists. Obviously, everybody, we all know, that the Bible exists. But when you ask someone whether they believe in it, are you asking whether they believe that it exists, or that they believe in a bunch of assumed
nothing assumed
meanings that
So we've got evidence. We've got direct evidence that there's a book called the Bible and it exists. Now, obviously, the contents of it makes several claims, but we can't test those claims. So what we can do, though, is test the claims of the size of an atom. We can go and measure it. We can effectively get a ruler out, not literally, but effectively get a ruler out and measure the size of an atom. We can do that. And then come back and I can say to you, here is the size of an atom. We can't do that with the Bible. In the
Rumpus believes force is Rumpus believes force is an actual thing and not just a description. It's hard to talk to him because he's reified everything into reality. He thinks a force is an actual. He thinks time is real, like it's something tangible that you could bend.
Ironically, we don't actually have a Bible. There is not a book called the Bible that exists because there's 1,000 different books that claim to be the Bible. So there is no one Bible.
Okay, well, we can say there's a set of books that claim to be the Bible. We can describe the set.
It's more than 1,000.
We can scrutinize the Bible.
The Holy Bible? The original?
What original?
The original. They still have the original text.
Where?
Yeah, which one? Which one's the original?
Where? Then I don't know. That's what I've heard.
Yeah.
Because the original one is made up of a whole bunch of other people. I'm not even going down that road, but I mean, I believe that they have old ass text. Why wouldn't they? There's different types of Bibles, there's different types of models.
There might not be evidence that they do have it, but you know what? Nobody knows what's in the fucking Vatican archive, so I'd say that's up in the air.
That's just that. In that situation, you have to sort of trust this group of whoever currently put
I'm not saying that it does
of the Bible together.
Sounds like a similar situation we're in, where we're trusting a group of people that have put something together.
Yeah, it basically is. So,
you can go and measure today the size of an atom. Jesus.
No, you can't.
You can go to locations mentioned in the Bible.
We have direct measurements of the size of an atom today.
You got energy measurements, Rumpus. You got frequency measurements. You don't have fucking measurements the way you're trying to describe them.
What makes up an atom? What's an atom made of?
Well, the bit that makes up the size of an atom is the electron cloud.
Yeah, and what are they made of?
We
believe electrons to be fundamental particles that are not made. We don't believe they have any. We don't believe electrons.
We don't think that there's actual electron particles.
We believe the electrons to be a fundamental particle and do not have any other internal structure.
Electrons are energy. You said it right at the very start of that sentence. We believe.
That's what I've been saying this whole time.
That makes it a convention.
He says, "We believe. We believe this.
Yes.
Yeah, which means which means that it's the current latest theory of our understanding of this thing.
And it will be updated. Whether it takes 100 years or 1,000 years, it will be put out of existence.
The size of an atom are incorrect. All measurements of the size of an atom come up with the same value.
Look.
You don't understand your own science, bro. Everything is made worthless eventually in science.
What? We have means of measuring
almost everything is made worthless eventually in science. Almost as we had been advancing, according to y'all's rhetoric, everything is made obsolete in the future. Whether it be 1,000 years, it slowly changes until it's flipped on its head.
They are made more accurate. So, for instance, the Newton's laws of motion, we may increase that accuracy when, for instance, when you think about being in a black hole or moving along the speed of light. But where they apply to being on the Earth, they are perfectly accurate, and they used, for instance, to
they improved on the phlogiston model. And made fucking hydrogen and atoms. No, there are certain. Guess what? Everybody reified phlogiston like it was a real thing. Yeah, there's phlogiston. I can burn it and show you. I can measure it. I can measure the phlogiston in this fucking piece of wood.
No, you can't. No, you can't. That was just a random theory. When we got round to that was before chemistry became as a science. There were these random ideas that people had, and it was only when we got doing proper science on chemistry that obviously we immediately chucked these medieval ideas out the window. But now,
bro, we're never going to quit advancing, bro. Shit's going to always change.
No, we're not going to. For instance, no, we're not. There are things that we've established, and then future science builds on that. So, for instance, the mass of a hydrogen atom is something that we've established now. We've established what water. We've established what water. Excuse me. We've established what water's made of. And those things are not going to change.
No, you haven't, man.
Yes, we have.
Water could be its own element.
No, it couldn't. You
don't know that, man.
Yes, we do know that.
You think you know that. Your science that doesn't prove nothing. Hold on. Your same science that doesn't prove anything. All of a sudden, you have absolute proof of everything.
When we talk about proof, we're talking about whether or not.
Which is it, bro?
No, if you listen to me, I'll answer. When we talk about proof, we're talking about whether we could be a brain in a vat or in a computer simulation. If I say, if you accept that what our senses are giving us a true representation of reality, we know that water is made up of hydrogen and oxygen. We believe that.
But you can't prove it with 100% certainty,
yes,
so don't act like you can.
No, that's the only possibility of the lack of certainty is if you start saying we live in a artificial simulation or we're brains in a vat and it's all made up and we're being fed, our senses are not giving us a true representation of reality. If you accept that our senses are giving us a true representation of reality, we know for a fact that hydrogen and water is made up of hydrogen and oxygen.
You can't add hydrogen and oxygen
everything's a simulation
and make water. Okay, and as soon as you add hydrogen and water together and hydrogen and oxygen together and make water, then we'll talk. But at the same time, you're gonna have to break it down. You're gonna have to break down water into hydrogen and oxygen. You can't do that without an electrolyte, without a conductor. It's all ambiguous. I mean, not ambiguous.
It's just confusing to you, Brian. The people who are experts.
Mother Nature don't like to be pinned down, Rumpus. Mother Nature never lets you pin her down 100%.
You've just made that up. I mean, who cares what your opinion is about nature? The point is, we've established the chemical composition of water. That is a fact.
So no one
who's a chemist disputes this. Just because you're disputing it, Brian, that's from a position of ignorance.
Now, me and you had an argument where you were saying I couldn't prove nothing, 100%. I'm saying if I chop your head off, it's 100% proof you're dead. And now you totally flipped your script because you're defending your model now. Now all of a sudden there is proof.
Try listening to what I'm saying. I keep on qualifying this proof part. If you're prepared to accept that our senses are giving us a true reflection of reality and we're not a brain in a vat or a computer simulation, then these things are proved.
No, they aren't.
Yes, they are.
It'll be updated, bro. Your phlogiston will be fucking... That's in 1,000 years, you're legit.
Yeah, you might as well be talking about
with new shit all the time, man.
Ptolemy's stuff. You're talking about pre-chemistry science.
Bro, in 1,000 years, you're going to be saying, "Well, you might as well be talking about atoms."
No, they will be agreeing about
this. Dude, we will never quit progressing, bro. What are you talking about?
They will be talking about the same atoms we're talking about today in 1,000 years' time.
No, he's 100%
You're like
right.
one of the old English society who's just won't move on. Who just the sun is 1,000,000 miles away. We've measured it. We know it. You know.
We know
phlogiston. We measure phlogiston. Dude, you are one of them old English
that was pre-chemistry.
Who think that we are?
That was just someone who made
know it all.
Up
We don't know
in
shit,
medieval
dude.
times. You know, you don't seem to understand
interrupting him,
applies. Well, I mean, when you start talking about claiming phlogiston as part of science, I mean, it's just ridiculous. That is pre-chemistry, made-up medieval drivel. Just because someone made this
up. There's whole sciences we don't even know about yet, bro. So you think we're just at a peak? We can't advance no more. Everything is going to be outdated eventually, bro.
No, we're not going to outdate the number of what the size of a hydrogen atom is. That's going to be the same for time evermore.
Bro, the whole convention can get flipped on its head with one discovery.
Here. I bet you they will. I bet you they will. No, dude, this is what they do. They say, "Oh, we discovered this new thing, and now, by the way, this is science now." And we came up with this new bullshit the other day, and now we all believe this, by the way. And then everybody says, "Yeah, that's we all go along with that now, pretty much."
Guys, he is right in that the convention of an atom and its size won't change. But the understanding of how it's made up and what it is and how it behaves, that's ever changing.
Right, now there you get onto a point there. So that's why I stuck to the size of an atom. Atoms, the size of a hydrogen atom will be the same for the next eternity. We've now found that out.
Sure,
right,
yeah.
Great.
The size of anything will be the same for eternity.
Right, great. So then don't argue it isn't. There were some claims that we would somehow junk the periodic table. We're not. We found that out, and it's going to remain true for the rest of eternity. That doesn't mean to say we're not advancing.
Yeah, that's right. But it's the deeper stuff. It's the deeper, spooky quantum stuff that we don't know yet.
Correct. That's right. And I didn't make any claims about that. So, for instance, string theory is what we thought will make up things like quarks. Now, we don't know about that yet, but I wasn't talking about. I made a point of not talking about the subatomic stuff. I was talking about something we have measured repeatedly and know, and that's the size of a hydrogen atom.
Your way of thinking, we will never advance, bro. We will never come up with new inventions, bro.
Yes, we will. We'll find out whether
don't interrupt me,
please.
Let me say one thing without you interrupting, Rumpus. One thing without you interrupting. It's that way of thinking that slams science on its brakes, bro. We will never progress as long as you think we have everything figured out. That's how we get stumped for decades, for centuries.
You don't seem to understand. There's things we have now learned, like the size of a hydrogen atom. There are things we don't know. There's still loads we don't know about what makes up a hydrogen atom, whether it's strings. That's to be found out. But that doesn't stop us knowing things we have found out for a fact and measured. That's sorted. You don't seem to understand. You seem to think everything's negotiable. That someone else is going to come with a different measurement
with an open mind.
Dude,
I have got a very open mind, but I do know what we do know.
100% we're sure that there was phlogiston was a thing.
No, we weren't sure. You're making that up.
Trust me, there was a. Hold on, don't interrupt, man. There was a rumpus. 100. Listen, rumpus, fuck. There was a rumpus 100 years ago having a conversation with another Brian saying you're an idiot. Phlogiston is proven. We fucking measured, dude.
No one made that claim.
Yes, they did.
No, yeah, but only idiots who weren't doing. Only idiots like you who weren't doing science. Yes, we had
nobody can talk in here without Rumpus talking over them.
We've got medieval philosophers who may have come up with phlogiston. I can't remember who made it up. But when we did science, i.e., we did experiments and observations, we immediately discovered it was bollocks.
We? Who's we?
Guys, let's think about it like this. In terms, like in the last 20 years or so, we've had Tesla come along, right? Elon, right? He's come along and done all these these amazing leaps forward in rocketry and space and cars and shit, right? Now, what is it? What is it that he's done? Has he actually, created a new science or anything? No. What has he actually done? He's done things that couldn't be done in the past. But what was it? Is it technology and engineering that's come up to a point now where he was able to achieve things that hadn't been achieved before?
Yes, with new materials, better computers, better understanding of how to build an engine, and that's helped him to do stuff that you couldn't have done 20 years ago or in the 60s in the Apollo. We've got more sophisticated
technology. They do it 20 years ago. What was limiting them 20 years ago?
I just told you. We've now got better understanding, for instance, how to build an engine. We've got better materials. So, for instance, we've invented titanium things that we didn't have before. There are better.
Okay, all right. I guess why weren't they able to make those better quality titaniums and so on, whatever, back then?
Because engineering develops. Like saying, why is it we can build a faster, better car?
That's what I'm getting at. The development.
We can't replicate Roman concrete, bro. We can't even replicate Roman concrete, bro.
We have engineering that improves technology. We build things in a better way using new tricks and ideas, and you end up with better technology. I don't understand why that's
there's plenty of things we can't outdo that they did in the past, bro. So you're being stubborn, really, man. Dude, concrete. We cannot fucking make concrete as good as the Romans did. Period. We can't make fucking steel like that one kind of steel fucking from over there in Japan. That's a known fact, dude.
Yeah, they still don't have Greek fire. They still lost that shit as well. Nobody can replicate that.
There's things we can't repeat. How did they gold plate shit?
Dude, they said that they fucking lost the fucking recipe for Greek fire.
They did.
We can't mummify corpses the way they did, Rumpus. There's a lot of shit we can't do that they did, bro.
No, we can't. We can't mummify things the way they could. No, we can't. No, we can't.
No, we can't, Rumpus.
Yes, we can.
No, we can't. Name one body that we've preserved any way, in shape or form, like the Egyptians. Name one person, king, queen, anything.
Well, we haven't tried to.
Are you suggesting formaldehyde is going to be as good of a, what are you suggesting, that we can do what the Egyptians did?
Yes, of course we can.
Chloroform. He's a
fucking
stubborn, bro.
It's been buried for the past 100 years.
You're just a science now. If you think that somehow hundreds of thousands of years ago we knew more about science and things than we do now, I mean, you're just ridiculous.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. I'm a glober, and I don't think that. I just think there's lost technology. There's lost information. Definitely. You know about the Library of Alexandria. You know about Damascus steel. You know about samurai swords. We've lost technology.
No, we haven't.
Greek fire.
That is true.
No, Damascus steel. We know exactly why that works, and we know exactly the tubular structure of the metal is why it works. It's totally understood. We know about samurai steel. The fact they had to use poor quality steel and they had to fold it many times to get to the same quality of steel we had in the West.
Can you point out one thing that you fucking globers don't know? Apparently.
Well, we don't know what makes up a quark, whether strings exist. We don't know that, but we do know the size of a hydrogen atom, and that.
What about ancient construction? Ancient construction techniques. Do we know how to make those statues and how to build?
What's hydrogen look like, Rumpus?
What does hydrogen look like? Well, it looks like basically a sort of cloud of electrons. We've actually got pictures of it.
What's oxygen look like, Rumpus? What's oxygen look like? Because I see right through it.
Yes, that's because there's a big gap between the way you see through it is that light can pass through oxygen because it's not very dense. Light can pass through it. Well, that's what science says. Why do you think that's a problem?
So you measure it with an effect. You show me an effect of something, right?
There are different ways of looking, Brian, and measuring.
Mother Nature will never let you pin her down, Rumpus. Ever.
Who says? You're just making that up. That's
progression. That's progress. That's science.
You've just decided to say that. You want to revel in your ignorance, that science doesn't. Just because you've got a poor view of the way how we expand knowledge doesn't mean the rest of us has to share that what's the word? Not cynical.
Well, maybe you can replicate Roman concrete and we'll both be rich, Rumpus, man. I'll help you.
Yeah,
they didn't even have steel. They got structures still standing there. And they're not even steel reinforced, Rumpus. They're just as strong.
We can, for instance, the technology to get the Syrian steel, Damascus steel that was mentioned a moment ago, we can now, because we can use X-ray diffraction, we can work out the exact structure of that and see how it's done, and using these carbon nanotubules. I think
I just said concrete. I just said the Roman concrete, and it ain't quite as steel reinforced. Almost, man.
I mean, you're making the claim we can't reproduce Roman concrete. I bet you we can. We can.
We can't even come close, bro.
We can. You're just making them up.
Oh my god, you just saying we can, bro. Dude,
you
just
say we can't.
Stubborn, bro. They couldn't for thousands of years.
Be honest, bro. Just say I don't know if you don't know.
In fact, we can now. It may have been difficult. We can now. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So there you go then.
Okay, so we can scan a statue with a mic, with a sophisticated device and see that it's very symmetrical. We can't reproduce it thousands of years ago. We couldn't do it for a couple thousand years. So the technology to create a statue that's perfectly symmetrical, it was lost for thousands of years. Now we can do it today.
So
yeah, tell me how they
megalithic structures out there that are so big that we can't even lift them today.
If they didn't have electricity, how did they gold plate, Rumpus?
We may have advanced technologically, but there may have been sophisticated methods and sophisticated understandings of other methods of construction and things that we've just lost.
Or other types of sciences. I don't know who pointed that out earlier. I think Flat Earth Brian pointed that out earlier. That there could be like
Brian's made two specific claims. One, we can't reproduce Roman concrete, and we also can't. We don't know the procedure they did to gold plate without electricity.
But you got to let people finish their statement, man, before you comment.
Yeah. Don't stick to the easy points.
Well, no, that's a good point. That's a solid point. You see, there's a solid point. Brian's saying that we don't know how they did gold plating. Okay, so I could go away and research that. I'll bet you we can find out.
No, I asked you how. I asked you how.
Yeah,
we don't know.
How. Okay. Well, okay, just because
we probably have a couple guesses, but
the Greeks.
But I'm asking you,
the Greeks
how?
understood electricity. I mean, Greeks invented the word electricity. They invented the word electricity.
No, the Egyptians, man. I asked you, how did the Egyptians gold plate their statues?
When did they do that? What date?
Dude, they bring it around the museums and Ramses
what date? Which particular bit of Egyptian? Are you talking about the Tutankhamun or something?
Why don't
the Egyptian dynasty.
Which date in the Egyptian history?
Ramses the Third.
Did this thing? Sorry?
Ramses.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's go investigate whether the.
But this sucks because gold plating electrolysis, like it's pretty simple and explainable. Like you're just sticking to gold plating.
And also, didn't they just coat those items with liquid gold? They didn't actually electroplate it on. They just
that's what I think. I don't think they electroplated it.
You can't plate it like that. You can't plate.
I don't know how it
like
would stick. Yeah.
There's only one way to gold plate things. Look it up.
Well, okay.
From my understanding.
Okay, give me an example of so you think something in the Ramesses period, there's some gold plating that we don't understand how it's done. Would you like to give me a link to something?
From what I understand, you need a certain amount of current, or you ain't gold plating shit. You can't do it chemically.
So what object do you say?
My knowledge.
Okay, so what object are you claiming is gold plated from the Ramesses period?
His tomb.
Could you give me a link, please, to that?
His casket.
Sorry?
No, not right now.
The casket. Ramesses casket.
I'm just guessing. I'm guessing
can you? If you've got an object you believe that there's an example of something's been gold plated before there was gold plating technology and is therefore done with some magical system, then please give us a link to this object.
No, it's just one of the things I looked into. I was trying to find out how to gold plate shit, and I found out that the only way to do it is you need a certain amount of current. You can't do it like I can spray. Hold on. I can spray copper on hot metal and copper plate shit, and there's different ways to chemically plate shit. But with gold, from what I just researched, is you need a certain amount of current. And I was just wondering, Rumpus, you don't gotta act like you know everything. You could say, I'm not sure.
You make all these unfounded claims. I mean, you get so much wrong.
Just asked a question. That's all I did is ask you a question.
Okay, you've made a claim. You've made a claim that there's a mechanism to do gold plating that we don't understand how it worked. So I need to know this object that you're claiming.
I didn't say that. I said, how did they gold plate shit back in the Egyptian?
Well, you're claiming they're gold plating. Yes, so you're assuming they're gold plating. How do you know they're gold plating? What is an object that's gold plating?
Tell us that if gold plating can only be done with using a current, like a large current, electrical current, then that means they must have had electricity.
But we don't know at the moment. I don't believe they did. We haven't yet established whether they've got a gold-plated object. We just got Brian's research.
Yeah, and how do you verify that an object is gold-plated and not just dipped in gold or something?
Liquid gold. They had a big pot of liquid gold, and they got their cup and they dipped it in there, and it was gold plated. Is that not possible?
Yeah, but that's not gold plating because it's not electrolysis. That's a different process.
That's a coating. That's not a plating.
Rumpus, can I say?
Bandy, that's gold dipping, bro. That's gold dipping.
Okay, then whatever. I didn't know, Travis. Stop pointing at the bloody obvious, as you.
Yeah, that's probably what they did, Bart. Because if they actually gold-plated things, then they must have had electricity to do it.
Well, that's what we need to find out.
As far as we know, they didn't. So
exactly.
I hate for Rumpus to watch.
We need an example. We need an example of what Brian is talking about, so we can then decide whether gold plating happened or not. At the moment, we've got nothing else but Brian's word for this, so therefore we can dismiss it. Until he comes up with an object that is gold plated.
Hold on. Please quit interrupting me, Rumpus. I started with a question, and now he's got me pinned down, bro. So here's the thing, Rumpus, I'd like to see you watch one of them. How did they do it? You know, the mysteries, ancient mysteries of how they did shit. Rumpus would have a fit. Like, no, we know how they did that, or prove they did that. I hate to see Rumpus watch one of them.
So you believe everything you see on the TV. There are so many rubbish documentaries on TV, particularly that sort of stuff. You
don't believe in mysteries, then, do you, Rumpus? You don't believe that you think we discovered it all.
Yeah, no, he thinks we got it all figured out, basically.
No, I don't believe we. I never said that. You just made that up. I do know that we've worked out the size of a hydrogen atom. So, Brian, if you want to make a claim,
can I call you God? Can I call you God?
Brian, if you want to make a claim that the electroplating technology existed before we believe it did, please provide an example of an object that's electroplated.
Hey, yo, real quick, didn't they have the Baghdad battery?
Yeah. Hey, yeah, they did, Isaac. You're correct. What era were you talking about? Brian, because I'm just Googling.
I don't remember, man. I just remember it was on one of the mystery shows, and I was just guessing after that point. But it was on one of the mysteries, like how did they do it? And I looked into it because I was ultra curious about that, and because I got some jewelry and shit, and they said you need current, you know, and then it led to the mysteries, like we don't know how that they gold plated their shit. But
just a quick question, Brian. How did they? Sorry, Brian, how did they verify that the item that they were looking at was actually gold plated and not just gold dipped?
I'm assuming that they still have the shit and it goes around the museums. I'm assuming when they said that they had it.
There we go. This is based on nothing more than what's seen on TV.
That would have been a pivotal piece of information in that documentary, because verifying that an item was actually gold plated and not gold dipped is the most important first step you have to take.
They supposedly had cuts. Hold on, they supposedly had like cuts that were like laser precise, you know. But no, I can't prove any of this. I ain't seen none of this shit myself. I'm just going off the information science is giving me. They're fucking
not science. It's what you saw on a TV program.
Mainstream consensus.
I'd be curious to see what you guys say, like how they built the fucking pyramids and shit back in those days. And well, I'm sure Rumpus has got that all figured out too, though.
How many different explanations for that are there? I mean,
yeah, there's tons of them.
Yeah.
Let's see what.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a historical problem. We obviously can't know what's happened in history everywhere that's happened in history. We know that
we supposedly built a nuclear bomb and couldn't even move the size at that time. We couldn't even move the size fucking monoliths that they fucking created, built and shit. We've literally built a fucking bomb that supposedly could blow up a city, and we can't even move the stones that they fucking moved under torchlight and shit. I mean, the narrative don't add up, bro.
They could have been poured. Needle. They could have been poured, the pyramid stones. That's quite possible.
But I'm referring to like other megaliths. I meant to say megaliths.
Sorry?
How would they pour them?
I meant to say megaliths. I said monoliths, but I meant to say megaliths. Sorry.
Yeah. There's actually a technique, Rams, that if you heat a rock and then cool it, heat it again and then cool it. Like you can actually turn it to like dust. Okay, then so it becomes a powder. And then what you do is then you mix it with water again and crete. Okay, and then you can pour it into a mold, and it sets like exactly the rock it was.
And then you have evidence of that crete or whatever that substance that you're using to bind it together.
Yeah, and
would be evident.
Yes, and I saw something about 10 years ago on this actually, and it actually made me think in regards to the pyramids and this sort of thing, and some of these great marble carvings that we see with the intricacy, like there's many a theory that have been put around, like they had ancient technology, like far advanced technology, frequency, all this type of stuff that has been associated with it. And I thought, well, could it have been as simple as they made a wax cask and they actually poured the rock into these casks? And because the intricacy in which you see in some of these statues, right, it's almost impossible to think that they could carve them with hammer and chisel or pumice stone or with a bit of rock that's coated
but the problem with that,
the only issue with that,
the problem with that, Bandy, though, is that you'd have to make a reverse statue in the cast. You'd have to be even more intricate to get inside and go inside something and be. So I think that's not a very good.
And the other issue too, though, is that if you were pouring big blocks. If you're pouring big blocks in that way, then you'd find that most of the blocks in the construction would all be exactly the same and they'd be all perfectly square, like they wouldn't be slightly odd and stuff, like rocks are.
Well, not necessarily, depending on what instruments they had to, say, saw lumber. Right, that might have been fairly rough, and also too, you've got things like erosion and stuff that have taken over a period of time as well. All these things are possibilities. I'm not saying they're fact at all, Rams. I'm not claiming.
Yeah, of course.
I'm just saying this to me seems like a logical kind of explanation.
A possible explanation. Yeah. For me, one of the.
Yeah,
for me, one of the most amazing. I think one of the most amazing megaliths are some of those structures in South America, up in the mountains. That one where the rocks are all they're all odd shaped, but they're all fit so tightly together you can't even fit a razor blade between them.
Exactly.
That's and they found that those rocks were mined from somewhere that was miles away because there's no rocks like that in that area. So, it's just amazing. Some of those structures in South America.
Yeah.
There's one called a doorway or something, where it's like a door sort of cut into this rock, and it's cut so perfectly that it's just, and it could only have been cut, that it's fucking mysterious, man. It's one of those things that's just amazing.
It's almost like it's extremely what do you call it? Extremely well, in the craft of masons, Freemasonry.
Well, I think that's a rather recent phenomena, the Freemasons. Personally, myself.
Oh, stonemasons. Stonemasonry was
stonemasons, and their techniques have existed for thousands of years.
No, definitely stonemasons. I'm not going to disagree there, but Freemasons, I don't think go back that far.
It's the same type of shit, man, just under a different name.
Well, Freemasons were just a bunch of stonemasons, right? That just came together.
They're the ones that built all of the quote-unquote cathedrals. They have a bunch of ancient structures and stuff that are built insanely precise and, shit that you would think would be impossible and stuff like that. I don't know.
But it is interesting to think about how they may have done these things and what processes and stuff. Like they've tried to demonstrate, like, how they split rocks and stuff, which they still use these techniques today. Drilling hundreds of little holes and driving wedges into them all the way along. Through the middle of a rock, and just with that application of pressure. Being able to split gigantic rocks, far more efficiently than any machine can do. Just with a sledgehammer and a few wedges. It's quite incredible, really, what they can do. And also too the accuracy at which they can make those cuts using a sledgehammer and a couple of wedges. They can control the crack exactly where they want it to go. Bizarre. Well, not bizarre. It's quite brilliant, really. But the simplicity of it.
Oh yeah.
Rumpus said that we could probably reproduce Roman concrete, and we could look at it under a microscope and blah blah blah. And you keep asking for evidence, like, of gold plating and all these things. And is there any evidence that we can reproduce Roman concrete today? Like,
also,
can you send me a link?
They've been trying for decades.
And Brian, I should point out as well that you posted, something about the Egyptians actually being able to do electroplating in there. So, to act like that isn't a claim that they're making is, just kind of bullshit.
Yes, they're mainstream science that they like to flip flop around on. But I like to ask Rumpus, how's the pillars of Delhi? How's the big giant copper pillar of Delhi not rust to this day? It doesn't rust. We can't do that.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about that shit. Like I remember that, like seeing something like that like a while ago. And there's a lot of very interesting things, like Stonehenge and. Just very interesting things, that apparently shouldn't happen, but, people, they still did it. They still fucking did it.
And Rumpus said it with confidence that we could probably reproduce Roman concrete. And then you go Google it and we cannot reproduce it. He just kind of says that. He just says it.
That's what I do. I mean, arguing with me, that's what I do.
And the whole time he was just talking over everybody. Basically, like stopping people before they were even like done asking their questions and just interrupting them the whole time, not letting anybody talk when there's like fucking 8 people in here.
Oh,
yeah, that's a good method one-on-one. If you know what somebody's going to say and you could go back and forth. But yeah, with other people trying to get points out, that's a bad tactic.
Yeah, like check out those photos I just popped up in the chat. Like, how the fuck did they do that?
This is what I mean. They have ancient stonemasons that were they had ancient tactics and certain math that they were aware of before anybody else. And so they figured out how to do this shit. And so they would make displays
is it like modern archaeologists say? Was it just a hammer and a chisel and they were just that fucking good?
I doubt it. I fucking doubt it. But all I'm going to say is, as far as I see these ancient structures and stuff, it's really just like them showing like how fucking like, and like, what do you call it? Technologically advanced they are, rather. It's basically them just showing off what they can do, right? And they have like these massive, some massive buildings and shit, or stuff like, you just posted there with all of these extremely precise rocks, put in together and everything. And it's very questionable. But I think it's just ancient stonemasons that had shit figured out way before anybody else did.
But that's what I'm trying to get at. Is like, what was it that they knew that we don't today, or didn't they know anything that we don't know today? They just had a way of doing things, that.
If you're, it depends on how into conspiracies you are. But sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
I was just going to say, I'm going to step out on a farther limb. I've said this before, but I mean, if you think about it in terms of compare and contrast, like if you had a plant, a biological plant that you fed toxic food, right? That plant would live, but it would die sooner than it should have, than if you had fed it actually organic, pure food. It would have lived much, much longer. Okay, so think about what I'm about to say.
How do you know? How do you know that?
Okay, so
that's fair. That's fair to say.
Listen, okay, wait, hold on. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Okay, so I have two plants. One I feed with non-contaminated.
No, I'm saying what you said was fair, Travis. Let's hear you out. The rest of what you had to say. What you said was fair.
Okay, thank you. I've got a friend who has been treating himself for cancer for the past 4 years. Okay, so he's eradicated his own cancer. He's now living a raw, meat-free life where he only eats raw food, right? Not raw meat, but raw vegetables, raw plants, all that kind of stuff, okay? When I talk to him, he's like, I've never been more hydrated in my entire life. People comment on my appearance all the time. So his whole thing that he's working on right now, right? He's documenting everything that he's doing. But his postulation is like, he said this, like, think about if you would, instead of eating toxic, contaminated food, how much longer when people get 90, man, they're all wrinkly. Not if they ate the way that they should have. So if we had longer lives back then, and we weren't so consumed with working and playing and all of the stuff that we're distracted by today, if we had the time to work on all of this shit, we would be able to figure this out, right? But we don't live in that world anymore. We don't live that long, and we are consumed with working and paying bills. We cannot, all the stuff that we're thinking about right now, man, these guys had time back then to figure this shit out.
What period of history are you talking about? What period of history What period of history are we talking about? Or prehistory?
Long time ago, bro. I mean,
the whole part. Yeah, no, he's right. Yeah, they had a long ass fucking time to figure this shit out. He's right.
So I'm just trying to find out when we're talking about what period of history.
Right. Okay, look. If you look at all of the flat Earth alternative history stuff, we're saying like 200 or 300 years ago, shit changed, right? So if they figured out in a certain way how to, like the Industrial Revolution and all that shit, all of that toxicity and poison that became introduced into our environment took us on a fucking downward spiral. Like it didn't take too long to start dying faster.
No, they knew it from the start for sure.
Yeah, but
an agrarian lifestyle doesn't leave a lot of.
They live.
No, everything they do is by design. Everything.
An agrarian lifestyle does not leave a lot of time for experimentation and thinking.
When you say live much, much longer, Travis, like what are you talking about much, much longer? Do we live to 120, 150, this sort of thing? Because, I'm kind of gathering back then, life wasn't all that easy either. You had a very physical life. You were basically fending for yourself, living off the land. It was, labor intensive. Most people know.
Fall and break your leg, and you might die.
Exactly. Most people know that if you have a physical job, right, when you get older, you look at concreters and carpenters and plumbers, and stuff, these sorts of things. When they get older, their knees are stuffed, their backs are rooted.
No, man, you're mixing. Yeah, but you're mixing your concept right now, because think about what I said about my friend. My friend said that he doesn't drink water, right? He doesn't drink any water. He gets all of his hydration from plants. Okay, he's never been more hydrated in his life, so he says. So he's documenting. You're not going to have arthritis. Your joints are going to be well lubed. Your muscles aren't going to get stressed and strained and all that shit because you're eating magnesium, you're eating potassium to, plentiful. Like, it's all natural. It's not manufactured. You don't have to pasteurize fucking milk and kill everything in it, and then put artificial shit back in that you just killed. Like all this shit that we do, man, is absolutely insane. So here,
I would just say. I'd just say that there'd be an issue with that because I could probably find someone out there in the world that has been eating all the crap that you say is crap out there and doesn't have any of those ailments and live till 85, 90 years old and die of something in their sleep, and they even smoke cigarettes.
To be fair, though, that's like the exception rather than the most people.
Well, I don't know that it is, because why does one person get lung cancer and another person doesn't? Somebody can smoke their whole lives and never get lung cancer and maybe die of something else. Whereas
that's true. So, and you know what? I've actually become very skeptical of diseases in my whole search for truth. People talk about like, oh, you can like catch a disease from people, like, catch like, a sickness, or like, you can just fucking get cancer and, it fucking kills you basically. Like, I don't entirely understand how the whole fucking disease thing works.
I'm still trying to work out when this golden age was that people lived a lot longer, because, in my experience and my knowledge, that's not the case.
Doesn't all that come from the Noah times? People that believe, they lived till like 900 years old back then.
Yeah, but the problem with
Methuselah, Lamech, etc.
Just real quick, the problem with that is, in my opinion, and I used to be a literalist in terms of understanding the Bible, which I am no longer. Those lifelong spans are celestial durations. So if you look up those lifelong spans and compare them to ancient Near East understanding of the pattern of the sky, each of those numbers matches. Like, I'm just going to say, for instance, Orion. If one of these kings lived to be 777 years old, that's Orion's transit time. So they were all paired up. Those are not literal years. The Bible is not literal.
Respect for that. I agree with you. And I think that's not a bad, because there are a number of different theories about the aging system, and a lot of it goes back to people not understanding the difference between bases and the allegorical meaning of some of that things. You can look at the Sumerian king lists as well for a similar sort of thing.
So then where's the evidence that people used to live a lot longer? Because all the evidence we have these days is that people are living longer today because of modern medicine and modern...
It's not that they're actually living longer, like, depending on where you are. Like, if you're in the States, the life expectancy, despite all of the technology that we have now, and despite the fact that, even if you have to pay for the healthcare in the States is supposed to still be the best. And despite all of that, you actually have a lower life expectancy, so...
Yeah, you kind of get the age you can have, a lot of, again, we talk about biases and chance and shit, exclude all that. You kind of get the lifespan you can afford in America, which is one of the issues I have with it. But I think, again, for me, one of the issues with saying that is the most common form of people dying wasn't things like the Black Death or plague or whatever. It was rotten teeth was the biggest thing. Abscesses leading to septicemia and blood poisoning.
Did people get that many rotten teeth back in the days, though? Because a lot of the fucking teeth rotting and shit nowadays comes from fucking the garbage that we eat, man. It's the garbage that we eat. So did our teeth really get that fucked back in the days? I don't know.
Because we used them as a tool. So using teeth, seriously, teeth were used like a tool. So they used to hold things. Like rope making, for instance.
You get me, man.
But there's people.
That's a fair point, but like, I guess it depends on how far back you're going and like which.
Not that far.
There's Aboriginals with great teeth.
Sorry.
They used roots and things to brush. They have great teeth, better than any British person.
Ooh,
oh, really?
Closer.
Yeah. There's islands in the middle of nowhere where the natives have better teeth than we have.
Yeah, this is what I've been saying, right? Like, maybe you have like some of those workers, that fuck their teeth like that, but like, if you're eating off of the natural lands, off of natural foods,
Fiber,
your teeth do not get fucked like that. No.
Yeah, we're talking about
even if you drink Coke and eat all the shit we have today, if you brush your teeth like once or twice a day, like most people in modern days do, then it doesn't really matter all that sugar and whatever crap that you're drinking and eating, because you wash them, you clean them.
It doesn't, but those people don't even fucking brush their teeth, man. They got perfect teeth.
Listen, I'm just going to be honest real quick, okay? So, for the past 4 years, ever since I really took this turn into thinking differently, I've changed my diet off and on, and I've gone back and forth, blah blah blah. But I don't eat sugar, any of that stuff. But I rarely brush my teeth. Okay, rarely.
Yeah.
And the worst thing that you're probably going to smell is coffee, because I drink coffee like crazy. But my point is like in 4 years. But even before then, I never went to the dentist. I don't have any cavities. But before
exactly.
that, so 5 years ago and before that, I was like, brush every day, floss. But after that, anyway, my point is that, the stuff that we've been presented with, we have to just simply rethink everything.
Exactly. And you can't take anything that they fucking put in front of you and take it as they fucking tell you it is. You have to individually look at everything and confirm it for yourself.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm talking about knowledge and experience. I mean, the thing I've got a problem with, again, one of the things that got people problems was wisdom teeth. So that was another issue that you had coming through. So using your teeth as a tool, the growth of wisdom teeth. And it's really interesting, because if you go to Mesoamerica, fun enough, where Saxihuanas, you see a lot. There's quite a large percentage of Mesoamericans that don't form wisdom teeth.
Druss, what do you mean? What do you mean by using your teeth as tools? I don't get that. And you're not talking about using them as a wrench, are you?
No. It's things like you'd use them to hold stuff. You'd use them to chew stuff. When you're dealing with a lot of fibrous natural materials like tubers, a lot of those tubers were poisonous, so you'd actually chew them and spit them out. They're quite rough and hard. When we started making flour, for instance, flour was pretty shitty back in the day and used to contain quite a lot of grit from the grinding process. That was another thing that caused teeth wear. So there's lots of different factors that cause teeth wear. But yeah, we used to use our teeth as tools a lot more than we do now.
To crack open nuts.
Not really that kind of shit.
No, you would not.
Well, today we drink like acid level Coke, acid.
Literally, I have one in my fucking fridge right now that I'll probably drink soon.
Your stomach acid is the only thing that can digest that.
Exactly.
Well, one of the funny things is one of the worst fruits to eat that we eat a lot of is oranges. Oranges are very acidic, and actually that will cause bad tooth decay as well. So there's a lot of sugars and fruits that cause teeth problems. So again, if you've got a more of a roughage diet, then that's better than more of a fructose diet.
Yeah, foolish. One of my front teeth, I tend to work with one of my my front incisors when I'm eating sunflower seeds. And from doing that for years, I've actually worn down that one tooth just a little bit. It's like a half a millimeter shorter than the other tooth when they used to be even.
Yeah, whatever. Show us this measurement that you have. Come on, man.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
I
want unedited video of you doing that just to prove it. Over 20 years, please.
Half a millimeter. Come on.
But I mean, again, teeth were one of the big things. Were one of the biggest killers, and we can see that from the abscesses that we find in skeletal corpses.
Yeah, but you don't have a cause for that. You just have what you see, but you don't know what caused it.
And you constantly put friction on one surface; it never wears out.
No, I didn't say that. That's what you ballers do with stupidity. You make these non sequitur leaps of stupid logic. It's not what I said.
We observed the teeth wear. We observed the malformed
Show me the fucking I choose sunflower seeds too. Show me the fact that when you first started noticing, that's like a 16th of a millimeter smaller. I better start watching myself here. Change over to the other side of my mouth.
True that.
Also, I think I'm gonna head out for the night, guys. It's actually fucking. Well, it's early as fuck for me, but I've been up all night, so honestly, I should probably try and fucking go to bed. But it was a fun discussion with all of y'all guys. It was very nice talking to everybody on here. I know I've been fucking stupid as fuck tonight, but
that's cool. Have a good one, man.
No, you nailed it, dude. You added some great content.
All right, Jack. Thanks for coming around. I'm glad I sent you the invite.
Yeah, thank you as well. I'll definitely come around here again and listen and maybe like share some of my own points later on for sure. But yeah, it was great seeing you guys. But yeah, I'll see you guys later.
Cool as you, mate.
It only ever gets as idiotic as the idiots we have in here.
Amen to that.
No, yeah, really, it's as good as the conversation we bring. It's as good as the people we have.
Yeah, I think it's when we actually address arguments rather than just attack each other. Try and poison the well by setting up false narratives. That bugs me.
But Bandsaw, so my friend though, if you're still there, he's his claim is that he will be at least 140 looking 25. Now, if you think about this though, I mean think about it really. I'm looking at a truck yard of tractor trailers. Those things will never die as long as you don't kill them, right? And so when your belt wears out, you change it over, right? You keep it lubed, you keep the fluids up, all this shit. That truck will run forever. Now,
no, the engine will wear out.
Okay, now the fact that our bodies regenerate on a molecular level, so that in 7 years, what do they say? You're not the same person you were, right? Because everything's been changed out.
Yep.
Now, if your body is created to do that, and you just simply eat what you're supposed to, why would you die? Unless you were killed. Hold on. Unless you were killed by a predator, and your body is all it needs is the sustenance and fuel. Why would it die? Why?
So give me an example in history where this has borne fruit.
Okay, listen. This is called a thought experiment, right? We're thinking out loud, right? I don't live in a world. Now you're just like my PhD left-wing nutso Biden loving vaccination taking person. When I talk about anarchy, hold on. When I talk about anarchy, she's like, show me a society that's run by pure anarchists. I'm like, look, we don't live in that world. I'm telling you to think outside the box.
Cool. So it's a what-if scenario, rather than what you said, that people in history lived longer than we do now because they ate the right things. So I was just carrying on the conversation from what you said. One, I'm not left-wing. Two, I don't vote for Biden. Three, I think generally vaccines are a good thing, but I'm a little bit suspicious at times about them. I think that was about all the points
this is a
trying to poison the world
right
with me on.
Yeah, you're missing the point.
So, again, I'm just going back to what you said. I'm not yelling. So I just went back to what you said on that point. Now, if you want to do a thought experiment, then I'm happy with that. But I was just really restating my point.
Yeah, and if we understand, just real quick, if we understand that history that has been presented to us is a lie, why do we not think that they? But every once in a while you have these texts that was like, what are they telling us? Like So there are certain things that sneak through the cracks. Like they can't eliminate everything, but I'm pretty sure that they have eliminated a lot of stuff that if we knew about it, we'd be like, holy yeah.
So it's funny you should mention that diet, and this friend of yours has completely taken meat out of his diet. I think you said, Travis. See, I know personally people that are pure carnivores. When I say pure carnivores, they eat nothing but meat, no vegetables, no fruit. They eat a few eggs, a few bits of pieces, but it's pure meat, right? Both cooked and raw, right? And they swear by the same sort of ethos that you're just saying now. But they do drink water, right? They've taken all sugars and salt and all that sort of stuff out of their diet as well. But they're pure carnivores, okay? And they swear by a similar sort of thing, that by being a pure carnivore, that it does have some sort of regenerative kind of factor to it, and you will live not necessarily longer, but the life you'll have will definitely be stronger and healthier for as long as you.
They tried that in the Navy, right? They tried that in the Navy, and motherfuckers were dying and shit. And so what they did is they started bringing limes on board because they figured out scurvy was killing them from not eating fruits and vegetables and shit. So they even nicknamed them limeys, motherfuckers in the Navy, because they fucking. They had to eat limes because they tried the carnivorous diet and motherfuckers were dying.
No, Brian, that wasn't a meat diet. That was actually mainly a grain diet, and that was part of the problem. Fish doesn't give you too much, but red meat is pretty good in a whole load of shit. But they weren't feeding people red meat on board ship. Biscuits is what you got mainly, and stuff to go with it.
Crap. You got crap.
Yeah,
basically. Because crap was all that would last, really, for those long voyages.
Oh, and maybe a little bit of insect stuff inside the biscuit for extra protein.
Yeah,
well, if you think about it, right? If we didn't live in an industrial, commercial environment, if all we had to do was grow our own food, there's no reason why I would have 20 acres of different crops. Right, there's no reason. So we've been living in a world where commercialism has changed people who have had land into industrial farm slaves, right? Because they have to produce these things because we're dependent upon money now. But if we all were 200 years ago and all we had was a couple of acres, we wouldn't need that much. We wouldn't need that much space. We could grow and sustain ourselves on a very small plot of land, and we wouldn't be breaking our backs, right? Because once you start your garden, it's just a matter of upkeep and rotation. I mean, sure, you're going to break your back for the
something really interesting for you to look into, and this is a positive statement supporting what you're saying. So not having go. Have you looked into permaculture?
Yeah, permaculture is a bomb. All natural.
Yeah,
right. Yeah. Aquaponics, all that shit. You know what I mean?
No. Permaculture is about the relationships between different crops that you grow.
Yeah.
Because obviously some strip out nitrogen, some strip out phosphorus, some can be used as adders, some as subtractors. And it's about creating that soil balance.
Yeah.
You do it at the same time, so you don't have to do crop rotation. It's a bit like the common one is people who grow potatoes and tomatoes together.
Yeah.
On a smaller scale, it is about crop rotation, but also to planting complementary plants. So this particular year, you'll have your potatoes in that particular garden bed over there, and you'll have tomatoes there, your zucchinis there, your strawberries here, and it's all natural. All that sort of stuff. You have chickens and whatnot roaming around, or ducks, whatever the case may be, plucking away, shitting away, and whatnot. Because if you just have the same plants in the same soil all the time, it does strip them. You don't get healthy plants whatsoever. Permaculture is about crop rotation and planting complementary plants that actually complement the soil.
Lovely link to the Permaculture Association in there. I'm a bit of a fan of this stuff.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I'm 100%. I had 2 acres of permaculture thing. I was heavily into it. So
no shit. That's
yeah,
cool.
most definitely. Yeah, 2 acres, and I was self-sufficient.
Yeah, and that's why you have. That's why if you don't want your stuff scraped up lots, ducks are better than chickens because ducks go and shit everywhere and also spread a lot of stuff around. Chickens are great for scratching in, especially if you've got bad soil.
Yeah,
because they'll turn it over.
We had a huge big orchard, and I built a fence around it. I got a custom built net to go over the whole thing of it to keep the birds away.
Yep.
So all the fruit.
I turned my fruit net into a chicken coop in the end.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, well, we've got lots of foxes over here.
Okay.
Yeah, and they were literally breaking into the chicken coops.
Yeah.
So,
well, see, I reckon that's going to be a big part of our future. Instead of more centralized production of food, especially, it'll be more localized production. Like in my suburb or the suburbs around me, you know, surely we could produce all the tomatoes and cucumbers and potato and all sorts of things just in our own local area, you know?
I practice what I call food miles, which is I look to where my stuff's coming from. I try and eat fruit in season. Don't always do it, but I try. I buy my meat locally. I buy my bread locally. Most of the bread actually I make myself. Not so much anymore, but I buy from a local bakers. I buy from a local greengrocers that gets its veg locally. And I use the supermarket for the shit that I really have to and don't have much choice.
Well, I remember seeing a story a few weeks back. One of the big retailers here in Australia, Harvey Norman, he started this facility that grows Lebanese cucumbers, and it's vertical farming.
Yeah.
And it's inside this big shed that's about 10 meters tall inside, and there's just row after row after row of 10-meter tall say walls that have just Lebanese cucumbers growing all over them, and they use like 10% of the amount of water that they'd use, you know, in a normal situation, and it's just awesome. It's just perfect. Huge production, small footprint.
You don't really need a great deal of land, Rams, to be self-sufficient.
No, that's right.
On a quarter of an acre, you can be very, very, very self-sufficient.
Yeah, the problem I have with that is when you get a stink bug infestation and it wipes out your let's say one of your crops you were counting on for winter, or a little plant virus that is going around. You know, it does happen. Blights do happen. What do? I mean, you're dead. Have a nice day.
you have
supplemental.
You have preservation, right? You've got canning and jarring. You got stuff on the shelf that you've your surplus. Your surplus that you can't eat, right? You're not going to throw that shit away. You're going to find out, how can I preserve this? How can I make this last?
We still have stuff in the cupboard, preserves that we brought from Victoria over here that we still use. You know,
I remember eating the last of my grandmother's jam and pickle, and that was probably about 12 years after I died.
A couple of jars of preserves is not exactly what you're surviving on. If you're growing your crops and you're spending like all your day cropping, you're going to supply a little bit more than you need. You got to do that for several years before you get a backlog that can survive a major outage, a drought, or whatever.
Right. So how often do droughts happen? Right. So you could have had 5 years of plenty. So I mean, you can create any scenario you want, Moyak. drought, pestilence, whatever you want, but the point that we're making, I think is that, again, we're thinking about life outside of the life that we have been in for the past 50 to 60 years.
Thinking about day-to-day living, not the next pandemic.
Well, that's the other advantage of, say, like these indoor vertical farms, is that you can control everything. So the chances of having a failed crop are almost zero.
Yeah,
if not zero.
Get your environment.
But that's not exactly something you're doing at your house.
No. This would be something obviously you'd do on a community level, where you'd have one group of people in a warehouse that grow tomatoes, and one that does cucumbers, and one that does, you'd have a person for every, fruit or vegetable that you need to grow.
Yeah, that's the other problem. Is trying to grow any kind of diversity on your property, like in the quarter acre scenario that people are describing. You can't make a survivable mixture of crops, I don't think.
Yeah.
Well, you need your neighbors.
Yeah, you can. You can quite easily.
No, really. Okay, what are the? Tell me the crops you need to survive.
You could, but it would be a lot of work. That's the thing. Like, that's why we live as a community, and we have one person that learns how to fix cars, so that I don't have to learn how to fix cars, wire houses, do all sorts of plumbing.
It really is. The gardening, it doesn't take all day to grow crops. I've got a bunch of shit.
I don't have time to learn how to do everything that I need.
But
the more you learn,
grow stuff and have your own meat on a quarter of an acre quite easily, and be pretty self-sufficient.
You can do that and also go buy potatoes from the store. So it's just supplemental to your overall spending. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, supplementing is great. I got a garden. I'm not against gardening.
Yeah.
One of my favorite things to do is on a Sunday go down to the local markets. And that's where I get all my fruit and veg. It's usually way cheaper than the supermarkets. It comes from somewhere local, and it's good quality.
Do you notice, Rams, when you go down to your local farmers market, right, and you buy your fruit and veg down there, how long it lasts compared to the stuff that you buy in the supermarket?
Oh yeah.
It rots away in a couple of hours.
Oh. It's crazy. It's crazy how quickly fruit and veg will go off the supermarket book for mass-produced crap.
Trying to release this trailer and it won't.
Yeah, no. If you want your bell peppers to last 3 weeks on your counter, you're gonna have to spray them down with a little wax or something to coat them.
I remember last week I picked up some bananas, and I grabbed a bunch of ladyfinger bananas, and it's been a while since I had a ladyfinger, and I just couldn't believe how much more flavorful they were than.
Hey Zoop, go on mute. You got a hot mic, man.
Zoop?
Oh, sorry, bro. Tripping.
Yeah, I was just saying how much more flavorful the little ladyfinger bananas were from the markets compared to the Cavendish bananas they sell in the supermarkets that are just so bland in comparison. I was amazed. They were delicious. It tasted like banana, obviously, but it was just so much more banana-y.
It's like having a party in your mouth when you bit into that thing. I know what you're talking about. It's like seriously. It's just like, no way. I remember when bananas used to taste like this.
Yeah, that's right.
I grew up on my well, I didn't grow up there, but visiting my grandmother up in the foothills of Santa Paula, and we just sold the property. It's gone now. It's not in the family anymore. But those tangerines that were there Man, that was like just drinking liquid gold. It was, and when I was back east, I'd have my mom send me a care package. Just she would box up as much as she could and send it to me. And people that I would give them to, I would say, have you ever had a tangerine? They're like, yeah. I'm like, try this. And they would just look at me after they took their bite. They're like, holy fuck. There's some stuff out there when it comes from a particular region or whatever, man, is just like, I raised my kids on as little candy as possible, but that's what I called fruit. I said, you want some of God's candy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's nature's dessert. Nice piece of fruit.
Speaking of blights, here's whatever's got my cucumbers this year is just fucking them over.
You get some stinky bug there, do you, Moyoc?
Yeah, I don't know if that's what causes it. I noticed that usually the plants start to have trouble when the stink bugs show up.
Yeah.
Don't know enough about it to know if they're the cause. But so far I've got one cucumber the size of a dill pickle. Out of this whole damn bush.
That's depressing.
Isn't that?
I've had cucumber. I had like cucumber poisoning for a while. My first crop that I had like a couple of years ago. Oh man, these cucumbers were coming out of here like a machine gun. It's like, God damn, what the hell do you do with all these fucking things?
Turn them into pickles. Relish.
I don't have the storage for all that shit. Just to jar up everything. I could, but give up space that I want to use for other things.
Well, I remember being in the supermarket just the other day and seeing the tomatoes were like $10 or $12 a kilo.
What?
And I just thought, what the fuck?
Tomatoes are the easiest thing to grow in the world.
Yeah.
They really are. They are the easiest thing.
That's right.
We generally grow about anywhere between a dozen and 15 tomato plants, and we do all our pasta sauce and all that sort of stuff. We make a big day of it, cook it all up.
Yeah, nice.
Preserve it, and the taste is just unbelievable. My wife, she'll preserve tomatoes as well, like whole tomatoes, quarter tomatoes.
Nice.
She preserves it, so then when you want to have a pasta sauce, right, she'll just get like a jar of those, just pour that in, so you've got all this chunky tomato as well as the tomato sauce.
Oh, yeah.
Well. Yeah, it's the way to go.
Yeah, do you have a sun dry some as well?
Yeah. Or,
nice. Yeah.
Well, we've got a what do you call it? A air dryer. She bought an air dryer.
Oh yeah.
And bought one of those, so she does that as well.
Nice. Yeah.
Which is really good. So use the sun dried tomatoes on rolls, sun dried tomato and cheese and some salami or ham or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, nice.
It's the only thing you can't really be self-sufficient with, I suppose, is things like flour, rice, sugar, these sorts of things, which does take a great deal of land. To do, I definitely agree there. But
what about sweet potato and potato? Are they easy to grow a lot of?
Easy as, and you can, and the beauty thing about potatoes and stuff, the more you kind of build them up, so they'll grow and they'll pop up out of the ground a little bit. You get a bit more soil or a bit more hay, and they grow a bit taller. A bit more soil, a bit more hay, they grow a bit taller, and they just put out all their little tubulars. And they just you get so many potatoes, you don't know what to do with them. I swear to God, you've got to give them away. It's crazy.
Oh, mate, sweet potato. I just have a thing for sweet potato. I fucking love it. I roast it in the oven with a little bit of oil and salt. Oh,
yeah,
potato mash. Oh,
I love it, mate. Yes, I'd love to grow that shit. I'd go through it all the time because it's like $4 or $5 a kilo as well down shops, you know. And
easy to grow, Rams. It's so simple. It's not funny. And you can do a lot of these things too in a very small space. A lot of these things you can grow vertically and stuff, like the potatoes or whatnot. They're a bit more difficult, but your tomatoes and stuff like that, you can grow them vertically, right? You can have trellises and stuff that you can hook up these racks. All right, as they grow, you pull them up and up and up, and they go higher and higher and higher and higher. You can do all these sorts of things. You just got to think outside the box a little bit and maximize your space that you actually do have.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been growing cucumbers up for a long time. Those things climb great.
Yeah.
Are those Lebanese cucumbers, or are they the continental, the bigger one, longer ones?
Mine are typically like kind of fat and maybe 8 inches.
Oh yeah,
that's what she said. And anyway,
I love the little Lebanese ones, and now they're even making these little baby ones that they sell as well.
He said I got a gherkin.
Yeah. Gherkin, dill.
Yeah, he said I have a gherkin.
That's gold.
That's her problem, not mine.
Exactly.
With tomatoes, Bandsaw, would you produce more volume if you were to grow the little grape-sized ones, or like which type actually puts out the most sort of raw product?
I think the big ones.
Yeah, the Roma ones, the bigger ones are definitely better bang for your buck, especially if you're looking to make sauces or preserve them, that sort of thing. So,
go ahead and peel yourself a million grape tomatoes for a sauce. Although that would be an awesome fucking sauce. Grape tomato sauce.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
Because often those little grape tomatoes are really full of flavor too. Like they got that really nice, strong flavor.
Tomato. They're my favorite tomato.
We have because we've got pot plants all around the house as well, and we've got a couple of the grape tomato plants, like in pot plants. So basically our motto is, if you can't eat it, you don't grow it, because we're on tank water here too, so water's very precious, right? We're not going to waste it willy-nilly on flowers and trees and stuff. So if you can't eat it, you don't grow it. That's the motto here. So what a person might put in a pot plant, we put things like cherry tomatoes or dwarf limes and these sorts of things.
I just had another problem in my garden. It's been like really dry here. I've been watering a little bit, but then we got like 3 days of rain. My squash started exploding.
Oh, I can't stand squash, Mark. Can't stand it.
You're wrong. Your personal taste is incorrect.
Oh, it's so bland and nothing.
You don't just eat the squash. You make something with it. It's like rice is shit, but rice is one of the best foods ever.
Yeah, I know.
Put some butter on that shit, some salt, and all of a sudden you got a gourmet meal.
That's what my wife says. And, we have squash. And Brussels sprouts, I absolutely hate them. I detest them. And yet she cooks them up.
They got a unique flavor.
Yeah, puts them on my plate. But the way she cooks them up, like she cooks them up in bacon fat and garlic and whatnot. And I tell you what, and she quarters them and whatnot. And they are pretty yummy.
I'll tell you the one vegetable or fruit. I don't know if it's a vegetable or a fruit, but there's no way you can prepare it to make it taste good. And that's okra beans.
Oh,
Have you ever tried an okra bean? They're like furry on the outside and
velvet.
Oh, they're just disgusting. They're horrible.
Not disgusting. You're wrong.
You're just wrong.
What do you do with them to make them taste good?
They're not a taste. Their taste is fine. They've got a very unique texture. Between the fur and the boogers.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are a they are unique.
Yeah, there might be a way to prepare them that I might like, but I've never had that.
I dehydrate a bunch of them and I eat them like just snacks straight up. You know, salt them and put them in a bag. They're like potato chips. Let's see. Yeah, picture my okra coming right now. They're prolific too. I mean, you plant okra, you can't do anything wrong with the okra. That shit's gonna produce. Here comes the okra. Look at this pod. This is a giant pod of good boogers.
Look at that. Nice.
Okra grows like a tree.
You guys ever grow pineapple?
No, never.
You can just,
where can you grow it? I thought they were tropical.
When you get it, well, I mean, if you get a greenhouse or somewhere good, but check it. If you take the top of your, like, let's say you get a pineapple and you chop the top off and bury it, that'll grow into a new pineapple.
Oh, cloning.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, they're a cool crop, pineapple, eh?
Yeah, pretty cool.
Pineapple on pizza. Yum.
Oh, mate, just chop up pineapple into, diced pieces, sprinkle a little bit of sugar on them. Oh, yeah. Mate, lovely.
Ho, sugar on pineapple?
Yeah. Yeah, and you give it a few minutes, and the sugar reacts with the acids, and it just takes that acidy sort of taste away a little bit, and just makes it a little bit sweeter, which is really nice.
A pineapple, like when it's ripe, that's about as sweet gets.
Right?
Sometimes they're not so sweet.
That's true, I suppose. It's almost like a grapefruit. Grapefruit, I like putting a little bit of sugar on. That's cool.
Grapefruit, I put a lot of sugar on. Yeah. A lot.
It was amazing though when I prepared a bowl of pineapple, just chopped into dices, probably half an inch by half an inch, and I sprinkled some sugar over it, and I left it for 10 minutes or something. I'd come back and half the bowl was full of liquid. Mm-hmm. So the sugar just reacts crazily with the acid in there and just pulls all the moisture out of it. I don't know. It just had this big pool of liquid at the bottom of the bowl, like halfway up.
Strawberries and sugar are awesome.
Yeah,
gooey goodness.
Yeah, strawberries with like some fresh cream. Fuck, bro.
Oh yeah.
Vanilla bean whipped cream. Oh yeah, and strawberries.
Breast milk and strawberries.
Yeah, I just eat it with heavy cream. Heavy cream, fucking just pour like half a bowl of that shit with some fucking strawberries. Oh my god.
There's a place that I'm gonna try. I've tried to transplant the berries from a few times. When I grew up as a kid, there's a place called Croton on the Hudson River in New York, and there's this one hill that has these raspberries they just grow in such a limited environment. But there, we would collect some, put them with the heavy cream. That was an awesome treat. Best berries I've ever had. They're wild grown.
Which berries?
They're like a raspberry, but they are just absolutely awesome. Those particular ones, and I tried transplanting them to North Carolina, and after like 5 years, I just could not get them to kick off. It's just too harsh an environment for them.
Yeah, dude, growing raspberries is no joke.
Yeah, we used to have a couple of mulberry trees in my backyard when I grew up. I don't know if they're called mulberries over in the States, but the ones we had this one when we had a black mulberry tree, but we also had a white mulberry tree, which is super rare because I've never seen them anywhere ever. White mulberries, and even jams that. Obviously, black mulberries make a fantastic jam, but I've never seen a white mulberry jam. Never seen a white mulberry since I was a kid, actually.
They're all over the place around in New York.
White ones?
Interesting.
I wonder. I don't know too much about the mulberry, but maybe it's just a time of its growth cycle. Maybe the berry looks white at a time.
No. This was like when they were fully ready, when they were fully ripe, they were white.
Nice. I don't know enough about mulberry. That's cool. I know they make like a wine, or you can make some like lemonade kind of style drinks with that stuff.
Yeah, there's lots of shit you could do with it.
We found a huge, what is it, chaga? You know, chaga, the mushroom. It's cool. My buddy found like a huge fucking brick of it.
When do you think we're going to get a Roe v. Wade type of decision here, Rams?
I don't know, mate.
You've already probably got a Roe v. Wade kind of decision because you guys can probably all get abortions out there, and that's probably protected by the federal government. And that's all Roe v. Wade is. It's just the federal government forcing the states to provide this and allow for the service of abortion in their state.
Yeah.
That's all it is, and it federally pushes it. And it takes this, like, this is where cooperative federalism is what it's called. Even in the same in Australia, those provincial areas have more rights than the federal entity that represents all those provincial areas internationally. There's just it's so crazy because it's such a weird point. Like, it's just that it allows the states to decide what they want to do. Like, it's like if you don't like mountains and you're scared of bugs, you might not want to live in the heartland of like Oregon.
No.
Right? You know what I mean? So like you'd be like, oh wow, maybe I want to live somewhere else, and that's fucking. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? No, I want to live.
But also, it's like, why is it the government's business to decide whether somebody's allowed to do something or not?
Well, this is why this is like
exactly.
This is a victory for limited government sake. That's why it's
up to the states. Yeah. It's not federal.
Like, anyone who wants like less government, like, what's so weird about like leftoids and the conundrum of that, because I understand their sentiment, right? They want everyone to have healthcare. They want everyone to have access to things. They don't want people to die from gunshot. Like, I get all the sentimental reasons, right? We can understand those sentimental reasons, but the point is like, it's just so much deeper than all that. And
well, you realize that single payer healthcare would actually be like $100 or $200 billion a year cheaper on your economy.
Well, hold on. See, here's the thing though. It's like, but I don't give a fuck, because I don't want that at the cost of having something federally mandated upon me. That's the point. It's like, so like here's
dude, the roads, the food you eat, everything's federally mandated, man. That's why we have a government.
Brother, you need to familiarize yourself with this concept, because this is the way things really work. It's called cooperative federalism. It's how all of this shit actually operates. There's actually a great fucking thing on it. It's called Cooperative Federalism by Gerald Brown. And it's a great introduction to the way that things actually work, because he gets into the mythos of the idea that there's this umbrella government and that it's got overreaching power, because that is it's a myth and not true to the tradition of law. Same thing in Australia, same thing in any other country under the IMF or under this IMF monetary system, because everything's been collateralized. But there has to be
look, as far as healthcare goes, all I'm saying is, like, if you guys let the health industry compete for the prices of drugs like we do here, then the American people wouldn't be being fucking absolutely ripped off.
Well, right,
for healthcare. Like, health insurance for you guys for 1 year costs how much? Like 20 grand or something?
Yeah, I mean, there's different brackets, bro. There's different people that
my point is I've never paid for healthcare. And if something happens to me, I go to the hospital, they'll take care of me, and I'm not going to end up with a fucking bill that leaves me bankrupt afterwards, you know?
You also can't own a firearm where you live, dude. So, like, the difference
is, I don't care. I don't need a fucking firearm. I can go get a license for one, and I can go shoot one if I want.
No, what I'm saying is,
tell that to Palestine.
We in America, right?
Yeah, my family's from Palestine, bro. Trust me, I understand that situation.
Right. So hold on, let's not
the British man.
Let's not delve into the Palestinian-Israeli conflict real quick. You know,
I agree with that.
Because I'm all, I mean, like, I don't get me started either on that.
Although it's not a conflict.
Listen, hold on.
Yeah, let's keep going.
So
what I don't want is a federal government telling me that I gotta fucking have this much whatever on any issue. The point is that
that's not what single payer healthcare is.
Let me bring it back home to the initial point. The initial point was about Roe v. Wade. And all I'm saying is this: is that the thing is that it limits government from it's telling people what they can or cannot do, telling the state what they can or cannot do, and that, as a principle, is a good thing, because we don't want the government in everyone's lives. I don't care even if I can go down and get a fucking no medical bill. Like, at what cost are you willing to give up freedom? This is the American question. This is what it always has been. It's always said, you know what I mean? Like, liberty or death, right? Because, like, at what cost? Like, he who would give up a little bit of liberty for a little bit of security deserves neither and will lose both.
Yeah, of course.
Right? You don't want government overreach. So anyone who's, like, in some anarchistic bag.
No, but in this case, you've got predatory pharmaceutical and medical companies that are preying on the people and charging them all like a wounded fucking bull for shit. The same procedure over here in Australia costs like $2,000. Over there in your country, they'll be charging you guys like 30 or 40 or 50 or 100 grand.
Yeah.
And that's because the government in your country doesn't want to step in and police those fuckers.
That's right. You're exactly right, Ram. Yeah.
Fair enough. But I mean, and that's, it's a valid point. I just think in light of what I was getting into is like the idea that this whole notion of like having government overreach, and like you said, like I mean, I think the market should be allowed to be free, and the point is that they're not free.
Well, instead of using the word government overreach, just be a bit more specific and say, like, basically rules. Because government, basically, they just make rules.
Like how we can do this, you know what I mean? Because I seem to not be able to make a point, brother. Forgive me for being a dick. I'm just early morning. Fucking, yo, dude, I'm just saying, like, these, we know that the government has control over these fucking, these manufacturing fucking of drugs and all this shit, and they control the market.
Well, they make the rules, right?
that is because of government overreach. And when people then turn around, like these lefties is all I was trying to say, is that they're willing to ask for more government fucking taxation and everything for just a little bit of a benefit. Do you know what I mean? Because I just think, like, they don't understand it. It is the government that's causing these issues on the corporations. And I think as we get further into limiting government, like let's say this Roe v. Wade decision does, the better off will be. And a lot of people don't draw those two things together. They don't put that together because it's the government that forces that. It allows for, like, for instance, in baby formula, for them to control that market. I mean, shit, they pay subsidies.
It's all over
farmers
the place,
not to grow food, dude.
Well, like, I mean, just remember, like, you don't want to complain about the government, like, trying to, help out, the citizens and, spend money on doing things for the citizens. I mean,
well, but that's the problem. Is that's the hook. That's the hook.
Thank you.
And the bait that they get you with.
No, thank you.
It's the moment you're willing to take that fucking handout, the moment you're now in servitude. And now you're no longer protected under the 13th Amendment, which, well, you are, but it says, that there shall be no involuntary servitude, but you're more than fucking welcome to sign up for it.
And you can't say no, too. That's the thing. Sign here. You can't. You just don't have a choice. You must.
And that's where the conditional acceptance comes in. But anyway.
Well, I mean,
I was just thinking about the $55 billion now that your country has just decided to send over to Ukraine. I mean, why aren't you guys pissed off about that? I mean,
I am pissed.
We are pissed.
How the fuck can they go and spend that much of taxpayers' money, which it's not taxpayers' money, it's just printed from the Federal Reserve, but still it goes on the books to be paid off by the taxpayers. So, like, your bridges are falling apart, your roads are fucked, infrastructure's fucked, and they just give $55 billion to some strange country over in Europe for what reason? Like, what the fuck?
Well, exactly why we have to bring it down to state level and take it out of the power of the Fed.
How do you do that when it comes to things like the military that chew up, like the military budget alone in your country basically is exactly the same as your tax revenue is.
Or more.
So the whole tax revenue just pays for defense and everything else is borrowed.
Like what you guys spend on your military is quite insane compared to
it's $800 billion a year now.
I distinctly remember just after Trump got elected, he was trying to get rid of Obamacare and all that sort of stuff. And yes, I'm an Aussie looking from the outside in, so excuse me for my ignorance about anything. But he was trying to get rid of Obamacare, and he tried to introduce a bill. And basically, he was asking, I think it was $60 billion, right, to try and get this bill through and try and get rid of Obamacare and try and get the health system back on track. And it got voted down because they were complaining it costs too much, whoa, shouldn't cost this much, and whatever other sort of excuses they were putting in at the time. A week later, they put in through your Congress a request for a $1.1 trillion increase to your military budget, and it got passed unanimously. It got passed. And I'm just thinking to myself, they care more about bombs and killing people than rather than giving a decent health system.
They'll argue and they'll quibble over giving some money to some social service, right? That actually helps, poor people or whatever, some government service. Right, they'll quibble over giving them money. They'll take money from those sorts of things, and then they won't hesitate the next day to just give $55 billion to some strange country. Or
crazy. Absolutely insane.
Oh mate, it's genuinely unbelievable.
We've got
What's going on?
to bear arms, so all's good. We can have a gun, so all's good in the hood. I find that funny.
Well, a gun's not going to be much good when a fucking full tactical team of fucking police show up with all their fucking gizmos and drones flying over your head. And I mean, having a gun does not mean that you're going to be able to push to repel a tyrannical government. Like in our modern day and age, how do you deal with pushing back against a tyrannical government? How do you deal with that? You can't do it militarily with guns. You can't, you know.
Can I tell you how?
You need the media. You need the media to be independent, because at the moment the media is absolutely bought and paid for by the corporate political world that control the narrative on everything.
Well, that's 100%.
So you said $1.1 billion in military budget? I don't recall hearing that. So do you have a citation?
Trillion.
Yes, I don't believe you.
I think it's actually more. They said 1.1 trillion, but when he signed it, it was 2.3.
There you go. Well, there you go.
Because he signed it and read it out loud, and he said 2.3 at the time. Yeah.
Well, I don't know what that's referring to, because the military budget of the US is when Trump came in, it was right on about $700 billion a year. And he increased it to about $770 billion a year. And it's just been increased again by Biden to just over $800 billion. And that's officially not including all the black book stuff, but yeah. And a recent investigation found that the Pentagon spends about $410 billion a year on private military contracts. So,
so I posted it in the live stream text. It's when he signs that thing, it's 2.3 trillion. The relief bill, yeah.
I was wrong.
And he I mean, you were right that, because they were saying 1.1 on like the news and stuff, but when he's actually signing it there with his Sharpie, he reads it.
Go.
What about a couple of years ago? I think it was, or a year ago, the CARES Act was a $5 trillion bill that they passed. That basically it was the largest wealth transfer ever in history upwards. It basically gave all the biggest corporations in the world like $5 trillion, and fucking they all just passed it without a fucking, not even the progressive congressional members fucking could resist passing it.
I know that 5 trillion is like it's just a small taste of what's to come. Apparently this perpetual debt, it's going to be tens of trillions soon, these packages and relief bills.
But I think what's going to happen is what started to happen in the last month is that inflation is going to start absolutely destroying the US dollar. And what's going to happen is Russia and China and other countries around the world are going to start moving away from the US dollar. And when the US dollar loses its standing as the reserve currency of the world, then the US is completely fucked. Because, and one of the reasons they're able to do that is Saudi Arabia and the fact that they will only sell their oil in American dollars. Now, if they start selling their oil to China for yen, which they are, and selling their oil to other countries for the other currencies, then inflation of the US dollar is just going to keep going crazy. And I swear to God, it's coming in the next year or so. I think they're going to collapse the US dollar on Biden in these next couple of years.
The BRICS alliance, Rams, the BRICS alliance, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and
South Africa.
South Africa, formed their alliance, and they became very quickly a very powerful trading entity. And now you have countries like I think it's Venezuela, I think Turkey, I think Iran. These countries have also joined it as well, and it is becoming a trading force. And they deal in yen and gold. That's what they deal in, right? Yen and gold.
Wouldn't Australia want to join that?
Why? We are already owned by the Chinese, Nate. We don't have to worry about it. We're already owned by the Chinese.
Oh.
Yeah, don't you worry. They've already got our measure. We sell everything here to the Chinese. It's crazy and ludicrous.
I think we can work with the Chinese. That's the thing. We can, yeah, I think so.
We have sold 50% of our artesian water rights, the driest continent on the face of the earth, to the bloody Chinese. What the hell?
Why were they even for sale, mate? Fucking hell.
Exactly, right? It's ludicrous what our governments do right underneath our own nose in the middle of the night, 2:30 in the morning, right? Sign all these little secret bills so no one knows.
Mm-hmm.
This is what they do everywhere across the world. Things are done exactly the same way.
You know, the craziest thing is with the petrol prices and the inflation on the dollar these last few weeks. It's really been hitting commodity prices and food and general living expenses. You know what the main cause of it actually is? It's the US sanctions on Russia.
Yeah.
If the US was to lift all the sanctions off Russia today, then oil supply and oil price would return to normal. This is all the market, man, is doing all this politics and fucking shit, man. It's all the markets.
Well, mainstream media, same thing. They issue redactions at midnight. They lie right to your face.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, we got that wrong. Turns out they're not all blah blah blah.
Yep. Or if a newspaper has to retract a story, it's put right in the middle of the newspaper next to the births and deaths or something, where it was mainstream news the day before or whatever.
The fact checker thing, don't even get me started.
What use is a retraction if, like, all the people that you gave that bad information to don't know?
Or they've already done what you've asked. They've gone to the clinic or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah. That's why having a free and uncorrupted media, for communicating the goings on to the public it's absolutely like the most important thing that you need in your society.
Yeah. I was actually saying a few days ago, Rams, that journalists once upon a time, it used to be seen as a noble profession, like an honourable profession, because they were out there seeking the truth, and you had these journalists trying to get the story of the next big story under report some corruption or some dirty deal or some wrongdoing somewhere along the way. It was seen as quite a noble kind of profession now, and I think now everyone looks at journalists like everything else, slippery, slimy politician type of used car salesman.
I think what it is that a lot of people that are just TV talking head stooges and fucking idiots that write shit in newspapers and stuff call themselves journalists. They're people that call themselves journalists, but they're not actually journalists. No. They don't actually do the research into the stories that they tell. because
100%.
the ones that do that are really honourable, and I know quite a few of them because they're the people that I go to for my information about what's going on around the world. And some of those people are like Aaron Mate, Glenn Greenwald, Max Blumenthal, these sorts of guys, these people, they're really the most important. Yeah, like otherwise I wouldn't know the truth about so many of the fucking lies and crazy shit that's gone on in the world if it weren't for those guys. The world wouldn't know so many of the things that went on in Iraq and Afghanistan and shit if it wasn't for Julian Assange. And look what they've done to him.
Look what they're doing to him still, actually.
Yeah, it's insane.
And how they're getting away with it, how the US is getting away with what they're doing to that guy is criminal. It is absolutely criminal what they're
why does he have to be kept in jail?
Yeah.
While this process takes place, he's not even charged with any crime, like
and not even the US government. What about our own government sticking up for him, Rams?
That's what really sickens me, mate. That's what I don't get, because I just don't get it, mate. How can everybody be silent about this, And this is something that, like, if the charges that they're proposing, these Espionage Act fucking bullshit charges that they're trying to put on him, are basically charging, saying that doing journalism is a crime.
Yeah.
Because that's basically what they're doing, is charging him for doing journalism, publishing fucking information that was brought to him.
That fellow will never see the light of day again. I'm sure of it.
I think he will.
Well, you know what? He'll be 103 if he's lucky. If he's lucky.
Well, it all depends. I don't know. Because I don't think America actually wants him to get there, because if he gets there and they actually have to go to court and argue their arguments to a judge and have to justify it to the world, then
no,
that won't happen. It'll be a closed court for one. So the journalists won't have access to it. So it'll be a closed court. So nothing will see the light of day anyway, Rams. It'll be one of those things.
Okay, but what I mean is the consequences of the verdict. If they were to prosecute him and convict him, right, then the consequences are that they set a precedent that journalists, any journalist out there, can be just charged by the US government and jailed if they
also lie about him
that they don't like.
They'll lie and say he was treasonous. They'll lie and say he wasn't just a journalist. He was a spy. He was an agent. They'll say whatever they want about him, and mainstream idiots will soak it up, and they won't say, "Oh, journalism's dead."
If all the guy has done is just reveal some information about something that happened, then you can't make that a crime. And people out there, all the good journalists and good people of the world, surely would not stand for that. Like,
that's how they do it nowadays. Who owns the media here in the U.S.?
You wouldn't know, just like you said, if it wasn't for your news sources. So the mainstream sheep aren't going to know. They're not thinking the same way you do.
That's right.
And
your concern about if he's found guilty and what sort of precedent does it set? The precedent has already been set, and nobody cares. Nobody cares. The precedent has already been set.
Yeah, I agree. I think what they've already done to him is a warning to all journalists out there not to try or not to do, anything similar to what he did.
Yeah. I mean, isn't he being tried for treason? Like, he got secrets.
Espionage.
Yeah. So that could be a military tribunal.
Yeah, it's all got to do about Hillary Clinton and all the crap that he leaked over that and all that sort of stuff. And it's just,
that's the wrong person
The
to leak
craziest
about.
thing too is that he isn't even an American citizen. So it's like America just going and picking someone in some other country somewhere and charging them with a crime. Like the whole world is their jurisdiction, and it's not. It's legally, it's not. Like,
you mess with Hillary, boy, you'll be found shot with where you shot yourself twice in the head or something.
Yep.
And hung, shot and hung.
Hung with toilet paper, and you'll be toilet paper.
And America had a huge influence in regards to the new president or prime minister that took over in Ecuador, and as such, he then flipped the coin on Julian Assange and said, "You no longer have diplomatic immunity. You can no longer use us as a refuge place. We hand you over." Crazy.
I tell you what, if I was Julian, I thought about it, and I think I probably would have just said, "I'll go to the US and I'll face your charges." I probably would have done that years ago.
The only reason why he's probably alive is because he has some information ready to go, like with a friend or a lawyer.
Isn't
and if he dies all of a sudden, that gets released.
Yeah. I think Pamela Anderson is one of his biggest advocates too.
She is,
and spent quite a bit of time with him as well. She's spruiking his horn a bit. But.
Oh, lots of famous people, mate. Yeah, lots of people.
I think striking down Roe v. Wade and decisions like that is a small step in the right direction. Like the guy said, taking it out of federal hands, bringing it down to state level. That doesn't.
You better.
Oh shit! Sorry.
Yeah, no. You better. You just came back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying, taking the decision to strike down Roe v. Wade does take power out of the federal government's hand.
That was a distraction.
Back into the states, individual states,
for
future events and future things.
What do you reckon it's a distraction for?
I was hearing someone yesterday say it was kind of an emotional distraction, so they could do the financial stuff. Didn't they raise the interest rates recently, and have some other financial stuff going on?
Oh, maybe.
Sure. That doesn't say that. I mean, the whole machine is fully corrupt, and like little things like this can ultimately change the tide, I think.
Yeah, I think it is a tactic. Look who owns our media, and look who's controlling our finances now.
Who does control your media? Is a black
the pharmaceutical industries? Yeah. Literally everything's brought to you by Pfizer, including Anderson Cooper. It says it at the end of his segment.
Pooper Scooper. Anderson Pooper Scooper.
It's like, Anderson Cooper, brought to you by Pfizer.
Yeah.
It says it.
And Boeing.
And Boeing, yeah.
Yeah, it's the funniest thing. These massive military contractors putting advertisements on television as if their customers are watching television.
Yeah, that's right. Wow, what's the phrase that CNN, the most trusted name in use?
What a slogan, huh?
I know. And who does the voiceover for it? That famous black dude.
Earl Jones.
That's the one, yeah, Earl Jones, yeah.
It's amazing it works. You can just tell somebody this shit psychology and they just spoon it up and eat it.
Yeah.
But what's funny to me, though, is it seems that Tucker Carlson is able to get a pass and actually talk about some of this shit. I've seen some of his segments recently, and he's been really, putting a spotlight on some of this ridiculous shit going on, and it just seems weird to me that a mainstream Fox News guy can actually talk about some of the things that he talks about in the way that he does.
I don't know. I reckon he's bought and paid for too, old Tucker, personally. But anyway,
I don't think so, mate. Actually,
I could be wrong. Like I could be wrong, but I don't know.
I mean, there's a couple of things I don't agree with him on, but generally, I find him to be very genuine and really good analysis of a lot of things.
Well, it's kind of as the saying goes, Rams. Like, because unfortunately, I don't look at any of the mainstream media, any of it whatsoever, as having any integrity whatsoever, right? And that's where a majority of people do get their news from, is mainstream or whatever social platform they get it from. And the saying still rings true today as it did back then. To control the opposition, you be the opposition. And I think that is very, very evident. They want to control the narrative. And when they feel the narrative is going to shift slightly, they will control exactly which way it does shift. Make no mistakes about it. They will control it.
Definite. I agree.
Wag the dog type?
Pretty much. Oh, yeah, that's such a shame. Well, such a pessimistic kind of outlook on all of it, really. But like I said, I just don't trust any of it personally myself.
Look who's controlling our media.
They'll definitely make an attempt.
Our media and our finances right now. Man, we're getting screwed with by those people.
Well, that's sort of why I thought it would have been interesting if Elon had gotten hold of Twitter, because they've really been going crazy with their censorship and censoring, and YouTube's guilty of the same thing. And that is this ability to just take down anything that they decide is against their community guidelines. And it's gone, and they take it away, and they decide what that is when that applies, and it's obviously bias in very specific fucking arguments, and it's one of those things that, like, something needs to be done about it. Although this is a private company, it has such a powerful and heavy influence on the people, on the world, on people's perception and perspective of anything and everything, almost. And they shouldn't be allowed to just manipulate the message and the ideas that are discussed and talked about on their platforms.
They're going to put it in our face. They're going to show us that they can subjugate us right in front of us, and then put it in front of us and then execute it. And so, do you think some of these mistakes they make, like the Photoshop error on Sotero's birth certificate, they do a lot of this on purpose, right?
Yeah. Well, that's kind of with the disinformation and the controlled opposition thing. So Alex Jones might get, one morsel of proper information and 10 disinfo, and he'll put it all out. So
I think it's the opposite. I noticed Alex Jones' information is pretty good, and then he'll slip in something. He'll slip something in because he's a gatekeeper for them. He's a massive. His wife is on and on and on and on.
He might not know it, too. He might just be getting fed from his sources. And some sources get tempted and switch over to the dark side.
Oh, absolutely. The intelligence services of the US have full control of almost all media platforms. Yeah, they've got people in every newsroom, on every studio, on every editor's board. They've got people fucking everywhere. Their disinformation campaign is complete.
Yeah. And some of these guys like Alex, like I don't mind Alex, but he might not even know. He might not even know who's giving him false information every now and then.
Oh, he knows. He knows who he doesn't
they
talk
probably
about.
noticed him many years ago. Saw this guy. They probably noticed him years ago and said, "This is a perfect guy we can use, to further our agenda in our own way, and we don't have to mess with this guy too much. We can let him be who he already is. We just need to, feed him the right information at the right time, and we can." It's all part of a fucking theater, a game, a grand game that these fucking people are playing.
Yep. I think even since they are like talk show hosts, sometimes they just get called. They get called in. They take the audience word for it sometimes too.
Oh, did you see Jimmy Kimmel and Biden like a week or two ago? That was the most tragic thing I'd ever seen in my life.
What happened then?
Biden was just incoherent to the point where I don't think he finished one single sentence the whole time that he was on the show.
Offering no pushback. He wasn't like, "What's wrong with you? You have dementia."
Oh, mate, he started off the interview right with saying that everybody thinks that I'm not going to be hard on you, so I'm going to ask you some tough questions now. And then he goes on to give him the most softball questions you've ever heard in your life, and he even helps him get through his answers because Biden keeps getting stuck and confused and halfway through a sentence, he's just completely lost.
Yeah. They know why they're putting Biden on Jimmy Kimmel. And there's a reason why Jimmy Fallon and The View and Oprah and all these freaking people, that's why my mom's brainwashed. That's why my dad is brainwashed. It's because of mainstream channels like The View, Jimmy Kimmel, all this late night talk show stuff. You can literally tell the next day that something important was talked about on one of these shows because now everyone on Twitter is posting it. It's like, you see the trending thing on Twitter and you're like, oh, someone on SNL must have made fun of Trump yesterday. Let me go watch that episode of SNL.
What amazes me, though, is that how can, you've seen, there's all these videos on YouTube of Biden's gaffes, right? And he basically creates a new one of these videos every single time he steps up to a microphone or gets in front of a camera. And how can his supporters genuinely explain?
Yeah, well,
that this guy should be in a home. This is elder abuse, like a lot of people say, because he's out of his mind.
Put it in your face. Our president's a loser. Put it in your face. Put it in their face. Put it in their face. Have him make mistakes. Have him do this. Have him do that. Our president's 100%. A jerk, right?
Oh, perfect guy to collapse the economy under.
It's Stockholm syndrome. We are a shocked culture. I was 11 when 9/11 happened, and we are a generation of complete what Stockholm syndrome is. We are completely traumatized from birth, and look at how pissed off these kids are these days graduating. They're super disenfranchised. They're all protesting and rioting. The entire generation is shocked. They think that there's adults in control graduating. Yeah,
but
they realize
the kids don't even know what they're protesting about. Pizzle. They got
they're told.
Oh yeah,
exactly. It's the same kids.
Off the scale.
Yeah, that was
it doesn't even matter. It's just what's cool.
Yep, it's
that's the cool thing to do. It's the other cool thing to do is to have a mental illness,
Yeah.
It's all deception. It's all sneaky. It's all, and look who's controlling us. Look who's behind our media. Look who's controlled our social media, society. I don't know. Is this happening or?
The latest generation has more excuses for their own mediocrity than any other generation ever in history. It's unbelievable.
Well, they're the least skilled and the highest demanding. Like they literally want to work from home and they have no skills to offer.
Yeah.
At least like in the past, they were protesting like a draft for Vietnam or some sort of like ecological thing that they believed in. They're just out on the street now because they've got nothing going on.
Or because Soros told them to go out in the street. Literally, like Soros told one of the managers to get your group together, get all your people you've influenced. You know, we're going to go.
And I really feel like at the end of the day, I think a lot of those people are just, at the end of the day, they're just deeply sad and angry about the way their life's turning out. And that's really what's at the heart of why they're there doing what they're doing instead of, you know, maybe trying to work on themselves and deal with whatever barriers they have to their own success.
Well, if I was a leader or like a, you know, and if I had influence and money, I would use your passion for justice for my own goals. So if you know, if it's to push for abortion rights or for vaccine or whatever it is, sorry for mentioning that word. I would use your.
If I have an agenda that I can use that person for, then fucking why not? Yeah.
Isn't some of this even satanical though?
Definitely.
Where
that's a whole nother level of awake.
If I can just kill your children, well, who cares? Well, I'll just do that.
But that's, I don't know. That's too malevolent for me. I don't think. I genuinely don't think it's that.
Look at.
I don't think it really is that malevolent by those people.
Look at the people we're dealing with. Look at these people.
Yeah, I would agree. Look at these people.
But at the same time, like when you. As far as those people, when I think of those people as far as the political representatives in the United States, it's the public, you and your fellow citizens, that when voting time comes around, you choose this one of the two same options all the time. I mean, if the public, if the people were to choose, say, an independent candidate or some other some candidate that doesn't represent the same fucking interests that they all have for forever almost.
Oh, no, we have a lot of.
Well, there's points to be made about that, right?
Keep giving power to the same people all the time.
Yeah, they control
whether
our
it's
media.
the Republicans or the Democrats. It's the same. It's the same entity that's being given a power.
That's why Trump was like a breath of fresh air, because it was interesting to see all the people that, let's say, one would know have an agenda, like freak out about him.
Now, also, like you said, controlled opposition.
I mean, you know, you've got that, like, you know, you've always got fucking ops going down, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, nobody knows. But at the same time, like it's like if one side is arguing for like freedom of speech and no mandates, like I'm cool with that. Like, you know what I mean? Less government, limited government. It's about the principles. And so, like, you know, outside of like this is the political paradigm we're dealt with in a certain sense. And you're right, people can run for office, and that's where local government. I think, to be honest, MK Ultra was to get people to think about national politics instead of local politics, because local politics, you can actually affect what's going on. In international politics, they've got that shit controlled. That's like that's the elite fucking alumni at the fraternity that you're not in. And fucking, like, you know, but as far as like local politics, like, yeah, you're right, you could run for office. And it actually has more strength in that position than the federal government. And actually, in a position of local government, you can fight off the federal government. Like, look at somebody like, even if it is part of the show, look at it like Ron DeSantis. As a governor of fucking Florida, he's like, suck my balls. And he can do that, you know what I mean, by that local authority, because that local authority trumps the whatever. It's just interesting that when you did have somebody who was technically an outsider, maybe a rich outsider, but at the same time, like, I don't know, there's something interesting about Trump. I dig what's going on right now. It's kind of really,
and that's just it, man. We need more people like that to run, and people need to be more open to choosing one of these candidates, because a lot of people still believe that if you vote for someone outside of the two big parties, that you're wasting your vote. A lot of people still believe that.
All right, there's this chick, Maya Flores, right? She just won, and interestingly enough, at her fucking inauguration, remember, Nancy Pelosi fucking elbows her kid. This happened like just or whatever. Fucking, she like elbows this. Her name's Maya Flores, and she like switched some state, fucking, whatever in the primary, and possibly going Republican, and fucking Nancy Pelosi's on stage, and her kid is next to her. She's getting inaugurated for something. And fucking, she elbows the kid, like, knock her off the stage. I don't know if you guys have seen any of that shit. It's fucking wild. Yeah,
Pelosi's an evil witch, man. That bitch just needs to die, man. Hopefully.
Yeah, what's crazy is like even like with her husband with the whole fucking drunk driving thing, like they were saying.
I saw that.
There's no, they go like, there's no mugshot, there's no video, whatever, there's no nothing. And it turns out there's a mugshot, and now allegedly like he was in a car with possibly like some chick. And like,
man, she's become over 100 millionaire just by a career in politics.
Yeah, how does that happen?
How does that happen?
Hillary.
Yeah, exactly.
And all their children.
Unbelievable.
Nothing to see here, folks.
Well, they're setting up dynasties, like this guy, like Ramsey was saying. We need better options and candidates, but they're also selected for us, and also they're setting up their children for like dynasties. Trudeau is not going to get out of power anytime soon. Like this is
but the one thing they can't control is they can't make choose that candidate in the ballot box.
For that, we just have mail-in ballots is the number one. Mail-in ballots is the number one way they do the voter fraud. So even this year, we might see something here in the U.S. where you have to mail in votes or something.
Well, yeah. That obviously that's another element that would need to be dealt with. But the main thing that needs to happen is there needs to be candidates that are there that are options that are outside of the two that they want you to choose from.
Is this for the presidents? I mean, we recently had Ron Paul. We had Ralph Nader as a good candidate. We don't get very many good candidates. They put up a lot of curly cues, so you can't have extra parties. Here in the U.S., we should have 8 parties with runoff voting and all this other stuff, but they just cut it all down.
Yeah. There needs to be an option. Basically, there needs to be someone on the ballot that represents my interests.
No,
or your interests.
No, we don't do that in the United States.
Our interests.
We don't do that.
And well, then we need to do something about that ourselves. We need to get involved. Then
And the trouble is, though, when you do find a candidate that does represent your interests, right? They're an independent, and what sort of power do they have?
We had Ron Paul. We have Ron Paul running. They ran him down.
Exactly. We have candidates here. Like Pauline Hanson.
Why are there even parties? Why should there even be parties?
Oh, you got to choose Ford or Chevy. You got to choose Ford or Chevy. What do you mean?
See,
exactly, that's my point.
If you didn't have parties, you'd have more lobbying, and They would
yeah, but that's good because that's just negotiation.
Yeah, but they would create their own internal voting block. That's what they would do. Right. It all sounds all fine, and let's have just everyone independent and not associated to any party whatsoever. But they would internally create their own voting blocks and vote as one. That's what would happen naturally.
Well, if they do that in the best interests of their representatives, and those decisions are also made in the best interests of all of their citizens, then that's a good thing, right?
I think a better idea in today's age and in today's technology, the bills that are passed by our government, they should put it up for a public vote, a referendum on every major bill.
Like a direct democracy. Yes, exactly. I think that's a great idea. Yeah.
And then you have everyone.
Who would control what options the voter gets?
Well,
you know.
Then you do have your politicians there for the day-to-day mundane things to present bills that get voted on and whatnot. But I think actually having the public voting directly on the bills that are passed, so none of these shenanigans can happen. I think that would be a far honest system to have, personally.
What about having like a few different groups of people who can actually put different versions of the bill together, right? Yes. So that you could put forward to the public, okay, this is the problem, right? And and we have this is our solution, and there's like, 5, 6, 10 different groups or whatever that offer their plan for their solution. And you put it to the public, and the public decides. Or do you even trust the public with that? Because you can put it to a metric, right? You could put the decision down to a metric that is determined by an algorithm of some kind, right? That decides on the best choice based on economics, based on serviceability, maintenance, all the shit, so there's some algorithm that through anytime you need to make a decision about something, it gives you the best option when you put it through that, like the most the best way to solve the problem. Like if it's a road thing, or if it's a utility or a service or something, then you put it down to a computer to basically tell you what is the best solution for this. That's bias of people's personal interests.
No, I don't think I want a computer deciding my future just quietly. I'd much rather have a personal say. Now, how that say goes, if a majority of people turn around and go, no, we don't agree with you, we want to go the other way, fine, you have to cop that on the chin. But that would be far easier for me to accept that sort of vote if it didn't go my way. And also too, if a bill was to be introduced, right, have different variants of the bill. So we have this problem, and these are A, B, and C solutions, and these are going to be the bills that are going to be attached to them. So you vote for the bill that is going to be put forward, and vote on it that way. So then all of a sudden now we get the bill that is going to be presented. So everyone gets a vote on the bill that's going to you have to decide on, and then everyone gets to vote on that particular bill. So it kind of be like two votes, one for the bill, and then for everyone to vote on whatever bill was actually put forward that the majority of the people wanted to go with.
That's a pretty good idea. Here in the U.S., we do the opposite. They put riders on bills. So just passing one bill passes another bill. We do that here in the U.S. We seem to do things backwards. I've noticed that governments in general, everything is about centralizing power. I really haven't heard anything at all about what happens when you distribute power or do even something like Rams was mentioned, some kind of thing where you're taking that power away from one person, making a fucking decision about what you're going to do with your life or if you can transfer your money into another account.
Yeah, exactly, JD, exactly.
The powers that be, including mainstream media, make like people like Ron Paul and potential good candidates, they make them look ridiculous to the average, customer, whatever.
Yeah.
They ridicule black.
Yeah.
They character assassinate these people. Yeah. So
exactly.
we're focusing on like these higher up resolutions when mainstream media and like this thing can be corrected at lower levels.
Yeah, we've got a candidate here in Australia by the name of Pauline Hanson. Now, whether you love her or hate her is neither here nor there. But this woman, I think, has a lot of integrity, and she's all about Australia first, Australia number one. Don't worry about any other country. We worry about Australia first. A very similar kind of message that actually Trump spruiked in his 2016 election campaign. But Pauline Hanson was 20 years before Trump. She was all about Australia being number one. They persecuted her. They prosecuted her. They put her in prison. She got out of prison, ran again, got re-elected, and she's still going. That woman has a set of balls on her like no other. She is a woman of integrity, whether you love her or hate her. And some of the silly things that do come out of her mouth at particular times. But these people, like you just said, Pizzle, these people that do seem to have a little bit of integrity are just character assassinated right in front of your eyes. And it's criminal. It is absolutely criminal to see it happen.
And it's what's amazing to see is just how easily that, like, if a media organization likes a particular candidate, what they can do for that candidate and their, appeal, their ability to convey themselves to the public, to get people on boards, it is just, the power is just crazy, man. Like,
Yep.
And that's a power that needs to be given evenly. Like, if you've got a bunch of people running, then why shouldn't they all get an equal amount of advertising time on air? And it should be donated to the government, to the public for free, because we've got to remember a lot of the time that the government is our fellow citizens. The government's, the people in government are our fellow citizens, and
by the people, for the people.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if they do make it to the debate stage, also in most cases they're either given really hard questions or they're not even looked at. They get 1 minute to talk. All the other candidates get 50 minutes to talk. And that's all, whoever the moderator of those debates are.
Yeah, we have a zillion curly Qs on new parties in the U.S. I'm surprised Ralph Nader even made it that far.
Yeah, that's crazy. That just...
Yeah. You literally need someone like Trump who can come up with short slogans, that destroy mainstream media. He kind of knew how the media worked because of his shows and things like that. So he was able to quickly say what he needed to say and quickly make the media look ridiculous.
But Trump's as corrupt as they come too. Sorry.
Yeah, I'd agree. Controlled opposition.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't do anything about that Fauci standing right behind him. You know, there's so much that I don't like him for.
But compared to a lot of the other presidents that you've had over the last 20 years, he's actually been probably better than all of them, better than the rest of them.
Because of Trump, and purely because of Trump, I started actually following American politics because it was an entertainment show. That's what it was. It was entertaining to watch, and he did have that charisma about him. And as you said, Pizzle, like these one-liners, and he had these huge rallies where the people were just chanting his name, and all had the red hats and the slogans and the banners and all that sort of stuff, and the way he would just have jabs at Hillary left, right, and center, all these underhanded but clever little one-line jabs at it all the time was really quite brilliant, and put Hillary right in her place, and she seemed to go like whatever was going on with her, with their health or whatever the case may be at the time, but she had some of the biggest bloody rock stars, movie stars at her campaigns, and she couldn't get 10 people there. It was ridiculous. Just following that at the time, she could draw no one. She had no personality, no charisma, no nothing. And I think she actually thought because she was a woman, that's all it took to get to be president. Her being a woman alone, and that was going to get her over the line.
Yeah.
And because she has hot sauce in her purse. Yeah.
Yep.
Like, I'll get the black vote now. Yay. Yeah. Super fake.
Yeah. And whether or not the elections are corrupt, the Russians rigged it, this, that, or the whatever, people still did vote, and she still did lose. Similar sort of thing with Biden and Trump. Whether or not they say it was a rigged election or whatever, but people still had a chance to vote, and Trump seemed to lose. Was it the Russians? Was it the Chinese? Who knows? Maybe it was the North Koreans.
Probably voted for
maybe the vote was just really close.
Yeah, that's not statistically likely, though. To have a huge... Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll say that purse review thing was funny because people started imitating that on social media after she did it. Like, TikTok videos, like what's in your purse, and like doing parodies of it.
I'm cultured. I got hot sauce. I'm cultured. Yay. Yeah. And I've seen the 2000 Mules documentary. Can you imagine what? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just thinking what she must have thought the night of the election when she found out that she'd lost. She must have just been absolutely fucking
devastated.
Livid. She must have been.
They had parties, and
she probably went into shock.
Well, they had parties and things set up, right? And they all went home with their tails between their legs. Yeah.
Yeah, they thought it was inevitable. Like they genuinely did. They thought it was inevitable.
I thought it was inevitable. I thought it was rigged for Hillary. I was shocked when Trump won.
Really?
I also thought Trump was probably shocked to fuck as well that night, eh? Like, oh my God. Like, I can't believe this actually happened.
Yeah, they started the night like Hillary was going to win, like 99.999% projected. And by the end of the night...
They even called it at one point, I think. One of the networks might have. Yeah.
And then Ohio flipped.
CNN or NSBC called it. I think they were the early ones on it.
Yeah, for all of Trump's fucking bad sides, one of the reason I like him is because I knew that the really powerful forces of around, the politics and power in the US were against him the whole time, because he was hounded the whole time through the presidency. He was hounded by the media, by the other party, with these allegations of Russia conspiracy bullshit, which has all come out now that the whole Russia conspiracy story actually came from Hillary and her fucking people. It came out officially because of the Hunter Biden laptop. But anyway, that's why I think that he is a genuine outside candidate, and could genuinely be trying to represent the good interests of American people, because those forces weren't with him. They even tried to impeach him, as we know, and since they've gotten him off Twitter, and now I think they're fucking shit scared that he's going to win in 2024, because Biden, oh mate, we obviously and Kamala.
I actually heard, and maybe you could clarify this, that because Trump was impeached, he is now eligible for another 2 terms.
Yeah, he's because he was impeached and found not guilty. He was removed from office, and technically Pence took over, but Pence just adjudicated back to Trump. So Trump has not been president yet, technically. Like, there's a loophole in the law.
Damn.
I have heard that, but I heard that there are arguments against that. I'm not sure.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of interpretation for it. And it kind of goes back to after Roosevelt, they wrote some laws to limit how how many terms a president can have. And that part of it wasn't updated. So
I mean, if he does if he is able to run in 2 years' time, he is gonna fucking obliterate whoever runs against him.
Well, he can run for sure, because he can do 2 terms. I can't remember what amendment it is, like 20 something.
Well, I'm just saying that they're gonna try and do anything they can to stop him from running.
Oh yeah,
between now and then, yeah.
They'll try to milk all this January 6th stuff all the way till next year.
Oh, that's what a joke that is.
Well, hopefully he doesn't get any Russian prostitutes pissing over him, and he should be pretty much right.
That was made up by a British spy.
I know.
That's hilarious.
Christopher Steele, wasn't it?
Yeah. He made up the whole fucking thing, mate. Unbelievable shit. And you find out these things, and you know that, like, the general public out there, that they don't know that, and they believe this story that's just total bullshit, Yeah. And their perspective of that person is tainted by it. It's so powerful, man, how you can influence people's perceptions of other people, Like, I'd love to actually be able to sit down and spend a day or two with Donald Trump. I'd love to actually get to know the guy, like, one-on-one, man-to-man. Like, what's he like as a guy, Like, I'm sure he's not what they make him out to be,
No, he's not. Watch The Apprentice. It's a show prior to becoming, like, a national figure,
Yeah, but that's still on TV. I mean, like, would it be like one-on-one with him, sitting down, having a beer, something like that, like,
yeah, obviously, that'd be great.
What's he really like? I think he would be an enjoyable guy to have a chat to.
Play golf with him.
Yeah, go have a round with him, and then enjoy some chocolate cake with him while he launches missiles. I reckon that'd be a pretty good afternoon, actually.
He is really cool, and the show was great. He wasn't racist. It was good. It was a good show.
No.
Speaking of missiles, that was actually the one time the media praised him was when he launched a whole shitload of missiles into Syria.
It was the Moab, the biggest bomb ever.
Yeah. Oh man. The only time they praised him was for that. That tells you who's in control of the interests.
Yeah.
What I actually found disgusting, like, you know, Trump and what's her name? Not Melanie, his wife. What's his wife's name?
Which one?
Melania, like his wife. Like they're fair game, right? They're in the public spotlight. They're fair game. But how they went after their son in the media.
Barron.
Yeah, Barron. The way they went after him was disgraceful. It was really
that was disgusting.
Yeah.
Well, the media is a satanic, disgusting entity. Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
I was just thinking that. I wasn't thinking the satanic part, but
but
yeah, because I don't think that they're deliberately malevolent. I think it's just that
it's a beast.
They're
company.
just
It's a company that needs to make money. Yeah.
Yeah, but some of the things they used to say about poor old Barron and whatnot, and the photos they used to say and talk about, you know, what he may or may not be suffering from was just, it was hard to watch some of that stuff. Like I said, as far as Donald Trump and Melania is concerned, they are fair game. They are fair game. You say whatever you want about them, but you know when it comes to the kids, nah.
And the silence on Biden is deafening too. They don't say shit about him. This guy
or his junky, bloody corrupt son. They say nothing about it, do they?
No, nothing. Yeah. Some people call him out and they're like, "No, that was your son," and then they get like rushed out of the auditorium by cops.
Oh man, one of the most amazing clips of Biden is this one from when he ran for president back in the 80s, right? And he's standing in front of all these news crews, cameras, and he's saying how he went to university on a full scholarship. He graduated in the top of his class. Won most outstanding political science student award, finished with 3 degrees, and it turned out that he was lying about all of that. He went on a half scholarship, if not a scholarship at all. He finished 75th out of 84 people in his class, and he graduated with 1 degree. Like, just absolutely sociopathic fucking liar.
Yeah, I love when he's getting called out for those too. This is like a decade ago, but it's great him getting kind of owned by the news.
Does he remember what school he went to? Like, if you ask him, it's like
he's always like, I graduated UC cum laude. I don't know exactly what he says.
Yeah. Hey, where'd you go to school
at? You can just tell that he's vacant when he's speaking. His mind and his heart and his soul or whatever is just not there. He's not there. You know, like he's not honest at all. You know you can't trust a single word that he's saying, you know?
Yeah. I'm actually surprised when he wakes up in the morning that he even remembers that he's president.
Yeah.
In all seriousness. Like
he's probably guided through every moment of the day by a group of people who tell him where to go, what to do, what to say, and when to do it.
Have you seen where he says, salute the soldier? He walks by the soldier and says, salute the soldier. because the thing in his earpiece says "salute the soldier," so he literally verbally says it.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Like,
salute the soldier, and he keeps walking.
Isn't
like
it?
that's the standard for the leader of the most powerful country in the world. Is this incoherent old man?
Senile, yeah, fucking old man. Meanwhile, the left is all about, white Nazis are controlling everything. We need to get rid of guns and fuck Trump. And then they vote for this guy. That makes no sense at all.
Yeah,
also, I gotta say, the one time you did see blood in his veins, and the one time you saw his soul enter his body is when he's sniffing kids.
Yeah.
Literally, that's when he's alive. Like he's like,
oh, that is the creepiest shit you've ever seen. Oh my god.
That's when he's alive.
There's a few dodgy photos that get around about Biden around young children.
Yeah, and women, and the women's children, and then he whispers in the children's ears, and it's the women, and everyone's visibly shocked.
Yeah,
they all cover for him like he's a saint. Oh no, that's Pope Pius the Third. He's great. He's not whispering weird things into their ears. It's all good stuff.
Just amazing. Just to think of how many good people there are in the US that could be and should be, in a role like that has the power that role has, all the good that could be done, man, far out, like so much shit. Like you could literally cut your military budget down from like $800 billion a year down to like $200 billion a year and pull out of every foreign country in the world, bring every single military person home and only activate them if some foreign country threatens your territories. That's how militaries should be set up. They should be dormant and able to be activated when a threat poses itself, but otherwise they should just be there to do, I don't know, humanitarian shit, build shit in your own country, build roads and train lines and fucking hospitals and schools and bridges and fucking
help little old ladies across the road, whatever.
Yeah.
I agree.
Help the police go to school and teach kids about the laws and the police and doing the right thing and all that stuff and prevent criminals from becoming criminals and
like only the states would have a military, and when the federal government wants to declare war, they have to go state to state and say, how many troops do you pledge?
They would have to do that thing that's in the fucking Constitution that says that they have to declare war before they can send military overseas into foreign countries, with the American badge on the shoulder. You can't do that legally without a declaration of war. And that's what they need to go back to, right?
I know people harp on, Crit's always talking about Nixon, but that all started under Nixon, the Nixonian War Powers Act. He passed a law that said, due to the atomic age, there is no time for the political, you need the political expedience. The president needs to be able to act at a moment's notice without congressional approval. And they approved it. They said, yeah, have at it, Haas. Declare war on any country you want for 100 days. And then after 100 days, you can either kick it down the road for another 100 days, or if it's if we got the support from the public, we'll just declare war.
And is that the official way they go about it? You know, with all the foreign expeditions they're involved with at the moment.
Yeah, that's why it's funny when Russia says they're doing a special military operation. It's virtually word for word what Nixon said when he was doing all this stuff.
Yeah.
It's like suddenly all the lefties and stuff are like, oh, well, you know, Putin's a war criminal for what he's doing. Have you looked at the last 40 years of American history? You know,
the hypocrisy there is absolutely astonishing, man. And they don't talk about why Russia actually went into Ukraine, which was because of the all of the Russians that were being bombed for the last 8 years in the Donbass. You know, over 14,000 Russians killed by the Ukrainian forces over the last 8 years. And there was this whole thing, this Minsk agreement that was set up, and it wasn't being followed by the Ukraine. The Ukraine was being antagonistic to Russia, and basically gave Russia no other choice but take the action that Russia has taken. And it could have all been avoided if the Ukrainian leadership was fucking sane. But the Ukrainian leadership is under complete control by the US, almost. And so they do suicidally stupid fucking shit at the cost of their own citizens, just to poke the bear.
The actual bear, right? Because that's the animal of the Russian Federation.
Don't you dare, Randy. You sound like a Russian sympathizer.
Oh, mate, look, I honestly don't understand why it is Americans are so obsessed with Russians. Why do they think Russians, which are fellow fucking human beings, all right, why the fuck are they to be feared and scared of and fucking bullshit, man? Same with the Chinese, for fuck's sake.
I know.
Let's all just fucking get along with each other.
Apparently, they're responsible for absolutely everything, though. Everything they are responsible for.
Yeah, but they made Biden fall off his bike yesterday, man.
Yeah,
they made it happen. They made him fall off his bike.
That was hilarious. I mean, it was. After you knew he was okay, right? Like you see, like someone old like that fall, you're like, oh, okay, he's good. He stood up. Okay, but then it was like, how can you just be standing there and you just fall off your bike?
I think he had those shoes that clip into the pedals.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
And I don't think he didn't unclip them or whatever. And I think that's why. I don't know why he was wearing those. He's just going he's not a fucking professional cyclist. He doesn't need to be able to pull the pedal up with as much power as he pushes down for torque efficiency. He's just going for a casual ride.
Someone who's spry and younger would have been able to slip their foot out and catch their fall. Like he was just a senile old man. Yeah, he was.
He is. He's 79 years old, man. Fucking hell. He should be at home with his grandchildren.
I don't want this to become normal at all.
How old is Trump?
He's in his 70s too, mate. But he's a different character, mate. He's still mentally got his brain switched on. Still works. He can finish sentences and shit.
Must be all the McDonald's and KFC he eats, probably, on Air Force One.
Probably.
So is this an act? Is this whole thing an act? The Biden?
Biden's a joke. He's a puppet.
What is it doing? It's trying to show people that it's normal, that president's just foolish fool.
Yeah, that world governments are better than singular governments, and that these people who are elected are trash, and the solution is a world government, basically.
I think it's God's way of trying to tell the American people that they need to take responsibility for the people that they choose to lead them.
I think we had voter fraud, Rams. I think we had that.
Well, I mean, what if you had an overwhelming number of people voting for a third independent candidate? What would they do then? They couldn't deny that. They would have to give the presidency to that person that was running. Say the Green Party member, for instance, say that person got, literally a majority of the country's votes. They would have to either fraudulently change enough of those votes over to one of the other two candidates, or that candidate would get voted in, and then you could, really start doing some shit.
I think Ralph Nader got like 6% or something of the popular vote. Is that right? I don't know.
Is that when he ran back in the 80s or 90s? Did he run under the Democratic or Republican ticket, or was he independent or a third party of some kind?
I don't remember.
Yeah, because he was a good dude.
Oh, wow.
Still got Bernie over there, JD. You got Bernie over there, still kicking around, doing his thing.
Oh, he's a fucking sellout, mate, that fella. Totally sold out his own cause.
Don't they all, though, at the end of the day? Come on.
He sold out, then promoted Hillary as like the ideal candidate.
Hillary. On the Nader thing, he did run under a Green Party ticket in the U.S. They did allow a ticket. Yeah.
Yeah, Trump ran this third party before too, like as Reform. Like Jesse Ventura was the same party.
You see, because an independent candidate would be free of the party's fucking political fucking spider web of bullshit, and they'd be able to just, implement things that are in the best interests of the people.
Vaguely remember, like they kept saying a lot of curlicues. Oh, before you can get this much funding or something, you have to have this many votes. Well, how are they going to do one without the other, and so on? That kind of curlicue stuff.
Yeah.
You should look up Vermin Supreme.
And what group of people is it that determine the rules for that shit, for creating a party or putting forward a candidate to run? Like, what's the structure for who decides that sort of stuff, and how, and who controls those decisions? Because if you were to just be fair about it, then you would take away all these silly fucking restrictions and let candidates come forward. The more the merrier, because give people different options,
Well, I mean, it's just a mentality thing. Okay, you have choices. You can pick Ford or Chevy. What do you mean? Those are plenty of choices. I said earlier, yeah, we should have 7 parties here with runoff voting, but we don't. We got 2 choices.
Mercedes.
Right.
Well, I like a Toyota, but with a Nissan engine or something,
right?
And a Maserati exhaust. You know, I like this, and I like a bit of column B and I like a bit of column C.
Keep centralizing power. Why do we keep doing that?
Destiny.
This guy, Vermin Supreme, he's run since like, I don't know, 2000, 2004 maybe. And his ticket like is hilarious. He says, "I want to take your guns and give you better guns." Or he's like, all girls under the age of 12 will get a pony. It's like
with the gun debate, right? What is the big problem, right, with at least licensing guns? You know, especially these fucking powerful semi-automatic assault rifles, man. I mean, like, what's the big deal with just licensing them? Because, I don't know. It's not just the availability of guns over there, but for people to actually be willing to and aspire to use one of them to go and just murder a bunch of kids or a bunch of people anywhere is a sign of a deeper problem. Like, fucking hell.
Yeah, I just looked up. So Vermin Supreme started running in 2004. He's ran every year, every election since.
When his name's Vermin Supreme.
Yeah, and he's got like a boot on top of his head, and he wears these really like funny suits, a big old beard. In his campaign, all children. I thought it was just girls, but all children should have a right to pony. A right to pony means that one pony will be issued to all families with a child. Like, it's funny. It's like hilariously how it's written out. Like, it sounds like it's got the verbiage of like a real political stance.
Yeah. You know that January 6th thing? There was that guy that was wearing that thing on his head. What was it? Like a squirrel or something or whatever?
The Viking hat.
Yeah, he's a famous photo of him sitting in the chair in the thingy. He should run for president one day, I reckon.
I think
that'd be pretty funny.
That was
You roboted badly, man. What was that?
My bad. That guy was like an controlled opposition. They were like escorted in there.
Yeah, they were really casual, man. They just walked in there real casually, said hello to the cops and shit, and
mega Viking guy. Yeah.
It's so funny to hear these idiots on the television talk about it as this dark day in American history and shit. It's just, like, what world are you fucking living on to talk about it like that? Like,
yeah.
Oh man,
they are literally like, communist, Marxist, disgusting people. European oligarchs, controlled by them at least. Bad news in America is good news to them. Soros and all them, they don't care if America falls. Did it go quiet?
No, I was looking, waiting for a second, but the episode of Black Mirror did a video, like a show where a cartoon character ran for office, like in England, and maybe you have to see it. No spoilers, but it's quite funny. Like the people were so pissed off that this cartoon character was actually winning the debates and like was polling ahead.
That was an interesting show, actually, Black Mirror. There was some really cool episodes.
Yep.
Fucking wacky shit, man. Wacky.
It's all, dystopian control mechanisms and technology.
It was crazy.
Season 2, episode 3, called Waldo. A pink cartoon bear, and then no spoilers after that.
That's not too far off. Biden is basically a cartoon character.
Oh, yeah.
He's the perfect fall guy, to just, collapse the fucking economy on, Because they need a great reset, don't they? They need to, because they're like, their budget deficit is just completely off the charts, right? The expenditure every year is like $1 or $2 or $3 trillion a year, short of their actual revenue. So it's just an impossible situation. So something's got to change.
I heard on the show that Sri Lanka's economy went down and China gave them some money or something to boost it up.
Oh, yeah? Well, there used to be a thing back in the day called Jubilee every so often where they would just cancel all the debts in the land. I think the king used to do it every so often to...
that was only in Israel.
It didn't happen sure, it probably happened in other places as well from time to time.
Well, I don't know. I mean, that would be interesting if you could find something like that. But my only familiarity is that the Bible's record of Israel's history was every 49 years they had that, what you were calling the Jubilee. So it wouldn't matter if you got into debt at any point along the way. You could get into debt at the very last year 49, year 50, start over again. That's, there was a reset. But I don't know if any other nation, if you did do that as another nation, I've never been familiar with it.
But what did they do with the creditor in that situation? Like if you lent someone money and then the Jubilee came up, would the king pay the debt off for you and give you the money that you lent the person, or you just both have to just forget about it?
That's a good question. I don't know that I've ever seen that other side of the story, right? But
if you know the Jubilee's like a year away or 2 years away, then you go and borrow as much as you can, right? Or if you're a lender and you know it's a year or two away, then you're not going to lend any money to anyone.
Yeah, well, again, the Bible's not just a history book, right? It's also case law. So you do have certain situations where they did apply their laws, but we don't have stories that show how some sneaky little guy, next door neighbor took advantage. There's no story about a guy who took advantage of the what it ends up doing in the New Testament. Really, the New Testament shows that God is so extravagantly gracious that even if you did do that, he'd be like, yeah, I forgive you, man. Come on.
Well, I was thinking if I was in that situation, I wouldn't lend someone some money if I knew that in a year's time, it was just going to be forgotten about, because then I lose all that money, and I could have used that for my family or my friends or
you already
my community or something else,
You already do that. Like with like you gave over the government like the birth certificate, which is money. You don't really get much in return, right?
What do you mean?
Well, like if you gave over to the government like a bond, like an indented deed, like a birth certificate, and then they took it and they printed a bunch of money out of it, and you didn't know how to like have them discharge debt because of it, then we'd be getting taken advantage of. Like you gave the government something first so it could create money so that you could go work for it, but then you get taxed on it and all the rest of it. When in reality, you could be able to discharge it because you're the fucking creditor in the relationship in the first place. But you think you're a citizen at a certain address. Imagine
Well,
guys.
it's just
Sounds crazy.
sounds like. What do you mean? Well, like why would I don't understand. Like, why would I want to do that?
Right. Well, that's what I mean. You already do that because you don't take advantage of, let's say, your right to discharge what you might owe for your federal currency because you were the guarantor in the initial relationship because you gave them a birth certificate which allowed them to create money. And then they double down and make you pay more money that you gave them to them so that they can pay you back.
And then they take out insurance on you, their asset, so that when you die.
Who does that? Like, who is able to turn a birth certificate into money?
Like any country, any banking system under the IMF.
But how do they actually turn a birth certificate into a real currency, US dollars or Australian dollars or Canadian dollars, or like how does that actually happen? So and then can they just spend that money on whatever they want? Can they withdraw it from the bank account, and who are the people that are in control of all that?
Hey, Rams, are you still there?
Yeah, man.
So, there's a lot of opposing views in terms of what Issa was talking about. So I'm not sure if you got any clarity on that, but there's a lot of people that don't even believe that system exists.
I have heard about a lot of that stuff before, the free man on the land, sort of sovereign man sort of movement stuff. It just doesn't seem to be practical at all, I've never heard of anyone actually, successfully navigating any of those sorts of situations, of being able to separate oneself from one's legal fiction or straw man, and often it's, in an attempt to get out of something, right? Out of not having to pay something or not having to answer for something, as annoying as, road rules and driver's licensing and all sorts of government regulatory shit is annoying and is a barrier to a lot of shit. It's also there for some good reasons sometimes. But generally, I just don't hear of any people having any success with that sort of line of argument, especially in the courts.
Yeah, I mean, the legend has it that whenever someone does successfully execute their theory, there's always a non-disclosure agreement. They can't tell you anything about it, so you always have to take their word for it.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
that's convenient, isn't it, to say that?
Yeah,
I mean, I'd like to know if it's possible, but at the same time, yeah,
you'd almost I don't know. I mean, in terms of accessing this account that allegedly exists under your name, it's almost like your parents. It's almost like your parents created a trust fund for you, and they never told you about it, and they never told you how to access it. And then there's some people that say, "Hey, my parents did this. I bet your parents did the same thing, but I can't tell you how to get at it. You just got to figure it out yourself. I've told you enough. You should be able to figure the rest out." I'm always like, "Fuck you, man. There's no way I can figure this out."
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it sounds good.
Where's this money coming from? Like, how is it?
Well, I mean, I think what I was going to say earlier about what I think you made the comments about, trillions of dollars of debt. When our money is backed by silver and gold, then you can basically just create money out of thin air.
Yeah.
You just write it and print it because the worth. The worth is in. Well, I don't give it its worth. I only use it. Like in terms of paying for fuel, I'd love to go up and pay for my fuel $1 a gallon. That's my worth, right? So why don't we all just agree that the dollar is, full value, and that the gas or the price of fuel ought to be this, right? If it's the determination of how people understand the word, but we're not told. We are given the value of, like you were talking about before, a bunch of tomatoes. You didn't set that value. That value was set for you, right? So all they have to do is raise the price of a product, which then reciprocally devalues the dollar. So now you have to spend 20 instead of 2.
Yeah. Yeah.
But all of that is, in my opinion, the simplest way is it's just money is just a complete farce. It's a complete fabrication. It's a cog in the matrix, and you can give it any value. You know, just like a computer program, and you go in there and change your zeros and ones and make pink red. That's all you got to do with the dollar, man.
Yeah, so there's no consequences for the US to run a big budget deficit. Like, if my household budget is at a deficit of $5, I can't afford that. I'm not going to be able to make it work. I can't borrow infinitely, perpetually, and just have a deficit infinitely forever. But when it's myself that I'm borrowing the money from, then I can. Like, why not? If I'm the government and I need money for something, why not just fucking print it?
Well,
especially if it's for a bridge or a hospital or a school or something, why not? Like, just print it.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
there's
think about it again.
Positive things that come from it, because you give people jobs in building a school, and you get a school at the end of it. Good.
Well, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but we've been on the credit system for so long, we don't even realize that, because I don't get paid in gold and paper. I get paid in zeros and ones.
Yeah, digital.
My bank account all of a sudden has zeros and ones in it, and that's not substantial. There's nothing real behind that. It's just a computer. They could have they could have simply put $10 million in my bank account. That's not going to do anything for anybody. And then I could just go about and spend money like I want. I would never harm the economy. Just like I could go out right now. If I went out right now and printed $10 million in 20s and started spending it, the economy wouldn't change. Economy wouldn't tank. Nothing would change. Well, you introduced $20 million of new 20s. Yeah, and what about it? Nothing's real. I could write down on a piece of paper $10 million and go in and buy a Jaguar. Whatever. Like, that's all this is.
Yeah. You imagine if they gave everyone like $10 million, literally everyone in the country, then like everybody would buy all the cool shit, right, that they wanted. But then all that cool shit would run out, right? There wouldn't be enough of it to go around. So people would have to start building more cool shit. So, people won't stop doing shit, like they'll still want to go to restaurants and eat and stuff like that. But if there's no one there's still going to be people that want to cook, and you know what I mean? Like, you could get to a completely cashless society where you just go down to the supermarket and fill up your trolley with all the shit that you want and you need, and just leave. And everybody in the society just does whatever it takes to make sure that we supply that grocery store and that car dealership, and so that everybody who needs a car can just go grab a car. And
yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. That's almost like just the absurdity of it all. But again, in terms of being able to be our own person, we were talking a while ago about a couple hundred years ago. If we just owned a farm, we wouldn't be in demand. We wouldn't have commercialism. We wouldn't have industrialism, because we would be able to take our time with our produce and with our harvesting and with our planting and our plowing, all of that stuff we would be able to do in due time, and we wouldn't be in a rush. We wouldn't be under the gun. We wouldn't have deadlines. You know what I mean? And if something happened to your crop and you're next door to me, I'd have enough for you and you'd have enough for me. You come over and say, "Hey, look, something happened with this crop. Whatever." I'm like, "Here you go, man." But that's not commercialism, right? So we turn this commercialism into surplus beyond our wildest imaginations. I mean, drive by Drive by any fucking car dealership. You know how often they rotate that shit out? Where do the other cars go?
Yeah.
Right? Where did the old models go? That just shows you how absurd the whole system is, that it's priced that high when they can just take everything else off the lot. You forget about it, and it's in a warehouse somewhere, not getting used at all. Where's that asset? We're like, what? How does that asset have any value to anybody?
They'd probably find someone to sell it to, I'm sure.
I don't know. I mean, what if they don't? They're just sitting there, right? Just sitting there.
But there is demand. There's demand out there for that product. So usually it will sell eventually, but
Oh no, man.
I
Right?
guess
So like if all the car dealerships stopped, took a year or two off, I don't think people would lose their shit. I mean, there's just like the only reason why they do have the turnovers is because they build for deficiency so that they break down, and then they build for replacement so that they've got a new model and you think that you got to upgrade. You know what I mean? Like if they didn't provide that for us, then we would take the time to take care of what we have so that it lasts longer.
Yeah. Yeah, people want to upgrade too all the time. And also because they can.
Right. So then that creates within you a mentality of laziness and what's the word?
Consumerism.
Yeah, consumerism, but also where you devalue things. You can just trade it in. Well, I don't care. Like my son, right? My oldest son, he picked me up from the airport and his car sounded like shit. I'm like, man, are you taking? He's like, we're just gonna run it into the ground and get another one. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, who are you? I didn't raise you this way.
Yeah. Yeah, imagine what it's like for someone with, tens of millions of dollars, and, you can literally buy anything you want, anytime you want, like,
So, Rams, I was thinking about your situation where you said everybody's given $10 million. Why wouldn't that just create hyperinflation and a loaf of bread would end up costing $8 million and it wouldn't actually matter?
No, it would not.
No.
Why?
Well,
that's what happens when you pump cash into an economy. You create hyperinflation.
No, because a lot of it gets spent on fucking really expensive shit, and that just gets stored away. So, like, there's billions of dollars tied up in like expensive pieces of art and houses and cars and all sorts of shit, or just portfolios, people's portfolios and shit. Like,
well, let me ask you this:
like, for the real world expense of a loaf of bread to go up, right? What would have to happen? The cost of actually making that bread would have to go up, right?
Not necessarily. Look at World War II in Japan. One of the things that the Allies did to destabilize their economy was pump in a bunch of cash. That's why they had hyperinflation, and that's why a loaf of bread cost as much as it did World War II. Literally a tactic that was derived.
Yeah, that would be an interesting research. I don't know that I believe that story. So, think about the opposite of your question. What if you took out all of the paper money? Instead of pumping in more, what if you took it all out? Everything would still be zeros and ones. Everything is always zeros and ones. It doesn't matter if you have a stack of cash in your basement. If in your bank account, your zeros and ones have absolutely no value because nothing's backing it. It's just zeros and ones. So again, we don't control the economy with our purchasing. Those who are in control tell us how much something is of value, and then they either raise it up or lower it.
And the truth is that most people, if you gave them $10 million, most people probably wouldn't change their lives that much. I mean, not everybody is desperately greedy and rich and wanting super indulgent lifestyles. You know, some people just want to be able to have a nice car and a nice home and be able to go and enjoy a holiday or a vacation from time to time and spend their days and weeks doing something that they enjoy, something that contributes to the world.
No, I totally get what you're saying, and it's a very interesting point. My question was just, how do you avoid the hyperinflation that comes with injecting currency into an economy?
Yeah. Well, in the case of the US, you get to export a lot of your inflation because of the petrodollar and the fact that so many foreign countries need US dollars, which, when that comes to an end, is going to be catastrophic for you guys, and that is what's going to happen. You're going to get that super hyperinflation. So that is unavoidable when you get to a certain saturation point of money. But I think, giving everyone $10 million, I guess, would probably get you to that saturation point. I don't know how bad it would be.
Let me ask you a question real quick, Kool-Aid. So walk me through that thought process or that thought experiment. Like, if you pump in, like, let's go back to your World War II example. So, a certain amount of people have access now to the surplus of cash, of paper money or whatever. So they go out and they buy more what? Like, they buy more rice, they buy more vegetables, and so they buy more and more and more. And so then like how does it all of a sudden become hyperinflation? So then if people go out, because you got a huge country, right? Are all the same people going out and buying all the same products? So that one product. So let's just pick one product, like
sure. Why don't we say bread?
Okay,
yeah.
So, well, whatever. Okay, so then that product is now off the shelf. They're like, hey, you guys got to back off. We got to give us some time. Like, all they have to do now, those companies, is spend the same amount of money that it did before to put out enough to put on the shelf. Like, there's nothing that's changing anything about the production. It just now is gonna. You just have more people buying it faster. So you just have to then produce it. They have to wait for it. Why is there inflation? What happened? What?
The inflation exists because the currency has become devalued. As there is more of it, it is less of a scarce resource.
No, that's not true. That's not true. Who said it was devalued?
I'm explaining economics to you. If you don't like this explanation, that's fine. I can cite sources if you prefer, but if you have
we
more
understand the theory, but why? What actually causes items to become more expensive? Right? Say what it costs more to produce.
No, the currency would actually be worth less. Not worthless, but actually, not as valuable. Because
I hear that as a just
why? But why?
Yeah,
because there's more of it.
It's not money's not something that's a victim to a shortage of supply. Money can just be created. You can just move the fucking decimal place over, and you've created money. There's no supply demand.
For currency, there most definitely is. The currency is definitely a supply and demand driven thing. That's the reason why the Federal Reserve Bank here in America carefully controls exactly how much money they print every year, so that they keep the supply low enough that the demand stays high and the value stays intact. If you were to
think about it this way, all right? Say you sell bread, okay? Now, if everybody out there was to have a little bit more money this week than last week, does that mean you're going to sell more bread? No, probably not. No. Like if I had more money next week, if I got given $10 million tomorrow, then I'm not, over the next week, I'm not going to consume any more bread or eggs or Coca-Cola or electricity or anything like that than I did last week.
Right.
No, it'll just be priced higher.
Exactly, because the money will be worth less. So it will cost you, rather than $5 to buy that loaf of bread, it will now cost you $50 to buy that loaf of bread.
Is the bread seller increasing his price because he knows that he can get more money for it because people have more money to spend, and remember the guy that made the bread, he got $10 million too. So he doesn't necessarily need to increase his profit margin. In fact, he can even do the opposite. He can reduce his profit margin and increase his production if he wanted to.
With all due respect, that's silly, because what he's going to have to pay for flour to make the bread the amount of money he's going to have to pay is going to increase as the money is now worth less. And he's going to have to spend more money, so he's going to be forced to raise the price of the bread to compensate. And
you keep saying that because the money is worth less, that I understand what you're getting at, that it doesn't buy as much, but why is that? It's because of the profit motive, right? Of everybody that's trying to sell stuff.
That's right. It's everybody's profit motive, including the guy who is selling the flour to the guy who's making the bread to the guy who is selling the machine that makes the flour. It's everybody along the line.
The gas, yeah.
Yeah, but you gotta think about how orchestrated that would have to be. That's got to be just massively syncopated in order for all of those variables and factors to do the same thing at the same time. So imagine if you're in Tumbleweed, Oklahoma. If you're in Tumbleweed, Oklahoma, and you've got a blacksmith who depends upon his neighbor to mine the ore, and then the guy who's mining the ore says, "Oh, I think I can make more money if I make this more expensive." And then the blacksmith says, "Oh, if I've got to pay him, I've got to make my services more expensive." Then the guy who goes to the blacksmith says, "Fuck you, man, drop your price. I'm not paying for that." And then the blacksmith says to his ore miner, "Hey, man, fuck you. You got to drop your price." That's how that works. See how I'm saying?
That's a really great fantasy, but unfortunately, as has been proven in real world, that's not the way it works.
Yeah, but I think what I'm going to try to do is to say that the world that you're reading about, Freakonomics and whatever else that you like to, and there's no problem if you like that, and it makes your the back of your hair stand on its end, or the back of your neck, get all tingly. We are in a system that is controlled. Okay, the system does what the controllers set it to do. So if you believe that that's the way economics work, that's the way they are making it work. Because the way I just described Tumbleweed, Oklahoma, is the way I would do business with my next door neighbor. Like, if you want me to pay that, screw you. Then I'm not, I'll grow it myself. I
didn't realize you were a communist. Interesting.
Okay, well, so now that you wait.
Is in a person that lives in a community with other human beings and works cooperatively with them to enjoy a good quality of life.
Okay, hold on, just real quick.
See, why is communism used as a slur? like that.
No,
I don't understand this. I really don't.
Hold on, let me defend. I did not mean it as a slur. I meant it as is exactly what you described.
It's used like that all the time. Like
right, it is, and
why?
it's incorrectly used. The problem
Why?
with
Because
communism,
ultimately, isn't it just about what's in the best interest of the community? Hence the use of the word commune in community.
Right. The problem from my understanding, is communism doesn't work on a large scale. On a small scale, a family, a neighborhood, maybe even buttfuck Arizona, whatever. I'm sorry, I forgot the name of the town you made up.
You know what economy works in a society? Whatever fucking economy that society wants to work. That's the truth.
Not anymore. If the Federal Reserve is privately owned and it's owned by, say, European oligarchs, then they don't care about community in America.
This is exactly the point. When the people that are in control of the levers of power in your society are not motivated by quality of life of the community and the citizens in that community, then everything is rot from there. It doesn't matter what you do from there. Everything's futile from there. But if those leaders are people who care about their community and their fellow citizens and want the highest quality of life for all of us, then that's what we will get. People call it idealistic, and people call it what's that word that they use for utopia? That they use it as if it's some kind of fantasy. But as far as I'm concerned, it's a reality that all we have to do is just make possible if we decide to. Simple as that.
Just real quick, Kool-Aid, in all honesty, man, your response to me, do you really believe that was a healthy response? Oh, I didn't realize you were a communist.
Yes, because I don't think you realized what you were describing. And by my response, it very succinctly highlighted exactly what you were saying and moved the conversation on to the next topic.
No. Yeah, it only moved it because I wasn't able to get in fast enough to address it. But right after you said what you said and Ram started talking, I was trying to jump in to confront you. So your response, in my opinion, was not a healthful response. It didn't make me want to engage with you, except to say this, because of what you just said right now, that my response, according to you, was a communistic depiction. My question would be, and you said, and I didn't realize it. Well, what that means, Kool-Aid, is that you're assuming that I have the same concept of communism as you, and I just didn't realize that I was arguing for that position. However, in a healthy conversation, I would have said, well, you could have said something like this. Well, that sounds a little bit like a communism, or that sounds like communism to me. And I would say, well, what do you mean by that? And then you would say this, then that. And I'd say, nope, that's not what I mean. So if I say, nope, that's not what I mean to what you describe as communism, then your comment initially was not helpful, because you had all of these assumptions and all you did was throw a grenade and then run away because you didn't want to have a conversation.
I'm so sorry that you don't want to have this conversation with me, Travis. I do apologize that you feel triggered and can't handle the conversation with me. That is definitely a you problem.
Okay, so listen very carefully. We're going
to go ahead and move on, and we're going to continue the conversation.
Okay, so
when you describe communism, I'm going to call it communism. I don't really care if it offends your feelings. When I see a black cat, I call it a black cat.
Okay, great. What's communism?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, because you're making out like communism is obviously a bad thing. And I mean, why Why do you think it is? Why?
Communism is a great thing that doesn't work on large scales.
Okay, I didn't ask you if it was a great thing. I said, what is it? I said, what is communism?
Calm down, Travis. Calm your tits, okay? The communism, in my understanding, is a way of governance that was originally codified by the writings of Marx, Karl Marx. Since then, it has been perverted and expanded upon, and it is used as the basis of government for many countries around the world, none of which, with the exception of China, perhaps, is successful.
Okay, so the one thing I heard throughout all of that was government. Okay, so when I was describing how I would have an interaction with my blacks, hold on.
No, if you heard government, you weren't listening to me.
I did not interrupt you. I did not interrupt you.
Wait, I'm going to correct you. I did not say the word government. I said the word governance. That's a different word. Please get out your dictionary and look up what governance is.
Okay, Kool-Aid. The word governance and government over this audio can sound the same. So I'm not sure how and why you want to split the hair of governance and government. Okay, the word govern still is the point. You did not describe what communism was at all. And how was my description of how I would interact with the blacksmith when he raised his prices a demonstration of governance? Please go. What, he's gone? Wow. What the fuck, man?
And did you notice that his example for what communism was a very specific historical circumstance that occurred at a very specific place in a specific time? When if you just listen to what the word is, communism.
I think he was giving you a backhanded
It just
compliment.
means community-based ideology, like decision making in the interests of the community.
Yeah,
That's why I, when he said it, I straight away said, why do you use communism as a slur like that? When at any example of the government doing something good for the people is called communism or socialism. And the whole point of government is to regulate the way that the business world operates, to protect the public from predatory fucking corporations or interests. That's why we have fucking laws.
Yeah, well, the interesting thing about your comment is that that's precisely a mixture of what our nations are. The American Constitution limits the power of the government to protect our rights. The legislation that is written for what you were talking about, corporations, so that they don't abuse people. But all of the policies and all of the ordinances and codes and things like that, those are written for non-human entities that are called corporations. But what's happened is we have been swallowed up into that system, so that we are now operating not under a strict constitutional government, but a corporation, a corporate municipal government, so that we have rules.
Yeah, I call it regulatory capture, basically, which is what the corporate entities of the world that the government is created to police have basically taken the helm of those regulatory bodies, in this case the government, and they are one and the same.
Well, that's interesting too. Now that I'm trying to like think about this and think through all this stuff, you know, the Boston Tea Party, all that stuff with the East India Trading Company, all of that shit was commercial. Like that didn't have anything to do with Grandpa Joe and Granny Smith down the street, right?
No,
So,
that's right.
But yeah, but that's exactly what's happened. Is it's creeped over, and then all of a sudden we're paying taxes. Like, you know, the one thing that I've been looking into, and I'm still not, you know, anything beyond 10% of a functioning way of thinking about this, but the property tax here in the United States is 100% commercial. Like the only properties that should be being taxed are commercial properties. So somehow my house that I bought not as a what's the word I'm looking for? Capital gains. Like capital gains has to do with business investments and blah blah blah. Well, you know, whether or not my house increases or decreases in value, right? So if my house decreases in value, is the government going to make up that deficit at the end of the year? No. But they're going to tax me on the increase, right? They're going to tax me on the increase. So my house should not be taxed. There should be no property tax on my house. Not only that, I should have no meter on my house, because those meters were originally established for businesses. The businesses were going to be the ones that supplied everything that the people needed, and pay for everything that the people needed in terms of public roads and electricity and power and all of that shit. And then somehow we just got lumped into it all, and we're just now drowning in the system.
If you were to start advocating for UBI and I said, "Oh, I didn't realize you were a communist," I think that's kind of a backhanded compliment. Like, normally everything you say is so small government, you want small, minimalistic kind of control from them. And then if you were to advocate for UBI, it would be it's a backhanded compliment to say, "Oh, I didn't know you were a communist." It's like, normally you're so conservative. Now you're advocating for UBI. So
what's UBI? I don't even know.
It's a universal basic income. I'm just using it as an example, but it was kind of going, yeah. If you were to say, "Oh yeah, everyone needs $2,000 a week, even the homeless people, even the people who don't work, blah, 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 blah. Isn't it good? The government's going to do that, blah, blah, blah." I would say, "Oh, I didn't realize you were a Marxist communist," kind of thing. You know, it's because
I wouldn't advocate. I would not advocate that kind of governance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and communism on paper is like, everything on paper is an ideal way to govern is very good. It's just, when it gets implemented, it's fully corrupted by men.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem with anarchy, because you are going to have rules.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But ultimately, you know, the simplest...
That should not be used as an excuse not to try.
I agree.
I think that's how it's used often.
Yeah, I agree.
It's like, oh, that's just human nature, man. You know, you just...
True. I mean, and same with a republic and everything on paper. They're all socialism. They're all fantastic on paper.
I'm on the communist server. I don't know if you guys remember Gabe. I invited him to the server not too long ago. He was talking to that Red Shift, whatever the guy's name was. Red something. And they've got a real schism inside their own ideas. It's not like a communism has like just one conceptual idea of what communism is. I mean, they are all over the board. I mean, they've got like some military interventionism, some are apologetics, some are. I mean, it's like you talk to a communist, it's like you have to really break it down. On the server that they talk about this stuff, it is really wild. I mean, they get in these heated debates where it's like they got to time the whole server out. You know, like where they no more talking for 24 hours. And it's interesting too, because it took about 6 months of them questioning me, because they get trolled a lot. You know, a lot of people want to troll the communists. So it took about 6 months just to get a read-only role on that server.
I had a server exclusively about the Great Reset and the Wu flu shot, and it got taken down because of misinformation, just like Twitter and shit. Imagine working at a place where you need a beard hairnet. I'm at McDonald's right now. Did it go quiet?
You think about what Kool-Aid said earlier about, you know, the surplus of money devalues it. It does in a certain sense, but that's only conceptual. So like if I give my my 16-year-old, you know, $20,000 on his 16th birthday, and he goes out and blows it on whatever he wants, I mean, there's a certain amount of devalue there because he's not treating it with the respect that it deserves, right? He can go out and buy whatever he wants, but he's getting the value for his dollar. So he doesn't. So then if 10 million 16-year-olds are given $20,000 and they all go out and do that, that's not going to cause inflation. Like I just don't get how people don't understand that my irresponsibility with money doesn't increase or decrease the value of a product that I'm going to buy. That is set exclusively by the people that are providing it.
What if you put an upward limit on money so that people couldn't make more than a certain amount of money, you know, so you couldn't have billionaires, you know, you couldn't have a whole class of people that don't have to do anything ever, you know, that can literally just live off everybody else all the time.
Well, I suppose that goes into what's the purpose of being a billionaire at all? You know what I mean? Like, why would you need to have that much money? Because that goes back into the bourgeois royal society, right? I mean, those were the people that had so much money, or like they had, you know, they had manservants and Downton Abbey bullshit, whatever, you know. But I kind of get, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, if every person that lives a millionaire lifestyle, you know, that has, like, if everyone was given the highest average standard of living that we could give everyone, then it would probably be a little bit higher than a middle upper class lifestyle, wouldn't it? I would think.
Well, I mean, I don't know, because you think about a neat and tidy set of parents raising two kids, and one of them just trashes the room. You know, the boy just leaves he doesn't do his laundry, doesn't make his bed, but his parents, you know, live before him. Like, they clean up after dinner. Even they make him clean up after dinner. Like, okay, Tom, it's your turn to clean up after dinner. But his bedroom and his car looks like shit. So, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but at the same time, there are certain people, if you give them $10 million, their house is going to look like shit. Doesn't matter how much money they have.
Maybe give it a few generations. So
I'll test your
generational wealth. The
'Cause
offspring would have a much better chance of being educated and all that. So the offspring, if you gave them $10 million and they gave their kids a good education kind of thing, then the next generation would be way more prepared to live civilized. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, because another one of the arguments too, right, is if you gave someone, enough money for a lifetime, then they wouldn't work. But I don't think that that's really true, because people, like, part of being happy is getting up every day and actually doing something that satisfies you, that makes you feel good, so that when you come home at the end of the day and to relax, or when you go on holiday, that experience is not as enjoyable if you haven't been working. You know what I mean? So if I was a millionaire, say, I would still work, but I'd do something that I really love doing. Like, I would start a business that restores classic cars, or modifies and improves cars, or something that I'm interested in, whatever it is. And if everybody out there could do the same thing, then other people that have that same interest in, say, in this example, say, doing up cars, they could come and join me, and they could do up cars with me. And
well, think about this. How about this, guys? What if I had a passion for researching and studying mirage refraction, right? And let's say it was no one else had really done that. Like, I don't care. I'd rather farm animal. I'd rather restore cars. Blah blah blah. But I come along, and that's what I want to do. Now, if I'm going to devote the kind of time that it would take to be equally equipped as you to restore a car, right? You're going to have to put time and effort into that. And part of your time and effort, let's say for the first time you restore a car and it's pretty good, and someone buys it from you, so then you get paid for your labor. Well, who's going to pay me for my labor, right? Like, who's going to be interested in the science? So, I mean, just think of that's such an interesting question that I'm thinking about right now, because we did have that back in the day with Newton, Copernicus, all these guys. Like, if they're staying up all night looking at the stars, when are they sleeping? And if they're sleeping during the day, how are they living? Right? So obviously someone's paying for their information. You know what I mean? So that thing that I have a passion
about. They were often of the wealthier classes back in those days,
I guess. But, I'm just saying, like, I'm at the point where, because of where we are with science, I actually do believe that the research that I've put into this will turn the science of refraction on its head. Honest to God. Like, if I were given the chance, if someone said, okay, I hear what you're saying, you've given me an elevator pitch, and what I hear you saying sounds like it's reasonable, and if you can do this, then I'm willing to at least invest in, I'll give you a year's worth of investment. What can you do in a year, right? I'm telling you that if I was able to do that, then like I said, the books would have to be rewritten on what we understand about mirage.
Yeah. See, how do you do things like that in a society, like pursuits like that one that you just described of just knowledge, that are beneficial to society in a lot of ways, but not profitable. You know what I mean? Not profitable, but you still want these things to happen, Yeah,
it doesn't necessarily have commercial value, so to speak, or
yeah. And in our world, the way that we do those sorts of things is like government organizations and institutions and private institutions, I guess, that are often non-for-profit organizations, Like the CSIRO is a government organisation over here in Australia that are responsible for a massive laundry list of inventions. One of them, in fact, being Wi-Fi, that we all use. Probably most of us are using right now. Was actually created by the CSIRO, an Australian government-funded organisation, and then that knowledge that they've acquired from the investment of the government, which is the people, is able to be taken and used by private companies to make a profit. It's like the research that NASA does at massive expense to the taxpayers. The stuff that they actually learn, the breakthroughs that they make, most of those things go straight to commercial enterprises, big companies that use that new knowledge to sell something or make something.
So I just posted 2 pictures. Just wondering if anybody's interested in chatting about shenanigans. Top picture is provided by Xanic.
Yikes.
He wants to claim that sailboat image in his is the complete sail 100%, so that the sailboat has to be hull down behind the mirage or behind the curve of the earth.
Does that look right? That red line on the right? Where's that supposed to be pointing?
Are you talking about the bottom image or what? Which one?
Yes.
The bottom image. Let me see. I got to zoom in on it because it's on my phone. So it's going to be at a higher angle than the boat because it's going into the distance. So if you would imagine that there was a smaller boat or whatever, another boat in front of the one that's on the left. So we have that watercraft on the left where the guy's standing up. If you had another boat closer to you, you would have an angle from that boat to his boat. That's the same idea. So instead of that being a shoreline in the background, pretend that was another boat. I'm just showing you the distance from one object to the next.
Ah, okay.
But you can see that in my image that the sailboat isn't completely uniform or the sail isn't completely uniform because you have in the middle the blue part of the hull that you can see. Now, if that sailboat were farther away from me, then the internal reflection of the mirage would swallow the hull up completely and the sail would look just like it does in the photograph above. But that doesn't mean that the sailboat is below the water because of Earth curve.
You see the pictures I posted, Travis?
Yeah, I see them. Yeah, it's good stuff, man. I love it. I mean, like
That's
this is
not mine. Hang on, that's not mine. That's pictures that B-ball is posting.
Oh man.
And going, yeah, this is Earth curve.
Yeah.
And it's stretched and distorted and whatever.
Yeah. I mean, look at the top image. The top image, the top of the ship is obviously clearer, crisper, and smaller.
Way smaller.
Yeah, the image on the bottom is completely blown out, washed out. These guys are just knuckleheads. Not only that, Dave, but the top image itself has the hull riding quite high on the water.
Right.
You know what I mean? And what distance is this? Because if it's at 14 miles and it's not showing half this boat cut in half with a crisp horizon, then what are you going to do when you show me an image of a boat that is doing that? It's like, why is the Earth cutting it off here but not here?
He's posting this as like some sort of proof for his side.
I know. It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Even this is after you and I went over like for hours with B-ball showing it.
I know.
The very next day or right after that, he posted it.
And then he asks us the same questions like we didn't answer him the day before. You know what I mean?
He's either, I mean, like I said, there's just only 2 choices: ignorant or he's deceiving or trying to deceive.
Yeah.
Because even by posting this, you're not deceiving anyone if they'll just take a look at it.
Right. And you could very well tell someone that you think that that's what the bottom image is doing. And they might believe you, but then they're not being critical in their thinking. They don't give it, a rip about the conversation. They're like, I don't want to look at this. Yeah, okay, sure. If that's what you say, fine.
Yep. Strange.
And if they think that's 100% accurate in their proof, they're going to be back tomorrow, no change. They're not even convinced by it.
Yeah.
I scrolled up and saw the meme. The bread goes in and the toast comes out, but where does the bread go? I love that meme. I have the photo of the shrimp boat of less than 4 miles. That's super crisp. Like if you really it really freaks me out in a way because it's,
Yeah.
the water is obstructing it for sure, and it's crisp. So it doesn't always have to be blurry and stretched and, whatever.
Right. Yeah.
I think it's either being magnified. That's why it's more crisp, but you still have that, that obstruction or something's going on. It's just a different effect.
Right.
But if someone else would have took that picture and showed it to me, I would be leery, right? But since I took it, I'm like kind of weirded out, of what's causing it, what's happening.
Yeah.
But can't be Earth curve. It's too close and I'm too high. So there's only one thing left, and that's, mirage, atmosphere, whatever you want to apply to it.
Yeah, and because all of the variables intermingle and mix, and one day, like, humidity could be changed in such a way, but everything else is the same. Like, how does that change it? That, to me, that's an interesting question, right? I would love to be in a place where I could, figure that out or think through it and be in a place. And what I mean by be in a place, I mean have the ability to have enough people,
right? The team.
Yeah, and not just to be a think tank together, right? Because 5 other people could put a piece together that I am missing, and then we're able to move ahead with certain ideas and whatnot.
I've been thinking about that. Your shot, I think you had 4 cameras set up, one from each, side. You know what I'm saying?
I haven't done that yet. No, I don't think I've done that yet.
And do it over, however many days to get different conditions. And I think the humidity is a huge thing. Like how much of that moisture is coming directly off the water and turning into gas right there in your, into your corridor, into your view,
Yeah.
And then the sun, the light source position, I think, is a huge thing. That angle change, even as it's rising and setting, causes, different reflection and different effects. It has to, right? Like the angle's changing.
Well, so think about this. If the sun's light comes in straight down over me along the entire optical corridor, then that light is just coming straight down. But I'm looking through it. So we've got 2 different directions. We've got vertical and we've got horizontal. So if that light is coming straight down to me, then how does it change direction and then head my way? Right?
Yeah, they need to start right from the very beginning. They do not see the curve of the Earth at ground level. They do not see the curve of the Earth, no matter how high they will ever go in their lifetime. So once they start from that, they can restart their thinking and return back to science and say, here's why you don't see the curve, but it's still there. And then break down the numbers, break down the data, and start showing something. Because right now it's like they think they see a curve. They see 4 lights.
See, I think they're telling us the truth. We're just not hearing it. They're seeing most of them will admit that they observe flat surfaces, right? Like over distance, but then they know that the light is bending and the sky curves. I think they're telling us the truth because
we just got to figure it out.
Yeah, that's the same thing I believe. I believe we're on a flat plane. We see, you know, you can, like, I'm in a hotel room right now, 20 floors up. I can get down on the windowsill and look out, and the water, although it's 20 floors below me, right near me, out in the distance, it's equal horizontal with that windowsill when I get down at the equal level, right? So it's obviously, that's obviously a flat plane. I mean, right there, just that's a flat plane. You can look left and right. You can look straight out over that flat horizontal windowsill to the horizon, and it's horizontal with the windowsill. It doesn't curve. It doesn't do anything. But you can get that light making it, you know, under certain conditions, appear to curve. And then we both agree that the sky is curved, basically. Either how we see it, like in a circle, or that it's actually in their model following a curved surface. So the atmosphere above us is equal distance above a curved surface. Or in my mind, it's over a flat plane and it's a dome shape. But if you take both those models out and just go by how we see in a circle type thing, you know, the hula hoop scenario or however you want to put it,
yeah,
that's a curved surface too. I don't know, man. It's I'm weird. I'm more weirded out by people like B-Ball because he's here every day and he's heard it. And when you go through it, when they're following the same script, I mean, word for word, almost they're going, yeah. Okay. What's the question again?
Yep.
I mean, almost to a T. Moyak Man, Mole Man, B-Ball, they all are paid NASA Shield. They're all doing it. I mean, you go through it.
Huh. You and I and everybody else, we're listening like on the edge of our seat. We know exactly where the conversation's going. You're talking to Moyak, and then you say, "Well, what's your answer?" And he's like, "What are you? Oh, you were talking to me?"
Yeah. What's the question?
I'm like, "Well, get the fuck out of here! Like, you don't belong here." Listen, Crit, well, I didn't get the 4 lights thing. Is that an inside joke that I missed?
No, from 1984, where the party will just tell people what's reality.
Oh, okay.
And then Star Trek: The Next Generation did a reboot of the story when this alien race captured Captain Picard to try him to get to release some tactical information that really didn't have anything to do with the war or the conflict that was going on. And then at some point they pretended like they defeated the Federation of Planets, whatever they're called, the joint
United Federation of Planets.
Yeah. So then he said, "You've got one chance here. Either you tell me there's 4 lights, or 5 lights, whatever or you just spend the rest of your life being interrogated by the high command." So then he wrote in his report that he knew that there was only the 4 lights, but he was so scared of what it would mean and what would happen with the rest of his life if he didn't say what he wanted to say. So he actually saw the incorrect number of lights, and he didn't want to add that to his report, but he talked to the counselor about it, and she's like, "Yeah, they this torture and the mind manipulation is such a powerful thing that people start to see what they want to see. So the globalists, they're seeing a curve because that's what they want to see."
Yeah.
Like where Soundly, right, at the Pontchartrain Bridge, he wants to see a curve so badly, he'll just keep manipulating the data till a curve appears. And there it is, a monument to the curvature of the Earth. Even though it doesn't even match the data. The numbers don't add up. That would be like planet Pennsylvania or a planet Louisiana. If that was the curve, the physical curve of the Earth, that's a very small object to see that much curvature.
Yeah.
But he doesn't care because he can't envision a future where there isn't this space travel. There isn't outer space to dream about. See, I think they've got some sort of PTSD. They're seeing that this space age is not real. It abruptly dies, and now you have just disinformation that marks an information age. And they can't square those two together. So they want to see things that aren't there to match some sort of misconception they have from the very beginning. Kind of like what happened to Watson in 1984. He basically had to tell the guy that nothing means anything. The only thing that matters is what the party says, which they called newspeak in the book. If you ever, or the movie, if you ever saw it.
Well, I agree with you on the sounding thing, and what's sad is if you move just a little bit off of his angle that he takes of parallel bridges and power lines, you don't see that effect. It's an optical illusion caused by that angle and the conditions. You know, when you're looking down a parallel surface. I would say the rise from the land up above the water and the humps have something to do with it. It's kind of like that video you see of the people driving down that road with the trees on each side, and the building in the distance looks, I forget which way it is, really huge or really small. And when you get closer to it, that building is way different than what it looks like when you're looking through that corridor. It's just an optical illusion. Back to the ones that hear all these arguments and still come every day and forget everything they heard, which opposes their view, and just post crap trying to pretend like it's earth curve. That's it's not even ignorance, because even an ignorant person would stop and think and say, well, you know, I need to stop doing this. It's got to be someone who's pushing a narrative. It just so happens B-balls,
and they're
getting a government check, you know.
Yeah, and they're not even concerned with their own proof.
No, they can just post whatever.
Yeah, it's not even enough to convince them that the Earth is. If I was convinced 100% that the Earth is a globe, I wouldn't be back here talking to flat earthers. There's enough topics in the globe to keep me entertained for lifetimes. Just imagine it, and it's true. When Tyson did his birthday celebration and they brought the cake out and it was like half of Pluto as some sort of weird joke, and he was like saying, well, you know, Pluto is a spheroid or blah blah blah, right? They're like, oh yeah, but it's hard to make a spheroid shaped cake, so we had to do a hemisphere. He's like, that's okay, because somewhere out there in the universe there is a semi-sphere planet. But the globalists will just work up over that too. So in their worldview, they just got to imagine it. Just imagine a flat Earth somewhere, and that's what I'm talking about. There you go. Now go have fun. I live on Asgard with Thor or whatever. But that's not good enough. They want to come after your family and your job and, you know, whatever you do in life and your neighbors, and they just are so upset that someone thinks something differently than they do, or they don't accept their proof that they've accepted, that they're just going to be consumed.
That part is definitely strange. Think of how many people you know that you have different opinions about subjects, and how many times you've called their workplace or their friends or
Zero.
Gone to wherever they're in a group at and oppose them. You know what I'm saying? Never.
Yeah, or not even crossed your mind. Like that is some sort of reasonable thing that to get that upset that someone on the internet is wrong. Like, really what that boils down to, like, they think someone's wrong on the internet. So what are they going to do with that?
They think I'm mad at them, like at the person. And no matter how many times I tell them, no, I'm mad because you're deceiving my kids and my family and my friends. That's what I'm mad about. I'm defending them because they're not willing to defend themselves. Or I'm defending, you know what I'm saying? That random person that might be coming here listening to your bullshit. I'm pointing it out and let them decide for themselves. Given the opposing view of what you're spouting here is obvious BS. I mean, you're obviously lying. Paid Nash Shill last night lied no less than 6 times in 30 seconds. He said he watched a video that's 30 minutes long and he wasn't gone but 5 minutes. When I called him out on it, he goes, well, I'll just skim through it. And I said, you skim through it? He goes, well, I don't watch Brian Mullen stuff. I said, so you didn't watch the video? No. You just told us you did. Like, just willing to say anything and willing to post anything. That's their motto. I mean, it really gets to me. That willingness openly on a public forum is dangerous, right? Like, that is dangerous.
They're just worked up. They still don't even know what flat Earth is. The first time they heard flat Earth, they put some sort of image in their mind, and they haven't even moved 1 centimeter from that. Even as flat earthers explain to them what flat Earth is, day in and day out, they still are unable to learn because they're scared. They think that it goes Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It's attacking their basic needs and wants. So until they're able to feel safe, that's why a little bit of college education on their side would go a long way. When you go to college, you realize it's a safe space. They talk about college being a safe space for learning. And you'll learn things that are directly counter to your own lived experiences. It's about personal growth. But they can't. They can't grow and expand their own ideas in a model that they think is ever expanding. It's like this endless contradiction inside their own epistemology, which is why they're suffering.
That word game too, like you ask Kosho if he went to high school, he'll tell you no, and he won't go any further into it. Well, where the truth is that he says, well, I don't know if it's truth or not, but he says he was homeschooled. That's why he says he didn't go to high school, which is basically a lie. But in his mind, it's not a lie because he didn't physically actually go to a building that says high school on it. But he went to high school, right? He took the courses. He did it at home. His high school was at home, but he's willing to lie like that. It's weird. I mean, it's just strange to feel the need to do that. And then
once again, I honestly don't know why we let those people in this group. You know, I get it, but you know, we're having a decent conversation right now. You know, it's going to be an echo chamber to some extent, but eventually we're going to get people in here that are going to actually be either interested or not veteran trolls. You know what I mean? I just don't have any value for those people that are here. Yeah, I know.
Gio made that choice, brother. We brought it to him years ago.
I know.
And he said, look, how do you want this to go, right? Do you want this to be a troll? You know, like every other place. Like, you're telling us you want it to be different, but for it to be different, you have to keep the trolls out. And he said, yeah, I want it to be different. We're going to keep the trolls out. And then look at us now. You know, a year and a half later, he's basically run people like me, SE, Bev, and all them off that don't want the trolls and want to have conversations, you know, about different subjects, but have it to be civil. And he's opted to have, you know, what he deems to be more people and have a longer lasting conversation with Kosho. Like, obviously he's made some type of arrangement with Kosho. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, Kosho's here every day and never gets really, you know, no problem with Kosho being here, right? with what he says and does, even though I point out all his tactics. Never hear a cross word toward him. Blue Marble can come in here and just be as vile in his own way as anyone has ever been here. In chat, the first thing he says, you look at all his comments, are demeaning people, putting people down, being a bigot, right? Like grouping you, me, and everyone else into a group and calling us dumb. That's bigotry, right? Never. Not only has he never been muted or ridiculed, but the mods like Left Lane like kiss his ass. You heard Kosho yesterday. Blue, what? Blue this, blue. Don't leave blue. Left Lane, Blue. Hey man, Blue. Stop doing that to Blue. Even though Blue's interrupting more than anybody. It just, I mean, they've made their decision on how they want to run the show. And what happened was when Geo said, no trolling and blah, blah, they all left. Right? They all left. And Geo didn't have much of a show. No entertainment value. So he decided to let them all back in. They're all back in now, and here we have it. Paid NASA Shield, Blue Marble, Kosho, and people like that. What's his name? Doofus. You call yourself Paid NASA Shield and Doofus and expect people not to think you're trolling them when you say shit like they do? But that's Geo's choice, right? Me and you have a choice of where to go to, so. But that's where it comes from. This place could have been good, but it's basically a shit show. Having mods having to like they're saying we're busy, right? We can't mod. We can't mod is basically what they're saying. You hear it almost every day. We're too busy to mod this group. Well, wait a minute. You know what I'm saying? You let this group happen. You're a mod here. I've been trying to get the name calling thing pushed, right, by calling names. Every time I'm in here, I'm calling people an asshole and a dick and a prick and blah, 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 to get the rule made where if you call someone a name, you get kicked out for 24 hours or 48 hours or whatever. It still hasn't happened.
Yeah, you know what? That's what I said the other day. I said, because we were talking about this, and Bandsaw was talking about how hard it is to mod, and I said, you know what would keep me from doing just that would be if you guys would kick me out as soon as I did it. Right. The reason why I do it is because you guys don't kick me out. You know what I mean? Like,
told them point blank, I'm calling Blue a prick and Doofus a dick, and I'm calling a mod Left Lane an asshole, and I'm not getting anything done to me.
Yeah, I know, man. That's hilarious. Yeah,
don't think I'm not doing it on purpose. I'm doing it on purpose.
You know what's so funny?
The rule to be made.
What's so funny is in the back of my mind, I've been thinking, man, Rakia has like he's a different guy.
No,
but
I'm not.
I know. But now that you're saying that, it's totally funny. I just didn't see the I didn't see the wisdom of your tactic.
Everything I do is for a reason, and they still have. For months I've been doing it. They still haven't made the rule right. They keep threatening. I told you, I'm gonna keep doing it until you make the rule, man. Because when you do make the rule and enforce it, I'll never call anybody a name again.
Right, exactly.
But the other people that can't stop doing it will be kicked out of here, and we can have a better conversation.
Yeah, it's true, because that's their big go-to thing, is to dehumanize the other.
Exactly.
So when they can't do that anymore, they'll leave on their own. You won't even have to kick them out.
Well, they did that before. That's why he's not making the rule now, because when he did it before, they all left. They went back to gyms, and he had no show. I mean, that's my whole point. They left. They control this place, not him. He knows it, so he can't make the rule like that. And I'm proving it right now by calling his own mod Left Lane. I'm doing it right now. Is a biased prick. You see what I'm saying? I mean, how much more can I make it so clear that he's not in control? when Blue Marble can come in here and call people be as biggest of a bigot I've ever seen, and nothing ever happens to him. When Paid National Shield can come in here and every time his first words are putting down somebody. Hey, what are you ignorant people doing today? What's her name? Brenda used to do the same thing. Now she's had to calm down because they have kicked her out a little bit. It's obnoxious, man. I mean, like, whatever. Maybe they're doing it to prove a point too. I don't know. But listen to what I'm saying and listen to Left Lane. Kosho is one of the worst too. Kosho will demean people in his own little small little tactic way, like fifth graders know this, or just a little sly, just the little slight comments, right? Which is worse because he's hiding it, he's deceiving.
And the thing too, they're making that shit up because they are actually lacking fifth grade knowledge. Like some of these guys, they don't understand that NASA is government. And if the ones that do can't even tell you what branch of the government NASA is. This is fifth grade stuff. Actually, fifth grade content.
When I brought up that NASA was funding the war in Ukraine yesterday, they all went quiet.
Yeah, that was good.
Think about it. When you're paying for a seat to get to the ISS to the country that is bombing Ukraine, then you're funding the war. They all had to go quiet, but they're smart like that. They know. I mean, they know what they're doing. It's so evident. They're all following the same script. It's not even, hard to figure out. When you hear them all say, "What is the question?" after you've been talking about the same question for like 30 minutes and they've obfuscated so much, either they don't remember the question because they've obfuscated so much, or they're just doing it to trigger you. And I think it's doing it to trigger you. It's the whole point.
They try to parse out every single word. Like they'll pick up one thing and they'll say, "Oh, you think NASA's funding Ukraine?" No, I said tax dollars are being spent and given to Russia, who is fighting the war in Ukraine.
Yeah, if you can't decipher what I just said, like Trav said, what are you doing here? No.
First words he says is, "Hey, moron. Hey, idiot. What are you idiots up to today?" Brenda, Paid. First words when they come in.
Blue's the same way in chat, right? First thing you do is got to scroll up and see where Blue's first post is, and every time it's some type of sly comment to demean the people that he's coming in to listen to or talk to. He's a bigot. He calls me a narcissist.
Yeah, they found a group of people that they think is socially acceptable to be bigoted towards, and they just ran with it.
Yeah, they come here every day.
They've been chased out of other forums. Like it's just no longer appropriate to be bigoted, socially acceptable.
It's frowned upon in every other light, except for the groups like this, and like Christianity and Flat Earth are really the only two groups that you can be a bigot against and not really be frowned upon.
Yeah, if you think you're gonna have a conversation with a person like Brenda, I mean,
Well, I think the worm is turning a little bit because in the last couple of weeks, I've heard we don't need you a lot lately. Like Takosho, Brenda, and Paid National Shield, especially. Now, it's happened to Paid National Shield a long time ago. Thank you very much. Because I rode him for a while. I'm going to keep riding him now. He's trying to make a comeback now. That ain't going to happen on my watch. As long as I'm here, Paid National Shield ain't going to have a say here. Like
I
yesterday,
told him the same thing the other day. Yeah.
I said, I will disrupt this into the ground if you're going to allow Paid National Shield to do this. And if you mute me, I'll call 100 of my buddies to come over here and disrupt it. right? It ain't happening. I'll hire people to sit in a room and every time Peyton Asher Shields says something to overtalk. I promise you it'll happen because that dude he's evil. That dude is evil.
There's something wrong with their soul that they really feel like they need to tell people what for who don't even want to engage with them. Like,
that's
no, thank
evil.
you.
That's evil, man.
Yeah, you set a boundary, set a personal boundary, and they just trigger even harder.
Kosho telling me to shut up and telling everyone else to listen. Listen to him, right? Listen, listen, listen. And every time I point out his tactics, he tells me to shut up. But like I said, not on my watch.
Yeah, they have been emboldened lately because they have a voice in here and they're taking advantage. But hey, we got a voice as well. Keep that in mind.
Took my voice back, right? When I was a mod here, I didn't have a voice. Wasn't allowed. That's, you know what I'm saying? You did the same thing.
Yep. I was even offered modship back. Thank you, Gio. Thank you, sir. But I didn't accept it because it will be used against me and it will be used against Gio.
Yep.
So I refused it. So I could have a voice. I don't care about modship. It's not about modship or who's number one. It's about truth and deceivers.
Yeah, he's got enough good mods here. They can, if they do their job, that, you know, if they're able to take the time to do their job, they do it pretty well. I bash the mods because Left Lane is biased, but overall they do a better job than most mods. But they just have they've set themselves up for failure.
Yeah, I like the mods as well. Bandsaw, you know, Jeremy. They try to do their best.
Of course, I'm not going to point out how biased is Bandsaw for me. Like, I'm not going to do that, but I am going to point out how biased Left Lane is towards people like Blue. And again, Blue came in here, was here for 2 minutes, and Left Lane muted me. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. If only we can get rid of Lemon, that mod.
Oh yeah, well, he's the worst.
He is terrible.
You know I'm kidding, right, bro? Yeah.
Yeah, that's really powerful because a lot of trolls don't even try when Lemon is here.
Well, the main thing
takes order too. Sometimes he comes in and he says, "Okay, now listen up. No more of this." Yeah. Lemon pulls his weight.
Well, the main thing is facilitating a conversation so that there's a back and forth.
That's what we're talking about. The globalists don't want that. They're kind of like a lot of their goals to shut down conversation. So if you tell them straight up, I'm going to mute people who are disruptive, all of a sudden they're like, oh shit. I guess I'll come back later.
One of the ballers' tactic is if you're a mod and you say anything, like, they'll use it against you, right? That's their trick. Oh, he's biased, he's this, he's that. That's one of their tactics.
Well, it's not like we're going to convince each other. So the best thing that we can have is a civil discussion where both sides clearly state their point. And we just agree to disagree and move on from there. The best conversation is when we try to steel man each other's points and step in each other's shoes. That way we can have a real meeting of the minds.
Yeah, that works for some people, but you know, the Brendas and the doofuses, and there's no way that, you know, you're gonna get in there.
It's a slow process. Got to get past the layers of ego, pride, fear, indoctrination. One day, maybe you'll have a breakthrough. Maybe never.
That's what we were talking about earlier about the fear that they're scared of what it would mean if they don't have this idea of space travel or outer space to take their imagination. And they got to come back and put their feet back on the ground and actually look around at what's going on here on Earth. Because they think they get this fantasy view that all humanity's problems will just be solved with a colony on Mars. Or one more photo from like Hubble will suddenly just solve everything.
You know what's really funny? That they don't even know their own model a lot of the times. Like, I just uploaded a video of the conversation we had the other day with vacuum, right? Just their model, vacuum, a simple thing. They just don't understand it. They just don't get it. It's mind-boggling. The video you brought me to attention to, Rakia, the one with the pilot there, that explains. And I'm trying to get them to watch it, you know, to learn something, and they're fighting all the way. They're fighting it. It's unbelievable.
One thing I used to say to him a lot too is like how they act like nothing you say is intelligible. The whole word soup type claim, like hey SE or hey Crit, that was word soup, completely unintelligible. I'm like, that's actually hilarious because I'm same culture, same economic status, same education status, and you are completely unable to communicate with me. But yet somehow you think you're this enlightened individual who would be ready to speak to an alien consciousness if one shows up. You can't even speak to people just like you. This alien might be completely, might communicate only through smells or colors and sounds. But you won't even understand that because you can't even understand basic things. Like, I think the earth is flat because that's what I see with my eyes. I describe the surface as flat. And you're like, that's word soup.
They won't even accept simple information given to them, like their fantasy ISS, right? It's in a region in space where they claim is a vacuum. And I'm trying to explain to them about the O-rings, about outgassing, and it's like talking to a wall, you know? It's like, dude, how could you not understand that?
They do understand. They understand it. Absolutely.
You think they do, huh? But they're just playing dumb. Yeah.
They're playing dumb, or they're being, intentionally deceitful. Because those are the only two. Well, the only two choices I give them is this: either you're very stupid because this is very simple, or
caveman
you're
shit.
lying.
This is like actually caveman shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they're brain farting it. I go, you are right now brain farting caveman style science because you have an agenda. I mean, unpack that right now. Just take a second to think about that. And it's even hilarious too because a lot of them have this atheist epistemology follow that. I don't believe in your model. Even more so presented by a Catholic Church and the U.S. federal government, who says don't trust them, only trust God. Any way you cut it, there is ways to explain flat Earth to their level, but they just aren't able to learn because of that safety piece. They think it's somehow threatening to their psychology or their well-being, that they just can't. They just can't take that step to learn because they're more concerned about their safety.
Then we got Troll B-Ball posting stupid shit about Pontchartrain.
Oh yeah, we were just talking. That's the thing too, the triggering. We were talking about that, and now cause and effect. Flat Earther said something, so just start spamming the text chat. It's like, no, you did that all on your own, okay? Nothing from me caused anything from you. A completely you do you. Even that level of science, they don't understand. They think everything's never their own fault. They never did anything. I didn't do none. All they did was just react. You're all reacting to your own emotional state. Not what I said. I just said facts. Just pure facts.
Hey, SE, did you catch any of the planetary alignment stuff?
Well, I tried. Yeah, I tried to film the. There was a train of supposed satellites passing above me. 33 of them to be exact, Travis, and I was waiting and waiting. Absolutely nothing, bro.
Huh.
Yeah,
33 of them, huh?
6. Sorry?
You said 33 of them. That's it.
33, and I did not see one. Well, actually, I seen one as I was looking at the place where they said that they were. I just seen one traveling another way. That was clearly not a plane. So I did see one thing that did look like what they say is a satellite. But the chain of 33, nowhere.
You dropped off. I don't know if you pushed a button or something.
Oh, sorry. Did you hear the
just
part
said,
where I said
yeah.
I did see one?
Yeah. We heard you all the way up to the part where you said that you saw one, but then it stopped. The audio stopped, so I didn't know if you hit a button or not. But so was there an app that said that they should be above you, but they weren't, or how did you know that? Where did you go for that information?
Yeah, there's an app. I'll give you the name. Hold on. It's called See a Satellite Tonight. There's other ones, Heavens Above, but I use the one See a Satellite because it shows you the sky, it shows you where you're at, and it shows you where you're going to be seeing them. It even has a street view of the map. It's really cool, actually, but it's wrong a lot of the times. Last night, they were supposed to shoot up right from the arm of the Big Dipper. Easily found location. I had my camera all set up, everything, and nothing.
Wow. That would have been a great time lapse or something to just have 33 lines going across your screen.
Yeah, 33 dots. Yeah. You know the chain, how they showed them?
No, I've never seen an image of it.
I actually did see that. I won't lie. With my own eyes, I actually did see it when they first said they were launching them. Yeah, I don't know what they are, where they are, but there's definitely something up there.
Yeah.
There's a server called Dolly. Where it's like a AI. You can like enter in parameters, and it'll create an image. It's kind of funny. It like can get some like really interesting results.
So this is how these guys think. I just read a comment on my YouTube, on the ISS, after I went through a whole thing on the O-rings, how they outgas, how the cupola has 7 holes in it. His comment is, "Oh, so you think the ISS doesn't exist even though we clearly see it?"
They're just fucking lying about what it is and what's going on up there and shit. That's all.
That's a part too. Like somehow they try to catch you in logical inconsistency. Like, so you're trying to tell me that the ISS has holes in it. Yep. But it also doesn't exist. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the story they tell you is full of holes, starting with the amount of holes in the ISS. And you don't even need me for that. You've got Smarter Every Day broke down how an O-ring is not going to hold back the pressure vacuum of space for 20 years. It just won't work that way. Nothing's that good of engineering.
I mean, I don't know what happened yesterday. We talked about the O-rings for a second, and then we were off real quick. Actually, like didn't come to a good conclusion. 22 years of an O-ring in the drastic environment of space, hot, cold. There's metal rubbing against it all the time. Like what? How's that? This doesn't even seem possible.
It isn't physically. It's impossible. I mean, it's just physically impossible.
They had O-rings failing on every mission, just on one of the boosters.
Brand new O-rings.
Yeah, brand new, replaced every time, failing every launch. Like 20, well, I mean, less than 20 minutes. Less than that, right? Like 5 minutes of burn time.
Yeah, wasn't that disaster, Rakia? Wasn't that due to an O-ring failure? The shuttle disaster?
Yeah, the
Killed all those.
Challenger.
Yeah.
The Challenger blew up because of O-rings, they said. And then Columbia blew up because of like angle of attack or something.
No, a piece of insulation fell off during launch and hit the wing.
Oh, okay.
Which they were having problems with that too and didn't take care of. Pure negligence. Were both disaster fault.
And that's low orbit. That's just getting up to low orbit.
Yeah, that was like however many minutes of launch was the O-ring, and then however many days that a week of flight in low Earth orbit and coming back down. They couldn't make that happen.
And we're supposed to believe we have a dynamic O-ring system with 7 holes for 22 years without any maintenance schedule changing that I could find. We're supposed to believe that? In a vacuum? Like, you don't even need a full brain to see that something is wrong there.
Talking about trolls again, we've got Swan G trolling me. Every once in a while, I'll look at my blocked images, blocked messages, because I'm just interested to see if anybody's actually got anything to contribute. Sean's like trying to taunt me, like, "Why are you afraid?" Like, does anybody really think I'm afraid to go toe to toe with somebody about this shit?
You've spoken with him many times.
I know. Like I'm saying, he's a troll. He's just trolling me.
Him and his buddy the Beard, who disappeared.
So now what I'm doing is I just went to the day that Sean came up to Ventura when I was there, and we hung out for a couple hours and chatted. He live streamed the whole thing. And I gave him some files. He went on a orgy bender with his circle jerk buddies and published all the stuff that I gave him. And lo and behold, now that I'm investigating this data, there's a fucking inferior mirage on the ship that he is busting a nut over. There's a fucking inferior mirage right at the base. He's like, "There's no distortion. There's no distortion. There's no." So
Yeah, that was weird. I thought you guys had a kumbaya moment, but then it went downhill from there.
Right on cue. There's B-ball posting crap in the text. Pure deception.
Yeah, it's like 12 messages. And he's sitting down there by himself too, which is hilarious. Did you guys do some sort of event where you jump channels? Because some people were talking about that. Like as soon as you get this globalist derailing, just change to a different channel and see if they follow. They'd be like, dude, take a hint. I mean, are you that socially stupid that you see everybody walk into a different room? Consider yourself like at a party and you're like spouting a bunch of, buzzkill, Mr. Buzz Killington, and people go outside to the patio, and all of a sudden you just see you're just by yourself. Do you read the room, or do you just freak out again that somehow you were aggressed, like microaggression or something like that?
I was thinking, could it be that the reason why they protect the model so much, could it be that, I don't know, it seems like a lot of them are educated, a lot of them are into computers. It seems like they've spent a lot of money on education. Could that be part of the resistance? Like they refuse, like they got these diplomas and they, I got this and that on my wall. Could it be that?
No, I'm skeptical about all these degrees they talk about, because education comes with articulation. Like same Mr. Giggles talks about he's some sort of master's degree, aerospace rocket engineer, works for NASA, was on the short list to be an astronaut. The dude can't even tell you what flat means. I go, this is like where, even if you've got some education, just some, that meant you must have been able to articulate something at some point. And he can't. He can't articulate anything. You just tell him straight up, like flat is a adjective. What is flat? A retarded conspiracy theory by a bunch of ne'er-do-wells online who have try again, okay? The only proof I need that you work at NASA and you've got a master's degree and you're a rocket scientist and you were on a short list to become an astronaut, just articulate the word flat to me. That's it. And he still can't do it. Watch B-Ball come in here. Crit, did you say flat was an adjective? And then start citing like B flat and all the other definitions of flat that are something other than an adjective. I go, oh, good God, dude.
No, he's going to come
Let
in
me-
and show you a picture of water and say, where'd the rest of the building go for the 500th time?
Yeah.
It's like, do you have the answers or do you have questions? He says, oh, I've got all the answers. Okay, how are you going to prove to me you've got the answers? You're going to ask me a question about your answer. Okay, work that out for me. How do you go through that windy road there? How do you get from start to finish, proving you've got all the answers by asking me nothing but questions? Just that part. Just explain. If you can explain that part, I'll just handwrite whatever. Just blanket accept everything you say from now on. Because I see that as a logical contradiction. If you've got the answer, you don't present the question. You present the answer if you got the answer. If you don't know the answer, you ask the question. I mean, this is like 5th grade kindergarten. This is less than 5th grade. That's like kindergarten. Like, break out the crayons. Don't chew them up. Write with them. Write down the stuff you know. Write down the stuff you don't know. And then which one do you ask questions about? The stuff you know or the stuff you don't know? Be like, he's debunked flat Earth. Okay, what is flat Earth? Doesn't know. Can't tell you. Can't explain it. How did you debunk something you can't even tell me what it is? You think that'd be the first part. What is it? And then explain how you debunked it.
Look at those little tiny O-rings 3 minutes after the hour that I posted. Now there's 14 of those on the cupola. 2 on each arm, which is a metal rod that goes right through the structure and opens the protective window shield.
So there's metal just turning against rubber for the past 22 years.
Yeah, those 2 little small ones right there, yeah.
In the harsh conditions of space, where if you're on the sun side, it's hot, and then if the ISS is facing the dark side, it's cold.
Guys,
Yep.
these O-rings, hydraulics. In hydraulics, we have systems that are 2,000 psi that have fittings called banjo fittings, and they're made to actuate with the movement of cylinders or arms or things like that. They don't move they don't spin around in circles. They just move, a little bit back, then forth. And
how does it cool back off?
2,000, but they hold 2,000 psi between the fluid environment and the outside, and they work. I mean, it's not a big deal.
Hey, how does the sun?
How long do they work
the satellite
for? 22
cool
years?
back off? Sorry.
No, they don't. No, they don't work that long, Jeremy.
Yeah, no shit.
Are they
Jeremy,
next to a vacuum?
Can you guys hear me or no? Am I coming in?
Yeah, go ahead.
We hear you now. Yeah.
What up, Graham?
Sorry. I was wondering, how does it cool back off if there is not like much of a medium for like a radiative cooling, to take place? You know what I mean? Like if the like the sunlit of half of the satellite, it stays in the sun and gets, the surface gets really hot. And then when the satellite goes behind the planet or whatever and it's in the shade again, how does it cool back off?
Doesn't it just
Oh,
accumulate
wow.
heat?
That's a very good question. They have an answer for the ISS. Satellites, I'm not sure about.
I mean, I don't know how's the ISS cool back off. They have air conditioners inside or something.
Well, according to, I'm not saying this is true or not now, but according to what they say, they have like, I think if I remember correctly, it's been a while. They have some sort of tubing system with a gas or something, and the heat, like, and they have these vents on the outside, and somehow it radiates like that.
Yeah, because I think I would imagine through the physics that I can understand, you would need some way to cool all their instruments back down so that they're not getting false readings, from stored heat inside their instruments, because they're we're taking it's 3 Kelvin. Well, is it really, or is that some stored heat from your instruments? You know what I mean?
Yeah, read up on it. You'll see the fancy tales they say about the ISS.
Well, I've read
There's
up
some
on it,
sort
and
of
I
sweet
found that in
spot
a
in the
lot of cases.
middle, and yeah.
I found it SE, and it's cool. In a lot of cases, they didn't even they didn't cover or protect their instruments correctly for that problem, right? And that they've been getting false readings for a pretty long time with that problem. So it's part of their error margin now for instruments that are already out there that can't be fixed. Yeah. So there's more error in their data than you think. Than they initially will put out on Front Street on themselves. There's a lot more error in that data.
Jeremy, were you done with Left Lane when he said there's no problem for the O-rings because we have them at 2,000 psi on Earth, and then you asked him, do they last 20 years, and he said no. So it does seem to be a problem with the subject that we're talking about. So from no problem to problem.
If you're just talking about a little or something like that.
I think you roboting, brother, or it might be me.
Or something along. Yeah, I'm in Sierra Blanca. I'll be out for a bit.
Yeah, while you're out, I want you to think, as Rakia brought up a good point, I wanted to mention that as well, but we went off topic. Are you familiar with the term outgassing, Left Lane?
I think he's roboting. He said he was like under a bridge or doing something. He'll be out in a minute.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a good point. The outgassing. Are we talking about the rubber O-rings?
Yep.
Yeah, I would imagine that would cause a problem.
Yeah, I would think so after 22 years. And I swear, I spent a long time trying to find records. I challenge anybody, look for ISS O-ring cupola maintenance record. You'll find stuff about the windows and all kinds, but there's nothing about the O-rings. Maybe I'm just a bad researcher.
What are they? What like my gas here? I don't have rubber on that, right? It's just brass flange fittings or copper.
That's what I was trying to explain to them yesterday. And these high vacuum situations here on Earth, they use metal O-rings, usually soft metal, which forms a seal, but it's one-time use. That's it. You can't reuse it again. And you certainly can't turn it while the seal is there.
That's right. It's not it could be used temporarily several times over a short amount of time and then replaced, because you can expect a small amount of leakage during that time and all of that. But to get a perfect fit for safety, you don't want to. I mean, not on the satellites and shit. I'm just saying in the in the realm of using gas fittings and shit like that.
That I wouldn't have a clue about.
Yeah, I mean, I just did some the other day again. I do a lot of this stuff with the different properties and stuff. I've got to fix shit all the time. But yeah, we just tighten it back up after taking, you take your stove, you pull your stove out, paint it back there, whatever, fix a hole in the wall, pull out some mold, do whatever you need to do, and then you just screw it back in there, the brass flange fitting, and it's reusable a few times. I mean, I don't recommend doing it, more than 3 to 4 times before changing them. If you're responsible for it.
Yeah, it's funny how pressure kills their ISS fantasy. It also kills their moon landing fantasy. How you say? Well, the camera. Very simple. Pressure and the film they used. There's no way that camera could have taken those pictures.
Oh, the Polaroid?
The Hasselblad. Yeah. They were used.
Yeah, I never thought of that. Yeah. So what is it about it? I never.
Well, it's very simple actually. The film uses emulsion.
A fluid. Yeah.
Yeah, the film on, because they used film back then, right?
Mm-hmm. And it was a fluid too, right? In the film.
Yeah, the emulsion. That's right. Yeah, the chemicals that actually make the picture.
Well, yeah, they would just probably try to boil or come out of the damn film, wouldn't they?
You see how easy that was for you, bro? I didn't even have to say it.
Yeah.
Kudos. Yeah.
You just got to give me the information. I'm honest about all of it. I don't care which way it goes.
Yeah, bro. That yeah. You figured it out in like not even a second.
Just yeah, I mean, you know how to prove it? Just take one of those and throw it in a goddamn a vacuum thingy real quick for everybody.
Yep.
Do it. Snap a photo. Oh wait, that'd be really cool to try and snap a photo with it in the vacuum and see what kind of DMT trip it looks like we're on. Probably pull the ink in all the different directions, outwards. It would look like the spikes coming off of your face and head.
Yeah,
Possibly,
and you see them,
I don't know.
And you see them changing the film right there on the moon surface, supposedly. Taking out the cartridge, putting in another one. It's like,
sure.
I don't know, man.
Surely they tested the camera and the film before they went, right?
Yeah, and we all know here on Earth how important, right, Rocky, how important it is to, have the correct pressures for chemical reactions to take place. Any little variations in pressure can alter the chemical reactions. So, I mean, it wouldn't follow that you could just take the regular same kind of film from down here and put it into some other, much lower pressure environment and expect it to work the same without testing it. So, let's see if they have any Polaroid film, film under a vacuum tests on the internet. That'd be cool.
Pressure is so important that every vehicle, every engine, everything that deals with anything to do with that, like with combustion or whatever, has a pressure gauge. And if it's off at all, you have to do maintenance.
Exactly. So I wonder. That's a good point, dude. I've never even thought of that before. The film. I'm smacking myself right now because I try to think of all the little shit.
One of the few things I learned in high school that has stuck in my brain of any value was we did that whole process. Our high school had a nice dark room, all the equipment, the enlargers, the whole bit.
Yeah, we did too. Yeah, for sure.
Now I did that whole thing from taking the picture, taking out the film, developing the film, then putting it in the enlarger, exposing the film, then the chemical procedure, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, the 3-tub wash.
When I saw that Hasselblad on the moon, no freaking way.
I'm going to make a note to look into that when I got a minute.
Yeah, it's so simple. You don't have to get technical or use fancy words or anything. Simple stuff that people could easily understand.
To me, it just intuitively doesn't work right off the button. So I got to figure out why I'm wrong or if I'm wrong.
What you got to do is, there's only one way out of this. What you got to do is research the Hasselblad camera and see if the container that had the film that supposedly was on the moon, if that was pressurized in any way.
I mean, even if it was, they opened it up to change it.
Yeah.
So,
I know.
you know, blah.
Exactly.
There's no way around it. It's being exposed.
But even that, they'll even say, oh, well, it happened once, the rest was good. But try to find any proof of that camera being weathered for the conditions on the moon. You'll find very slight things. For example, the original camera comes with a leather outside. They took that away and they painted it silver to repel the heat, apparently. They also took off the top, because a Hasselblad camera, it's really cool. You look down on it, there's like a viewer thing. They took that out. They enlarged the button, because the astronauts with the gloves on, apparently. So they did some minor modifications like that, but nothing to do with weathering it for pressure and stuff like that.
Okay.
So pressure destroys their moon landing pics and their ISS.
Right.
Left lane, you back? Must have been a big tunnel.
Check.
Yep.
Back?
Loud
Yeah.
and clear.
Yeah. Now I go through a little mountain range called Sierra Blanca in the west end of Texas, and yeah, there's zero signal through there for a little while. But yeah, we were talking about the O-rings, and he said something about off-gassing.
Outgassing, yeah.
Outgassing. I've never. I mean, I used to do hydraulic systems and stuff for power transmissions and bulldozers. I used to pack cylinders for bulldozers and things like that. But off-gassing or out-gassing was never a term that was brought up in any of the work that I did.
Gotcha. But you do understand what it is?
Yeah, just things leaching out of a product over time, I guess.
Over time, yes, correct. That's how, the old VCR players?
Yeah.
And all the things that have moving parts in the old days, spinning. They had rubber rings turning all the stuff inside. So anybody that would repair VCRs and stuff like that, they knew right away what the problem was before they even opened the box.
Yeah,
9 out of 10. Yeah.
They used O-rings to drive, like a belt, drive some of the components. But you think about environmental conditions and what O-rings will do. You think about cylinder packings on a big 4-inch cylinder on a bulldozer, and it's got 200-degree hydraulic fluid on one side of it, and it doesn't leak. And they use O-rings and packings is all they use, and that cylinder shaft is running in and out of that cylinder all the time.
And how long will that last?
Now imagine.
A year?
Well,
how long does that last for? A year, 5 years, 10 years, 22 years?
Yeah, depending on the use of it, but I mean, if you had a bulldozer that was getting used daily, I would say 4 or 5 years before you would have any trouble with it.
Okay, how would you think would happen if you would take that bulldozer and put it into that big vacuum chamber that they have?
Yeah, I don't think it would have
How long
any
you
effect
think?
on its performance. I don't think it would affect it at all.
Are you serious?
Yeah. All you're doing is removing the air from the environment.
You don't. I guess you gotta look into outgassing. If it's a rubber O-ring.
Well, see, you've got rubber, you've got butyl N, you've got neoprene, you got many different things they make O-rings out of, and I don't have any idea what they used on the ISS, but I can picture the setup if you're talking about a through shaft on a latch, with it, going through a wall, a bulkhead, or whatever. Yeah, I could see how they set that up. They drop that O-ring in a packing compartment and push the shaft through it and put a cap on it, and bam, there it is.
And you know that it's dynamic system, right? When they turn the rod.
Yeah. It just allows you to turn the latch, but it forms a sealed environment between the inside and the out. Yeah.
Yeah, but the
probably has some sort of an oil type, maybe a mineral oil or something, lubricant on the shaft itself, maybe a food-based grease or something like that.
And you don't think like after 22 years that would need some maintenance?
Did Howard just say, and boom?
Well, I mean, it could. Huh? What? Ooh. And there you go. But I can't speak to the durability of 22 years. I mean, I would have to say it works because I do believe that it's up there and it's working and there are people in it. But I can't say I have any hesitation to think that it would work. I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't.
So you don't see a problem with a rubber, or I think it's silicon. You don't see a problem between a silicon piece of rubber, call it what you will, right? Between 10 to the minus 11 torr on one side and
on the silicon, I've got on my truck, I've got silicon radiator hoses because it's the most durable, longest lasting radiator hose you can buy. It's got Kevlar layers in it, but it's silicon inside and out. And I've got hoses on this truck that have been on it since 2013, so that's 9 years. I've got 1.5 million miles on the truck and still got the same hoses.
Are you comparing the environment of Texas to the environment of space?
I'm talking about, you know, the environment that it's in, whether it be Chicago or Texas or California. But think about the internal. It's running 200-degree coolant through them, you know, constantly at all times against a 80 or 90-degree or 100-degree outside environment, which, you know, I don't think that is necessarily plays into it. But I mean, that's some pretty durable shit, you know, is my point. There's things in there.
I think we're
Have a
talking
look
about
at
O-ring changing from a extreme temperature of hot to an extreme temperature of cold. I don't think that's what you're comparing. What I'm saying.
Well, it's pretty extreme to be 200 degrees on the inside, and I mean, let's take say in the wintertime, 30 degrees on the outside, just in that little quarter-inch width of silicone with a layer of Kevlar in it, you know. I mean, I'm just speaking to the product itself. You know, it seems to be pretty durable, and it doesn't seem to be affected very much by its environment.
Can you see live stream text, left lane?
No.
Too bad, because
Yeah,
I had a picture of the O-rings. Or maybe
oh,
it
I
was
saw
mixed
that
up.
earlier. Yeah, I saw it earlier. He's holding him up to his eyes, looking through them.
Yeah, you seen that?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, I
what
used
stands
to.
between them and yeah.
Yeah, I used to deal in all that. I used to sell them and sell O-rings and build hydraulic systems, and yeah, I'm very familiar with that stuff.
And you think those things would do the job, like sufficient 10 to the minus 11 torr on one side, and you think so, huh? Okay.
Yeah, I just, you know, the difference in 14 psi and 0 psi is only 14.7 psi. It's half the air pressure that's in your car tires.
Right. So why do they use metal O-rings when they try to make those conditions? Why do they use metal O-rings instead
Well,
of?
they're on your car. Used to. I don't know if they still make them. And I mentioned the banjo fitting earlier. These fittings don't move after you tighten them up, but you hold the fitting up. It's got a hose nipple on it that goes into a round head, and it's got a hole through it. They call that a banjo fitting. And the top and bottom washer is either copper or they used to be lead, really soft material, and they're compression seals. And once you tighten them up, they seal. But every time you take that line off, you have to replace those seals. But I mean, I'm not sure what pressures are generated on your brake lines. I really don't know. I mean, but it's a lot, you know, a lot of hydraulic pressure that those things seal against. And I don't think that they would be affected if they were in outer space, or I don't think they would ever know the difference in being here or there.
Are you serious? You don't think that an O-ring exposed to a vacuum, which we all know what outgassing, which I think most of us know what outgassing is. Sorry, you don't think it would have an effect on those rubber rings?
I don't see why it would. I mean, this off-gassing or outgassing you're talking about, I've never that term has never come up in any of my dealings in working with hydraulics and pneumatics.
I suggest you look into it. Obviously, it wouldn't come up because you don't work in things in pressure, right? So obviously you wouldn't know about that, but I suggest you check that out, left lane.
I'll look at it. I mean, I don't like you're talking about silicone and neoprene and these things. They're softer material, but they're more durable and longer lasting. And just what I know about it, and I don't know much about it, but I know enough about it to work with it. I don't see that would be a problem.
They got metal rubbing against the gasket for 22 years. Just think about how that's going to play out.
Well, if it's lubricated, it shouldn't. I mean, it's going to have some wear, obviously. Anytime you got movement you've got wear. But if it's just a latch
On the
handle,
other side of the gasket, on the other side of the piece of metal is space.
yeah,
A
just
lubricant? What
Outer
happens to a
space.
lubricant in space?
very low, very low. Well, the lubricant would remain on the inside between the two O-rings, wouldn't it? In a packing set up.
And what's between that and the vacuum? What do you
the
envision
O-ring.
making
The O-ring.
and the enclosure? What do you envision?
A shaft running through a hole, and then you drop an O-ring in on either side. It'll set in a groove, and then you'll have a gland or a cap that you'll put on that'll hold the O-ring in place, and then that shaft, well, that forms a seal between the inside and the outside, and still allows you to turn that shaft.
How so? What cap? What are you going to put? How is it going to turn? It has to be dynamic. How is it going to turn if it's sealed?
No, you just put the cap on there to hold the O-ring in place, basically. And it might put a little tension on it to give it a more positive seal. They call it a packing gland. And that's what forms the seal. It's the same situation on a hydraulic cylinder. Right behind the lid of that cylinder is 2,000 psi of hydraulic oil that's staying inside there because that packing gland is putting pressure against the shaft that's moving in and out of it. It doesn't lock it up where it can't move, but yet it still holds the fluid in.
I don't think you're understanding the situation here, Left Lane.
Yeah, I do. I understand it. You're showing two O-rings and you're talking about a shaft that operates a latch on the door, right?
Yeah, shaft that turns into O-ring with the extreme conditions and the outlet. And you're saying you're working with this before, and you're not saying that's a problem over 20 years. That's a problem to me.
Well, okay. Well, I mean, that's your opinion, and that's fine. My opinion as someone that's worked in hydraulics for about 20 years does not see a problem with it. Now, I've never been into outer space. I've never been to outer space. I've never tested this. I've never anything. You know what I know about it? I do not have an issue with it.
Sorry to cut you off. You're roboting. I didn't hear you.
No, that's okay. That's all right.
You couldn't build me a O-ring here in Louisiana to do that for 20 years, much less anywhere else.
That's like someone saying, I've hunted sparrows and finch with this BB gun, but I've never hunted a grizzly bear. But I don't have a problem with it. Sure, I think it would work.
Bad analogy.
No. The space is the grizzly bear, and the BB gun is the O-ring.
But the thing is, guys, yeah, well, you shoot him in the right spot. You probably could, yeah.
Two eyeballs, two shots, boom. That thing's fucking worthless after that.
It's probably not that big of a deal to take your helmet off for a couple seconds out in space too. It's probably sorry.
No, that wouldn't be good. But to me, the outer space is just there's just no gas out there. It's just a very low pressure environment.
But there's a temperature thing going on in space, though.
Expansion and contraction, yeah.
If you're on the dark side of something, it's going to get cold, and if you're on the sunlit side of something, it's going to get extremely hot.
A little bit more radiation too, I would assume. I don't know how they teach us how extreme it is, and then how Left Lane is going to tell us how
Well, now radiation is to exposed rubber. Radiation is UV. UV is something that's substantially detrimental to rubber products. Now, how it does silicone, I'm not sure. But these O-rings are concealed within a concealed space. They're not exposed to that radiation like that.
I think someone needs to do his homework big time.
No, it's not that big a deal. I'm kind of like Grim. It doesn't matter to me one way or the other. I mean, I just say what I think, and and sometimes we don't agree on things, but that's okay that we don't agree. It don't bother me.
Yeah,
It
fair
is
enough.
fun to,
Everybody is
yeah,
entitled.
yeah. It is fun to talk about, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll ask my last question and be done too. Left lane, do you think the same O-ring under the same conditions here in Louisiana with the rod turning in it with whatever maintenance they're doing, the same type of O-ring would last 20 years here?
I would say yes, it should. If you know, I don't know
That's
what
all I need to
products
know.
that they're using, and if they're only turning that handle occasionally, it's not actually getting like worked out on a daily basis. You know, and I try to think of things on engines and things like that too, like my silicone radiator hoses. You know, they've been on there for 9 years. My truck's got 1.5 million miles on it, and they're still there. You know, I don't know if they'll last another
Is there
9 years or
metal?
not.
Is there metal rub? Is there metal rubbing up against your radiator hose or whatever?
No, they're not that.
No,
You
so
know,
it's not
it's
even.
just a radiator hose.
Yeah, it's not
It's
analogous.
not the same. But I'm just talking about speaking to the durability of the silicone, the stuff the O-rings are made out of.
Yeah, but you got to put it through the same conditions and environment to be fair about it.
Yeah, you add a
Right?
whole new factor when there's moving parts involved. There's a whole new factor at play.
Yeah.
Moving metal next to something is not going to do well for that other something over the course of decades.
So they went in and out of 20, say that'd be 1,000 acquisition, actuation. So over a period of 20 years, maybe they turned that latch 1,000 times. If they did it once a week for 20 years. Yeah, I really don't. I don't have any issue with it. I think it would be fine.
That's part of the fascination of how somebody could see like the same thing, two parties see the same thing and come up with two totally different conclusions, and both sides are like certain. That's fascinating.
One thing I do find interesting on your argument is about the film and how it would react in a vacuum. I would like to see a piece of Polaroid film exposed to a vacuum and see what it did.
Yo, one time, they didn't do this all the time, but one time they changed it in space. Right in space, they changed the film.
Yeah, you see a picture
Normally
of
they
it.
would. Normally you had
Were
to go
they-
into the thing and get out of the radiation or whatever. They did it right in space once.
And they have a picture of it. Think of
But don't
the-
worry, they had a special. Kodak put a special emulsion on the film. It's fine, guys.
Uh-huh. Which they didn't, by the way.
Oh, they didn't? I thought they put a special kind of emulsion on the actual film itself.
What they did was they enlarged the film so it could. By the way, I think you can still buy that film and test it. Forgot the name of it.
Kodak went out of business.
Yeah, didn't they quit making the Polaroid film?
Yep. There's no Kodak anymore, I thought. I could be wrong on
Maybe
this.
so. You might be right, though.
Who's fucking with
seems like I
cameras
saw
like that
something on
anymore?
the history about it. Yeah.
It's all digital now, yeah.
One thing is certain. Anything with liquid on it and 10 to the minus 12, I believe, is on the moon, would instantly boil off. I'll even tell you another thing. The gears that they had, turn the film, was electric.
I mean that Hasselblad, that wasn't vacuum sealed or nothing. right? That was just open. I mean, not open, but it wasn't like a perfectly tight seal, right? Like that film was still in space, even though it was inside the Hasselblad.
Yep. As far I tried, like I said, I challenge anybody to find modifications to the Hasselblad. I've been saying this for years.
All they did was paint it silver, right? And maybe I don't think they did anything crazy to it to where it was like vacuum sealed or, airtight or anything.
Nope. The only thing they did, like you said, they took off the leather case and painted it silver to reflect the radiation. That's the only thing that they've done for like weathering.
I remember when I first met you, Essie, you used to bring this Hasselblad thing to them in gyms all the time.
You see,
you
the
were
trick
like
ring?
the Hasselblad guy.
Yeah, I've been talking about this for quite a while now. Because it's so easy, man. It's so easy. Like, it kills their moon thing right there. You don't have to talk about rockets, gravity. Yeah.
I've known the moon thing was fake since the late 90s. Over 20 years now. Like, I don't know who's buying that shit.
Left lane.
Yeah.
Sorry, bro. You're the first victim here.
Yeah. I'll take it.
One thing I do find fascinating about the kind of, let's call it the Glober psychology, is the extreme commitment to believe everything the mainstream produces. It's like there's no doubt in their mind that whatever the mainstream says is absolutely true, and they don't like. And when we bring up like problems with it, they're just like, no, I see why that's an issue. It's like so nonchalant that obviously the mainstream isn't lying to them. I just find that bizarre. That attitude is bizarre to me.
Yeah, that's what I call it.
I think a lot of it has to do with the engineering that's involved in it. I don't have a problem with. It's all very doable stuff to me.
Would you describe it as real good engineering?
I'm sorry.
I was asking if you would describe it as real good engineering.
I just barely catch him what you're something.
Hold on. Is that better? Can you hear me better now?
It might be my connection too. I'm out in the desert.
No, well, it might be me. I tend to sound like shit on here for some reason. Yeah, so I was being cheeky. There was an engineering student went and did an interview with Don Pettit, and he was asking him about these O-rings. Now, I'm going to be honest, I don't know anything about O-rings, so for me, I was just like watching it. Interested at the psychology of the conversation. So when the engineering student said to Don Pettit, like, how do you basically keep the atmosphere on the inside from the atmosphere on the outside? And then Don Pettit said, O-rings. And then the engineering student was almost like, what? Are you serious? Kind of thing. That was his reaction. I don't know if you've seen this, but anyway. And then he carried on asking him. It was like he couldn't believe it because it sounded ridiculous to the engineering student, right? So he then said, well, how does it work? How does an O-ring keep out the vacuum of space, basically? And he said, oh, it's real good engineering. That was his answer. And he was like,
oh yeah, I've heard that. Yeah.
He wanted to buy into it because obviously he believes in and he doesn't want to be one of us retarded flat earthers or whatever. But at the same time, you could tell he wasn't buying that answer at all. Like he was just like, this doesn't sound right to me,
And that's a student. Yeah.
The whole issue with the O-rings was the temperature. Instead of launching at 40 degrees or higher, they launched at 32 degrees and the O-rings failed. Just a slight change in temperature made the O-ring that was highly engineered to fail.
Yeah, but Rocky, you gotta think that that system had solid rocket fuel blasting. I mean, that was yeah.
No,
That's
no.
that's a
It's just
whole
a
different.
certain
That's a whole
no.
different situation.
Okay, okay. Tell me the difference then. What psi was it under? Because that's all it is. It's pressure.
I'm going to say I don't know. I would probably lowball it at talking about 10,000 psi. I'm probably lowballing that. I mean, that those solid rocket boosters were just that. They just mix up solid rocket fuel and pour those things full of solid rocket fuel, and and it just burnt out of it. And
Yeah, but
extreme, like
hello.
extreme environment.
Are
Yeah,
you listening? They
yeah.
were
Unless I was
engineered.
finishing. Yeah,
They were engineered to work. They worked every other time except for when the temperature dropped a few degrees.
yeah. There was concern about that. That was the big deal about the negligence involved. That they knew that thing was possibly going to fail and probably was going to fail, and they launched it anyway.
Because of a few degrees in temperature, right? That's the point.
Yeah, yeah. The rubber, yeah. Like I said, I don't know what those O-rings are made out of. O-rings are O-rings, but they're made out of different things, and that was kind of a labyrinth. They call it a labyrinth type setup where you've got to get through like 3 different stages of sealing to get to the outer seal before it would actually fail. And they had redesigned and re-engineered those connections, and when rubber is cold, it's stiff, and I think that was their primary issue.
So now imagine the conditions in space.
It's brittle and it contracts.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, imagining it in space, like I said to me, SE, it's just a difference in 14 psi. I mean, it's just not a big deal. You can't breathe out there. There's nothing for you to breathe, and yeah, it'll kill the fuck out of you in just a second. But as far as isolating from one environment to the other is not a big deal to me.
Oh, left lane. That the outside the O-ring is keeping it spaced from coming inside the capsule, so that there's a part of the O-ring is exposed to space.
Well, it's
I knew
not
he was going to say
space.
it was no big deal to take your helmet off in outer space. I knew it.
Yeah, it's not keeping space out. It's keeping the air in the what's in the ISS or whatever. It's keeping the air in, and also those O-rings are isolated within a gland packing. They're not exposed to the outside environment on the inside or the outside. They're sealed up in a packing gland.
Dude, that is what's keeping space. So there's a different part that's keeping space from touching the O-ring. So why have the O-rings then?
Now the O-ring's what makes the seal. It's not like it's just a little rubber ring on the shaft, Jeremy. It's got
right?
It's called a packing gland. It encases that, and where the O-ring is the only thing that touches the shaft, the gland packing doesn't touch the shaft. The O-ring touches the shaft.
Yes,
but
the O-ring
it's all
is the
inside.
barrier.
It's all enclosed.
The O-ring is the barrier from space to inside the capsule, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so the part of the O-ring is exposed to space. Tell me it's not. Tell me how it's not exposed to space now.
It is, but all space is a lack of gas. It's not like it's acid or anything.
You're not letting me proceed with it. I know.
Go ahead.
So it's exposed to space. So what's the temperature in space?
I don't know.
Well, they claim to know. You should get up on that.
I would say if it was less than like 600 or 800 degrees and above 0, it's probably okay.
What if it changed those conditions nonstop every 90 minutes?
I think that would
hot,
reduce.
getting hot, getting cold, getting hot, getting cold.
Yeah, I think that would be more stressful than the actual use of the shaft itself.
Well, when you add it all together, you're going to have a fucked up O-ring in about 10 minutes.
I don't think so.
Now you think 22 years?
Yeah, apparently it still works.
Yeah, but what do you think? Don't worry about the bullshit story they told you. What do you think, Left Lane?
What do you mean the bullshit story? The ISS in general, or?
You just said apparently it works. Yeah, yeah, it's good. It would work. Apparently they say it's still working. Don't worry about the bullshit story they told you. What do you think about what we just said about the conditions and what it's going through? You think it would work after 22 years?
Yeah, it is a long time, but yeah, I really don't see why it wouldn't. If I was to design that, and I was to put a durability, like a reliability stamp on it, which, you know, this thing's going to work for this long. You know, I might put a 20-year lifespan on it, but I probably wouldn't. To be honest, I'd probably say 15 years. But that's just, you know, I guarantee that to work for 15 years. But maybe it'll work 20 or 25. I don't know.
Yeah, I do find quite funny how this is another kind of common global trick. Well, they'll take something quite major and they'll just dismiss it as not important. Oh, all spaces is a lack of gas. Oh yeah, cool. I mean, you know, all sulfuric acid is a liquid, so you can drink it, right? This is silly. Like, putting things in those terms completely dismisses any of the legitimate concerns about those things.
Well, there is a pressure differential. Primarily, that's your main issue, is the pressure differential. And of course, as far as man being able to survive, having oxygen to breathe, but it's not like it's in acid, or, you know, it's not like something that's going to come in and eat you. You know, it's just a lack of gas is all it is, a lack of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, all acid is a liquid, so yeah, of course you can drink it.
There's also temperature. You robot. That's not all it is, though. There's also a very great temperature differential from being in the direct sunlight to the you know, the shadow. So it's not just the
I
pressure.
agree
You
with
keep saying
that.
just. You must have said it at least 5 times. You must have said it at least 5 times a day. Just the pressure differential. No, it's not. There's a heat differential too.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That heat. Well, that heat differential is huge when we're talking about an O-ring.
Well, it might be, but see, and all I can say to that, Jeremy, is apparently it's not such that it keeps that O-ring from working. I mean, that's all I can say to that. I don't. I mean, you know, like you're, of course, somebody that believes it's up there and things have to be working the way they say it does for it to be there. So I have to. I mean, I'm forced to agree that all that's working like they say it is. You know,
maybe
as far as all the independent, all the components and what all these components are made of, and all the couplings and the hoses, and, you know, I can't really. I mean, all I can put into that is what I know about couplings and hoses here on Earth.
I hear you, bro. It's the model dictates. You're forced. You said it yourself. You're forced to believe it. Yeah, because you think it's actually up there. Yeah, I understand your psyche. It's quite fascinating, but yeah. At least you're honest about it.
And not only that, though, you think it's up there, and you think the rules of what is told about up there are what they are. So you're forced to believe that story.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because it could
All
be
of
up
that.
there, but there could be different heat stuff going on, right? And then therefore Jeremy's conundrum would be solved possibly. Like, oh well, it's not 3,000 degrees up there or whatever.
See, what freaks them out is this. I'll say yeah, there is something up there. And I'll even tell them, yeah, I filmed it. And they go, okay, then what's wrong with you? But I tell them, hold on a second. This is what I did. I went to an app. They said there's going to be something going from there to there. And 5 times out of 6, it's not there. But I did see it once and I even filmed it. Now, what I saw was a light traveling from one side of the sky to the other. Now, that could have been anything. Anything. So we both see the same thing, but one side says, I wonder what that is. The other side says, well, that's a station with people floating around in there, growing plants, growing asparagus for the 7th time.
Grumpy old bastard truck drivers. I had to stop and give somebody a cussing.
What do you say? Bless the truck drivers.
There's a situation of truck merging out. Me in the left lane, as I always am. Another truck in the right lane, and I stopped, slowed down to let him move over to let that truck out, but he elected to hit his brakes. So I went on. And when I went by, he was calling me number 1. So fuck him. Hell, I was flashing my lights and everything at him to get him to pull out, but he just sat there, so well. Then he cussing at me because he got hung up.
I'm just witnessing the context of your screen name for like the first time in that way when you said that.
Gets interesting out here.
Going enough to lose your mind.
Yeah. You see a lot of trucks crash and burn, and you try not to be one of them.
So what I joined late on? The globe model says that the ISS parts should melt. Is that what we're exposing right now? I'd like to expose.
Says the ISS what?
What y'all was talking about O-rings and shit when I come in.
We're exposing outgassing from the O-rings.
So if I search O-ring outgassing, will that bring me a result?
It should, yeah, absolutely.
I think Jeranism did an episode on something like that.
I tried to trace it on my keyboard and it spelled orgasm. Out gas. O-ring orgasm.
Oh shit! That probably that probably
Actually,
is.
that's not a bad explanation of what happens.
No, they probably got a fucking thing called the O-ring, bro.
Bake out. They call it bake out. The bake out procedure is less important for seals made from modern fluorocarbons and pure fluorocarbon elastomers, as manufacturing process includes a several hour post-curing step temperature at 200 degrees C. Yeah, they take that into consideration in the manufacturing process.
Any examples of them testing it?
Yeah, I'd have to. I can't go that deep into it. And see, Viton is another O-ring product that they use in like water pumps and impeller housings and things like that. The thing they call the volute, which is the flap that lets water in but not out. So I remember selling those. Home light water pumps had Viton volutes, which is supposed to have been a big thing.
Keep in mind, you should be searching for stuff. You should be searching for stuff to pressure and maybe temperature. Now that you brought that up, also radiation, but yeah, outgassing is mostly due to pressure.
This is a good picture. Here's a good picture. Here's a pretty good picture that explains what a gland vessel is.
Do you remember? You remember when one of these products and the guy that had designed them and stuff was like scrutinized or attacked by like the flat earthers, like Globebusters highlighted it or something. They went and found a guy that made these little pieces from back in the day, and he was like, God, I'm trying to say, how did they conclude that shit? Like, they tried to act like he was saying he wasn't even making the pieces specifically for that, but NASA contacted them, I think. But man, yeah, the flat earthers have attacked little shit like this before and made videos about it.
I've never heard anybody bring up O-rings before.
Oh yeah, and the little like, especially like, I don't know what O-rings y'all talking about, and I might not even have a clue what you're talking about. But I know little gaskets and shit. They was attacking a little
Yeah, they made a video about the guy who designed it, the engineer, and he was tired.
the little,
He
in
started
the
doing another
window
business,
handle, right?
but he
And
pulled out his drawer and got the schematics on the O-ring. He said, "There's no way it's doing what they say it's doing."
Well, you're talking about the cupola guy. Yeah. That's the one that
so.
Justin did. Yeah.
Left lane. How fast are you driving the left lane?
I run as fast as the law will allow.
How fast are you going right now?
78.
How are you reading this shit?
I got a wide open road. Yeah, I minimize doing that right here. You can't get involved in like looking at pictures and texting back and forth and all that stuff. But I will glance at my phone, to be honest.
And for 27, to be honest, I think I pay more attention to the road when I'm on my phone than when I'm off, if that makes sense. Because I know I need to. Like when I'm not, you understand what I'm saying? Like when I don't have my phone in front of me doing stuff or talking, I'm the thought, like I don't pay attention as much. It's weird, man.
This guy Justin, that I have the picture posted with the O-rings, is the only guy I've ever heard talk about the O-rings. You bring it up and everybody goes silent.
I have to AFK for a minute. I'll be back.
Now, the guy that they interviewed on that show, the guy that has a company that makes motorcycle stands, when they interviewed him, this guy here, Justin, the guy was surprised that they used his model of the cupola.
I think you're saying his model of the little ring for the little gasket in the window handle of the cupola window.
I think the whole thing is his design, not just the O-rings. The whole cupola design was his, I think. But it really doesn't matter who designed it. It's the conditions that these little, I don't know how wide they are, like things can do what they do in those extreme conditions. Oh, and another thing, the design of the cupola was not done by the Americans. It was given to an Italian firm. They built it.
Tell you what, I've seen when I sold pressure washers, for instance. I sold Alcoda and I sold Karcher and I sold Hotsy. I sold a bunch of different brands, but there was one Italian built machine, and they even molded their own tires. They made every piece of the machine, and that was the most durable, longest lasting, and most expensive pressure washer that you could buy. And I sold a bunch of them things, and I bet they're still working today. I've been out of that business since '98, and I sold a shitload of them, but I bet they're still working. Them Italians have got the shit, and German manufacturing is pretty damn solid.
Bro, nothing on Earth is comparable to anything to something in space. Every 90 minutes, it's Earth, right? Is that what it is? 90 minutes?
Yep.
So there's one point where it's in darkness of space, no sunlight, and there's another point where it's in direct sunlight. So you're going to have hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold every 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nothing's comparable to that. You're not doing anything. There's nothing you can point to on Earth where you're like, oh, this is comparable to that.
But how much hotter is it at 250 miles up than it is at the surface, Jeremy? It's not that big a deal, man.
It's also in
let's Google what the temperature is.
I saw
Let's
a
Google
UFO.
what the temperature.
None of you guys, nothing any of you says today matters. I saw a UFO.
Do what?
I saw a UFO.
Or it was probably a drone or something.
This morning during the alignment. Super fucking amazing. Super amazing. I was up earlier. I came in here. Wasn't too many people in here. Bandsaw was in here. Was I think Geo might have been in here. It's coolest shit I've ever seen.
You know, that's something that I believe that alien, other planets can have life. Just, in my paradigm, and all the billions of other opportunities for life to be, and I would like for there to be, or not that I would like for there to be. I would like to know if there is. But I think that if aliens were anywhere around us or visiting or what, I think we would all know it. I don't think it would be a secret. I think that it wouldn't be something that they could really hide per se.
Yeah.
I think it would be apparent.
That yeah, sure, maybe. For me, I don't attribute what I saw to any of that. It was just interesting that it was something there to see, to witness, and I don't have any preconceived notions about it. I was just able to experience it, and it was a really cool sight to see. I knew it wasn't an airplane, so whatever it was really cool and irregular.
What did it look like?
A light.
Did it have color to it, or was it just like white
Nope.
light? Just white light?
More like orange light.
I saw one in high school. It was purple, and it was huge right above my house, and then it went down to a small white light and then shot away. That's the only time I've ever seen anything odd in the sky. I was like 16.
Yeah, for this one it was because I was watching the alignment, and it appeared, well, it was I don't know how long it was there, but it was high up, and initially thought it was a plane, but I was like, no, because I mean I watch plane traffic all the time, and first of all, thing about planes and helicopters and all that is they have these blinking lights. This wasn't that, and so I was like, okay. When my binoculars, it didn't even look like a planet or a star or anything. It just looked like what it looked like, and it was going east as everything else is obviously going west. But well, everything else is slowly going west, but it is visibly moving and traveling towards the east, and then it goes beyond or below that band of air when the sun's about to come up and it's all purplish pink. And I was like, well, I guess that's the end of that. But no, then it rose up above it and started going diagonally in the still east, but in the other direction. Maybe like southerly.
Were you able to get any of it recorded?
Nah,
I know it sucks.
I only had my binoculars. My phone wasn't gonna capture that. I tried really hard.
Yeah, it barely even gets the.
And we would have caught it if it was earlier, like before it hit the, yeah, when we first saw it, I would have been able to capture it, but by the time I thought about capturing it, was too late. Yeah, we was just like, what the fuck is that? I kept saying to myself, nah, that's a plane. Nah, that's just something normal, because it's not anything other than something normal. That's what I kept repeating to myself, and I'm like, nah, fam, nah, that's not regular. Trying to open this.
It wasn't anywhere near a military base, was it?
I wouldn't know. Because first of all, wow, how'd you open it? It appeared so high up that it looked like a star. That's why I was like, it looks too far away to be a plane. Like, I've seen as high as I could possibly, like, whatever I've seen as a plane, as high as that is, this thing seemed, I don't know, seemed much further than that. Well, yeah, with binoculars you can see a plane. It wasn't a plane. It was I don't know what the fuck it was, but it was.
I definitely believe you. I've seen stuff myself. Riggs 5 has it on camera when I was in Texas there when we witnessed some shit. That one was near a military base. This is why I asked. And the other one
Oh,
I
hey, Station.
experienced was also, yeah.
How you doing?
Hi, sweetheart. I'm doing pretty good now today. Yeah, I've had a rough week, but I'm doing really good today.
Good.
How are you? It's been
I'm
a
pretty
minute.
good. Yeah, pretty good. You know,
Is that your girl in the
living.
background that I know so well back in the day?
No, we broke up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
Yeah,
bring it that way. Then sorry, my bad.
right.
To
It's
whoever
all
that is
right.
too.
You
Well,
know.
I hope you're in a good spot then. Whatever you're doing in your life, always do that for you.
Yeah.
Life is crazy. Last 2 years have been a whirlwind for a lot of us. Not in the same patterns that we were or whatever. You know what I mean? Mix up. I went through some crazy shit and then my life got brilliant. I mean, just every day I'm changing to be, the version I want. But I, of course, as a human being, mess up because we're humans. And there's some days I'm like,
Right.
fuck, that was a bad day. But no, I'm in good spirits.
That's good. So
What we
yeah,
all
sorry to
need.
bombard you guys conversation. Oh, let me post the videos that I do have of like
Do you?
the planets. I have videos of the planets because it was like
Okay.
Venus was like right there next to the moon. So and yes, it's just weird. You know what I would like to do? What I would like to do is find like a light that we've made. A light that we regular lights. I would like lights that are far away, and I would like for my camera to make those lights look like the way the planets do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, because I don't understand why my camera does that when I'm looking at planets. It's weird. I don't know shit about cameras. Somebody could come and say, "Hey, idiot, that's some kind of who knows." I don't know anything about lenses, shit like that.
I thought Left Lane, and I'm not calling Left Lane now. I actually thought he may understand cameras quite, more than a lot of people. I could be wrong about that though. I have no
No,
clue for sure.
no, I'm not a camera
Okay.
person.
I think some of us just know things about lenses or whatnot because we looked into flat Earth or the other side too. You know what I mean? So sometimes I hear a conversation, I'm like, yeah, he knows about cameras then. Yeah, I don't know much about cameras either. I still want a really nice one. I mean, don't get me wrong, our phones can be quite brilliant, but not to pick up the planets and stuff like that. No. Can't even get the moon correctly. Like, come on. Yeah, I miss those days when Elijah was out there. Man, it was like every morning and at night. He was going mental with everybody though, and breaking down the walls and all that, and doing the sun tests and everything. Pretty cool.
You're breaking down the walls. I used to hear him around, but I haven't heard him in a couple of years.
I miss him. Yeah, ever since
Yeah,
Icon took off,
right.
he's been gone. Yeah.
Maybe he's just tired of, people get bored or people get, whatever. It's like time to do something else.
He
Look,
was. I
everyone's
remember at
hanging
the
out
time
here.
he was building a big telescope, actually building one. You know what I mean? So not just spending his time on here, he was out there trying to seriously do his own work, which was really cool.
Yeah, you can clearly see like it's when you looking at the sky, it's like it's a totally new world. Like because when I'm looking at it, I'm expecting what I imagine because I've been given illustration. You know what I mean? It's like looking at a
Absolutely.
totally different thing, which is really cool. It's like for me, it's like brings so much wonderment and amazement back. It's like what's going on, you know? What's the moon really doing? What's its real purpose? What's
You know,
might
when I
sound
grew up, I
crazy
don't
to some
remember
of
the
y'all, but
stars
you know,
like
some of
being
us
all
are
so.
free to think whatever the fuck we want.
You're my age, aren't you, Ledger? Around 39, around that age or whatnot.
Yeah, 33.
Oh,
Same
okay,
difference.
33. It's that good year. Yay. Do you remember growing up seeing the stars being so colorful with your own eyes, even not just the camera, because the camera can even pick up even more detail. But I don't
No,
remember
because I
them
never paid
shining like
attention.
that. Really?
hmm
Okay, that might be it too.
No, I'm saying I don't know if I have never paid attention, but I know what you mean because like
Mm-hmm.
sometimes like say Venus, like when it's by itself, it's like whoa, what the fuck
I
is
know.
that? That's that a plane? Oh no, it's not. Oh, that's a star. What? Oh, that's what they call a planet. It is bright as fuck. It's huge. It's just there. Wow, it's amazing.
That might be at a new perspective that we're looking at the sky at with, you know what I mean? Before we looked up in amazement, but also with a narrative, no matter what, whether we realize it or not. But now that we've kind of broken that chain of what we've been told, when we look up, we don't see. It's almost like we took the glasses off some now, and we're looking at it for what it is, and not what we were told. And it's different. It's a cool thing though for me.
This should be the first one.
I've heard a lot of people say the worst part about flat Earth is the speculation part, but I think that's what the excitement comes from. Is not, feeling like you don't know what you've been told is real anymore. So you break that and you go, well, then what is it? And you have to kind of speculate in your own head, your own thoughts now of what that is up there and all around you. I'm not saying you should go around preaching that shit. No, because I don't know the answer is, but it's still cool to speculate on what is actually happening.
Yeah, when you're looking at it, just even just the planets, and it's like it's doing some shit. It's like, wait a minute, what? First of all, why don't I have more resolving power? Because I want to see what I can see. What I want to see what I imagine. Like this right here is like some other shit, and it's like I want to be able to see closer. I can't. I don't have a. I need a better telescope or something.
Yeah, I was just watching your video right then. That's why I was quiet too. I
But
think that's
again,
why breaking
I
down
was
the
just
wall
told
stepped
you go to
away.
your local library,
Yep.
and I did find that out. Like your local library will lend you out a telescope. Also, not only that, but you can just join your local astronomy club,
Mm-hmm.
which is something I've been talking about doing since we first met, but
Yeah.
haven't done yet. I should get on that.
It'd be good for your soul. It'd be something maybe you and your family can do or whatnot together real quick too. And I would
Yeah.
love to do something like that. It's a cool date. It's not the normal date that people take you on. Just the
Right,
boring
right.
ones. you know?
Well, it
Good
depends
idea.
on who you're with. What are you showing me this
True.
shit for? You one of them? You one of them
Well, I want to see this shit.
weirdo alien believing? It don't matter what it is. Alien
Yeah.
believing. Damn, what's wrong with that? Flat Earth believing. Damn, what's wrong with that? What, it don't matter which way you go with it. It's like
Yep.
no, you can't have discovered anything. You haven't seen anything irregular. You didn't see shit. Okay, that's what you didn't see. Now,
Yeah. It's mental.
oh, it was just a satellite. Oh no, the fuck it wasn't.
I
Whatever
didn't realize how
satellites are,
bad it is
I
out
want to
there.
catch the satellites too.
Yeah, please do.
How they
Please.
have them shit. Like it was, I missed that because they there was, what is it, Q Link, something Link, and they were like all in a line, and you could see them from one horizon to the other. That would have been something spectacular to see.
Yeah.
Like just a string of lights in the sky. What are you talking about? That's
I need
pretty
to go to
brilliant.
his channel. Leflane, did you say has he I'm sure he's posted stuff. Has he on his YouTube? Does anybody know if he has breaking down the walls?
I
Because
haven't
man,
seen
that was
anything.
my good friend. We used to talk on my server all the time. So then we used to talk back. He was getting sick of the drama. Remember
Yeah,
that?
it's whack. Yeah,
Yeah.
drama is it's what are we? It was drama around what is and what isn't. Like, what is it's so dumb?
There's drama everywhere in the world too, no matter what platform you go to. Because I did that. Remember, I always said, you can't stay on one platform. You got to venture out. Oh, I did that this past year, going panel to panel. It has nothing to even do with our topic, and they're all the same. Everybody's just human, and you either got people who are kind of awake and have a brain to even have these conversations with, or the ones just honestly you can't. And there's a lot that you can't, but you'd be surprised how many you can, though. There are a few, along the way. There's drama everywhere. I mean, everywhere. It was weird. I got a freaking link to go to Jim Panda's server. I haven't got one of those in a long time. And it came from someone I was like, what? Like, why would you want me over there? I was surprised because they're like a Christian person and then hardcore that way. I'm like, why would you send me Jim Panda's link? And I'm
Man,
like, no.
I got Sean Hawkins harassing me. I got Craig Fight the Flat Earth harassing me. Don't you have like YouTube channels and universities and whatnot to go do whatever it is y'all go do?
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm just some black dude in New York City.
No, you have a brain of your own and you don't let other people control it as much as possible, at least. And that's, yeah, some people just don't like that. I don't know.
I'm like, all right, well, I see how you feel. That's cool. You can feel that way, but you're lying to everyone. Like you don't even know me, fam. Like, what are you doing? This is weird. Imagine I just walked up to cops or politicians. You're a liar. Which would be more appropriate, actually.
Right, I was just thinking that because I'm sitting there thinking how many people would probably do that right now if they could. I think honestly it comes down to completely not even about, like I said, the shape of the earth. It's not even about, the whole race thing. It's honestly about people checking themselves, their egos now, seeing that, hey, I got flaws. I'll tell you about them. But all this stuff in the world, when you don't have transparency, causes issues. And it goes out to, like, even society right now and the prices and out there. I'm working and I'm dealing with customers on a daily basis. It's just out of control. People robbing each other, acting fools. It's no different than shit online, but online it's worse because they're keyboard warriors. But people are just, it's their behaviors to the system that's the problem. It's not even that somebody believes a lie or, we believe what shape it is or whatnot. I think it's the fact that how you act in this world. Like at the end of the day, like you say all the time too, if you're on your deathbed, it doesn't really matter about all this stuff we talk about necessarily. Are you a kind person? Can you put your hand up and say you're a flawed individual? I mean, that's where I'm at in life right now. The truth does matter with all that, but if you're not that, then what the hell are we doing trying to have a conversation at all? It's not worth your
Yep.
energy.
Yep.
It's not in the real world. I know some people come in here just to escape. and to talk to each other and whatever, debate and whatnot. But when you're in the real world, don't. I used to carry that around with me. Always mad. I just do my own thing now. I don't care. How is New York doing though, Elijah, with everything? You guys, I'm sure your prices are ridiculous like it is here too. And I think about New York City. I mean, I live in a pretty bad city too, but New York City has to be worse than this, you think. And it's getting nuts in my city.
Oh, look at this video too. Now I know that this is an effect of my camera. I just don't know how. Chronic, maybe you can answer that because it's my phone camera. No.
Yeah,
Beyond
come in here and
obviously
talk.
that it's a crap phone camera.
Oh, if your phone ain't got 6 cameras on it, it's trash.
It got 3. Well, yeah, that was a
Only
lie right off the
3?
bat. It has 3
Yeah,
cameras.
only 3, bro. That's it.
Hold up. Does iPhone have 6 cameras? Is that what you're trying to say?
6 or 7. No, I'm just fucking around.
Mine has 4 and the other one, this one has 3. Yeah, it could.
The whole back of the phone soon is gonna just be all cameras.
Exactly.
Right? Which would actually be pretty cool. If the camera lenses like were behind like a clear case and then like all of those lenses like take this brilliant shot of that'd be pretty cool. Or different cameras would be purposed for different things, like it would engage and show different perspectives.
Yo, we
That would
need
be
thermal
pretty awesome.
vision, thermal vision, night vision,
Thermal
fucking everything.
vision, fam. Thermal vision. Oh, it's over. Once you give niggas thermal vision, boobs and thermal vision, fam.
Bro, I heard Sony
I'm just
came
saying.
out. Yo, I heard Sony came out with a handy cam. No, we're on the same page. I heard Sony came out with a handy cam back in the like late 90s or early 2000s or some shit, and it could see through clothing. They had to do a recall on it. I don't know how true that is, but
Look at that video. It's like I know it's my camera. It's just weird that it's still localized to that spot, even though it's my camera. When I was looking directly at it too, it was giving me like weird waves, but oh, that's just my bad eyes. Palpa, like yes.
Is that from where you live or where are you? I mean, you don't have to tell me that because that might make it more noticeable, but it's a beautiful freaking view.
you in Brooklyn? Where do you DoorDash at?
He said, "Where do you do?"
Or whatever you do.
Good money, probably. Seriously, right now.
Oh, in the city, because you don't have to have a car to do it. You can have like a bicycle. I think Elijah's got like an electric bicycle, so it's like your overhead's mad low.
Well, I'm thinking about doing something like that. I don't really want to work for these companies, but when people are coming in and tell me that they're making like basically $18-19 an hour to do this shit, and sometimes even more than that, depending on how fast you are, like with Shipped and all these other companies, to go to the grocery store and pick up groceries and take them to them. They're making a shitload.
Oh, if you want to
is the
grind it
shit.
out, you can. What up, Elijah?
Shipped is the shit.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have a car though, so
Yep.
I gotta
Yeah,
try
but
to
you
sign up again or something because I filled out the application that has to do with car when it was supposed to be like for bike.
Got ya. Yeah.
Yeah, if you can do it in an area like New York City or DC or some like big city where you don't need a car, that's fucking huge because a car is a crazy expense. You're talking about $500-600 a month. And that's for me. It's
Yep.
probably more in a city just to be able to drive. You're probably talking $700-800 in a major city like that to be able to drive. Even a small town, you're looking at $400 or $500 a month just to drive. And then if you're doing something like that, I would add another 100.
These mopeds go like 30, 40, and you don't need no license, no registration, no license plates, nothing.
Yeah, DoorDash. I mean, if you can get away with doing that in DoorDash, that's banging.
Now
Because yeah, you can
DoorDash
make
is
good money.
trash. Yeah.
Well, whatever.
I
You know
mean,
what I mean.
people work DoorDash, but yeah, I do Grubhub. Grubhub is decent.
Yeah, whatever. One of them. If you can do one of them
Make
things,
a killing.
you make a killing with no car. If you want to grind, you got to be ready to grind it out, though. It's a grind. You know it. It's a grind.
You do know that you
And
could
it,
turn in your gas on your taxes and whatnot too. And also there are companies like these are over here in Indianapolis are actually paying for your gas, a portion of it.
yeah,
So you're really
you get 60 cents a mile or 56 cents a mile or something for every mile you go,
for
and then you
DoorDash?
just keep track of it. Anything, and you just keep track of it, and that's including like gas and maintenance and all the expenses of the car. And then you have another thing where you can do a depreciation thing on the car once or twice throughout the life of the car. I got paid on that one year. I got like 8 G's for that.
Damn.
Just for the depreciation on my car. I had like 80,000 miles. They were like, "You've never filed for depreciation on it?" So I was like, "Nah." So they're like, "Okay, we could do it." And just it was like thousands of dollars. I don't.
Well, it's not cheap fixing a car nowadays if you take it to a shop. It is no joke.
Oh yeah.
Brake jobs, anything. It's insane. They almost want $400 for my brake job. I'm like, what? No.
I'm dreading going into the mechanics now at this point. That's what I'm
No.
saying. If I can get one of those scooters, see where I live though, I have a crazy winter. Like you can't really. I don't know. You could, but that shit would suck. If I had to
Yeah.
drive to work with a electric bicycle when there's like a foot of snow out and it's fucking below zero.
Yeah. That's too much.
But yeah,
Those
if you live
electric
somewhere like
bicycles are
down,
fucking kick ass though. I want one. Not that
yeah,
we're
if you live
lazy, but
somewhere like down, if you live somewhere down south or something, and you can get away with, you're in a big city, you get away with doing DoorDash or something. I mean, it's great to do just on the side. Like if you have a regular job and then you go do that one day a week and make an extra $50 or $100 a day real quick. It takes like 2 hours to make like $50, maybe 3 hours of fun. An extra $50 a week's huge for a lot of people. It's $200
Oh, yeah,
a
it
month.
is.
That'll pay all kinds of fucking bills right there. $200 with cell phone, something else.
When I go to work and I realize that I'm basically spending how much of my money that I just earned that day working, I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? It's getting bad.
Yeah, see, whenever I spend money, I know how much I make every day. So I'm like, so whenever I make a purchase, I'm like, I had to work this many hours to buy this thing. You know what I'm saying? Think about that before you just go buy some crazy, like something crazy.
It's that want and need you start going through in your head now. You're like, I want this and I want it, but I don't need it. I don't really need it.
Oh yeah, I only do that with things I want. If I need it, I need it. Forget it.
Yeah,
I don't even look at the price tags. Like when I pull up to the pump, I don't even look at how much gas costs. It's irrelevant. Like I need gas in my tank, no matter what that number says. But if it's something I just want, I'm like, well, hold on. I had to work, 40 hours to be able to buy this thing. Did I really want to spend 40 hours of my life? Is this thing worth 40 hours of my life?
Exactly. More people should do that. I think they're going to have to, though, if they're not already. Sincerely. I was just talking to a recruiter. I get to talk to so many different people at my job who you run into. And she was like, oh, this job thing is no joke. I don't know how people are surviving right now because nobody's really working. Where are they getting the money from? Because unemployment, they're not getting it from anymore. And I'm going, I don't know. No idea. Because they're shopping like crazy. They spend and maybe they're using charge cards and stuff. Who knows? And then I was just trying to figure out, because I was injured and I was out of work for 2 months, how is it to come up my money, right? So I go reaching out to organizations because you have to first before a trustee's office will help you and stuff like that. And they all said they were out of funds completely because of COVID. It's bullshit. So they have a certain fund for that and they are exhausted. I'm like, wow. So a lot of people are going to have issues really soon when it comes to where they're living now as well. They're not going to be covered.
What happened is a lot of people turn their side hustle into their main hustle. And they just don't need to work now. You know what I mean? If you go buy and sell shit on Amazon or you go do DoorDash or you make little things out of epoxy and shit, whatever it is. Maybe you learn how to trade stocks or crypto or like whatever it is. The people turn their side hustle into their main hustle. Like, no, who wants to go work a stringent schedule on somebody else's time for, $13 an hour, like minimum, whatever minimum wage is, when you could go do what Elijah does, get an electric bicycle for $800 or whatever they cost, and go do fucking DoorDash and make like $20 an hour.
And you make your own hours. You do what you want. There's no consequences.
Then you
if
can
you
work
pick up
when you
one day
want.
and say,
Yeah.
I don't want to. Right. I don't feel like it today. I'm going to go do time with my family. It's a beautiful day today. I mean, you have that option where someone doesn't control your life. Like, you can't just call in and go, well, it's a gorgeous day today, so I'm not going to work.
Yeah. Or I don't feel it's winter time and there's 3 feet of snow out. I don't feel like coming to work. I broke my car one day going to a job like that. There was mad feet of snow on the ground. I called my boss. I was like, yo, it's crazy outside. I'm like, you still want us to come in? He's like, yeah. And I ripped like the oil can off underneath of my car. So it was like $250. I'm like, yo, I lost money. And then he only had us work for a half a day because it was still snowing.
Oh my goodness.
So I lost money that day going to work. But yeah, when you do DoorDash, you can go do like 3 days. Say you want to go do 30 hour, 10 hour, 10, 12 hour days, you get 36 hours in. You're going to end up making more than you did with a regular 40-hour a week job. And you have 4 days off now.
Exactly. Yeah, when I was at Texas,
Elijah, what do you get?
started working pizza, and they were not making shit doing delivery of pizza. It was ridiculous. Somebody was giving tips and went right back to doing Uber because they were making a shitload of money. They can go do a couple rides, take someone from the airport or certain jobs like that, and then boom, they've already made their paycheck for the week plus,
Yo, that's what I'm saying. Elijah, how much you make on a good day doing Grubhub?
On a good day, that's 250, 300.
What about a mediocre day?
A mediocre
150,
day?
200?
150, 200, yeah.
Yeah, so
But
say
most
150.
days, I'm lazy as hell. I get out late and
Yo,
I
that's
make
the
like
problem with
120,
doing that.
130.
That's the struggle. That's the struggle with doing that is you now have the freedom to work your own hours. You got to have the will to go do it. You got to be able to go grind. Yeah.
You gotta be your own authority. You gotta make sure you do what you gotta do, or you're definitely gonna be broke, like I am.
Exactly. I'll get out there and start driving Uber, and then like 3-4 hours in, so I'm like, I really want to go home and get high and chill and shit. So and there's no one saying you can't. Like no one says you can't do
Home
it.
is right there.
So
I could go take a break, yo. Chill out.
Yeah,
I'm play Call of Duty. Fuck it. Why am I going back to work?
Why am I working right now?
Oh, it started raining. Not really, but it looks like
Yeah.
it. So I'm not going back out there. Even though on a
I've
rainy
done that
day,
so many
that's an
times.
easy $200-300 day. Easy.
Bro,
and then
I've done that
like
so many
5 hours.
I've done that so many times. I'll be like, oh shit, it's gonna rain. I'm just gonna go home, and then it like never rains.
I can't fuck with it. Yeah. It never right. It rains for like 5 minutes. You're like, damn.
Or it'll start
Because you know
sprinkling.
when it sprinkles, it doesn't really rain. That's when the most money is out there because people think it's raining, but it's really not. So they're ordering like crazy, and you're not getting wet, fucking up your equipment, getting it all rusty, because you can ride in the rain and all that, but your bike will eventually succumb to problems.
Wear and tear, yeah. I mean, all you gotta do is put away like what, $10 a day or $5 a day or something for a new bike. Where them things like $800.
Exactly.
Like
Exactly.
$1,000
It's
for a
not
new
even
one.
a big deal. You set aside, like you said, $10 a day. Because you just get a new one every year. You don't have to worry about, oh my God, this shit is breaking down now. You don't gotta do all that.
Yeah, you
And you
set
can
away
finance if you have good credit.
you set away like $3
And
a
then
day or
just
something.
sell.
Whereas a car, if you have a
And sell the bike for like $500, then you're like halfway there.
if you have a car though, you got to put like $20, $25, $30 a day every single day of the month away for a car. Because now you're racking miles and shit up on it. And mechanics are no joke. Need oil changes, tires, gas.
On top of
Insurance.
registration, insurance,
Yeah,
all that
insurance
shit.
is like $100
Especially
something a month.
insurance. It's like no, insurance is like $400 a month for the average person who's been who doesn't have a perfect license. Like me, I could get in. Well, not anymore. Shit. See,
your location.
my shit would be like $500.
your location, it's heavily location dependent because I used to live in Vermont and it was like $400 a year for my car insurance. And then I moved
But peep
back to New
this.
York and it like doubled.
With my moped though, I did have my license. I did have this was before everybody was riding around with, no license plates.
Yeah.
But it was a 50cc anyway. It needs to be 49cc in order to do that. But then
I
they
never
they
understood
take
why
the
they,
regulators off anyway.
yeah, if you take
And
the
they
governor off of 49 C's.
Yep.
I don't know
So
why they even make 50.
my registration was like $8 for the year, and my fucking nice. Let me see the yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, mopeds
And
cost
then
nothing to keep on the road.
my insurance was $100 for the year.
Yeah, mopeds are dirt cheap to keep on the road with everything, insurance, gas, all that shit. It's nothing.
Gas $1 a day,
Yeah.
if that. Damn, I was living the good life. I was riding everywhere. The Bronx, fucking
Yeah.
Jersey. I was everywhere on that thing.
But yeah, even as a side hustle, like if you got a main job right now and you're not like killing it and you could definitely use like an extra like $200 a month, definitely go do fucking DoorDash for a couple hours a week and you'll make an extra like 2-3.
I could use an extra
like,
$400 or $500 a month. If I can make an extra $400 or $500 a month selling shit on eBay, and I got to get back into crypto, I fucked around. I made a $1,000 or so, a little more off of $300-$400. So
this is a good time right now. There's mad deals. Like I'm getting pancake swap, baby, all these coins that stake. There's some good
everything
fucking
is
deals
dirt
out there
low,
right now.
super low.
Yeah, there's good deals.
Not to be a dick, but it's definitely a good time to invest in condoms and Plan B and shit.
Yeah, I know. They fucking overturn it.
You think it'll overturn it? You think that's possible?
I thought they already did. I thought it already.
They
happened.
already. Who? Since when?
I don't know. Somebody told me they overturned
yesterday,
Roe
this
versus
morning.
Wade.
Oh, that's what you mean. They overturned it. Yeah. I don't understand what's going on, fam. I don't know what the fuck. I don't pay attention to politics the way I used to, and I don't get why it's important to do all
So they
that.
need the way our system's a huge Ponzi scheme, so they need more people, right? So whatever you can. Oh,
if they need more people, why the fuck are they killing us?
I don't know. I'm just saying, like the way the economy's set up right now is it's a Ponzi scheme. Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. The whole economy is a Ponzi scheme. They have to constantly have new people.
Still got a mandate to where if it's not, I'm pretty. Once y'all start putting them stamps on the pack, y'all are gonna make it to where people selling weed on the street. It's already in. They selling weed on the street, they go to jail. They don't get taken to jail. They're still putting black people.
Just a quick little story. When I was driving a tractor trailer in Brooklyn a couple years ago.
Was it as squeaky as the one you got now?
No, it was even squeakier. But I got to my pickup. I was picking up these used books from this library, and I got there the night before, and the only place to park was on the residential street, and I had to parallel park my 18-wheeler. So it was like 2:00 in the morning, and I nailed it on the first try, and I got out of my truck and I yelled, "Did anybody see that?" It was just amazing. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. I parallel parked an 18-wheeler.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'll almost never parallel park. Like if I just
did anyone
walk
see it?
farther.
No, there was nobody out. It was 2:00 in the morning.
You saying, Jeremy?
He said he's a woman.
I'll almost never parallel park. It's just not worth the risk.
What risk? You drive like a woman?
No, listen. If you're that close to the cars and one of the cars behind you moves, or or that car is pinned in, they might end up tapping your shit.
Oh well, I guess if you're in that area,
I'm not worried about me hitting someone. I'm fine. I know how to parallel park.
I got you.
If the other like let's say the other person, somebody pulled up behind the guy that's behind me and they're right up to their bumper, and then I parallel park and now there's not a lot of space for that guy to get out. He might like scrape my shit or something. I just walk farther.
Guys, can I have a mic check?
Nope.
Oh, you're crystal clear. This is the best mic check you've ever done.
That's because I'm not in the hallway. This is my actual setup. So what the fuck is going on, guys?
Chilling. What's up? We're talking about O-rings on ISS.
Oh shit! You try to get into the nitty gritty of them, but ballers don't ever think about those kind of details. They overlook those mechanical details like that.
Where they say, "Well, you have a leak."
To tell you the truth, guys, I saw that ISS, not the ISS, the fucking moonlander thing, bro. And I consider myself to be like an amateur engineer because I've always been making shit. I don't know how I do it, right? I can't tell you, but I know how to make shit, and I've always known how to make shit. I work with wood, I work with metal. I fully customize everything I touch all the time, always. So I tend to understand how metal is supposed to look, how metal is supposed to, you know what I'm saying? And when you look at the moonlander, you see all them dents, right? And the foil, and you realize that's not how you do things. Especially in the year when they supposedly made it, when we already had fucking airplanes and cars all smoothed out, all nice and shit, and you're telling me that this thing that's going to the fucking space where there's crazy conditions, they're just gonna make this shit all faulty and shit, bro? That doesn't make any sense.
If you've ever seen underneath the foil and the shit with the ridiculous shit the lunar lander had on it, it looked like it's precision engineered, right? I don't know if you've ever seen it, but I don't know why you would stop there. Like if you're doing some kind of like precision engineering thing, it would be precision engineered the whole way through, in and out. Also, I was just thinking about this. There's these plants you could have. They're amazing at oxygen carbon dioxide exchange. You could have like 6 if you had a sealed room, but you had like 6 or 7 of these plants, but you were in an airtight room, you'd be fine because these plants would provide you with enough oxygen. I don't know why they don't have that on the ISS. Like, are they bringing oxygen up there? Like, how they get oxygen?
Have you guys ever seen when plumbers and construction workers, how they laid down those electrical lines? How nice and organized everything has to be, because you have to know what line is going where and is doing what, right? And have you seen all the crazy electricity and lines in the ISS? There's a discrepancy there.
And they're all exposed to just everything. There's water floating around. People are eating and drinking and shit. There's no the place they shit and piss is open. Well, there's kind of a door on it. It's not sealed. Anyways, there's shit floating around in there. Like, yeah, it's all crazy. And they put shit on the outside, the inside. I don't understand. Like, dude, a lot of this shit doesn't make sense for the space.
You remember that floppy ass door that the dude tried to close it? That shit looked like it was like that shit was like paper thin, bro. That shit is hilarious. How can anyone, bro? How can anyone even consider that shit is serious?
What's the purpose of that? Yeah, like what would even be the purpose of that? It doesn't even make sense. Where's the real door?
I mean, logic will tell you if the door is that floppy, how could it withstand any sort of, you know,
like solar wind or whatever the fuck, or particle. Like, come on, man, it just doesn't make any sense, bro.
Yo, Earth gets hit with 10 million. It's either 10 or 15 or 50. It's some insane amount of micrometeoroids, meteoroids, and little shit like that. Some of them are tiny, right? Some of them are decent size. Now, Earth doesn't get hit by them because they burn up in the atmosphere. But anything above that is going to be getting hit by it, right? Because it's not going to burn up. Like if you just got a little tiny pebble flying around, that shit's going to rip right through you because there's nothing, you know, it doesn't get burnt up in the atmosphere. So the ISS should have been destroyed by, it should be in shambles right now from getting constantly bombarded with fucking all these meteoroids, micrometeoroids, meteorites, all that shit. Micrometeorites, whatever the fuck it is.
Especially if you consider it's been, what, 50 years?
That's what I'm saying. That shit should look rocked right. It should look like it came out of a zombie apocalypse movie.
And the last guy talked about the flappy doors. The flappy doors clearly could not withstand the vacuum. It would depressurize.
That's what I'm saying. So how is it that this is so intuitive to people like us, right? Intuitively, I realize that there's a problem. Every time they show us images, I find the problem and inconsistencies. But for some reason, the Globers, which a lot of them are not mechanically inclined, if you understand what I'm saying, right? These are people that have never changed a fucking tire in their life, bro. They have never lost a 10mm socket, right? These people have never done anything with their hands. And they have the audacity to be like, oh, that's just fucking normal. Come on, bro. Get the fuck out of here with that.
Maybe have something there. The Globers are not. Maybe have something there. The Globers are not hands-on. You know, they're kind of like imaginary. I mean, what do you call it when you're in the head, not in the hands? Something. It's a distinction. They're about equations and ideas, not about real life stuff.
And that's the problem. I'm more of a visual learner. I would easily be able to take apart anything, right? If it has nuts and bolts, bro, I would take it apart. It really doesn't matter. And like I take it apart, I'm able to put it back together. Simply because I told myself. But if I had to read about how to take it apart, it'll probably take me more, right? Because I'm a visual guy. I have to do it physically.
Yeah, to withstand that vacuum, I'd say you have to start with about a foot of iron to start. And a foot of iron would not stop those meteorites, by the way.
Not even the meteorites, right? Not even the meteorites, right? We're talking about the remember, supposedly space has erratic conditions, right? So the temperatures tend to fluctuate extremely, right? So how are the metals and like we were talking about the O-rings and the seals? How are these things maintaining themselves, bro? Have any one of you guys ever tried changing the seal from like a fucking cars from like the 50s and 60s, bro? Them shits turn into fucking rock hard as fuck, bro. You have to remove them with like special tools and shit, bro. So how is it that come on, man? It just don't make any sense, bro.
Bro, it'll crumble. It'll just crumble. Like
Well,
all
as long as
recovery
it's
shit. Like
not
you ever see a
exposed
pair of Jordans? You ever see a pair of Jordans that haven't been worn in like 20, 30 years or something? They'll just crumble.
Yep. Hell yeah.
As long as the seals aren't exposed to any heat or cold or any change of temperature, I think they'd be fine. So what kind of temperatures are out there?
Well, the problem is there's a seal in the cupola where they can open and close the shutters. The seal, there's a pipe that turns through the O-ring, and the O-ring is what's keeping space. Like on one side of the O-ring, there's space. On the other side, there's the interior of the cupola. Okay, so the temperature of space is what? What do they say the temperature is? I don't know. There's vast temperature differentials, especially.
I imagine it would go up and down with the sun and with the vacuum of space and with the sun.
Yeah, if you're in direct sunlight or you're in shadow, there's going to be a major difference in the temperature.
There has to be an O-ring or a seal in every and every kind of door, every kind of window, everything that's from the inside to the outside, there has to be some form of rubber protecting it, sealing it.
Even the panels that got connected, they built this thing in space, don't forget. So anytime a wall got connected or something, like, unless they welded it, which I don't know if you can weld in space, whatever though, unless they welded it, yeah, that seal would have to be, you know, maintained or something.
Hey, I think in space they absolutely lost 10mm sockets.
Yeah,
You can't lose anything in ISS, bro. You're like, you know, you're like, where's the fucking the 10
Can you
over 10?
imagine? Can you imagine? Like, you would have to have, it would almost have to be snapped together because your fucking hand looked like it was covered in marshmallows. Like, it was just big and fat. You know what I mean? Like, you know how you need your fingers to, like, sometimes if I'm wearing gloves and I'm doing work, yeah, you need dexterity, right? You can't feel the thing. You got a glove on. You're like, man, I can't. Like, it's like there's just something about having to have your skin touch the piece that you're working with, so that you know what I mean?
I was trying to peel some tape off of work Friday off a roll of tape, and I just had latex gloves on, tight, thin latex gloves. I couldn't even do it with the gloves on. Yeah. Not to mention, you can't bend. I don't know how good they can bend their fingers. Like, I'd love to see a glove that's pressurized, and the guy's like bending his fingers and shit in it. I don't know. I don't know what those suits are pressurized to.
14.7.
I don't know.
Oh,
it has to be 14.7 because that's our Earth atmospheric pressure, right? So it has to be, the suit has to replicate whatever Earth is doing.
Yeah, but we could live at 14.6. Like, I don't know how low you can take that. That's what I'm saying.
When I go up in the
no one's
mountains
getting it.
camping, it's high up, and I can feel a difference in my ears. I don't know what it is. It might be 14.6.
But wouldn't the lower the pressure gets, the more difficult it would make it for the person in the suit to breathe. Like if it goes down to 14.4.5, 14.4, 0.3, wouldn't it just slowly suffocate the person inside?
I don't know. I don't, like I said, we don't get
Yes,
to 14.6.
because there's less oxygen.
Yeah, but we don't get the people live in 14.6 areas. They're not just like falling dead. It's suffocating. You know what I'm saying? Like,
It won't kill you, but as you go up it, you lose oxygen.
Where is there? Oh, I guess you're saying on the side of mountains when they get higher up. Okay.
When you go camping
even
in the
a higher
mountains, like when
elevation
1,000 feet up.
city, even a city that's just higher elevation. Like, what's the elevation of Denver?
Mile
High Stadium. Let's find out the air pressure at Mile High Stadium.
Yeah.
Let's find out the oxygen content, how much it is low, how much lower it is, if it's really a big difference. I don't know. But what I think they give us these like signs or clues, like these flappy doors, you know, in supposed space, and these other obvious clues that it's totally faked. I think some people are just dropping these bombs to show us that they're just lying to our face. That's what I think, and I think the people that believe it, you know, if you believe it, you don't need proof.
People have survived in planes, you know, airplanes. If you've ever heard Timo bring this up, you know, there's records of people getting in like the wheel well of a plane or something, and you know, stowing aboard. I forget what it's called, but whatever. They'll like try to sneak their way into America or something, and they'll get a lot of them die, but some people survive with at that pressure with nothing.
I think it also depends, like with the pressure thing, it also depends on the physique of the person, because it is more, if it's a fat motherfucker, they're probably not gonna be able to withstand the pressure of like you said, try to go inside the wheel well of the plane. If it's like somebody that's out of shape, they're probably gonna suffocate.
And it's super cold. I don't know what kills them, the temperature or the lack of air, but yeah, it depends on what shape, you know. If you're in good shape and you can breathe, some people can breathe better than other people.
I've even heard of some people like putting themselves in boxes and shipping themselves to like another country type shit. That shit is crazy though.
Yeah, if you're an athlete, you're like 100%, you know, more, you know, able to breathe and lower floor pressures or exist in lower oxygen than a regular guy.
They need to genetically modify us so we don't even need air.
Especially if you're like some sort of swimmer. I bet you swimmers because we stand that shit like more, at least 2 or 3 times more than any regular human.
Like, how awesome would that be if they could genetically modify you to not need air? What does breathing really do for you? Does anyone like get enjoyment out of it? Or I guess smelling. Do you still smell? I don't know.
Dude, what do you got against breathing? Like breathing is like the one thing that you don't notice it unless you think about it. I bet you guys are thinking about breathing right now, counting your breaths. But in 5 minutes from now, you guys are gonna forget about it, and you guys are not gonna remember about breathing.
I'm just saying, how cool would it be if we didn't have to breathe? We could go swim around all day. Nobody would drown anymore. You know how many lives you'd save? Like people drowning and choking on food and shit.
Yeah, but you need oxygen. Your blood circulates oxygen so you can survive. Your body lives on oxygen, basically.
That's what I said. And you can genetically modify that to make it so, you know, maybe we didn't need to do that, and they figured something else out. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Some of these swimmers can hold their breath for 5 minutes.
I think the record's like 20 minutes.
Dude, we got like these free diving people that they go like to the depths of the fucking ocean and shit with no fucking mask or no nothing. They're just with one breath.
Yeah, and people be going deep. They'll like harvest like clam shells or little weird sea creatures and shit or something. Yeah, I've seen that.
That just makes you think, right? Like if people are capable of doing these things, like I saw one time, I don't know if you guys remember this. This is very old. Ripley's Believe It or Not, that they used to show people doing crazy shit. And there was like this one, I think it was a girl, I don't really remember, that he hooked himself up to like these 2 Tesla tower things and had a bunch of current just running through the motherfucker, bro. Any regular person would have fried that motherfucker. But that shit just went through that nigga's body like nothing, bro. And there's also a guy that he goes like to Antarctica or whatever the fuck, fucking like naked, like with underwear and shit. Like he be swimming in that cold ass water and not dying from hypothermia or none of that shit.
Oh, I love that guy. He's like eating icicles while he's doing it too. He's not even just swimming around in it. He's like eating icicles, like eating ice chunks. That's fucking gangster right there.
I think low key, I think we're all capable of it. It's just whether or not you decide to train on it. But I think we're all capable of doing that kind of shit.
Probably, yeah. That'd be another cool thing if they could genetically modify it out of us. Would be to be more resistant to temperature. Like let me feel comfortable if it's 100 degrees or if it's 0 degrees. You know what I'm saying? Like you wouldn't need air conditioning or heating anymore.
Yeah, like having like some sort of internal temperature thing.
I don't know. Do you just make it if you just made it so we didn't need heating or cooling anymore? That'd be fucking dope. You know how more efficient we would be? Like I'm all for genetically modifying ourselves. That and transhumanism. I love those ideas as long as they're done with, you know, ethically.
You mean like in Gattaca, so your child is 6 feet tall and blue-eyed blonde hair, like that, muscles.
I'm
Looks
not
like a
worried about
Ken
hair
doll.
color.
Ken doll.
I'm not worried about hair color or eye color or whatever. That's irrelevant. I'm talking about like real crazy shit that would hook us up as humans, like not not having to breathe, or us being more temperature resistant or something like that. Maybe unlocking more memory or intelligence in the brain or something. I don't know, something that would just make us better. You know what I mean?
Oh,
I mean,
I
we're
think that's
dope now,
dangerous.
but it could
That
be.
sounds
Yeah,
dangerous.
it definitely could be. Yeah, that's not something you want to play with until you know what you're doing. Absolutely.
Not everything you said. Specifically, the unlocking memory part, bro. That is dangerous shit, bro. That's dangerous
Why?
shit.
How awesome would that be if you could remember everything?
The problem is, what is everything? Is everything in this life, or what happens if you remember everything, bro? This life, the
Well,
previous one, the one before that, and before that.
I'm just talking about everything you've ever seen or heard or sensed now in this life. I
Yeah,
don't know
but
if
you
can
have
unlock it.
you have though, but you just don't know it all at once. Like you can't think of everything you know at once. Know what I mean? But
So
everything you've learned and known is in your head. I'm sure somewhere. We just don't know how to access it.
Well, that's what I mean. Unlocking the power to access it or whatever.
Okay, I get you.
I was watching this video on this. I don't know if it was the doctor or somebody. He was speaking about this guy that has short-term memory loss, right? So every time the doctor went to the guy, he poked him. He used to poke him in his finger, and since the guy has short-term memory loss, he forgets. But it became a point that the guy did not want to shake the doctor's hand. He didn't know why, right? But he intuitively he didn't want to shake his hand. Because like I told you, the doctor used to poke him, right? He doesn't remember the doctor poking him, right? But it became a point that he refused to give the doctor his hand.
Yeah. Speaking of short-term memory, have you ever watched? What are you saying, Jeremy? Are you hot micing? Matrix. Have you seen the movie Memento?
Dude, I'm actually a little ashamed that I haven't seen that movie. I've heard so much about it, and I understand the tattoos and all this shit, but I have never sat down and watched the movie, bro.
Memento?
Yeah, Memento. Yeah,
that was a dope movie. A little hard to follow at first, but it was dope.
Yeah, I've seen it a number of times. There's a couple of different, well, not a couple of different ways, but once you get into it, and you want to watch it again because you have to watch it more than once to really appreciate what happens. But there's a particular way that you can go back and rewatch it out of order from what you watched it originally. And anyway, you should definitely do it if you get a chance.
I will, man. I'll try to watch it tonight because
that movie was good, bro. That's definitely good. You got to get up on that.
So, have you guys seen the Netflix movie Bender Snatch?
No, was it good?
Hold on. Let me see, because it has another Bender Snatch is the movie that is the book that it was based on, but it's part of a. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Give me a second.
Isn't that the name from the poem The Jabberwocky from Alice in the Looking Glass? Something like that. Bandersnatch. Isn't that Bandersnatch or Bandy? Yeah, I think it's Bandersnatch. So I'm finally uploading a video response to Sean G because he's been on my balls ever since 2020. And the video that he busted a nut over has an inferior mirage in it. And this whole time he's like, oh, there's no distortion, there's no refraction, it's just blah, blah, blah. And there's a clear inferior mirage. So he's not even right.
So the movie Bandersnatch is part of the. I don't know if you guys seen Black Mirror on Netflix. So they came up with a movie called Bandersnatch, which is like from like a game or a book or some shit. That movie is very and it reminds me of when people talk about Memento. How I mean it's a real crazy movie, and they say they drop a lot of truth bombs in that movie. So whenever you guys get a chance, check out that movie. It's on Netflix. Black Mirror Bandersnatch. Oh, and in this movie, they you get to pick like what happens next. Like on some occasions, things happen and they pause and it says, "Do you want this to happen? Do you want that to happen?" So the movie it like goes on like what you decide. So it's very interesting. All right, guys. So I'm about to go to smoke in the hallway. It's about to sound like shit for a while, right?
All right, smoke it up.
You about to get lifted in the staircase?
Triple tape. Getting lifted in the staircase.
Oh, word up.
That was from Let's Connect Politic. Ditto. We could trade places. Getting lifted in the staircases. Word up. Peace incarcerated scar faces.
Bro, how are we that old that we was like alive in like 94 or 5, whatever the fuck that was?
Bro, that was the best era for rap. I don't give a fuck about this fucking new mumble rap crazy shit. People got fucking rainbow tattoos on their face and shit. Ratting, making songs about how you're a rat like this.
Jeremy, do you remember Boys to Men, Motown Philly?
Motown Philly's back again. I remember that shit. Yeah, bro, that was a fucking great era for rap, man.
Bro,
no, it ain't gonna get better.
It is, dude. It is hilarious to go back and look at those videos, dude. This shit is so.
Oh yeah, the videos are funny, but the songs are fucking dope, bro.
The one universal element in all that, the entertainment production and all that, the one universal winning element is just the swag, the confidence, the cockiness. It looks funny with different clothes on, you know, like 20-year-old clothes with the same guy. Because if you see someone wearing that shit today, walking around, you'd be like, what you so confident about right now, bro? You look a little funny.
Yeah, dudes like Slick Rick, right? Or Ghostface or something have some crazy extravagant shit on. My friend saw Ghostface in New York City once. He was working for Sony, I think, or something. And he was wearing that fucking eagle bracelet.
Mm. I mean, you don't see too many boys walking around with like overalls on anymore either in the city.
Yeah, a few here and there, but not many. It used to be a thing. I had a pair of overalls. Bro, what are you gonna do? That was cool back then. Yeah, just one strap.
Yeah, you got a one strap, but did you put it across or?
Bro, I don't fucking remember. I know, it was weird. And then there was Crisscross. Yo, Crisscross had heads wearing their pants backwards. I did that a little bit.
Yeah, that was so fucking funny. That's the conspiracy, Jeremy, is like, which artist is really just a fucking shill for this clothes brand? You know what I mean? Like, what if there's like a $10 billion clothes brand and they want to go to 15 billion? So they just invest like 5 million in like creating this rapper, you know, to get like the extra. They're like, we can spend like 5 or 10 or 20 million and then like create some billion.
Well, you could just pay. They just pay someone to do it. Like I think they paid who's that real famous soccer player? Puma paid him like $5 million to bend over and tie his shoe before the kickoff or whatever. I don't know what the fuck they do in soccer, right? But
shit. Right, but that's like
you know what I'm saying?
but that's like discoverable, or you know, on the that's like transparent. But they could like do it like from the shadows, right? They could like, and nobody would ever know. The fucking shill wouldn't even know.
Why though?
You know? Just for fun. I'm just being funny, man. But like, yeah. You wouldn't want them to know, you know what I mean? You'd want to be like, oh, you know, like you discover like, wait, I'm really not a good rapper. They just want me to wear the clothes. I mean, I'm a commercial sellout. You know what I mean? Like if you get the already established guy to sell out, he knows he's a sellout. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I hear you.
But you could like,
I don't really think they have a choice, bro. I think if they don't sell out, they stop being rappers.
Yeah. But like you can
like they just won't push your shit anymore. They won't play you on the radio or in clubs. Yeah, like they're definitely controlling like who gets in the top thing. Because remember Shaq came out, Shaq was like, yo, Earth's flat. And then like a day later he recanted. Because they were probably like, yo, you can't fucking say that. We're gonna pull all your General and Icy Hot and fucking whatever commercials. You won't sell shit in Walmart ever again because he does a lot of business. So they're like, yo, we'll put you out of fucking business, dude.
Yeah, I think Shaq was top 2 from the higher up.
Yeah.
They humiliated Irving. They even made him come out with a fucking shoe with like fucking moons and shit, like some outer space shit, bro.
Did they really? That's hilarious. Yo, you had Boys to Men, ABC, BBD, the East Coast Family. Remember that shit, Don? Yo, ABC wasn't bad either. They had that one good song, Aisha, or something. They had a couple good songs.
it's a good song. I gotta run in here real quick.
Yeah, man, you ain't gonna beat the 90s for a rap era. Veach used to try to argue with me on that. He's like, no, 2000 to 2010 was way better than 90 to 99. I'm like, dude, are you fucking high right now?
Oh, what specifically you talking about? You talking about rap?
Yeah, he's crazy.
Rap.
He's too old to be thinking like that anyway.
Rap. The rap era was the best era of rap was 90 to 99. No debate. It's not even a debate in my mind.
Hey, Jeremy, you know who KRS-One is?
Yes, I know who KRS-One is.
Or was?
Yeah, he had dope shit in the 90s.
What was?
What did he die? Is he dead?
Yeah, I heard. Well, I was watching one of my reaction channels, and the guy is, I think he's Jamaican or whatever, but he lives in Philadelphia, and he does reaction to music. And so he did an '80s night the other night, and somebody requested KRS-One, so we listened to his song, and then one of the people in the live chat said that it was too bad. Like a couple months after he released the song, he was killed or died or something like that. But that was back in the '80s.
No, been alive for the past fucking. He's been alive since at least a couple years ago.
Yeah, I mean, he was alive in the 2000s. How is it that he died in the 80s? That doesn't
That's
make
what I
any sense.
mean. Yeah. There's no
Well,
way.
then maybe the guy. I was just listening, so maybe the guy said it, listened to it wrong, or vice versa, or whatever.
I mean, he might have died recent. If he died, dude, that shit was in the past like year or something.
Okay.
Year or two, maybe. Don't try to Mandela effect this, bro.
I know, no, I wasn't. I promise.
Oh shit. Yeah, dude, the 90s, bro, all the fucking rap that came out, we had fucking Jay-Z, Eminem. Like, Veach was trying to claim Eminem for his era. I'm like, bro, shit came out in the 90s, homie.
This one is 56 years old. It doesn't say anything about his death. It says something about his child or something. Like one of his kids died.
If he died, though, it would have like a 1956 to whatever. You know what I'm saying? It would have a 2 date. Like, look up somebody who's dead. And it'll say 1940 whatever to 2000 whatever, you know?
The only death for ARS is something about like a child, one of his kids or some shit.
Adam's in a pool with Nikki and Amber.
Yesterday, you guys had an interesting conversation going on between Gregory, Eli, and Gummy Bear, and a few other people. Fucking Gummy Bear is stubborn as a motherfucker.
I always think that Gummy Bear sounds like a creepy Christoph Waltz. You know who Christoph Waltz is? The actor.
It's amazing to me the hopes that they will go through not to admit that they might be wrong in a certain point, bro. Like, this is amazing to me. Like, you have to be aware that if you have to come up with excuses, it's because you might be wrong.
So, Jeremy. Now here.
What up, Silent? What up, Silent?
Have you guys changed anybody's mind lately?
I don't think so.
Hmm.
I don't think I ever have. Maybe my mom.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I don't know who's listening. If people could be listening on YouTube or something, or just listening in Discord, maybe they got their mind changed. I don't know. I think people are very hesitant. I think people are very hesitant to get in this arena to talk because I don't know if you've noticed, but it gets a little fucking crazy. So.
Yeah. Do you think that all what is happening right now, all these gender things, and the scientific community is going against biology? Do you think in the future that is gonna help, like people like us, to show how they are not actually using the scientific method, or like some of the stuff that they say can be that is just made up and is bullshit?
Or they invented a new scientific method. Now they say it's methods with an S, right? So they got it. They got to work around there.
Mm.
They don't even pay attention to the word pseudoscience. So that doesn't even matter. It could be science that's looking at something, as long as you write down what you saw.
It's the scientific method. Is it a plural thing, or I thought it was a singular thing? A method.
It is a singular. It is a singular thing, yes, but they've expanded it. It's nuanced.
Is that recent? The S at the end, is it a recent thing?
Oh no, it's still called the scientific method, but there's a bunch of them. It's like the Coriolis effect, but they'll say there's a bunch of those. It's ridiculous.
And, what is silent?
I think that's gonna help us in the future. Whoa.
Silent. I think that thing with the genders. I think that's to mess with the people, bro. That's to destroy the structure of the family and everything.
I know, but what I'm saying is, like, now you even see people pandering to that side, people that's supposed to be unbiased and like a scientific person, like a biologist and doctors and shit like that. Now you see them going against the nature of things, right? They're going against
what's up?
the scientific facts of what is
who are you?
biology and all the stuff. And I think that's gonna help us in the future to challenge them a little more. Like when they say, "Well, it's peer review," well, now we can actually point out where, like, examples of where peer review is wrong, and they use it just to push an agenda. You know what I'm saying?
The problem is, it doesn't really matter how obvious and biological things seem. There seems to be the majority of the people, they would always go with whatever authority says, no matter how ludicrous it is. And if you look back in history, it has been the same thing always, right? That's just what the emperor knew clothes. The emperor new clothes. That whole shit. That's exactly what that shit is about.
Yeah, but then I understand that, but then can you explain me how these people that we argue every day, they don't see this? How they just parrot like it's peer review and that is it. That's all it takes for them to believe in shit. I don't understand how is that possible?
I've never heard of what happened to the guy that came up with the whole theory of that you had to wash your hands before operating or something because you may have some sort of bacterias in your bro. You know what they ended up doing to that guy? They ended up putting him in the loony bin.
They what?
They put him in a loony bin. They said he was crazy. And look now what everybody's doing with their hands, and especially doctors. How many times they wash their hands? I tell you, I say that to say this, right? Because he was one person, right? They would have rather deem him crazy and lock him up, even though in the future he turned out to be right. But it wasn't until authorities say he was right that the people accepted it.
Okay. Again, why is it that only people like us are able to see this? Do you like?
I have a theory on that.
What I'm trying to say is, why are they so close-minded though?
because they're afraid, bro. They're terrified of the implications of accepting, another paradigm. That's the simplicity of it. They're terrified.
Okay. Well,
Asking this question, that means you've already thought about it, right? So what conclusion have you come up to?
of why they do it? No, I'm unable to understand though. I'm actually unable to comprehend why they are unable to see things and like different.
You're not able to put yourself in somebody else's shoes, because if you're able to see it, you can't envision yourself being a person that's unable to see it. It's not really that hard. You just have to remove the past 6-7 years, right? Where you was a sheeple like most of us. So just think in that sense.
Oh well.
Everybody in the panel, take a look at that little video that I posted of Erica Badu and what she says about a lot of people in the world. And it's not just her. A lot of historians, a lot of people like Jordan Maxwell, a lot of people, they ultimately come to the conclusion that this is true.
So did anybody listen to the late session last night? I guess that's negatives. So for those of you out of the know, it's possible that at an hour here, Extremistus might come back with a Tamon. To prove a universal paradox. Wouldn't that be amazing, guys?
What universal paradox?
He seems to think that he's going to be able to show that you can, using the passage of information, the ordering of events and triggering information transmission, he's going to be able to show phenomenon where you can basically communicate back into time before an event happened. And he's absolutely lost his marbles. But he thinks that's what Einsteinian gobbledygook claims, which he and anybody else delusional in that position also will find out if they would just try to diagram it, as I'm sure will be failed to be done.
Well, they say right before catastrophic events, the random number generators start registering like more ones or zeros or something. I forget which one it was. I don't even know if that claim. I don't even know if that claim's actually true or not.
Right. We'll give them a stretch, man, and they could call it a dilation, but there's limits to it. It will not create any paradox, period. As soon as, we keep explaining why the phenomenon is happening, one, there's not a paradox. And the claim of being able to go back before a thing, that's absolutely ludicrous. It'll never line up on a timeline ever.
Well, there could be a paradox, because if somebody, okay, let's say the guy that figures out how to do this.
Draw it, buddy. Before you come
No, let's say the guy who, I'm going to draw a picture in your mind right now. Listen to me. There's a timeline. Okay, here's what happens. This is a sequence of events. 9/11 collapses. There's a guy that hold on a second. Somebody's knocking on my door. What's up?
You might want to get a pen and paper. Jen, he said 9/11. He called you like Beetlejuice, right? What's up, CBR1?
No, listen, here's the thing.
How you doing, guys?
Somebody,
How you doing? Still rocking and rolling? Ready to rumble?
What's up?
We,
man?
the Flat Earthers, are the leaders. We lead you to the truth.
What's up, Jen?
What's happening, man?
How's your Honda working, bro?
It's running smooth as I am myself.
Like always, huh?
As usual, once I've got my eyes
reliable like always.
Yeah. Change the engine oil filter, spark plugs, air filter, check the tire pressures, oil the chain, lube the accelerator, oil the clutch cable. We are flying. There you go.
Nice.
Yeah, man.
Okay, well, do you have a pen and a paper handy? You are probably the academic leader out of the bunch that we have, yourself being a teacher and senior to us as well.
Well, I'm currently doing the laundry, but yeah, what do you want me to do? What's going down?
Jeremy's going to give us ordering of events, and I'm driving, so I can't write it for him. He's going to paint a picture in our mind of something. I'm hoping it's some time travel, Jeremy. What would you got for us? I'm sorry I done called him out. What's up?
Oh, I thought in the hypothetical you could already do this. we could already communicate with the past in your hypothetical thing.
Oh. No. He's smoking crack.
All right. But if you could communicate with the past, there could be a paradox because you could have somebody that lived, you know, that was supposed to die, but they lived, but then they went on to kill the guy that. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Actually.
The only
Hold
way
on.
that I've seen the movies reconcile the time loop paradox is to have it like it always was a story that just always everything was there and had the loop. That's the only way I've ever seen them. At least have.
I like that movie, Looper.
Cool ones. You ever seen?
It's a good movie.
Dirk Gently was really.
How's it going?
But yeah, man, listen, man, I don't know, you was halfway. Look, me and SC started last night. Extremists trying to shove Einstein down our throats, bro, pretty much. And every time,
I mean, they say you can't go back in the Einstein paradigm. Oh, we were into this before. I think there was a way they said you could go back,
dude.
Or you couldn't communicate with it, though. My bad. You couldn't communicate with it, but you could see it.
Right, that's the thing.
You could see the path.
And then he kept trying to act like, oh, because you could see this ordering of things, now there's going to be this other. No. And every time they try to pull out fucking movie theater magic, you know what I mean? I'm like, nah, like, come on.
The thing is, if they ever had faster than light speed travel, somehow you could communicate with the past. Wait,
yeah, Jeremy, it's
because you could see something happening. Okay, you're looking. Listen, you're 45. You're 50 million light years away from Earth. You can see the dinosaurs happening right now in real time. Let's say you could travel instantly to that spot, but there wouldn't be dinosaurs here. There would be us here now. So I don't know.
Okay, hold on one second. I'll be right back.
Oh, here we go. The guy who invents the ability to communicate with the past, his parents met because 9/11 happened. So he invents the ability to communicate in the past. 9/11 doesn't happen. His parents never meet. How does he still go on to? You know what I mean? That would be a paradox right there. Don, did you hear
Exactly, Jeremy. That's why that shit of time travel is actually bullshit. If time travel
was just trying to figure out
something, I think that if time travel was something that it was possible, we would have time travel by now. Unless we are in a special place where we are the first ones who are gonna invent time travel, but that puts us in a special position, which
But
these
if we
people
could
don't
invent time travel, people would be coming to this.
That's
time.
what I'm saying.
But not this time now, but maybe they would have came through the past. And somebody would have died, they would have left something, we would have found it. I mean, I don't know. I was just trying to think of how the paradox would work. If you could. Somebody's roboting. Am I roboting?
No.
I don't think.
Yeah, I was just trying to think how the paradox would work if you could communicate with the past. And that's it right there.
It's just pure fantasy, Jeremy.
I know, but that's the paradox, though. That's the paradox right there. The shit I said about the guy who invents the thing and his parents only met because of 9/11.
It is a paradox.
Like if the guy's parents only met because 9/11 happened, and the guy sends a message back to stop 9/11, and his parents never meet, how did he ever grow up to invent the thing to stop the? You know what I mean? That'd be some fucked up paradox, yeah.
I don't care how fast you can move.
Well, I have the solution for you, Jeremy.
So they say you can.
I have a solution, Jeremy. Hear me out. So what happens is that, you know, we have the multiverse, and that every time that something like that happens, a new universe formed, you know. So we got infinity universes doing all kind of crazy shit. Yeah.
Well, they do say
There you
for
go.
realsies. They do say for realsies though, you can go forward in time, like faster than somebody else. So like, you know, the twin paradox.
Be relative. You would see things. It doesn't see. This is so funny, man. This shit, bro. This shit.
You could like time travel only one way though, into the future, never backwards.
That's why I don't think photons travel.
I think
to your eye. I think you see the thing that's there, bro. You know what I mean?
I think their model might have backwards time travel. I'm not sure. We were deep into this a few months ago, and I can't remember now. They might have had a way to go backwards. I can't remember.
It's impossible.
Definitely forward though. You can definitely go forward in their model. Right? I move at light speed.
They will
for a few
always make
years.
the claim for me that there cannot be an outside observer absolute reference frame, giant reference, which is, and they'll always say that, okay, if it was this thing on the outside, remember how you were talking about outer space, right?
Yeah.
They'll act like if there's something that can be out in that, you know, whatever, for whatever reason, looking at the whole of us, like that the information law is still going to apply to that thing. And it's like, that is totally just a unneeded assumption.
You know, the
right?
whole space expansion and the outer space, it's like, what's it expand? It has to be expanding into something, right? It can't be expanding into regular space. There wouldn't be a fucking expansion there.
Computer memory, the hard drive.
Has to be expanding into something. You also have a problem of there's new space being created from where? Like, where is that new space getting created from in between our galaxies that they say they're moving apart this fast? Faster than double the speed of light. So they have to.
Haven't you seen like a memory tape though, like a computer hard drive, and like you like there's like the first part of this. I'm sorry, I can't talk. But you use part of the tape, you know, and you can't see if you were on the things on the tape, only able to see things on the tape. You wouldn't see all the extra unused tape, you know. But then you could still. They could keep writing on the extra memory, and then all the stuff will be like, wow, there's whole extra shit in here now, you know? Like, where did that come from? You got more memory that could be, you know?
You don't need to show anything, Jeremy, as long as the theory makes sense, you know, like that dark matter and all that stuff. You know, it's the same thing. You just make the fantasy world make sense. Like, oh yeah, it does make sense. It fits with everything else, so yeah. And then you don't have to show anything.
I personally think they got the red and blue shit wrong because if you got something moving at double the speed of light, then no matter what reference frame you're moving in, something's moving faster than the speed of light. So they had to fix that, right? Because you can't have nothing moving faster than the speed of light. So they made the space expansion thing, but that it can't just expand like. There's new space being created in the middle, like just new space out of nowhere.
Well, they found the biggest black hole recently. Recently, they found the biggest black hole ever, like, you know, so many light years away. Recently, 2 weeks ago, they found a new black hole, the biggest ever black hole. Okay, dark matter, whatever you call it. Did you not hear that?
The never-ending story.
Yo, Don, the thing that you said.
It's a story.
The thing that you said about the tape, that it's a true analogy for the expansion of the universe from like the outside.
Yeah.
The outer borders expanding to the outer space, if you will.
Right.
But it doesn't address the things expanding from the inside.
Inside, yeah, that's what I'm saying. They have space being created out of nowhere. It's like putting more tape. You'd have to add more tape in between. No, you'd have to add more. You can't just stretch it.
Yeah. It's like stretching.
When they say
things
space
all the same
expansion-
size.
Wait.
Doesn't make sense.
But
When
I mean,
they
if
say space,
everything is growing, then it would take up more outer space. I get. Look, it's like say all the atoms are just like unraveling, or when you have like a back and forth thing and it slows down and it starts to get like a wider circle or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like stretching, like uncoiling.
listen,
Like that.
yeah, but when they
That's not what's
say
happening.
space, when they say the space expansion thing, you think a rubber band. You pull a rubber band, all right, it's getting longer in between it, but it's getting shorter somewhere else. Like you're losing space elsewhere. You can't. Then now you have space just disappearing. Like either way, you have space either disappearing or more space appearing out of nowhere.
What about balloon? What about balloon? When you blow up a balloon.
Same thing in a balloon. You have more
Balloon's getting
space.
stretched, bro.
Okay,
Where is
okay.
it?
What this
Wait,
says,
hold on. Where is it shrinking though? Where is it shrinking? You're saying it's shrinking somewhere.
He's saying the space outside of the balloon is shrinking. That volume is shrinking.
You need to be.
Well, no, okay, no. We're talking specifically
No, I
about
was
the
just
surface.
using a rubber. Hold on, I was just using that as the rubber band for if you were going to make an analogy between a rubber band. Having two universes on the rubber band, you stretch it, you're losing space. It's getting thinner. The rubber band, so you'd be losing space somewhere.
Well,
But
then the
a
balloon
balloon
analogy.
thing, a balloon thing, with the balloon thing, you still have space being created. It's not out of nowhere. We know where the space is coming from. In that case, the galaxies, though, is God? What is God blowing into us up in a big balloon? Like, where's the space getting created from?
Yeah, but see that exactly. It doesn't.
No, the balloon
doesn't
analogy
matter.
is false because the balloon itself is stretching, and stuff in this world isn't stretching.
I heard that galaxies were going closer towards each other. Is that the only proof they have, or?
No, they're getting farther away. The fastest moving galaxy is moving at more than double the speed of light away from our galaxy. More than double the speed of light. So there's no way they can.
I have two questions per percent. Okay. Are you and Jeremy talking about the same thing? You think real quick?
Yeah, we are.
Okay. And then two, do you think that it's just emptiness in between all stuff being created, or the actual, like, everything itself is relatively growing? Like, if there was an outside observer.
It's not everything relatively growing. If it was everything relatively growing, then there would be no expansion. Everything would just be the same size relatively. But there's expansion because this thing that we call space, they say, if we're going to say that this expansion is true, that it's actually happening, this thing that we call space is actually increasing. The space around things are increasing. Things are getting farther apart from each other.
Right. Well, that's not how I always understood it, like where you just said, like, if everything was relative, we wouldn't notice it. See, I think that they say that you do notice it because of, like, the light travel, right? There's going to have a wavelength shift because even though it's relatively the same scale distance in between the places or whatever, that it's objectively a different distance. So that this light is going to shift on the spectrum or whatever. That's what I was thinking, because it still has to make the journey in the same amount of time or some shit, right? Like, they have this crazy shit. Now, also, I want you to entertain this. If they talking about space in between things is growing, why would that not mean even on the atomic, subatomic, molecular level, right? So when they sold me this story back in freaking elementary school, right? I can remember trying to reconcile it into that form, always like, we literally are giants compared to what we were before. You know what I mean? And we just relatively don't know it. And that's why I try to get into that unraveling thing or whatever. But I think, Jeremy, you need to be a little more specific, a little more researched and confident on what they actually are claiming is happening. Because I'm pretty sure it ain't as simply as just, okay.
Dude, they're claiming. I know exactly what they're claiming. What are you talking about?
One more I want to,
dude. They're claiming.
I don't mean to challenge you. I don't mean to challenge, but okay, one more. The breath of God into the balloon or whatever. I don't see that as a problem. It doesn't matter where this material is being added or generated or origined from. If we're saying it's happening, it still is, gonna let space go into more of the outer space or whatever. But okay, thank you.
They're saying space. is being created in between the galaxies from nowhere. That's what they're saying. Because the galaxies are moving at double the speed of light. There's no way they can reconcile that
What
with any
about
kind
in
of
between the
actual
Earth?
movement.
What about in between the Earth and the Sun? Is space being created there too?
I don't know. They say it happens everywhere. I don't know, dude.
Right.
They say it's definitely that's what's happening in between the galaxies. That's how they reconcile. That's how they kept Einstein. Because
Right.
if you have the galaxies actually moving that fast, Einstein's out.
But you know
You
what?
don't have Einstein's.
Yeah, when they have these grandiose claims, guys like me and you, we were like, bro, get the fuck out of here. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and then they think, so that's what I'm saying. They have this grandiose claim like
Just
that. I
dump a
don't
ton of
even
barbecue
entertain that.
sauce on
So
it.
they could give me a consistent story about it happening everywhere, or like, you know, point blank period, you know, like the tangibility of that. Nah, man, I don't even, that's like a 2% possible story to me in my mind when they tell me shit like that. It's like, yeah, you're okay. You had some observations yesterday. You got some observations today. The color looks like that. All this other fantasy they put on with it, Jeremy, it's not even worth me even trying to make it consistent for them. You know what I mean? Because they open up with the inconsistency. They open up going, oh, look, here's a special phenomenon. Then they're going to sell you a story why. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not even fucking worth it, bro. Same thing. Like, dude, I don't know if you're here yesterday.
That's how your sister farts.
Sorry. We gonna see this timeline. I'm gonna tell you what.
Galaxies are expanding, but the stars aren't moving their positions. It's just a galaxy. It's something with the space just expanding. But if our
Why is
stars
the
aren't,
material? Why is the material in between each atom and the star not expanding? Then there's space there too.
how can we see an atom from there that distance?
It's just me attacking their bullshit story. That's how I think it's easily attacked. To say, okay, this space is expanding, but not that space. Tell me more.
Are they trying to tell us volume? The volume is changing, but the volume can't change. Whatever. If you're in a container, the volume doesn't change. Doesn't matter what you do to it, but the volume could change if there was a leak. You know, something going in, or I don't know. If the container is heating up slightly, then naturally the container is going to expand slightly, and everything else in it will expand with it, possibly.
They got a problem. They have space being created out of nowhere in the middle of the galaxies. Okay, this is what has to happen. You have to have space. You have to have the space being created. Otherwise, you wouldn't get this apparent movement of the galaxies this fast. So this introduces a whole nother problem for their paradigm. I can live with it. I can live with God blowing up a balloon or whatever kind of crazy shit you want to come up with. But now you have space being... What's that? So now you have space being expanded or being created out of nowhere, right? Is there nothing in the space, or is there something in the space? Because if there's nothing in the space... What's that?
Sorry, I would ask what their reference was. How did they reference the movement of a galaxy? Did they reference it to like stars that were stationary?
From us. Redshift, and blue shift.
Yeah, do you know this redshift, blue shift got me thinking? If you were possibly looking...
You broke up a little. What did you say?
Into space. But
you're breaking up. You're
breaking up.
A mirrored effect. Don't ask.
You're wrong. You're wrong,
Buddy,
bro.
move closer to the satellite so that you can get better signal.
It takes a second, Silent. Hold on. Yeah. So I mean, you got a whole issue here, right? So you got space being created out of thin air, out of nowhere, right? Which I could be fine with that happening. Okay, but is there nothing in it, or is there something in it? Because if there's nothing in it, now you can point to a place and be like, look, there's nothing. And if there's something in it, now you have something coming from nothing. So that's a whole nother problem. Like, no, this space coming from nowhere thing is kind of crazy for their paradigm to even have. Because a lot of the Globers will say you can't have nothing, right? You can't have empty space with nothing in it. Okay, cool. So what's in this? So if that's the case, you got the space being created in the middle of the galaxies that has something in it. You just got something from nothing. That's definitely not okay. It's got to be some kind of thermodynamic law violation or something right there. Like, I wouldn't worry about dark matter. Dark energy is the one we should be focusing on. I've been telling heads this for a while.
What is that, Jeremy? What is dark energy?
It's the space expansion, the space coming from nowhere.
Yeah, but how do they know that it is there?
Because the galaxies are moving at more than double the light speed. You can't have them actually moving. So the only way you can have something moving farther apart without it actually moving. Are you still seasoning that?
So so they see something in the sky that they think is happening, and since it doesn't make sense with their preconception of the model that they have, they need to make some shit up to make it work, right?
Yeah, exactly. They've been running through mathematical models that have no relation to reality. That's like a Tesla quote or some shit.
Okay. So see this kind of things. How are they not able to see this? What I just explained.
They don't need it. They see it. They're like, yo, it fits the model. This is the only way the model can work. If this thing happens, it has to be happening, therefore.
That's what the other guy said, right? They're afraid. Matrix said that, right? They're afraid to, like, relinquish the idea that they were wrong this whole time.
Yeah, if you have shit moving faster than the speed of light, Einstein's fucking gone. Gone. All his shit is fucking based on that space expansion, speed of light and shit. I think GR had a bunch of space expansion shit in it, and SR was a lot of the light speed shit. Or I might be getting that backwards. Either way, it's all over the place in both of the relativities.
Is there any way that what we see up there is a mirrored effect? I can't explain it. It's almost like you're looking into some type of mirror or something. But if everything that we see is actually the opposite, and the blue shift and the red shift, trying to gauge which is further, which is closer. I don't know. It's just I can't explain it. But if anybody could like think of ideas or whatever like that, I don't fucking know.
I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't say fucking space is coming from nowhere and there's either something in it or nothing in it. That's not what I would say. I'd be like, oh, these things, you get red shift and blue shift. That tells you things are moving away from you. That doesn't tell you that space is fucking being created out of nowhere in between you and the other object. That's a stretch. A big stretch. Like, that's not even a little step. That's a giant leap.
It's almost like two sides of a lens, and or yeah, two sides being a celestial thing, whatever. The North and the South Pole, maybe, and they're blending towards each other. So they've still got space to move. They started off on one side and one side, but then I guess just still expanding into each other. I get if things are moving up there. If maybe they might say it's apparent that space is moving, but then another person will come in and say, no, this is actually why we think it's moving, but it's not really physically. Maybe.
Bro, this space thing, expansion thing is not happening, dude. This shit is not happening. There's space. You have a volume of space. That shit doesn't like. What would make space get bigger? How would you create more space in space?
Temperature. I could only think that a temperature change would cause a pressure change. I'm just trying to think of a rubber ball, you know, those clear rubber balls with the bubbles in them type of thing. If you used to heat that up, what would happen? You know.
What would make the gas molecules expand? It wouldn't make the space the gas molecules are in expand, would it?
And also,
I don't know.
You would expect less density from the volume that you have.
Yeah, I mean the space is the space, right? The stuff in the space is a different thing. Whatever, that's something else. We're talking about just the space, the stuff that's in.
Yeah, it's not getting bigger.
I'm not opposed to this happening. I'm not actually even opposed to this happening. The space getting created thing, it could happen. Not in their paradigm. I don't know how that would happen in their paradigm, but hold on, I'll be right back.
Sure, yeah, we can imagine it to happen. It's just not happening.
Maybe the location where they're doing these experiments is possibly a factor. They do
what experiment?
In places around the Earth. Well, to define that we are
defining thing is experiment.
The expansion of.
Bro, it just doesn't make sense.
I don't know.
Space is
space.
Space is the expanse that everything exists in, right? This volume that everything exists in. It's not anything in and of itself. It contains stuff. It doesn't like actually. It's not physical. So if it was to expand, then the things that it's containing would have to expand, and we don't see that in real life. Maybe with the light.
What is expanding? It's nothing. It's nothing. What's expanding?
I'm saying the things inside of it, all that exists within. Like, you know,
I know, but they're talking about
would have to actually move farther apart if it was expanding, if this thing was getting bigger, or
yeah,
like
it's based on how far
everything
apart.
would have to be getting bigger.
It's based on how far apart things are from each other. The point is, I forgot what I was going to say.
You said what's expanding?
Oh, the point is the space is nothing, right? What's empty space? Nothing. There's nothing in it. It's empty. There's, you know. So what's expanding? What's expanding? Where is it coming from? Like you just get. They're getting more of an influx of it in between the galaxies.
Yeah, I mean that's supposing it were true, but it's not. So.
Well, they say they'll use LIGO to do this because LIGO is basically the Lorentz contraction, right? The gravity wave hits it, and the tunnel gets longer. I think maybe shorter. I'm not sure, but the tunnel actually changes length because the gravity wave hit it or some shit. That's why you get it.
Sounds like bullshit.
That's why they're measuring 1/10,000th the width of a proton, because the tunnel is getting shorter or longer.
Are you talking about Hadron Collider?
Sure they are.
LIGO.
Can you demonstrate that for us in your live stream so I can see what the hell you're talking about?
You want me to demonstrate
You're just
LIGO?
spitballing, man.
Yes. Tell me what you're. Explain to me what you're saying in the live stream so I can see it happening. Is that too much?
Bro, I can't show you that happening. I don't even the people that work in that field say you just have to trust the people at LIGO. Like, even people in that field have came out and said, like, you just have to trust that what is they're saying is actually happening.
Well, do you have a citation or do you have like a video or something?
I don't have anything up
I never
top.
heard.
No.
I never heard that the tunnel could shrink or expand. I just haven't heard that. I want to get to the argument. I want to know how that works. Is it expanding because of the bendy space time?
Are you telling me that you didn't get the memo, bro?
I got the memo, but I don't understand that. You can like break it down for me in layman's terms.
Well, Jeremy just did, and you're asking for the memo again.
Yeah, but I'm a slow student, bro. You need to repeat yourself for me, man. I just hear it a couple times, you know.
Gotcha.
I mean, bro, I
Jeremy.
can Google. I'm like busy around the house and shit. So
That is true. Jeremy's
Jeremy's
very busy man.
Jeremy's busy around the house, so he doesn't have time to teach me. Well, when I left earlier, we were talking about the flappy doors to the, I guess, to the ISS, the flappy wavy doors, and how is that going to keep out a vacuum? I think you need maybe like 6 inches of solid iron, right, to keep out a vacuum. 10 to the negative 17 torr, I think. So we have flappy doors on video. So what is it? Which is it?
real quick, let me read this thing. Hold on a second. Special relativistic length contraction due to relative motion of the source and LIGO has no material effect on the detectability of a source. The detection principle works by looking for a change in the length difference between the two perpendicular interferometer arms that is modulated at the frequency of the gravitational wave.
So it's like the Coriolis. It's not really happening. It's just an apparent happening.
I didn't even understand that, honestly, what I just read. So
I think it's like the Coriolis. Like it's not really a deviation, but it's an apparent deviation.
Oh no, Jeremy! Don't let them hear you say that you don't understand, bro.
I always thought LIGO was Lorentz contraction happening. Maybe I was wrong. I don't know.
There's nothing wrong with not understanding something.
Yeah. Well, Brenda's here now.
Hey, Brenda.
She knows everything. Is LIGO the Lorentz contractioning what they're measuring 1/10,000th the width of a
I have
proton?
no idea. I have no idea. I don't.
Oh, you don't know? No, I'm just talking about you.
Brenda, we were talking about how to keep out a vacuum of space, and then we saw these flappy bendy doors on the ISS in the video. I was wondering if you had a comment on that. Could a flappy door keep out a vacuum?
I don't know anything about flappy bendy doors.
I need to find that video for you. I don't have it. I don't have it handy, but I'll show it to you. Hopefully, sometime soon.
I would imagine the doors are solid steel, right? And I imagine that
That's what I would think.
There's an airlock, right? I would imagine, but I don't know.
Yeah, like in Star Wars, you have like a room that's a room that has decompression, and then it goes to the outside. I think in ISS it's just a flappy door. You zip it with a zipper, and then that's it. It keeps out the vacuum.
When you say a flappy door, what do you mean? What do you think the door is made out of?
Like the fabric, like a tent. Like how you go camping, the tent fabric. That's what it looks like.
Probably
Maybe like a couple layers.
It's a flap than a door.
Do you think you could simply be mistaken? Since you can't know because you can't go up there and test it, can you?
No, because I saw the video.
Neither do you, Brenda. Don't forget that.
I know,
So
I
you
saw, but
can't
I
go
saw
up
the
there
video
and
they were
test it.
showing me. It was
Well,
a
you
flappy
can't go
door.
up there and test it, so you don't know what it's made out of.
Nobody knows. I'm trying to figure out. That's why I was asking you. What do you think?
Well, it's not. I don't even know why you're trying. Since you can't go up there and test it, you can't know what it is.
You
We're
can't go up there and
postulating.
confirm it exists, so you can't even say that it's real.
He said it's an iron door. Like, how many inches we talking about? 3 inches, 6 inches? To keep out a vacuum and meteorites and minute meteorites flying at high speeds. Yeah, probably 6 inches, probably solid iron or solid steel, titanium.
Yo, depending on who you ask, 6 inches is pretty big.
Cosmic ray particles.
Size doesn't matter. It's how you use
They
it.
travel at almost the speed of light, and apparently you would need. Hang on, I'm still talking. You will need 2 meters thick of shielding if you're going to be in that environment to contain and deal with that.
Yeah,
those
that's false.
Cosmic ray particles.
That's not
Hey,
true.
Jen. What's up, Jen? How you doing, Jen?
That's what they said. Yeah, I'm doing okay, man. Doing okay, That's what you were trying. You were fishing for words. So I thought I'd try and help you there with the cosmic ray particles traveling at 670,616,629 miles per hour.
Really,
That's
slow?
what they said. They travel at those speeds, and if you're going to contend with that with your spacecraft, you better make sure you've got 2 meters thick of shielding to deal with that.
That's not
2
true.
meters.
That's not true, Jen. Can you show your work?
Don't call my name. Talk to me. Don't
Can
do
you
that.
show
I don't know you.
show your
Shut
work?
up.
Show your work. Tell me. Show the math and the calculation that shows that you must have 2 meters thick doors. Show me the math. He can't. He can't.
I want to say I love how Jen.
He can't
I wanna
because
say-
he's a punk.
No, I think he
I
just
love-
doesn't want to communicate with you, bro.
Sorry,
love
Brenda.
that.
We
He's a
cannot
punk.
show you that. It's confidential, Brenda. That is confidential
Brenda,
information.
don't.
Confidential.
That's it's
You're
Brenda,
not
don't
allowed
call
to
names.
see that
Not
stuff.
confidential.
It
It's
is.
not
It
Hold on,
is.
guys.
confidential.
It is.
Hold on, guys. Brenda, don't call names, please. Come on.
I want
Why?
to say I love how Jen
Call me
reacts
names.
when
He's
somebody
already called
interrupts
me
him.
names. So why the fuck can't I call them names if they can call me names?
Feisty.
Who called names? Nobody call names,
Yeah,
please.
I didn't call you a name, Brenda. I didn't call you a name.
All
Yeah?
right, then. If you're gonna say that you have to have 2 meters thick
I didn't
doors,
call him
then
anything.
you need to show. Then you need to show the
You
work.
shut up.
You need to show.
I said to you, shut up
Well,
and don't call my
you-
name is what I said. Shut
Well,
up,
then-
don't call
then
my
don't
name. That's
talk.
what I said.
If
So
you're
have
not,
some respect.
I have no respect
Okay.
for you. You're a clown.
All right, let's calm down. So,
Shut up.
to be fair, Jin was talking to, I think it was
Shut
Godric
up.
when he offered his information.
That's right.
You guys are
Hold on,
free
Brenda,
to
that's the
communicate or
second
not
time.
communicate
Second
if you
time
want,
in-
but
hold on,
let's
guys.
keep it respectful, all right?
Yeah, the room
hold
is
on,
close to
Brenda.
the room. So if somebody says, if
I'm
somebody
just going to
says in the
temporarily
room-
mute people. I don't know. I'm trying to say something. Everyone relax. Brenda, that's the second time in 5 minutes. Like, that was like 1 minute, not even. Don't call names. Next time, I'm just going to give you an official warning.
No, if it was me now, you'd be muting me. Mute the fuck up. That's what you do.
Thank
Leave
you,
me.
Jin, you're
Jen.
not helping. Come on.
Not
Thank you,
helping,
Jen.
Jen.
No, I am helping. I'm establishing a standard.
Thank you, Jen. And I have a question for Jen. You know these meteorites that are supposed to be flying around in space? If they're flying just a little bit slower, some of them maybe, wouldn't they not get caught up in the orbit of Earth, that's circling around the Earth with all these satellites? Yes or no?
Well, I mean, I can't give you the answer. I'm not up there. I'm just passing on the message from the astrophysicists and that. I have my sources, and that's what they say. I don't believe any of that shit, but that's what they say. They say they describe the environment for us. So if that's the case, that cosmic ray particles leftovers from supernova, where the star dies, explodes and dismatter in all directions. That's what they say. If that's the case, how can they have a spacecraft up there in that environment? You would need 2 meters thick of shielding, they said.
No.
Okay, now where's the 2 meters thick? You don't see that on any of the rockets.
Yeah, you don't need 2 meters thick of shielding. Cosmic rays are leftover particles from supernovas, right? And the thing is that there's not a lot of them. Space is really big. It's
Because,
really, really.
oh, there's not
it's
a lot
really,
of them.
really
Let me
big.
fill you
Oh, are we talking over people now? Is that
Let
what
me
we're
give
doing?
you some more. First
Can
of
I
all,
talk over you
first
now?
of all,
So
No,
why are you talking
please
over
don't.
me?
Jin, please don't interrupt.
when you're
Let,
ready.
let Brenda finish.
couldn't
his
So
thing.
why are you talking over me?
Finished.
Why are
When
you
you couldn't
talking
finish.
over?
When you couldn't finish.
Sit down.
Relax, Brenda. He has sometimes a delay in his mic. It's fine. Just go one at a time.
Right. So you simply don't need 2 meters of thick shielding to shield yourself from the cosmic rays. Some of them get through. They aren't that many. You aren't going to instantly die if you don't have 2 meter thick shielding.
We're also talking about the meteorites, Brenda.
Can I address
meteorites.
that point? Can I address that point,
Go ahead, Jen.
please? Can I address that point? I've got more information. I didn't give it all to you. I just gave you enough to give you to whet your appetite. Now, here's your main course. It turns out that these cosmic ray particles pose a formidable obstacle for any foolish astronaut with his aircraft in that space. Because for every square centimeter there are 4 particles impinging on that center. So it'd be like being in a monsoon, sir. So there's too many to be contending with. So shut up, sir. Fucking hell.
So there's a link that says why we should not be worried about cosmic rays. You simply are wrong. You don't know what you're talking about.
I'm following what they've been told. They say it's a formidable obstacle to overcome. It'd be like being in the rain, yeah? That it's impossible to avoid. Yeah, that's what they said.
Yeah,
These
yeah,
cosmic
we
ray
don't have to
particles
worry.
travel at these speeds, and if you don't have your 2 meters thick of shielding, you're going to be in big trouble, sir.
Yeah, you're not.
Space
You don't have to worry.
Equipment's going to be trashed. Be very much, very dead.
No,
Not to
so
mention the
you're just
radiation.
wrong. Your
on top
source
of
is
that.
your source. Cite your source. 'Cause I am citing the International Atomic Energy Agency, cosmic radiation. Why we should not be worried.
What's why? Like, why is that the case? What are the reasons they provide? Have you even read it?
Tell him now. What are the reasons?
He hasn't read it.
He hasn't. He's a wanker. Now, I'd like to
No
post
name
some
calling,
stuff on
please.
this server. Okay, yeah, well, I'll retract that. Wanker he is not. There you go. Now,
Yeah, they don't get a significant. The space crews don't get as much as you're saying. It isn't going to kill them.
get it. They're swimming in a sea of cosmic ray particles.
That's wrong. That's wrong.
Men, they are swimming in a sea, a tsunami, a monsoon of cosmic ray particles. Okay, most certainly, it's unavoidable. You know what they said? The camera would have been destroyed because it would have been impinged on. You know, the negatives and everything. How did they shield it? And then the man who made the camera said they had no shielding for that. See what I mean? So that's, you know, when the Apollo missions. So what this man's trying to tell you here is confused. Doesn't even know who he is. Trying to tell us about cosmic rays. Honestly.
You have 2 conflicting articles, but I'm pretty sure they can both be true.
Well, I mean, this is what they said. The Apollo missions would have been in very much danger because, you know, 4 centimeters squared. 4 centimeters square, you have, sorry, each centimeter square, you have 4 particles striking that area per second. Okay, per second. So you can imagine if you're out there, you're just going to be.
That's one thing, but those are invisible though. That's one thing, but those are invisible. How about the minute meteorites over 50 years? How do we keep those out?
How many meteorites? How many meteorites have struck the ISS?
I believe just 1.
There you go, and it's been up there for decades.
And the guy put it's been up there for like 50 years, and the guy put his thumb in the hole, and then he put a duct tape, and he was good.
Yeah.
Wait up. What about all the micrometeorites? So millions and millions of micrometeorites per year.
How many micrometeorites have struck the ISS?
You tell
At least
me.
one.
How are they avoiding it?
How many have struck it?
An untold number.
Bill
At least
Casey
one.
says there's no way they could be there. Bill Casey from Rocketdyne said there's no way they could go into that environment. It's too formidable a force. Bill Casey said that. Worked for Rocketdyne. There you go.
And also, Brenda, you say it doesn't take 2 meters of shielding. So how many meters does it take? How thick does it need to be to protect with meteorites and with these radiations?
Speed of light almost.
Yeah, so only one micrometeorite has hit the ISS in all the time it's been up there.
Really? Does it have like
The ISS is not up there.
proof shielding or something?
Nothing hit it. It's
So-
not up there.
That's not the question under consideration. So
It's not up
space,
there.
percent,
To even be-
space, percent, space is really big.
So you're saying
We're up
in
there.
how many years has it been up there now? Like 50 years or something?
Something like that. One
You're saying
micrometeorite.
in all of these years, only one micrometeor has ever touched it.
I saw
Even though there's
gravity
millions that
with,
fall down to Earth.
20, I think it's 21
every year.
years. 23 years or something like that it is, yeah.
So unless you have information to the contrary, all I see is one.
Yeah.
I saw
one.
Gravity with Sandra Bullock,
Yeah,
and they
but
had a
you-
whole meteor shower hit the ISS. It looked pretty real. I mean, is that not a possibility?
Earth gets hit with like 50 million, some ridiculous amount of meteors, meteoroids, micrometeoroids every fucking day. Every day. So anything, and now they all get burnt up. However, if something's outside of the atmosphere and it's not getting burnt up, it's going to be hammering. Whatever's out there is going to be getting hammered daily.
Except that the ISS has only been hit once. And the reason is because it's.
Did you just
defies
hear how many
logic.
things hit Earth every day?
And the reason is because space is really, really big. I know that flat earthers often have a hard time with scale. It is really, really big.
problem.
That's
There
a great
are-
answer, Brenda.
There are
It's not-
large.
it's not a problem.
There are large distances between things in space.
We understand that. We understand large distance. However, there's so many millions of things hitting every day. It's the ISS is in a constant shooting gallery. It's only been hit once.
That's right. Because
10 million
space-
things hit the Earth every day.
Yes. Both of those can
Is
be
it 10
true.
million every day, Jeremy?
Daily, bro. Daily. Meteors,
Wow.
micrometeors, they get burnt up in the atmosphere though. So we don't feel it like that. However, if something's
ISS would.
outside of that and it's not getting burnt up, it's going to be getting hammered on a daily basis.
Except it hasn't been. It's only been hit once. And the reason
We know because it's full of shit.
it's because
Just the
no,
stories.
it's because it's big. It's big.
Wait, hold
Brenda,
on.
that's a great answer. Space is very, very
Well, hold
big.
on. What was that 10 million number? Like, what was the thing again? What's getting hit 10 million
10
times?
million micrometeoroids hitting Earth every day.
Okay, hold on. 10 million, right? You said?
Tell you what, though, I
Okay, we could do some math.
have ever seen even one meteor hit the Earth.
Well, we could do some math right now, actually. So you said 10 million for the entire Earth every day, right? Okay. And then
Put that into the square feet of the ISS. How many square feet is it? Like 400?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, we compare the size of the Earth compared to the size of the ISS, and we can get, whether this is legit or not, we could at least get an idea of what might be reasonable,
I think you need to input the surface area of the Earth, wouldn't you, in square feet? I think.
29,450 miles. And then put that 400 square feet of the, or 400 square feet, no, more than that. It's big as a football field.
Just a quick one. If the ISS follows a particular pattern, which looks like the ecliptic as well, and it seems to match the same pattern as our orbitals as well, in a geocentric type of fashion. Did anyone notice that? The ecliptic.
We're talking about micrometeorites right now.
Sorry.
What are you talking about?
Now the ISS isn't the only thing we have up in space. We have thousands of satellites, and I would assume that some of those do get hit by micrometeorites. But
assume.
many of them have been up there for a very long time, and I don't really recall any reporting of one actually crashing to the Earth because it was disabled by a meteorite.
Mm-hmm.
Can you
Sounds
show us
suspicious,
3 of
doesn't it?
those? Brenda,
And
can you show us?
the reason
ahead, go ahead.
is because the area that we're talking about is really, really big.
Brenda, of those 1,000
Yeah, I'm sure that's
satellites,
the
can you
reason.
can you show us just 3 of them? I just want to see 3 of them.
Or you can look that up yourself. You can
So,
just do
hold
a
on.
Google image search.
I tried,
Brenda, we
and
have
they're all
14,000
Not hard.
satellites.
Not hard.
14,000 satellites right now up in the
Yeah.
sky.
But they're usually
And
about the size of a refrigerator or so.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
There's
It does matter.
14,000, and they're
It
pretty
matters.
big. You know, they're big enough that you would expect if 10 million are hitting Earth. I mean, Arma can crunch the numbers, but you have a problem. You know, if it was just the ISS, okay, maybe we, like, you know, but 14,000 satellites, and not one has been decommissioned because it got hit by a meteor, which would not have burnt up because
as far
it's
as I
outside
know,
the atmosphere.
I would expect that some of them have been impacted by a meteor. I would expect that they have some kind of provisions taken to take care of small little happenstances like that. You would plan for that in some way, but
Yeah, they can do a spacewalk and repair with duct tape.
not with the satellite, because there's nobody up
They would
there.
have to have their own onboard thrust mechanisms so that they could correct their orbit, because it would take them out of
Some of
orbit.
them. No, it wouldn't. So some of them have thrusters
Really wouldn't.
to put themselves, because eventually the orbit decays, right? So they would have a thruster to push themselves back up.
What about the ones that don't?
Well, then they just eventually crash and burn up in the atmosphere.
Do they?
Yeah.
I also heard most of those satellites are just space junk. They don't even work anymore.
They've crashed to the ground. People have found parts of spacecraft.
Sure they have.
Yeah, they have. Yeah.
Prove it.
Probably weather balloons. He's probably talking about weather balloons.
There's a rare instance where a meteor crashed through a house and hit a woman in the thigh.
That's bullshit.
No, it isn't.
I've heard about that. The one that left like a tennis ball sized hole in the roof or whatever.
Yeah.
It's bullshit. You have
That's
no
the third story I heard.
whatsoever.
How did you decide that you're okay in simply hand waving?
Lack
that
of
away?
evidence.
You mean
It's
the
just a
photograph?
story.
The photographs weren't good enough for you?
No, it wasn't. It was a rock.
No, what are the photographs? Weren't they
It was
good
a
enough
rock.
for you?
It wasn't a satellite.
It showed a hole in the ceiling, dude. I saw the
What about the
newspaper
thing that
report. There
actually
was a
crashed
hole-
down?
There was a hole in the ceiling, dude.
Okay, so a hole in the ceiling automatically means a satellite crashed down to Earth.
It wasn't a satellite. We're talking about a meteor here.
A hole in the ceiling.
We were talking about
therefore a meteor.
satellites. The orbit of them decelerating and them crashing down to Earth. You said it's happened. I asked for proof. You brought this up, which is not a satellite. It's a supposed meteor, which has no evidence. It's just a hole in the roof.
Yeah. So I don't have to provide you with every trivial little demand that you make.
You make a claim.
If
You have
just
burden
want,
proof.
No. So you can just
Okay, so you have no
look this
evidence.
up yourself. No, it's just a mundane thing. People
That's fine.
find.
I know the story you're talking about. It's like a Russian woman. I've read the article.
Yeah, that
But
was a
there's
meteor.
no evidence. It's just a story.
There is evidence, right?
And
There's the
it's-
hole. The hole is evidence, and the meteor
it's not.
itself is evidence.
And
And
again, that's not
bruise
what we
on
were
her
talking
thigh,
about.
The bruise on her thigh is evidence.
Wait, give me a second.
The bruise?
Can I have a second?
Go ahead.
A rock fell from the sky, made a hole in her roof, hit her in the thigh, and made a bruise. Was that the one in Alabama? Because I have to confess, I threw that rock out of my plane window.
No, the rock we know when you can test rocks, and we know when they are from outer space and when they're not.
The ones that make bruises
You're
on
trying to
ladies'
shift
leg.
the goalposts to a rock, like to a meteor. We said
Well, because
satellites.
well, to be
The
fair,
orbit decelerating. Why are you shucking away from that?
so to be fair, percent, I brought it up because I knew that was another piece of information that you would hand wave away, which you did.
That's not true. I didn't hand wave it. I addressed it.
Yeah.
I know about
No, you
it.
didn't.
I've read the story. I've
You
read the
didn't.
article, the Russian article. Like I've looked at it.
Yeah,
and
you
read
just
the
said nuh-uh. You
read the
just said
translation.
nuh-uh.
It's not relevant. I'm
It's-
addressing it by saying it's a red herring.
It's
okay.
no, it's it's another piece of evidence that you just hand
It's
wave
not
away.
the evidence that you for the claim that
Hang
you
on, let me
made.
ask Brenda. Brenda, let's say for hypothetical sake, for argument's sake, there is a conspiracy. You think a hole in the roof and a bruise on the leg could be fabricated and say that was a meteor?
I don't have that's a logically fallacious argument.
And that's where you show you don't have intellectual
How is
honesty.
that? Just explain to us how
If
it's
you had
fallacious.
intellectual honesty, you would have
There
said
was a
yes, it's possible it's
conspiracy.
fabricated.
Because
Simple as
How
that.
is that fallacious?
Because it's non-falsifiable.
So I would claim that this story about a roof, hole in the roof, and a meteor hitting the lady's leg is
What about-
non-falsifiable. And then what would you say?
What about the photographs?
I would say the photographs are non-falsifiable. And what would you say?
Of course they're falsifiable.
How? How can you falsify a photograph?
Pretty by showing that it wasn't that there was something wrong, that either the photographer didn't take it, or showing that is in some way been faked.
Not showing the hole in the roof.
No, he's saying the photograph itself, not the event around it.
Yeah, that's how you show a photograph has been faked. That's how you would falsify the facts behind a photograph, is showing that in some way the photograph was faked.
The photograph itself
Is
exists.
this
It's not.
conceptually a little
It
bit
wasn't
tough for you?
photoshopped or whatever.
The way you would falsify the facts that are presented by means of a photograph is by falsifying the photograph. You would have to have evidence that the photographer who purports to have taken it, wasn't there, doesn't exist, doesn't have a camera, never took the photograph, or in some way faked the photograph. That's how you would falsify a photograph.
So if the lady had, for example, the lady had a bruise on her leg, instead of, let's say, because it came at a tremendous speed, instead of having her leg completely sawed off, it's just a bruise. That could be like a falsification of that really happening.
No, that's not falsification. So the way you would falsify the bruise on her leg would be to show that in some way she faked the bruise. You would need to have evidence, right, that showed that she or somebody else in some way bruised her leg with the intent of faking an injury. That's how you would falsify a bruise.
No, that's shifting the burden of proof.
No,
the
it
claim
isn't.
is that this bruise. Hold up. The claim isn't that the bruise exists. No one's doubting that. The claim is that the bruise is caused by a meteor that fell. And congratulations, you were successful in red herring this and moving it away from the satellite
that's not what I
decelerating and crashing down to the meteor. But even so, the claim is that the thing hit her leg and it was a meteor. The proof has to be that this thing that hit her leg is a meteor. They don't have any proof. It's just a claim. It's just a story.
Yes, that's not true. We know the difference between meteors and rocks that are here from Earth.
Can you prove that with a photo that you have?
Scientists can do tests.
Okay, so now they did tests, chemical analysis.
I don't know. I don't know what tests they did. All I know is what the news report that Rakia posted.
Well, I appreciate your honesty. Now you know that there isn't actual evidence. It's just
No,
a story.
it's still evidence. It's still evidence. The meteor is evidence. The bruise is evidence. If this is
You
in a
can't
court
say
of
it's a
law-
meteor if you don't
No,
have any
if
evidence to
this
suggest
is-
that it's not a rock.
If this is a court of law, I bring before the court. Here is the bruise on the woman's thigh. Here is the hole in the ceiling. Here is the meteor, and here is let's say that there's testimony from a scientist saying yes, this is a meteor. Those are all. That's all evidence. And in order, you need to prove that the rock is innocent of being a meteor.
All right. In a court of law, she claims it's a meteor. That's hearsay, inadmissible in a court of law.
No, she
Next.
doesn't claim it. She doesn't claim it.
She doesn't claim it's a meteor?
It's not her claim. It's the claim of the scientist that this. Yes,
Still
this is
hearsay.
a meteor.
Next.
That's not hearsay.
It is. If a scientist
No.
says something, it's still hearsay.
No, it isn't. It's
Do you have him?
expert
Do you have his
expert
testimony? Do you have an affidavit on the record?
This is a hypothetical. They didn't.
I know,
actually
but you
go
said
to
in a court of law. You don't have his testimony.
You would
He's not a
bring
witness
in-
on the
in the
stand.
hypo-
You don't
in-
have an affidavit in the stead of that, so it's not admissible.
I don't have to bring up real affidavits for a hypothetical scenario.
You would have to bring up hypothetical affidavits if you're saying it's
Yeah.
hypothetically admissible, which it's not.
It would. So we have a trial, right? And I as a lawyer bring up here is the hole in the ceiling, the bruise, and here is the meteor. We had it tested.
Circumstantial evidence, Your Honor.
That's not circumstantial.
It is.
Brenda, throw the towel
The
in.
hole could be punched out by a hammer, and the meteor could be a rock.
That's not how you disqualify evidence.
Yeah, you don't disqualify it until it's qualified. You haven't qualified any evidence. All you have is hearsay.
No, it's not hearsay. Photographs are
Okay,
not
then show us
hearsay.
the actual the testimony from the scientist, or better yet, show us the data of the actual analysis that's been done.
Since this is a hypothetical court, I'm giving you hypothetical testimony from a scientist saying that
So you're just playing-
this meteor is indeed, this rock is indeed a meteorite.
Why not? Why stop there? Why not just bring the hypothetical chemical analysis too?
I think we do have a news story. I think we have that. That's evidence, right?
No, the news story
Somebody
is just
said something.
It's a characterization of hearsay because they just say that, you know, I don't even think it says that they did a chemical analysis. But
I think all we have here is a confirmation that Brenda blindly believes the news. That's it.
What you would have, from my point of view,
That's a lie. That's a lie, and I really resent that. That is a bald-faced lie, Gio.
Wow, you're
fucking
saying you
liar.
believe it.
Hang on, Craig has
So do
something
you
to
have
say.
evidence to
It's not a
believe them?
lie at all. You're saying you
No,
believe
I have evidence. It's not a bald-faced. It's not bald-faced belief. I
Your
have
only evidence is the news story.
That's evidence.
So you believe the news story without
That's
any
what I
evidence.
just said.
What he said is right.
That's evidence.
Hang on,
Okay,
Craig has something to say. Go ahead, Craig.
so in a legal framework, hypothetically, this woman would be the first victim of the heliocentric model. Who would you hold accountable?
Yeah,
God?
nice contribution. Meanwhile, the photograph, the hole in the ceiling, and the meteor itself is all evidence. My belief
Of
is
a
not,
crime.
is not without it's based on evidence.
Of a
So
crime,
don't
right?
fucking lie to me.
Of a
Okay,
news
Brenda,
story.
this would be of a crime, right? Because the woman got hit. So who are you going to hold account for this crime?
Yeah, nice contribution. So anyway, it's evidence. My belief is evidence-based.
I know you. Okay, I understand your feedback. You're telling me it's a nice contribution. So let's go all the way to the logical framework of it. Who would you take? So if a meteor comes through the ceiling and hits a woman in the leg, that would be assault. So who is responsible in the courtroom? Or is it a civil matter? Even if it's a civil matter, who would have responsibility for the injury? I guess if you would say Newton, right? Newton said God made the heliocentric model, so God's responsible. Would it be an act of God? So it'd be some sort of an insurance thing, or what?
It would be
So, as it turns out,
legally, in
she's
terms
not
of
the only-
legalese.
There was
I
a
was gonna
woman.
say-
There was a woman in 1954 who was also struck by part of a meteor.
Okay, who's responsible legally? Or would you want to say let's abandon this sort
I
of
think it would be
idea
force majeure.
of a
It wouldn't-
legal
It would be like a natural disaster. So
Yeah, that's
it would
that's
not.
act of God,
not responsible.
right?
No,
An act of God.
Act of God.
it's not a crime.
Well, who would be responsible though, right?
It's
God.
not a crime. It's not a crime if a rock falls on somebody.
Fine. Let's not say it's a crime. Let's say for insurance purposes.
Yeah, in the civil. I said also the civil framework, so it'd be act of God, right?
It's not a crime.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not a crime.
It'd be
It's
act
a
of God.
civil.
It's
An
civil,
act of
not
God.
criminal.
It's not a civil crime either.
Well, you're in the courtroom, so
Civil
what are you
crime
arguing
is-
right now?
Let's say that
Too
we're
funny.
say that we're this is over.
Brenda, the
insurance.
bailiff is about to pull you away in shackles. Okay, you better make it.
Nobody's pulling me over for shackles. What are you talking about?
You're in the courtroom screaming like that is
So-
going to get
so-
you removed.
Yo, the
No,
judge
it
is about
isn't.
to hold you in contempt.
So
for court.
again, this is just a hypothetical.
The hypothetical judge is about to hold you in contempt
Okay.
for
Okay,
hypothetical.
let's
Why?
move
I
on.
have evidence. I have evidence. I have evidence. Why
Of
would I
what?
be-
What do you have
Where
evidence
is
of?
I
it?
told you.
Where's the evidence?
The evidence is the hole in the ceiling. The meteorite itself and the bruise on the woman's thigh.
Okay,
That's
who's
evidence.
responsible for
Hold
that?
on. Do you have the pictures or the news clip? Do you have anything, or are you just going to keep hollering the words that you have to say? Do you have anything that we can look at?
There's an article. I remember seeing the article.
And while you look that up, I have a question for you, Brenda. So let's just say,
She keeps
like,
screaming
common
there's
sense
evidence, but
wise,
she's done nothing but just saying that she believes a news story.
And who's responsible?
I want to ask Brenda. Hang on, quick. I want to ask
Wait,
Brenda.
hold
if
on.
you have this high-speed meteor, right? Does it make sense that it would fly through the roof and make a hole and hit? Does it hit the leg and bounce off it, making a bruise, or does it go completely right through the leg if it was a really meteorite?
I didn't understand anything you said.
Basically, it's perfect, Godric,
Try
because
to
what happened
enunciate your
was
consonants.
the meteor had so much force and so much heat that it hit the roof. It was able to burn and go right through.
It didn't
penetrate
burn.
the roof.
It
But
didn't burn.
at that point, it lost all its force because the roof had the perfect amount to slow it down, and it decelerated to the point where it didn't like cause major injury. It just caused a bruise on her leg. So thank God for this, for her luck.
What do you guys want for evidence? Like,
So
you
the
want, like,
meteor
actual
bounced off
video
her leg.
clip of a vid-
There
meteor
is no
bounced off her
evidence.
leg. I'm
There
just
is no
confirming.
evidence that they will ever accept, because flat Earth is a religion. It is not based
There is
on
no
reason.
evidence
I just
except
want
for
to
the
clarify
story,
that
anyways.
The
It's
meteor
proof by
slowed
assertion.
down,
Claim.
bounced off
That's
her leg,
another-
and left a bruise instead of going through her leg. I'm just confirming that with Brenda.
Yeah, because it lost enough energy going through the roof and coming down through the atmosphere that it didn't have enough left to cause her a serious injury. Yeah.
Based on
I
the
got a
act of
question for you,
God.
Brenda. How do you discern where is the line between proof by assertion and a story being evidence?
Hey, if somebody robs your house and you tell the story,
No,
we're gonna ask,
please-
where's your fucking evidence?
Please let him answer the question before you move on.
Yeah, so that's actually a good analogy. If the police ask me, how did you say that your house was robbed? Do you have any proof that your house was robbed? Well, here's the door and the lock that's been broken, and here's the vase that they broke while stealing, and here is the black eye that I got when I confronted the robber. Oh, and here's the robber.
You don't have a robber. Nice try.
I
And
don't
have you
have
ever
a
heard of
robber.
insurance
It's
fraud?
the meteor.
Have you ever heard of insurance fraud? Are you kidding me?
The
This
meteor.
is a meteor. The meteor is the robber in this case, right?
So the
And
meteor
bruise-
has
It's a rock. You haven't shown it's a meteor.
The meteor is the robber. The bruise
No,
on my
you
eye
haven't
is
shown
the
it's a
bruise-
meteor.
Stop fucking over talking me.
Go ahead.
The
Tell us how the
bruise-
meteor is
the-
the
the
rock.
bruise is the
The bruise on my eye is her bruise on her thigh. The
Right.
meteor is the robber, and
Right.
the broken lock on my
I'm
door
following.
is the hole in the ceiling. That's all evidence, and it would be admissible in court.
Okay, so what if the robber that you have isn't actually a robber? He's just an innocent person or someone that's like an accomplice to insurance fraud.
You would need to prove that by giving counter evidence.
No, you need to prove that he's a robber.
No, you need
How can you prove he's a robber?
the fact that he's in my house.
He might just be an accomplice to insurance fraud.
Wait, he came
might
from
have
space.
He might have magically appeared there, but
He
the
did.
rock.
He fell
the
through
rock
your
is
window.
The
in my-
rock doesn't have a mouth to talk.
The
to
rock
say, I'm a
is
meteor.
in my house. The rock is
Okay.
in her house.
You're right. You're
That's
right. It is a
evidence.
rock. You're finally
You-
saying truth. It is a rock.
Yeah.
The rock was
Okay.
in her
That's
house.
what meteors are.
In this framework, the robber came from space and fell through your window.
No.
You really think he's culpable? Criminally culpable
you-
for robbing
No,
your
you
house?
can't. You don't understand even simple ideas. So
Yeah, you got
just
to
sit
connect the
down.
two. You got to connect
That's
the
not
two.
an argument from an
It's
airplane.
an
Not an argument,
analogy.
not a
It's
meteor.
an-
Not an
Well,
argument,
yeah,
Brenda.
connect the analogy. The rock and the
I know.
robber.
I did connect
Okay,
the
He's
analogy.
right. It's
is
not.
the would you
It's a little bit of
arrest?
a
Should the
false
police?
analogy in that regard. You're right, Chris.
Should
It's not
should
perfectly
the
a true
police
analogy.
come and arrest this meteorite for breaking into this woman's house?
So let's try. Hold up. Let's try to steel man.
I get this
Let's try
so
to make
stupid.
Let's
It's
try to
so
make a
stupid.
true analogy. You would
Well,
have
something here.
something
Yes,
happening
you're
to
right.
you where it's actually like a disaster or something like that.
Brenda's
So,
talking about arresting meteorites
basically,
for
let's say
breaking entry.
arson versus
I'm not,
your house
you
catching
mom.
fire. Arson versus your house catching fire. How about that?
What?
Wait,
You say
are we
the house
are we
caught
arguing
fire
about
or it was caused by someone, with arson, you don't have with it catching fire naturally. I'm saying it doesn't have any culpability. The fire isn't at fault.
Let's not multiply analogies. I brought up.
Are you saying the rock is at fault?
Analogy.
No. So fire with a natural fire, your house catching fire, the fire is not at fault.
I'm just not going to accept your analogy. I'm saying that the burglar analogy works.
True analogy. It doesn't.
It's not a true
analogy.
analogy.
Is right for what he said. The
What's the
burglar
burglar
would be culpable.
analogy?
The rock is not.
What's the burglar analogy?
The burglar.
I'm here to help.
He's trying to say is the
So
rock.
I keep getting over talked. I'm just going to stop.
Go ahead if you want to answer. Go ahead.
No, don't stop. Don't stop.
Oh, okay. Since I have a fan, I'll keep going.
What's the analogy? What's the thing? What are we doing?
Well, when you come in and you don't know what people are talking about, you should probably just sit back and observe until you catch on.
I kind of agree with that.
I have, and I haven't been able to figure it out in 3 minutes. Just tell me what you're talking about.
It started off with us
and we
talking about.
started-
Okay, go ahead, Brenda. Take it away.
Yeah, we started off with them not understanding that space is really big and meteorite strikes of the ISS are extremely rare. And then we sort of segued into a meteor hitting a person.
Oh, really? How do you know meteors fall from the sky?
Hold up. You want my version now, Travis?
Because I was asked a question. Because we find them on the ground.
Great. So you find rocks on the ground. How do you know they came from the sky?
No, we don't find rocks on the ground. We find meteors on the ground.
Okay, great. So you find things that look like rocks, but might have composite makeup of something else. But how do you know they come from the sky?
Because they aren't made like anything on Earth.
So how do you know they come from the sky?
Because people see them fall.
So whenever I've seen a shooting star, it's way the fuck up in the sky, and then when it goes out of my eyesight, there's no fucking way I'm gonna walk in that direction and find what fell. So how do people know that they've come across something that's fallen from the sky?
Well, that's you. Some people are close to the impact site. They're close enough that
Oh,
they
really?
see it fall. Excuse me. They're close enough to the impact site that they see it falling and they see where it lands. They go to where it lands and they pick up a meteor, a rock that when examined is composed of nothing. It's not like earth stones.
Evidence of this, please.
And how do you come across this information that this person told you, hey, I was standing out in my field and something crashed like 100 yards away and I was able to walk directly over to it? Where did you get that information?
It's been happening for hundreds of years.
It's a non-answer. Where did you get that
That is
information?
an answer. It's been happening for hundreds of years. And
Okay,
so,
like a single
wait,
event,
come on,
a single
percentage.
Hold on, let me just say
Percentage.
this,
Come on,
Travis,
man.
to back you up. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
It's been happening ever since they installed.
You missed the key part, though,
bathrooms on
Travis.
airplanes. I mean, that's how
Yeah,
long
Brenda.
it's been happening.
Yeah, Brenda. So we got all these stories, of people finding meteorites, but no one's ever around. And I was around. I saw it fall.
that's not
I'd like
true.
to sing.
That's a straw man. That's you're falsifying. You're making a false claim here.
You're stammering.
That's not what happened. What happened is that farmers, typically in 100 years ago, would bring rocks to scientists saying, "This rock fell out of the sky, and I went over and picked up, and here it is. I'd like you to tell me what this is." And the scientists at that time did not believe them, and it took a fair amount of time for people to gradually come to the understanding that, yes, these were in fact meteors that have fallen from the sky. And today we have much better information. We can tell when a rock
Really?
from-
Really? Wait.
Okay, so
wait.
Brenda, do you have a single video? No, I waited last time, Travis. Do you have a single video showing someone recording the night sky, and you see a shooting star going in the trajectory that's going in, and then you see a loud flash or bang or something like that of this thing crashing down, all one cut, and then them going to that and seeing this rock in a crater?
Yeah, that's one of the characteristics of pseudoscience is making
So that's
unrealistic
you don't
demands.
have that evidence.
Making unrealistic demands. So if it's not on YouTube,
why is it unrealistic for it to be recorded?
Yes, it is. It's unrealistic, right? If it's
We've
not
had
on
how long
YouTube-
have we
if
had
it's not on
video
YouTube, you don't
capability?
believe it. So your demand is show me a
Wait,
YouTube video, and
come on,
I don't have to provide you with that evidence.
That's the only
on
evidence
now.
that I'll accept because it's 2023. We've had video capability for decades, and these things supposed to be happening time and time again. 10 million micrometeors or meteors that land on Earth, a lot of them micro. If this happens so often, you would at least have one instance of it to claim that it's true. You don't have a single instance. So all I have to go on is stories and then individual photographs that could easily be doctored. There's no verifiability to it whatsoever.
There's evidence in all the movies. It happens in the movies. That's good evidence.
In the movies, they're always falling down because the Earth is flat and down as a one-way.
Yo, only those
right. They don't
those
fall
10
up
million.
very
Hold
well.
on. No, those 10 million micrometeoroids and shit. Most of those get burned up by the atmosphere. This only comes into a heavy effect when you're outside of it.
Only a handful of them
Yeah,
can
of
ever
course.
come down.
It's like in that movie Creep Show where Stephen King finds a meteor in his field, his cornfield, and he like wants to cool it down.
No, it's
And
like
he-
Joe Dirt when he's got an atomic bomb on his back.
And then the blob comes out and eats the whole town.
Didn't that turn out to be a hunk of shit though?
But the blob came out and ate the whole town, bro.
No,
like
the Joe Dirt,
God.
that clunk
No,
of thing.
he touched Stephen King touched the shit that was on the meteor, and then the stuff started growing all over him, and he turned into this massive mound of like green grass or something, and he finally took a shotgun to his mouth.
awesome movie to watch in the movie Drive-In.
That was a creepy movie, man. That freaked me out when I was a kid.
It was like, yeah, perfect, right? Don't be scared of space because you don't know what. And the drama strain. That was another good one. You might think you want to pick up that meteor, but there's some ancient alien virus on it.
Yeah, Brenda, I'm still waiting on a single instance of a single satellite of the thousands that have orbitally decelerated and crashed down to Earth. Just a single one that didn't burn up. Please show that.
I'm okay with just telling me who's responsible in a legal framework. Just is it God or is it like the meteor? I mean, who's responsible here? Who owes the damages? The insurance company?
Yeah, insurance companies have acts of God covered. Sometimes, depending on what your policy is.
Yeah, that's really powerful because what the atheist says they don't believe in God. Do they decline the settlement?
That's funny.
If it's an act of God, yeah. If it's an act
That's
of God,
hilarious.
okay. Yeah, if an act of God happens, are you like, no, I'm not taking that money from the insurance company because I don't believe in God. I'm an atheist.
That's what I was trying to get with Brenda because Brenda wanted to go into a courtroom. Okay, you're in a courtroom. Someone's got to be culpable. That's what the judge is for, to assign culpability, legally or criminally.
Can you imagine, like, insurance companies like, sorry, Mr. Xavier, we are going to deny your insurance claim. And he's like, but it's an act of God. He's an atheist.
They're like, yeah, but you're an atheist, so we can't cover you. Or on the other hand, the guy turning it down, like, no, I'm not going to take this. My $1 million house burned down, but it was claimed it was an act of God. I don't believe in God. I'm not going to be able to accept this money.
That's real. That's never going to happen.
Do you realize just how stupid you sound?
You wanted to go to court, homie.
Right. So do you realize how stupid you sound?
Okay, in the courtroom, what do? They determine what?
I'm just asking, do you realize how stupid you
He
sound?
doesn't because he doesn't sound stupid. Do you realize how stupid you
What?
sound for asking that question?
No, I'm
You're not getting it.
How so?
Brenda,
How
if
am I
you walked
stupid?
into a courtroom and said, this meteor broke into my house. God,
Yeah, I want insurance. I want insurance money for it. Yeah,
Okay, for act of God, right?
for
Who's culpable?
for a natural accident. Yes.
Okay, which they call act of God.
Are they?
Yeah.
Yeah. So who cares?
Okay, do you decline that now? Because you're an atheist, right?
No, I wouldn't decline it. Why would I?
Because you would have to admit there was an act of God that caused some damage.
Exactly. Which it leads to my question. Do you realize how stupid you sound?
Do you realize that you just confessed to you just admitted to an act of God?
Yeah. Do you realize how stupid that of a question that is, Matrix?
No, it isn't. You claim not to
Yes, it
believe in a God.
Yes, it is. It is a stupid question. It is an ignorant question.
What is very interesting. Hold on. Let me make this last point. What is very interesting is how your morals tend to switch when it comes to financial gains.
Yeah, come on, you guys. I mean, it's just a name.
Yo,
It's,
Arma, where you
it's
been?
going to court, though. That's the issue.
I've been waiting for this conversation to get less stupid, but it hasn't.
What about the math? We've been waiting on the math.
So I've actually posted it. If you know you use like a football field for the square, for the surface area of the ISS, which isn't accurate, but let's just use that. I came up with the number 26. Every 26 years, it would be hit once.
Okay.
And every 26 years it would be hit once. And I believe the ISS has only been up for how many years? ISS
27.
23, I think. I think I saw 23. Okay. So yeah, that means it's that. Yeah, that
cool.
Checks out.
Now
50 years.
Let's add in the other 13,999 satellites. Some of them are a lot smaller, obviously.
How many? You said 13,000. You said?
Yeah, I think there's like 14,000 satellites. I think 19,000 total, but 5,000 of them have been they've been basically pushed farther out because they're decommissioned.
Okay, let me run the numbers again.
All the meteorites have different distances.
It's in the high thousands. Obviously, you wouldn't use the same surface area as you do for the ISS.
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
It would be much more than 1 per 26, obviously.
No, the satellites are typically about the size of a washing machine.
Yeah, that is pretty small.
That's hilarious.
That's the average size? I don't know.
A washing. That's like Brenda will not use a metric system. Like she will, everything's washing machine size.
Hang on, what number did you use for the Earth?
The average size is at least a fridge.
For the ISS, I used I mean, obviously this isn't really correct, but I used like a football field just for the sake of getting a number because I couldn't really find anything online.
And that's actually wrong too, because that's only one surface, one side of the ISS.
Well, not exactly true. Hold on. So let me see. ISS. Let me get a picture of the ISS real fast, because technically, ISS. If you actually,
it's the length of that.
There's a lot of spacing in between, so technically that wouldn't even really, I don't know. And
I think
also,
football field's more than fair.
It's probably fair, yeah.
That's pretty close.
The panels are probably half the length, so you double the panels for each side, and yeah, it's probably fair.
Yeah, but it's also the habitat area too, though, right? That's even smaller.
But it's debatable though, because I mean, you'd imagine you'd get hits from one side, but not necessarily from the side facing Earth though. Unless rocks are coming from the Earth's surface, which doesn't really make any sense. So you'd imagine it wouldn't be that. Yeah. So I don't know. It's pretty debatable. I don't really.
But the astronaut said that the ISS was made of special materials that are immune to impacts. They told kids, they're doing like a question and answer. Like the kid asked the astronaut, how do you protect yourself from micrometeorites? Oh, don't worry, little Timmy. The ISS is made from space-age materials, immune to any sort of impact. We are completely
that's
safe.
not true. Why are you just lying about that, man?
Because that's all he does is.
I'm gonna go on the limb and say Timmy is hypothetical.
Yeah, but it was.
Here we go. Oh, hold on. Here we go. Listen to this one. Every day.
Hypothetical because we already know they are.
Oh, listen. Every day, the Earth is bombarded with more than 100 tons of dust and sand-sized particles.
Dust. The word there being dust.
Yeah, but you know how fast that piece of dust
matter,
is moving?
right?
It'd be getting sandblasted.
The weight is what matters. It doesn't matter how small it is, right?
How fast it's moving.
Brenda?
How fast it's moving. The ISS is getting sandblasted every year, basically. Every day.
You haven't done the calculation to show that.
Oh, Jeremy, remember,
this
only
is
is
gonna be
real
such a
if you
waste
do
of
the
time.
calculation. If you do the math, then it becomes real. Otherwise,
hold on. Here we go.
bullshit.
Here we
Well,
go.
hold
This
on.
is from Wiki.
Okay.
Hold on. This is from Wiki. An estimated 25 million meteoroids, micrometeoroids, and other space debris enter Earth's atmosphere each day. So it's 25 million. Would
That's
you do the
25?
math for 10 million?
Yeah, for 10 million. So it'd probably just be half of what I gave. So 26. It would be closer
Once
to 13,
every-
probably. Every 13
Be
years.
like once every 11 years.
Or 11 years if you want to get more, yeah. But once again, that's using the surface. That's using a football field as the surface area, which is, debatable. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of space.
Yeah, we gave it. You gave us the advantage on that one, no question. That's why I said it's more. That was more than 50.
Also, a micrometeorite punching through one of the solar panels isn't going to do as much damage as it going through the living area.
Yeah, I said that too.
True. That's actually really true.
Punching through.
I guess the question is now: has it ever
Movie
happened?
language right there.
So I have a question about the ISS. Do they ship oxygen and air up there? How do they get air? Is it Spaceballs or opening cans of air?
Well, actually, I think I know the answer for that. I think there's well, I mean, I think I do anyway. I think there's like a thing on board where it actually like recycles, or I forgot how. I don't know.
It's called the oxygenator. It makes oxygen.
Let me see what they do.
I mean, you gotta be losing gas though over time, so you'd have to bring more gas up eventually, right?
Travis cracked me up with that.
Well, no, because I mean, like, the thing is, let me see. So, obviously you use oxygen to breathe or whatever, so you're not really losing that oxygen. I guess you would just have to find a way to make it, useful oxygen. I guess I don't really know how that shit works, so I'm a little,
Bro, they have an onboard forest, man.
I would suggest mute.
What do you mean suggest mute? Half the time you guys talk, shit you guys don't even know about. So get out of here.
Said, like, you got to think things through before you start. They would have to bring the oxygen up there, right? If you're in space, you have no air, no oxygen. So of course they have to bring it up there, and then they have to scrub it to make it last longer, right? Because you're breathing out bad stuff, carbon dioxide. So you're having to scrub that air.
No, they have space plants, and it takes the carbon dioxide and it just
Yeah. And wouldn't the meteorites be coming from all different directions? And wouldn't you have to assume that the meteorites are evenly spaced to figure out that only one would hit so many years? What if?
Yeah, you would, but then that's
Yeah.
fine. But then you also don't have an argument either, because now you're just assuming the worst case scenario. You know what I'm saying? That,
Yeah,
it's all bunched up in one spot. So it's
No,
better. I think
in the beginning, we're kind of begging the question that there are meteorites out in outer space flying
That was a
space
When they're in
towards Earth.
space, they're meteors. When they're in
Hitting
they're
ladies,
meteorites.
going through ladies' houses and hitting them in the thigh while they're sleeping after they bounced off of radios. Now, if you want to believe that, you can.
Yeah, do
That was a good point about them.
justification? Do you have a justification for disbelieving in that news report?
Jeremy, hold on.
Not
I
a
made this point,
random
okay?
rock from millions of billions of miles away came through the atmosphere, didn't burn up, came through the certain size, went through her roof perfectly to slow down perfectly enough to bounce off a radio in her living room and then hit her in the thigh. She's sleeping on the couch to give her a bruise. No, I'm not really going to talk about that much.
So that's just I'll just take that as a nuh-uh.
I would take that as a bullshit story.
Brenda, was that your mom?
Holy smokes.
Was that your mom, Brenda?
And that was a good point though about them going through a densely populated area of meteoroids or meteorites or whatever, because there is a lot of events that happen, right? That would cause it to go through a highly dense area. I'm guessing that's happened a lot with ISS.
So I'd like to ask Percent. You asked for meteors on YouTube.
I asked for a video showing a shooting star, and then them following the trajectory of the shooting star to see a rock in a crater on the ground that's burnt up.
Screw that. Show that rock leaving a gas trail hitting a lady in the thigh. That's what I wanted to see.
So
Didn't they do the one in Russia? Didn't they go find it?
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. It was bubbling underwater.
please.
It was bubbling underwater. It was still hot.
Evidence of the shooting star, and then following that,
they showed one
like,
on
in a
YouTube
video and finding the crater.
in 2009, but it was fake.
So Left Lane posted best meteorite falls caught on camera, right? It doesn't show you all the way to the ground, but it shows multiple instances of meteors falling and breaking up in the sky, right? Is that good enough evidence for you?
How fast
does it show the shooting star?
Why are you talking? I was asking percent.
Mhm.
Is the act of God?
Does it show the shooting star?
Why are people talking? I was asking percent.
Did you hear me?
Well, other people were talking over you, so no, I didn't hear you.
Okay, does it show the shooting star?
It shows the meteor as it's traveling through the air and breaking up and getting close to the ground.
Is that a shooting star? Is that when
It's
I
a meteor.
say
It's a
shooting
meteor.
star?
It's
What
a
do you think
meteor.
of?
It's a meteor.
Okay, but when I say shooting star, what do you think of?
I'm just asking you if this is good enough evidence for you.
No, it's not. Because it doesn't show a shooting
Hold on. Percentage. I mean, wasn't the whole argument originally if rocks come from the sky? I mean, this is sort of moving,
If
the
rocks
post
come from the
unnecessarily.
You could catapult a rock into the sky. It's about shooting stars, shooting down,
Yeah,
like being
we're-
meteors, crashing
yeah, that's-
down.
Yeah, we're seeing, what is it, basically, like, I'm pretty sure in the video, like a trailer or something, right? Like, we're seeing bright and shit in the sky. I mean, I don't think that's a catapulted fucking rock.
Who knows how it got there? But unless it's a shooting star, you can't say that it's coming from outer space.
The question isn't how it got there. The question is, it's a meteor in the sky.
It's a rock. It's a rock, or it looks like a rock that's burning up in the sky. That's not what I asked for. I asked for a shooting star coming from outer space.
No, you're moving the goalpost.
We're talking about
Hold on,
linking it.
hold on,
I said this from the beginning.
Hold on,
Lucy
percentage.
did
You
it.
never said
Percentage.
shooting
Hold on.
star percentage.
I always said it.
No,
you could
percentage.
scroll back.
No, percentage. You're being whatever. Because you know what? The thing is, how do we even prove that a shooting star is coming from space? All right, like if you really want to go there, how do we prove that?
What do you mean? It's a shooting star. We all know what a shooting star looks like.
Okay, so how do we know that's
you have
coming
the
from space?
trajectory of a shooting star. You
How do we know
follow
that's
that
coming from space?
trajectory, and you find, and you could even see it in the sky. Sure, you could see it burning up in the sky.
How do we know that's coming from
and
space,
then
though?
You follow. What do you mean? How do you know it's in space? It's
How do
it
you-
looks like a star that's moving.
Okay, that
that's
doesn't mean
shooting
it's from
across the sky.
space,
That's
though,
why it's called a
according to
shooting
your
star.
logic.
You guys claim that those are meteors.
Yeah,
or
but you don't.
meteorites.
According to you, you don't know if that's coming from space or not. So you really don't have an end goal
I
for
don't,
this
it doesn't
argument.
need to come from
You're
space.
just
It
trying
needs
to
to
move the
look like
goalposts.
a shooting star, which you guys claim are meteorites that are crashing down, and then follow it as it's crashing down to its crash point.
You're moving. I'm telling you,
I
you really
haven't
are
moved
moving
that
the goalposts.
whatsoever, Arma. You just didn't listen closely.
We're trying to prove whether or not rocks come from space, and now you're saying, oh, well, it's got to be a shooting star, but you don't even know if shooting stars
Do you know
come
what
from
you
space,
guys
according to
call
you.
shooting star in the heliocentric model?
That's fine, but I'm talking about you.
No, it's not
you don't
fine.
believe
This
that.
is key to the
No,
point.
you don't
guys
believe
call
that,
shooting
though. You
stars
don't believe our
meteorites.
model, though. So how can you even
Hold
say
on,
that
I know.
it's
That's
not
why I
from
want to see
space?
evidence of
It's
this
a
claim.
silly argument.
Hold on,
The
guys.
claim is
What
that
are-
shooting
what are-
stars are meteorites that are crashing
And you
down.
don't.
I want to
you
see
don't
evidence
believe
of that.
they even come from space because you don't even believe in space.
It doesn't matter. I'm doing an internal critique on your guys' concept.
There's no
on your guys'
critique,
claim.
man.
Well, in an internal critique, you accept the beliefs and presuppositions of the worldview that you are critiquing. So you need to do that.
If I accepted it, why would I critique it?
That's what an internal critique is.
No, it's
That's what
not.
Yes, it is. That's
No,
what
an internal critique is critiquing it from the inside, from using only that which they believe. So I'm critiquing
Yes,
it using
that's what
your
I
guys'
said.
paradigm. Your guys' paradigm is that the shooting star is a meteorite and it crashed down, and I'm critiquing it. I'm saying I want evidence for that. I'm not
Yeah.
taking anything from any other model. I'm taking your model and I'm criticizing it.
Well, the thing is, I mean, these things they call meteorites, they'll find a rock, farmer will find a rock out in his pasture. It's a rock, unlike any other rocks or anything around it. It's unique. It's magnetic. You know, and they come to the conclusion that that's maybe a meteorite. But as far
that's an
as
inference.
I can't give you an instance. I can't come up with an instance where someone has seen a meteorite, a falling star come through the sky, do the explosion. I've seen this with my own eyes. A falling star that actually explodes, appears to explode, and then break up, and see it hit the ground. I don't know if if that's ever been done.
Yeah, I don't think it's even. I don't think that's the thing
if
that
you listen-
happens.
Hold up, let me just respond to that, Arma. So if you listen closely to what I said, I didn't say you have to see it as it hits the ground. I said, you see a shooting star in the trajectory that it's going to. You follow it, and you could even see it in the sky burning up or what have you, breaking apart, burning up. And then you approach where it's like you have this rock in a crater. You don't have to actually, obviously it doesn't make sense that you're going to be there to see it as it's hitting the ground and stuff. That doesn't make sense in terms of like, transportation and getting there quick enough. But there isn't a single instance that I've seen where a shooting star actually has been linked to this crater on the ground. There isn't a single one. And that's the claim. You guys claim that shooting stars are meteorites that crash down and are these rocks on the ground.
Well, you wouldn't though, because shooting stars, they end up fading out, so they burn up before they can even reach the surface.
Not every single
that's a
one.
silly argument. I don't think. No, I think so. If it wasn't, okay, hold on. If it wasn't a shooting star, right, then yeah, okay, it would be the thing that we see that crashes into the ground, which is those videos where it's like a really bright thing in the sky. I mean, that's the only way it can happen. You'd expect it to eventually come down and be super fucking bright. I mean, you're asking for an impossible thing. Like they literally.
So you're saying every single shooting star burns up in the atmosphere and none of them land?
Well, okay.
Wait, did you just say you're asking for an impossible thing and yet you believe it?
No, you're not even listening to the context right now. You're not understanding the context. But anyway, shooting stars
of one of those hitting a lady in the leg. That's what we're talking about.
Not
exactly.
Not really.
Let him answer my question, please. Because he made it seem, he implied that shooting stars always burn up.
Yeah, but it's an
and that's what
important.
we
It's
see.
an
They never
important
land.
one. I'd like to get that one as well.
Want clarification
We'd
on
like to have that as well with the leg. Can we actually address that one as well? It's important.
Well, can
we address that afterwards?
That'll be next.
Actually, it was her hip.
Yeah, are we not talking about meteors, which you're all now calling shooting stars, falling from the sky, burning up, leaving a light trail, blasting, blowing up, blah, 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 and then going through and hitting a lady in the leg?
No, what's wrong?
That was
Why is that
made
not
part
possible?
of it, but that's something that's not really. We're just trying
No,
to prove
apparently
whether or
this
not rocks
killed
come from the
Rashida.
sky.
It didn't burn up until after.
Did
It's
it
not
burn
a normal
her?
shooting star. It was just, you didn't see anything in the sky. And
Didn't
then
burn her?
as it came down, it started burning up closer to the house. That's what Arma's saying.
I mean, it didn't
What?
burn her, right?
Did I get that
Wait,
right?
what did I
Arma?
say? Hold on. What did I say?
You're saying that shooting stars, the ones that we observe as shooting stars up there in the sky, they burn up, and so they don't land down here. The ones that do land down here burn up closer to Earth.
No, they burn up the entire time. I'd imagine.
The entire
at least,
time.
I mean.
Okay, so
you would
why
think
is that?
so. I don't know.
Imagine you don't.
If
know
they're
that.
burning up
You
the
don't
entire
know.
time, then why did you reject what I said? Why are you saying it's impossible?
Because the ones that don't, because so shooting stars, from my understanding, they're like, they're usually smaller and they end up burning up in the atmosphere. Like they literally don't get a chance to reach the ground. But if they do reach the ground, I imagine they're categorized as like, larger, stone, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And those
I
are usually
hear bubbling water. I hear and then I hear bruise on a lady's leg. No burn, no house burning, no nothing, right? So we've gotten burning up, blowing up, bubbling water where this other one landed, and another one going through a lady's roof, bruising her leg and not burning her. Yeah. Cool story.
I would like to ask: is Gio here?
Can we let Arma finish what he's saying, guys?
I'd like to make a point anyway.
I want point of moderation. I want point of moderation.
Problem.
I
Please
want
listen to the moderator.
I want a strike.
I know. I'm going to start moving everyone. Hold on. Hold on.
I want a
Hold on.
point of moderation. I want a strike on Travis.
All right, Jen, you're muted. Hold on, percent. Listen, what's the problem?
I want a strike on Travis. Look at text. I want a
For
strike
what
on
happened?
Travis.
All right, thank you.
I get docked when I get upset and call people names. I want it the same to happen to you people.
Okay, we're gonna look into it. We're gonna look into it right now. Let's continue with the voice.
Yeah, look at it.
Yeah, pulled it.
Who muted Jen? Jen. Why you guys
I was
muted
trying
Jen?
to get in. I muted Jen because I was trying to get in and see what the big disruption was, and Jen just wouldn't stop
Yeah,
talking.
that's
So
not
I'm
moderation.
unmuting him right now.
You always do it, Jeremy.
Yeah, you always
You hear me
did.
trying to
Yeah,
get in?
You're lucky I'm not in the same room.
I tried to get in. Everyone's not talking.
Anyway,
Hey, percent.
I'm going to make a point now. I am now going to make a point. It's funny how all these meteorites don't land in Africa. Yeah? Africa, we're too poor to have meteorites. Yeah, too poor to have this thing happening, this phenomena happening in Africa.
Because Africa, we had our time, Jin, because that's why it's so rich with minerals. You know, they landed
Oh.
centuries and centuries ago. We had tons of meteorites landing, and now it's done. You know, dried up.
Oh, now they've given.
That's
us
where the
Africa doesn't
diamonds
get a
come
look at
from.
it
That's
all.
where the diamonds
No
come
looking
from.
in.
We had our turn.
We're getting off topic. Anyway.
Yeah, that
Diamonds
goes
come
back
from
to
your
act
aliens.
of God. That goes back to Brenda's claim of act of God, because God's a white
It's
guy.
hard to stay on context. It's hard. I don't know.
You guys
stay
who
on topic.
remembers the story about in Africa, a lady almost got hit by a supposed meteorite, and it ended up being like a metal football, obviously made on Earth, and they claimed it was a meteorite. You guys heard
no.
that story?
No.
I gotta find it. I'll find it and show you.
So I'd like to, hey, Percent, I want to address something that we talked
What's
about.
up?
So I told you what an internal critique is, and you disputed that. I posted a reference here that says, in literature, internal criticism is criticism of something according to standards that it explicitly accepts or states or would accept if queried. External criticism is criticism according to standards not accepted by the text,
Absolutely.
but only by
But
the
that's
critic.
exactly what he did, Brenda.
I didn't disagree with that.
No, that's
exactly what he did. He used the standard.
Stop it! Stop fucking over talking me, you piece of shit!
Yeah. All right. Calm
Moderation,
down.
I would like
Next
to
time
put
that
a point of
happens,
inquiry in
Hold
for
on, guys. We
outburst
don't
and
need a whole
piece of
bunch
shit.
of people. Yo.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
So that's what I was doing.
Hey,
Why
yo,
are you
somebody
still
does that.
allowed to
Hold on,
talk
Brenda.
here?
Hold on, Rakia.
So
Rakia.
he called me a piece of shit, and
Hold
like,
on, yo.
Come
You
on.
guys hear me? Hello.
Jeremy's trying to get control of the room. Go ahead.
When that happens, we don't need the whole room going wild. That doesn't help. Thank you. And Brenda, I'm giving you a warning, an official warning, because this is the third time today you've been calling names. You can't call names. Okay, we don't overtalk people. Right? If overtalking's happening, we
Silent.
take care of it. There's a bunch of mods in the room. There's like 5
wait,
mods.
I overtalk him?
You interrupted, yes.
All right, I apologize.
It doesn't matter. We still don't call names. What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Okay.
So I just took a picture of the Gulf. They claim that a huge meteorite fell out of the sky and billions of years ago or whatever, and created all these trenches and big hole out here. I think that's the story anyway.
Oh, well, okay.
Yeah, 65 million years ago, apparently, it ended the dinosaurs. That story.
Yeah, there's a big hole in the ground just north of me. It's called Meteor Crater.
Or a vault from underneath.
Yeah, but there's
with
no
water
evidence
coming
of a meteor ever been there, though. Yeah. No evidence of the meteor at all. What happened? It all disintegrated? Yeah. Evaporated?
I think those could be vaults of the deep that come up at certain periods. Like we see now with geysers in certain spots, those are still active, but thousands of years ago, there could have been vaults from the underwater waterways that exploded upward and outward. Might be the cause of the flood. Vaults of the heavens, rain for 40 days, and vaults from the deep. And there's stories about it anyway. Isn't that what we're really doing? We're really just, isn't that what we're really doing though? Just listening to stories told?
Yeah, but I've actually seen meteorites with my own eyes. I've
actually seen water come out of the ground. Actually seen it.
Yeah.
Yeah, spew up pressure. Sure have. Cool story, man.
Meteorites are acts of God. Atheists. That's it, dude.
Do you want a cookie or something? Like you keep bringing that up. It was funny the first 5 times.
No, because this was
the
all
acts
in the
of God.
framework.
You know how you know? Because a meteor crater meets your creator.
Okay, what?
Meteor creator.
This is why it's funny, okay? Because I can use atheist framework to explain flat Earth. I do not believe in heliocentric model or models, even more so when they have acts of God built into them.
When they have hot rocks burning through roofs, not catching the house on fire, and not burning the lady, just putting a bruise on her.
Well,
after it hit a radio. It bounced off a radio first, by the way.
Well, first off, I don't think it burned through. I think the whole thing is that it crashed through.
I didn't say it burned through. I said it went through the roof.
I could have sworn you said burned through.
Yeah, well, let me repeat it just so you can listen again. A hot rock coming through the atmosphere going through her roof, not catching the roof on fire or her house, hitting a radio in her living room, and then hitting her in the thigh or hip while she sleeps on the couch, and not burning her, just bruising her.
All right. I was just saying that I thought maybe you said that. You probably did, but I mean.
So maybe address what I just said then and clarified.
I blanked all that out.
I mean, I'm just wondering what is it you're wanting out of it, Rakia? Do you wanted it? You wanted to do something that you think it should have done something?
Yeah, I'm asking where the rock from space that came through the atmosphere that usually y'all are saying is burning and exploding and bubbling in water. Where did this one cool down?
Oh, I don't know. It could have still been hot. I don't know. I don't know anything about the story. I've heard about it, but I haven't actually read the story.
Yeah, if it was hot, it probably would have burned her, right?
See, to me, it's just like, oh, that's cool. You know, I mean, it's not something that I'm going to dig into.
Story. Yeah, because if the rock is hot, it's not going to bruise her. It's going to burn her, right? And probably catch the house on fire if it's like what y'all are talking about.
But it was God, so it could do all kinds of supernatural.
Oh, come on. Can you actually contribute?
Well, can you address what I'm saying? You think those rocks coming from space are burning up and are hot when they reach the ground? I mean, we're hearing explosion and bubbling.
Uh-huh.
That implies hot. Trails of gas, hot. But this one seemed to cool off at some point. Go through her roof, hit a radio, and then hit her in the leg or thigh and bruise her.
Yeah,
you want to address that?
So what do you like? You thinking it should catch the house on fire? Is that what you're saying? I mean,
supernatural.
Well, does that sound like a fantasy story, or something's wrong with it, or you think it should have been hot or burner, or maybe smoke?
I don't know, maybe.
So if it doesn't, it would seem like a fantasy story, right?
Well, I mean, there's always sometimes I wouldn't say weird things happen, but sometimes there's more variables, and we just don't really account for it. I don't know. Maybe it landed on something.
People lie.
Yeah, some people
maybe,
sometimes.
But I'm not going to say it's a lie, though.
Made up. Yeah.
I'm just saying maybe there's more variables to it. You could be right, though. Maybe it is a lie. I don't know. I personally don't care. Like, it doesn't bother me.
Like you cared a while
We
ago.
know you don't care about the truth.
No, it's not that I don't care about the truth. It's just like one story, whether it's real or not. There's still other accounts where fucking shit is coming from the sky. I mean, it's so silly. I don't care if that was fabricated just to So it's a crazy story. I mean, it could be.
Be so heartless, man. This poor woman has the bruise like the size of a watermelon on her hip.
I know, it's
and
pretty
you don't
crazy.
care?
Yeah, well, okay.
You care
I'm
about
not
the suffering of people.
Oh my goodness.
Caused by nothing of their own doing.
What type of God would do that?
By an act of God.
At least you didn't get burned. It could have been worse.
Well, I mean, do you think it's a made-up story? Do you think it's not real, or what do you think?
I think rocks fall from space all the time, cool off before they hit a roof and bounce off a radio and hit ladies in the hip. That's what I think.
That was sarcastic, in case you guys missed it.
What makes you think it like cooled off? Like maybe it was still hot, but it was on something that wasn't like flammable or whatever. I don't really know.
Now we're getting to the amazing part. A hot rock goes through the roof, hits her radio, hits her in the leg, and doesn't burn her. Now that is a story to talk about.
Well, how long did it stay on her? I mean, was it like resting on her, or did it bounce off her? Because I'd imagine it would bounce off her.
I'll tell you what, I'll give you any amount of money if you can put some on your leg for the slightest of second and that's hot and not burn you. Good luck.
Oh, I've done that. I've touched hot metal and didn't just realize that I was touching hot metal without burning.
Not what I said.
Yep, fact or crap.
I guarantee you what, if it was me on that couch, I would have been doing some high stepping. I promise you that.
Before the rock hit the radio or after the rock hit the radio?
Probably alert to something's happening when it came through the roof.
Well, it's probably hauling ass, right? And you're sleeping. How fast do you think your reaction time is from when it hits the roof, hits the radio, and then hits you in the leg after cooling off?
Who knows, man? I mean, I don't know. I don't know that. I don't understand the critique of this situation. I mean, you act like it's an impossibility, and it's not. It's not impossible.
And Left Lane could be a ninja, so
it's impossible.
His reflexes could be pretty crazy.
It's impossible when Brenda said she wanted to arrest the Rock for breaking entry. and it became impossible when the insurance company said, due to an act of God, we're going to repair your roof. And Brenda's like, I don't believe in God.
Here's where we went
To be
from.
fair, Brenda
There's
did
so
say that
few
she
that hit
wants
the
to
earth in the
arrest
first
the
place,
rock.
right? Hang on, there's so few of these things that actually hit the earth. We even did the math. Blah, 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 right? But this one not only goes to a lady's roof, hits her radio, and hits her while she's sleeping, but cools off also.
Well, first off, let's get that thing correct. We did the math for how often it would hit the ISS. Let's just get that straight. All right, so we're not throwing around false information.
We did it for the Earth too, but I think before you got here, but that's all right.
Earth was 25 million. It was 25 million something. I'm not sure if it was meteorites or dust or something, but it was 25 million though. So
no, we're talking about rocks that actually make it to the ground.
Oh, that hit the surface. Okay, my bad. Then you could be right. Maybe
this one made it to her roof, hit the radio, bounced off, and hit her in the leg, and didn't burn her. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, but for how long did it was it in contact with her? I mean, that's the question.
To go through a roof but bounce off a radio. What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know either, but that's not the point though. How long was it in contact with her?
No, the radio part was she wanted to upgrade because Circuit City had a new model, so she had to smash the radio real quick with a hammer. Maybe
How much? How long was it on her? Long enough to make a bruise on her leg, sir.
Yeah, how do you know that wasn't like slight burn? I mean, it was pretty dark too. I mean, you can't really tell.
You can't tell the difference between a bruise and a burn.
Okay, I mean, the picture was in black and white though. The point I'm trying to get at is it's like you really can't tell what's going on in that. There could be a little bit of burn and it could be maybe a little burn there too.
I'll tell you, we'll leave some cool ass marks when you get hit by it.
Lightning.
Should be hot.
I never said it was.
I thought that was right. Yeah, I'll tell you, we'll leave some cool ass marks on you when you get hit by it. Is fucking lightning. You ever see the marks that shit leaves? It looks like you got a free tattoo.
Even a baseball or something thrown hard enough at you and glances off of you is gonna burn you because of friction. This is a meteor from outer space that came through the atmosphere, burning ass hot, where other meteors they are talking about boils water and explodes in the sky. This one doesn't. It just hits her after bouncing off the radio and bruises her. I call BS. I mean, I don't know what y'all do, but I just call BS.
Behind you patch the roof up. You patch the roof up. It's all good. You get a Band-Aid. All you gotta do is patch the roof, get a Band-Aid, and replace the radio, and you're good.
Y'all never sat by that guy on the school bus that always made fantasy stories up, and y'all just believed them all, right? Y'all never called bullshit on that type of person?
Yeah, I called bullshit on it.
I put a V8 on my
exactly
go-kart this weekend, but I don't have any proof of it. Oh yeah, that's cool, man. That's what y'all do, huh? How fast did it go? Oh yeah, 800 miles an hour. Holy shit! You must have had some good brakes on it. Oh yeah, the best brakes. Y'all never questioned any part of it, right?
I actually know a few. They're in this chat right now.
Did you wear?
Dudes be coming home. Dudes be coming home with marks on their necks. They're telling their spouse, "Oh, fucking meteor hit my neck."
Okay.
The one I knew as a kid
came through the roof at work.
Her family was so rich they had a safe in every room of the house, and every family member drove a red Ferrari. I don't know.
I call bullshit, right? Because not every family member would pick a red Ferrari.
Yeah,
I know this guy
and
who
other
said,
things too.
"Hey, check this out. I know this guy who's a Discord mod, and his dad went to space."
Okay. Yeah, let's get back to debating, not whatever this is. This is pretty
Hot
silly.
rocks leaving bruises instead of burns. That's what we're debating.
Oh.
You want to go further with that, or you just want to call
Fair
BS
enough.
and move on?
If you guys,
Yeah,
I mean, aren't they usually
continue,
smoldering? Whenever I picture a meteorite landing or a meteorite landing, I picture it being like smoking. It's so hot, it's just smoking.
Well, even Left Lane said it the one he knew of, it went in the water, or the one in Russia, they found it. It was boiling water. The other one exploded in the sky, which is heat, right?
In midair, yeah.
Vapor trails coming off the heat. Yeah, it's so hot.
Because it's so hot, and then it's in that, and now it's in the atmosphere. It just fucking explodes.
Yeah, this one cooled off in the cool air of Alabama.
On a baby's leg? On a baby leg?
It went through the cool atmospheric air of Alabama and cooled off before it hit a radio.
Who got hit with it?
That's a good point.
It
went through the hot air and cooled off.
Oh yeah, it was cool that day in Alabama. It cooled it off from space before it hit her in the leg.
It burned
cool.
up through the hot air and cooled off, and also smashed her radio because Circuit City was having a discount sale.
Don't suppose she might have been under a blanket or something.
A heat blanket.
Yeah, they
A
didn't.
space-
A heat blanket.
A space-age heat blanket that had deflector shields.
You know, it gets
one
kind of
of those-
cold in Alabama in parts of the year.
Now he's saying in the wintertime it would have cooled the meteor off. Go ahead, Blue. Tell us
No.
more. Oh,
I'm
that's
just
not what you were
asking-
saying.
I'm just asking if maybe she was covered up with something like a blanket.
Like a
Maybe.
lead shield.
Like a bomb
it's,
suit.
It's in chat if you want to check it out.
Like a
I
bomb
haven't
suit.
actually.
She was
I
listening
haven't
to her
actually looked
radio.
at it.
She was listening to her radio with her bomb suit on.
Kevlar. She was in her Kevlar suit in her
Oh,
space
God.
when the meteor come through her roof.
And it was winter.
I'll just make
Oh
sure
yeah,
that
don't
you
forget
don't
it
have
was
to
cold
worry-
outside.
You don't have
Maybe
to worry
there
about
was
it.
snow
Just
on
make
the
it
roof.
up.
And the act of God did it, but she declined the settlement because she doesn't believe in God.
Oh, come
Well, that's
on.
a really strong.
This is
Get there,
the 10th
Maria. That's really strong argument.
No, it's not even. He's this is the 10th time I made that joke. It's not funny anymore. Like, come on. Like, like no one to stop telling a joke.
Arma, because it was in a courtroom. In a courtroom, you find culpability, either criminally or civilly. So who is culpable? The act of God. But she's an atheist.
Wow, man, it's really it stays funny, you know, after the 20th time, you know.
No, it's
Crazy.
funny because the framework started off with being a courtroom.
Man,
That happened on the 30th of November, by the way. It's pretty damn cold in Alabama on the 30th of November.
Pushing it cooled. The meteor cooled off in the cold air of Alabama.
It's not what I'm saying. I'm saying she was under a blanket. That's what she claimed.
A Kevlar blanket.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, the blanket. Yeah, I got you.
No, she didn't claim anything about a Kevlar blanket. It was 1954, and there was no Circuit City.
No Circuit City. Now there's a
I
story.
don't know. Yeah, there we go.
How about Bed Bath and Beyond? Where does she buy her blanket if there's no Bed Bath and Beyond?
A knit quilt.
Now there's a story. Shouldn't the headline have been knitted quilt by grandmother of lady stops
All
meteor
right,
from
you guys are
burning
beating
her.
a dead horse at this point.
What if she had an Afghan? Hold on. What if she had an Afghan? You know those whole blankets with all the holes in it, and it went right through one of the holes.
That's racist.
It's like
No,
Sears
it's not. Slavery still
catalog.
existed back then.
Yeah, Sears catalog radio that she wanted from Circuit City that didn't exist yet. Cooled a meteor from space because of an act of God that hit her Kevlar blanket.
Hey guys, it was November back then.
I'm gonna start counting.
Cold
I'm
in
gonna start counting.
Alabama in November. Go Bama.
It's always cold in November.
So all I'm getting here is
Hold up, Ricky, why are
incredulity
you
and
mocking
childish
him? It is
marks.
cold in November.
Yeah, we're
That's a
having a
good
little
point.
fun left lane. You don't mind, right? Are you still driving?
I mind.
Yeah, I'm driving.
That.
You're
Don't
driving
cause an
right now
accident.
and posting that crap earlier? You're not
Yeah, it
only
didn't take
reading
but a
stuff, you're
second.
looking stuff up and posting it?
It didn't take me but a second.
The government says that's a crime.
Be careful. Be careful, left lane. I mean, all day you've been looking at your phone and posting shit while you're driving. It's crazy.
Yeah, you could hurt somebody.
You drive yours and I'll drive mine.
Yeah, the government says that's a crime, and you believe the government. So
Come
But my kids aren't in Texas today.
I know. Can you imagine families on the street and there's some dude, some Discord mod?
Tell you
like,
what, you're cruising in dangerous territory. Let's move on.
You're cruising in dangerous territory. You're posting shit from your phone while driving an 18-wheeler in the left lane going 78
And you're
miles
gonna
an hour.
make me pick a phone up to mute your ass. I guess.
He's gonna mute me for that? For telling him to be careful and not kill my kids?
Yeah, everybody sees what you're doing,
left lane,
Rakia.
left lane. Don't react, man. Let the moderator.
Let's move on.
Rakia, you don't need to be moral police or something.
It
like
is
that.
dangerous. Be careful, left lane.
Please, like
I am careful.
I'll
I'm
pray to
very
God
careful.
right now, like for all the truck drivers out there.
Move forward.
Okay, so let's see.
Listen, how long would a rubber gasket last with metal turning in between it?
Like 10 minutes.
30, 40 years at least.
40.
Yeah, if they made it out of silicone and put it out
Oh, is
in
that what
space.
they're made out of?
Well, you got to put it
Are
out
they made out of
in space,
silicone?
too. Yeah, if you put it in space, anything's possible. I mean, it's not really harsh environment out there. Now, if you put it in Texas, well, be careful because, yeah, Texas roads are dangerous, but it probably wouldn't last that long, I would say. Depends on the temperature change.
Well, let's say you had a drastic temperature change every 90 minutes. like real drastic.
I would need to see the data. And you probably don't know.
How cold?
Yeah, I'll acknowledge I'll acknowledge the temperature change, but how much temperature change is there between from 250 miles up in the surface? I don't know what that is.
Yeah. I was told there was no temperature change up there at some point in this discussion, like years ago, because there was no molecules to register the temperature. But the gasket would have molecules; it would register the temperature change, right?
But they say there's different types of heat. There's 3 different types of way heat can transfer, right? What is it? Conduction, convect. Fuck. Why am I blanking on this?
You
Convection,
both of them. 2 of them, you said them halfway. So I just
Yeah.
what you're saying.
What? I can't
Conduction,
even.
convection.
What is it? Convection.
But if you said all 3, like conduction, fuck, convection, radiate, fuck, what is?
Listen, there's 3 ways. So heat has to transfer though, because it always goes from hot to cold. So the space
unless it's November and you have a blanket on, heat doesn't go through that at all. It just brings.
Well, you could have one of those Afghan blankets with all the holes in it, and then it all goes through. I never understood those blankets. Anyways,
yeah.
So what's the silicone does good with the temperature changes?
No, it doesn't.
Is that their get out of jail card?
I would say it contracts. It gets brittle, just like any other.
It's even worse than like rubber. One thing I gotta say for globalists on this server, at least they're not shouting out "subscribe to PewDiePie" and Australia's fake. That's one thing they don't do.
Where did they
do that stuff? Australia's not real. I hate to tell you.
Well, you mean you're not subscribed to PewDiePie?
Yeah, PewDiePie's alright, especially when Disney dropped them. If Disney drops you, that's woke.
Wait, are you saying PewDiePie's fake now? PewDiePie? He's fake? Is that?
Is he in Australia?
Maybe.
Did he crash through your house?
Fake. There is no Australia.
Did he crash through your house and then you tried to get him arrested for breaking and entering? He said he came from outer space.
Was he covered by a blanket?
Wait, are you saying Disney's culpable then because they dropped it?
Maybe it would be, right? He's dropping some truth bombs.
I see Extremistus. What's up, man? You back, man? You ready to drop that paradox on us yet today, bro?
No, I gave up.
You'll see it doesn't work on paper if you just try.
What paradox?
No paradox.
Basically,
we were talking about before, like if you could see the ordering of events, like depending on what information you get first, and thinking you see an effect before a cause and bullshit like that.
Gotcha. Yeah.
We were discussing relativity last night, and I told him that when an event happens, every person in the universe must see the events in the same order. You have to see the cause first and then the effect.
And he just claims that based on nothing for some reason.
Universal. And now what the relativity basically says that stays the same. Everyone always agrees on the order of events, but what they don't agree on is the time between events. And apparently he thinks that the order of events can be out of order. He thinks you can see.
I mean, you did give up though, right?
I'm sorry. He thinks you can see the effect before you see the cause.
The way we pointed the hypothetical, there was distance between a cause and effect and such, but either way, you did say you tapped out, man. So it's kind of like,
I know.
You're failing the challenge here, man. Not me. Don't act like I'm claiming something that I'm not backing up. I claimed you cannot do XYZ. You cannot show the paradox on paper, and I am standing on my claim still. You can't show it. So, thanks. Appreciate it. I just said I'd be here. I see you're here. Appreciate you being here. But just want to check, see if there's any progress.
Well, I'm glad we got that paradox solved. Now, can we go back to the paradox of the hot, cold meteor and the block and blanket?
Well, there is an image. There's an image posted in chat of the lady and the bruise on her hip. You know, I don't know. Maybe that's all fake too. I don't know.
That's a good point. You don't know.
Yeah, but discernment, you know, can allow you to make decisions. You know, you figure out what is and what isn't.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't look at any pictures. I didn't read any any articles. I just used discernment. Hot rock falling from space. Not many of them hit the earth, even in the model. This one goes through a lady's roof, bounces off a radio, and hits her in the leg and doesn't burn her, only bruises her. I used discernment and said, probably not true.
And then it bounced off her radio, which she wanted a new one from Caddyshack or Sears catalog. And then an act of God, but she said no thank you because she's an atheist.
Yeah.
And thank God it was wintertime in Alabama and she was covered up by a quilt.
A Kevlar quilt.
Well, those things are thick, like sometimes. I'll give them that.
She had a
Napping
time
under
machine.
quilts on her couch is what the report said.
She had a time machine and she got a Kevlar quilt.
You can
from
question
the
that all you want. Nobody said anything about Kevlar, just you. You're the only one.
From the Army Navy surplus store. She went to the back and said, "You got some extra special stuff because I predict a meteor is going to fall through my window or my roof."
It's been 25 years. We're due a meteor strike.
How do you know it was still hot, Rocky?
I don't. You know we're joking, right, Blue? I mean, you know this is kind of like what do they call it?
Trolling?
Yeah.
No.
Trolling. Just to see who will come in and say it's wintertime. It was wintertime. That's why she was under a blanket and the meteor was cooling off and the blanket saved her from getting burned.
Which damage control agents are being called on the Sunday afternoon?
What certified engineer that's been an engineer and has patents on his wall is going to come in and say she was under a blanket, that's why she didn't get burned? That's why I was saying what I was saying. Thank you, Blue.
You're welcome. Always a
I don't
pleasure.
understand the absurdity. I just don't. I don't understand.
Hey, are you driving left lane?
I am, sir.
You remember when Travis used to drive all the time? We'd hear the car horns and all that stuff.
Yeah. He's back driving too.
Did you ever hear Rocky wear Travis's ass out about doing that?
No, he didn't.
While he was texting and looking things
So that
up,
makes it
doing all
okay
the
for
same
left
stuff
lane
you're
to do
doing.
it because Rocky
Seems
didn't
like a
say
double
nothing to
standard
Travis
to
a
me,
year
left
ago.
lane. I don't know. I was talking and Rocky was talking over me.
It
but I-
is.
yeah.
Hold
That's a
on, let
welcome
Blue
to Flat
finish.
Earth.
Guys, let Blue finish, please.
It's a
Yeah,
welcome to
let's
Flat
let
Earth.
Blue finish that ridiculous statement.
It was ridiculous, but let him finish, please, guys. Come on.
No, I don't care if you think it's ridiculous or not. I'm just pointing out a fact. You never called Travis out on it, but you jump on left lane. What's the deal?
How do you know I didn't call Travis out on it?
I never
I
heard
just
you
wanna
do
say
it. Are you
everyone-
saying you
Because
did?
you never heard it? You know it
Are
as
you
a
saying
fact?
you did? Are you saying you called him out?
I'm saying if
Well,
I
now
hear
you're saying
Travis
you
talk,
did. Okay.
if I'm
You got any proof of that, Rocky? I
now
don't
you're
believe
over
you.
talking me.
So I need to hear some proof. How about that?
Now you're over talking
Can
me.
you show me where you called
You
him
seem
out?
real excited there,
you got
cowboy.
You got a
Scooter.
timestamp
Yeah, he-
or a clip or something?
He's all worked up. He's wee-weed up.
Instead of going,
Let's all
hey,
be-
left lane, dude, we're buddies. Hey, me and you are tight, bro. You've never muted me. And every time I'm in here, you mute other people that I'm over talking. But please don't drive and research things and post and hit buttons and have your phone while you're traveling in an 18-wheeler that weighs 80,000 pounds going 78 miles an hour in the left lane. Please don't do that as your buddy. Instead, you're going,
let's all be
hey
safe
man,
on the road.
hey man, post where you didn't do something to Travis when he did the similar thing a year ago or whenever it was that I don't even remember. That I probably wasn't even there. Piece of shit, man.
Let's just
What
all
a
be
joker.
careful. Let's just all be careful when we're driving. Use your hands-free devices. You know, pay attention to the road, not your phone. Thank you.
Talking on the phone with hands-free with a
That
CDL
being
is one
said, we
thing.
don't need to repeat this like piece of advice.
No, I'll
again and
repeat
again.
it if I want because I have a CDL.
You don't need to.
Yeah, I will if I want though because I have a CDL. I know how much it costs and how you can lose them. I don't allow any of my drivers to post. Now, talking over the phone with hands-free is one thing. That's why you have hands-free. I do it all day. But researching things on your phone and posting them? Come on, man. You had to look that shit up.
So just go ahead and write me a ticket, Rakia.
It's in your file, Left Lane. It's in your file. Let's just all be
Take
careful.
some
out there.
criticism, man. I'm actually worried.
It's kind of enabling. Look at
not
the
even
kind of,
not
Oh,
even
sorry.
bashing you. I'm like, be careful. I'm not only telling you to be careful, but my kids go to Texas. I live next door. I don't want truckers driving on the road looking up shit and posting.
I was just gonna say, if anybody is in favor, I'm a fellow truck driver, right? If anybody is in favor of if he's actually doing that, it's not right. It's not right.
Let's just face it. The automation in the vehicle industry is going to have every truck driver out of job pretty
Jeremy,
soon,
that's just ignorance from your part. You don't know what you're talking about. That shit is not gonna happen on the truck industry, man. Maybe
Yeah,
for short
okay,
runs
you
or
got-
some shit like that. Yeah, I agree. But yeah, like you will
I
see.
don't
man.
know. I wouldn't be so short.
We
dude.
will
After
see.
this
We
thing
will
that-
see.
That was
We're
5
gonna see,
years
yeah,
ago.
no doubt.
Bro, at the same time, I've been in other Discord servers. There's truckers that are always like live streaming, doing a bunch of shit, playing games and stuff while they're on the road. Like, yes, it's good advice. We should stay safe. We should refrain from doing that. That being said, you also mind your own business. If someone with their full cognition, their free will is choosing to do that, it's on him.
No, because you may kill somebody. I don't know what you're talking about.
Bullshit.
I don't want to put my
their own minds.
Here's where you split the hair on that. You split the hair on that because that truck driver is kind of like, fuck the government. But you got another truck driver who's like, the government's so right, they're exploring space for the betterment of humanity. But yet, they're not abiding by even basic DOT regulations.
No, that is not the criteria.
It shows a level of hypocrisy.
So the point is, there's not even going to be truck drivers or any drivers soon. This whole shit's going to be automated. Any truck driver or Uber driver, Uber's been trying to make a deal with Tesla for fucking years now.
It's not going to happen.
There's going to be no more driving jobs soon.
Dude,
Eventually,
Elon Musk
but
is
not- I
so
don't know
full
about
of
anytime
crap.
soon, though.
He's so full of crap. He talked about self-driving trucks like 5 years ago.
I feel like I feel like they might want to put a hold on that because I feel like if that goes wrong, that's a lot of weight that can really cause like if it's just a car that gets into an accident, then fine. But I feel like truck driving might take a little bit. Might want to perfect the tech that they got. Anyway, go on.
No, man, after what happened in Canada just now with those truck drivers, the elites don't want that power in someone else's hands. They're like, oh, these guys can fuck shit up, stop the flow of traffic, stop the flow of goods and services if they wanted to. You know what I'm saying? The elite doesn't want that. If they're going to stop the flow of goods and services, it's going to be them doing it, not somebody else. They ain't going to let somebody else have that power. That's a massive amount of control. Everything is ran by the trucking industry. Like that. If you control that, you have a massive amount of power and control. You're basically controlling the future of humanity. You could collapse civilization if you wanted to, if you stop the trucking industry.
All because of a meteor in the Kevlar blanket.
I don't know about all that, but
fucking
I'm just saying. I don't like those Afghan blankets, man. Something's weird. They got why do you have a blanket that's got mad holes in it? It never made sense to me.
You can pull it over your head and still eat Cheetos.
Yeah, but then you can't stop the if you have one of those blankets, you can't stop the boogeyman from getting in.
What about this one?
I mean,
you can use
you
the
gotta take the
Afghan
pros and the cons.
You can use the Afghan blanket, drive a truck, post on Discord, and be protected from meteorites.
No, you got like a 50-50 shot getting protected by a meteorite with Afghan because there's so many. It's more Afghans are more holes than they are blanket. I feel like.
But it deflected off your radio first, though.
There's more There's more space in an Afghan than there is blanket.
That's stupid.
But if it deflects off your radio first, that adds less holes. Because the more radios it deflects off, the less chance it has to get through the hole. So like each radio has like a direct relationship instead of an inverse, a direct relationship to the chances of hitting the hole or missing the hole. You could tell because of the bruise on their leg.
I'm just saying, with all them holes, there's no way you're stopping the boogeyman. Because remember, you used to make the blanket real tight so there was no gaps in it when you were a kid?
Yeah.
Like, how are you going to do that with an Afghan? Not even possible. So, it's a huge drawback.
The dark energy in the holes blocks it.
Hey, someone post the bruise if y'all have it. 'Cause I haven't seen it.
It's pretty dark. And like very like football shaped ish. Yeah. I'll just repost what Branch sent. So here we go. Or maybe I should just link it.
Oh, the one
No,
Branch posted is the one that y'all were talking about.
Yeah, and then Blue Marble also sent it.
Yeah.
So assuming it did happen, can you imagine just laying there minding your own damn business and a damn meteor come through your roof and hit you on the leg?
Yeah.
Or the
Yeah,
hip or whatever, yeah.
Crazy,
That's all I can do.
Yeah, I know. It's like
Just
actually
imagine.
like, and you call the insurance company and says it deflected off my radio too.
But she was actually she was renting, and there was a legal dispute over who the meteor belonged to after it was over. The landlord wanted to claim it as theirs.
What happened then with that legal case? Because there's an actual court case now, where Brenda wanted to talk about in court. So what was the result of that? Who had ownership?
My freaking goodness.
I feel your pain, Arma.
So we got a legal case, actual case doctrine. Who does it belong to? Rental insurance covered the damage. Property insurance covered the damage. This was an act of God. But now who owns the meteor? Because that would whoever owns a meteor, that also adds a little bit of culpability. Because if it's your
I feel like
meteor,
if something hits you, you should own it as long as it's not like another person. Like if you hit me with your car, I should own your car now. You hit me with a basketball, that's my basketball.
Or yeah, and look at think God threw a meteor down to this lady, so now she owns God.
Jeremy, what if someone hits you and they're wearing a ring? They punch you and they're wearing a ring.
Yeah, that's I don't. I would just consider that part of the person. Maybe though, if the ring did damage, if you had some crazy diamond ring on and that shit like left a scar on my face, yeah, you should keep it. You should be able to keep all the rings they were wearing.
Specifically if it's diamond, right? It's like a yeah.
That mark on her looked more like a burn than a
brass
bruise
knuckles?
to me.
Yes, you keep the brass knuckles.
Jeremy, I'm going with she was covered up by Afghan because that so-called bruise looks like a burn more than a bruise. I'm switching my story. It was a hot rock.
Could have been.
What if they're punching gloves?
Well, that's what I was saying. Like, I mean, you don't even know. That could be half bruise, half burn. How do you know,
Yo, what if they're boxing gloves?
Well, I'm going by the people who were there writing the report saying it was a bruise.
Yes, yes, the boxing gloves. Yes, anything. Well, I mean, not if you're
what
boxing.
if the regular gloves?
If you're in a boxing, no. If you're in a boxing match, then no. But if
Yeah,
somebody
you're not in
walks
the
up to you on the street and just starts boxing you with boxing gloves on, then yes, you keep the boxing gloves.
Yeah, he just throws you a pair of boxing gloves and you have an impromptu boxing match.
Well, I mean, if you want, then if you agree, I feel like if you agree to something though, then no, you don't get to keep what hits you.
Oh, okay.
You have no choice but to agree.
There's always a choice.
Hey, check this out. They named the meteorite after her. So if she loses this court case, it doesn't belong to her. It's like landlord. It's like, dude, the meteorite's named after me. It hit me. It bounced off my radio. It hit my Kevlar blanket. You know, I've only got about 18 years left to live. Let me have this. You know.
I feel like it should be her meteorite. Yeah, I feel like she should should have been able to keep it. Like the insurance covered the roof and everything. You know.
Yeah, she dies in 1972, like right the same year the space age dies.
Interesting.
Why did space age die in 1972?
Because Nixon lied and the space age died.
I knew you were going to talk about Nixon.
Let's see,
I 100% knew you were going to say Nixon just now.
Hey, he was a shot caller.
If you can't trust the American president, who can you trust?
Especially Nixon. If you can't trust Nixon, I mean, like, come on. He protected you from
He was
communism.
in charge. He was in charge for all of the Apollo missions, I believe.
She died of kidney failure.
Right there. I mean, that gives much credibility to the Apollo missions.
So I guess okay. So here we go. She did win the court case. It belongs to her. She sold it to the Smithsonian for an undisclosed amount. It was broken into pieces and then spread about like different natural history museums. The biggest piece still remains in Alabama's museum.
Oh, that's so nice.
The radio that was hit is
I want to know how
also
much she got for this shit.
undisclosed. But she
That's
did write a
weird.
poem. She wrote a poem about the event.
I don't know why that's undisclosed. They should have to file that on their taxes or something. You gotta. Somebody's got to claim that. You know what I'm saying? She's got to claim that money. If it was over $600.
Google says it was $25.
Yeah, well, originally, I guess she was offered. Yeah, she was offered $5,500 from an Air Force officer, and said
you gotta
no.
claim that. You gotta claim 5Gs on your taxes for sure.
Yeah, okay. I guess her husband wrote a memoir, and in the memoir said he recalls it being about $25.
Taxes are not a matter of public record, Jeremy.
Just saying, there should be a record of it. We should know how much you got for it.
The only way you're going to get that is to sue her. You could get court ordered.
Yeah, she's dead.
If you get a lawsuit going on. It's really very, very hard to find somebody's tax returns.
Unless you did some sort of crime.
They cut it into slices, like a bread. Like everyone wants to break bread. They got divorced 10 years after it. It's like, really, how would you get divorced? It's like a meteor went through your house and hit your wife. There's not enough to keep you together. An act of God actually went through your door. You know, it came into your home.
I'm just gonna say it. That picture looks fake. I know other people are wanting to say it, but I'm just going to say it.
Say it with the chest.
Propaganda.
I mean, just
Meteor.
think about that. People died of kidney failure just not even that long ago. There was
They also could have launched that rock from, an airplane or some kind of from the sky. Like, not that it's coming from space, but that they purposefully
Some foul up, and the wind caught it and made it hit this poor lady's roof. Like it wasn't even supposed to hit there. I mean, there's a million ways it could have happened, but it does look fake to me now that I look at it more.
Yeah, that's about government, right? Government wants to drop a meteor in the field and say, "Hey, check this out. We found a meteor." And it's like they screw it up and drop it through someone's house. It's like, dude, seriously. Oh, we'll give you $25 for it. Okay.
So what could it be? Like I said, I've seen a couple of meteors come in and actually, break apart into several pieces as they come down. About 3 years ago, I saw one over Oklahoma. I don't know how far out to the west, but it was out to the west. I don't know how far it was, but I mean, not unlike the one the videos that you see of the one in Russia. It was like that, but smaller. And
smaller in what way? The trail was smaller, or the actual rock that you saw?
Yeah, it was just smaller. It was a smaller trail, smaller little explosion, and then it broke up into pieces. And
you're kidding me, right?
No, I'm serious.
I mean, you're asking what else it could be besides the story that they told.
Yeah, where could it have came from? I mean, if not, a meteor coming in our atmosphere from outer space, where would it have came from?
Well, you'd have to prove that it was actually a hot rock from space first.
That's what it looked
like.
Get
up to say you saw a trail. Never mind. I'm not even going to waste my time on this.
Here, you guys, check the story out. It gets better. So I looked up the date, right? 30 November, 1954.
No, hello, carnal.
Hey,
sorry.
It was a Tuesday. So a Tuesday at approximately 12:46, she goes down for a nap. At 2:00 local time, a meteor breaks through her roof, splits into 3 pieces. She calls the police at 6, so 4 hours later, and then decides to go to the hospital the next day due to distress from the incident. Members of the Air Force from Maxwell Air Force Base were sent to look and confiscate the meteor. They were like, "No, you're not going to take this." They wanted to keep it, and then they're like, "What if it's radioactive? What if it's like a virus or a space alien or something? What if you got?" Yeah, they didn't want to give it up. So after a year-long battle with the homeowner that they were renting, they decided that Hodges agreed to pay $500 and then would get to keep the meteor. So basically pay the deductible. If you pay the deductible, you can keep the meteor. They then turn around and sell it back to the U.S. government for $25.
So you're saying she lives near an Air Force base, huh? What else is in Alabama, I wonder?
It's just incredible. It's like so you get into a legal battle, how much that costs. And then you decide through the legal system you're going to pay the deductible for the damage. But you get to keep the meteor, or at least part of it. The Air Force gets a chunk, the government gets a chunk, and you get a chunk. But then you decide, you know what, later on, I don't want my chunk. I want to just sell it for $25. Like a pawn shop, but probably would have given you more. Like, pawn shop, here's a piece of a meteorite. You just want it for your display case because some people would just come there to see the meteorite. They'd be like, certainly, Toby. How does like a piece of booger and a pack of lunch meat sound? You're like,
the most dense object we know of, meteors from space, breaks up in 3 pieces after hitting a radio?
Yeah, it broke into 3 pieces.
I didn't know it broke up. That's another story in itself.
Yeah, so then the husband, years later, writes a book, a memoir, I've Got a Secret, in which he publishes fan mail and questions and answers over the years. And you guys are cool with this. You're like, yep, heliocentric model confirmed.
He named it I Got a Secret?
I've Got a Secret. Yeah, the name of the book is I've Got a Secret.
Well, that'll help him sell books for sure. People love their conspiracies.
Along with the poem she wrote from the event.
Wouldn't you be able to sell the super heavy quilt also? Like with the scuff mark and the burn mark that saved her? I mean, that would be worth money too.
Or be like, hey, it's a Tuesday. It's a Tuesday. What are you doing? Or what was that like Tuesday after Thanksgiving, huh? Like a 4-day weekend?
She was resting up. What time did the meteor hit? She was sleeping. No, wait, go through it again. She was sleeping when? Taking a nap
she
at
went,
12?
yeah, 12:46. She laid down for a nap. She recalls the meteor coming through her roof at 2:00.
Okay, well that ain't bad. That's a normal nap, midday
Yeah.
nap. That's believable.
Heliocentrism confirmed.
So it busts a 3-foot.
I often take naps of 2 hours. It must be a globe.
Yeah. So it busts a 3-foot hole in your roof. So what do? Right? You get hit by a meteor. It breaks into 3 pieces, hits your radio, breaks a 3-foot hole in your roof. Do you A, wait another 4 hours before you call anybody? Or call someone like right now? Like right now. There's a hole in my roof. Something is like, it's alive, right? It could be an alien. This could have come from the Andromeda Galaxy.
But it's cold.
It's cold.
We're all
Yeah. This hot rock just busted through my house, broke into 3 pieces. I touch it and it's cold.
We don't need the fire department because this rock from space isn't hot at all.
Do you just chill? Just like, you know what? I gotta watch my programs or whatever, whatever she was up to.
I Love Lucy.
Programs. Oh, jeez.
Bewitched and I Love Lucy and
yeah.
the Jetsons, probably. What was the Fonzie show?
Yeah, they jumped the shark.
Happy Days.
Happy Days. She was watching Happy Days and the Jetsons, man.
Sunday, Monday, Happy Days.
Hey. The Fonz. It's making me want a milkshake, actually.
She's got a webpage, Alabama Women of History. This day in history, November 30th, 1954.
Man, she was probably just trying to get a free radio. But I just don't get how it wouldn't be hot if it went fast enough to go through a roof.
Yeah, look at this. Let's look at this headline here. People might remember November 30th as the day Yale beat Princeton, but not for this one Alabama woman. November 30th.
He went through the roof because of the speed. I mean, you don't need heat to go through the roof.
It's traveling.
You're saying when he hit it, right?
It's traveling so fast it breaks through our atmosphere, bruh. From space. Did it slow down and cool off?
I don't know.
It
Yes,
slowed down and cooled off.
It slows down to terminal velocity.
Yeah,
yes.
it slows
Like
down.
anything
Let's see.
else,
And then at what point did it cool off? Or did it cool off? Was it hot and it
At the same time, right
No,
here, at the same time.
No, if the quilt is thick enough, I can see it glancing off and not burning there. I'm cool with that. But the thing does, it looks like a burn more than a bruise now that I look at it, other than being fake.
Here, check this one out. Smithsonian claims that this object was traveling through space for 4.5 billion years. Before
There you go.
How the fuck did they figure that out?
Carbon.
By how cold it was?
Yeah. Well, we took its temperature and found out it's 4 billion years
How
old.
dense it was when it broke up into 3 pieces and cooled off.
Like, what a headline. Object traveling in space for 4.5 billion years abruptly ends in Alabama.
Wow.
In the lady's house.
Wow,
Like, what
wow,
town
wow.
does it say the town? Because if it was near Birmingham, they do a lot of missile and rocket shit in Birmingham.
Dude, there's
No,
NASA
they
missile.
don't.
What? There's NASA all over Alabama.
Yeah.
You don't do a lot of missile and rocket shit in Birmingham, for God's
Shut
sake.
up, idiot! You're the retard.
There's an
that
Air
said
Force
fucking gas
base
prices
near
on
her.
a container is a pipe.
I
Come
thought
on,
that
no
was
name
real
calling.
against name calling.
Well,
No
don't say
name
stupid.
calling. Let's move forward. Just
If you don't
no name
mind,
calling.
I really object to that. I was born in Birmingham, Alabama. I grew up there. I stayed there until 1990. Don't tell me what
Told
goes on
y'all.
in Birmingham.
I told y'all he was from
Oh.
Alabama. That's why I say go Bama. I win.
Here, look at this headline. You might remember meteors that have killed a dinosaur. This meteor did not kill the woman.
Because of the size, Matrix.
More,
Because of
well,
the size.
and how cool it was. More
Yeah,
propaganda.
it wasn't big enough.
More
Or check this one
propaganda.
out. 2 billion
More
years ago, the
propaganda.
dinosaur. Alabama mixed with propaganda. Propaganda.
No,
Man.
the dinosaur note in the article.
Oh, my bad. Not Bur. I meant to say Huntsville.
The propaganda is strong on this one.
Yes, Huntsville.
Yeah,
That's the
not
place.
Birmingham.
Marshall Space Flight Center, not Birmingham.
Well, dude, my bad. What's Birmingham known for? Having 3 shitty hospitals.
Iron and steel. The Sloss
Yeah, like
Furnace.
Sloss Furnace and 5 Points and all that bullshit. Fuck Birmingham.
Wait,
That's
they're
what I
known for
said
an
too.
iron and steel. And what fell from the sky? A piece of iron?
Well, no, I'm saying
I don't know if
if
that
she
was
was
an
near
iron
Huntsville.
chondrite or not. Maybe it was a rocky meteor. They come in
Don't
all
look rocky to me.
flavors.
You see
come
him
in all
holding it.
flavors,
It looks like
Rocky.
iron. It looks like a piece of railroad track to me. Maybe some of them Alabama boys got a little frisky with their launching iron. up into that.
Moonshine. Fucking blew some shit up.
Now
We're
we're
gonna
getting to
blow
the
up
truth.
some iron.
That would never happen with the good old boys. I mean, Tannerite wasn't a thing either, so.
Here, by today's standards, you can sell meteorites for about $300 per gram.
Shit, I'm gonna go do some meteorite hunting.
I know.
It was probably just like a big giant turd from like an airplane when they fall out and they freeze and then like they turn blue and slam into shit.
That's the whole thing about like in like South or Antarctica, right? They talk about that all the meteorites land there for reasons.
Right.
Flying iron out of Alabama, since it's known for that, out of the Air Force base nearby and wherever y'all said, Montgomery or Huntsville, and a piece fell out. Yeah, simple. Or a drunk Air Force guy just said, "Watch this." I mean, I threw bolts out of the back of a moving van one day, and coming home from a vacation in my best friend's mom's van, and we were throwing bolts out the one. Actually, we tied a string to it and was seeing it bounce, and then it broke off and it hit a car, his windshield.
Here, check this out.
It's like a good old boy thing. Just throw shit out the window.
That's what you do in Alabama. There's nothing else to do.
Yeah, it's funny because that's where we were coming from, Gulf Shores, Alabama. That's hilarious.
Starting in 1976, all meteorites that land on public lands are purview of the BLM. If they're outside of public lands, it's considered a natural resource, and it falls in accordance with whatever sort of laws for the area for natural resources. So it's like, do you have ground rights? You know, that sort of thing, right? Because if they find that like your property contains oil,
Mineral rights.
mineral rights, yeah.
Yeah.
So if you do not have mineral rights to your property and a meteor lands, someone's going to yoink it.
I know
And
some
even if
people
you,
from West Virginia that got rich because they had mineral rights and they found a bunch of oil in their property.
it's like even if you find the meteor, you don't own it. Whoever owns the mineral rights, or if it's public land, the Bureau of Land Management (BLM) owns it.
The Beverly Hillbillies. I own the mineral rights on 30 acres, but I own mineral rights on other land that I used to own. When we sold it, we kept the mineral rights. So if they ever drill for oil there, whoever holds the mineral rights gets paid.
I just remember that Beavis and Butthead episode where they're digging in their backyard, they hit their septic pipe, and the shit starts flying up, and they, oh my god, we found oil. uh,
The bubbling crude. The bubbling crude.
Texas tea. Yeah.
Texas tea. Alabama slush.
We're rich, dude.
Here we go. They say they claim the bottom line. Okay, here's the facts. So what is this? What's it college is this? Hold on, let's see real quick. Okay, University of Illinois. The fact is, since they've been keeping track, 1878, an average of 9 meteors fall on Earth, on the United States
Per year?
per year.
Damn. And it hit this lady right in the leg.
Yep. Texas, I suppose, gets the most. Right? If you just by land, right? Yep. Texas gets the most. 313.
I don't know. I mean, if something's going fast enough where it flies through your roof and hits you, even just shrapnel from it hits you, I feel like that would be pretty catastrophic. Like, I would think her leg would get blown off or something.
I mean, it does seem like it would cut her, but it'd have to hit her blunt, right, to bruise. We all know, like, baseball bat or, a rock.
Yeah, I'd have to hit her square on the leg.
But a piece of jagged molten, well, it's not molten, it cooled off. A piece of steel falling from the sky didn't cut her, it just kind of made a burn bruise mark on her. And again, it looks fake to me, so that's what I'm going to go with. That's the easy way out.
Man, there's a shitload of non-parallel sun rays peeking through the clouds right now.
I got storms coming in from the north and the south converging on me. I guess there's some highs and lows mixing all over the place tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Lots of energy in the sky, too, like lightning everywhere.
Yeah, we'll probably be getting some thunderstorms in the next day or two.
So what's the conclusion on this one? Some good old boys from Alabama took off with a load of steel out of the Air Force Base and dropped one of them, hit this lady's house.
Yeah, that or like some kind of, I don't know if they had meth in 1954. Maybe some meth lab blew up or some shit. Or they were doing a cross burning next to some gasoline that caused a bunch of rubble to explode.
Freaking dinosaur threw a piece or something. How about an alien? I mean, wouldn't it be more like believable if an alien threw a piece now?
Isn't that when like that's when everyone started seeing gray aliens, was like in the late 1950s.
Oh yeah,
And
they were
that weird
conspiracy
phenomenon
theorists.
started.
Them dumb conspiracy theorists, and now the government's going, oh hell yeah, there's UFOs and aliens everywhere. NASA's launching a study, but they're only going to spend $200,000 on this current UFO situation. $200,000. You can't even write a paper for $200,000 if you're NASA.
I was going to say, doesn't it cost more money to send Super Bowl jerseys to the ISS than that? Ooh. There was footage the other day where they claimed they saw a UFO from the ISS.
Sky rockets in flight. Afternoon delight. Isn't that talking about people drinking in the afternoon and seeing shit in the sky?
No.
It's about getting drunk and having sex during the daytime.
Yeah, it's all about
That-
sex, bro. That's a sex song.
Back cracking on the river.
Sex cells.
Day sex.
I like day sex. You can see better.
Yeah. The natural sunlight gives the appearance of me being bigger than I actually am.
Refraction.
Yeah, but sometimes it refracts into the next room. You guys ever see a UFO before?
Yeah, I caught one on. A time lapse.
Oh, nice. I saw
see it.
one last
I saw.
year. You guys remember it was about probably right about this exact time last year when NASA was sending off that sounding rocket and you were supposed to be able to see it from like the northeast all the way down to the southeast. Like it was supposed to make the sky glow or some shit. Well, I had my telescope out because they told me the direction where it was going to be, but they called it off like 4 or 5 nights in a row. They kept calling it off. Like I was waiting for like 2 hours, and then 5 minutes before launch they kept canceling. So I had all my shit set up, and all of a sudden I see this thing in the sky. I'm like, oh shit, that's got to be it. But then I'm like, well, that can't be it because it's not moving. Like, at first I thought like maybe it was Venus or something. That's what it looked like, but it was directly north, like right where Polaris would be. And I'm watching it, and I'm like, damn, that thing's really fucking bright, and it's not moving. And I put my telescope on it, and it looked, it was resolving just like a star or a planet would. So I couldn't, I didn't think it was a vehicle or anything. Then as I'm watching it, the thing started like eclipsing. Like it got like a crescent orange color at the bottom of it, and it just kept going up it, and then the whole thing turned orange, and then just it dissolved. But it sat there for a good hour and a half, and me and like all my neighbors saw it, my wife saw it. We didn't know what the fuck that shit was. It was strange. But the thing is, motherfuckers will look at that and be like, oh shit, there's little green guys in there driving around. But I mean, that's not the impression I got when I saw it. I thought it was just like a fucking, looked like Venus, but it was just due directly north, which Venus never would be. So I don't know what the hell it was. And then, like I said, it eclipsed. It started eclipsing, turned orange, and just dissolved. It was very weird. I don't know if any of the smart globe or science guys might have an explanation. It's one of those things. But literally the night before that, I saw a crescent moon at like 2:30 in the morning, which was very interesting.
Yeah, that shouldn't be possible.
Exactly.
That's one of the first things that got me thinking about flat Earth. The moon phases. Yeah, they don't match a heliocentric model.
Yeah, they
Right.
do. They totally do.
No,
It's
they
on me
don't.
right now. They do.
Yeah.
No, they
What's
don't.
wrong with that?
They
What's
totally
wrong
match.
with that?
What, seeing a crescent moon after midnight? Do the math. Why
Yeah,
did you see a
draw it.
crescent moon?
Just try to draw it. I
Yeah,
tried.
do a 3-circle diagram. Or if you ever
Good.
see
3D it.
Yeah,
No,
in fact, I have a 3D
3-circle
model.
diagram.
I did a 3D model of it. It checks out. You know.
Don't ask Left
Sure.
Lane to draw it. He's not able to right now.
Yeah,
You
don't
should
ask
never-
Left Lane to.
Well, yeah, you're driving, but you should never see a crescent moon when it's dark, and you should never see a gibbous moon during the day. It just doesn't make any actual sense given the position of the moon.
But it does, though.
It doesn't.
No, it doesn't. You can get a styrofoam ball,
does
stick a
to me.
pencil under it. Well, yeah, that's
Perfect
because you've
sense to
never
me.
actually thought about it.
No, we actually. Well, I mean, a lot of us have either, done the math for it, or like me, I've 3D modeled it. So I mean, what have you done?
I
Just
got
thought about it, right? Just thought about it.
styrofoam balls. No, I've done a fucking moon phase experiment with a styrofoam ball and a single source light in a closed room.
Yeah, and the distances. Like, did you have like a?
The fuck distance? No, it has nothing to do with distance. You replicate the exact same moon phases on a styrofoam ball with a single source